In the realm of the Dragon Clan, I, Yin Li, have traversed worlds and acquired a template system. My journey commenced with the template of Wu Tiao Wu, possessing the ability to see through illusions with my 6 eyes, thereby stirring a unique tempest in this world with my sorcery. Chapter 1. The Template System. My name is Yin Li. In my previous life, I was merely a college student preparing to become an office worker. Why do I refer to it as my past life? Indeed, I have traversed realms, not through a cataclysmic event, but rather, I simply awoke to find myself in another world. Within a modest rental room, Yin Li began to sift through her memories. I grew up in an orphanage, lacking any bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Even if I did, it would be exceedingly thin. There was nothing remarkable about me. My physical condition was that of an exhausted university student, barely capable of carrying takeout without fatigue. Yin Li slapped her face lightly, unable to suppress her internal lament. Why must I traverse to this perilous world of dragons without the essential golden finger? Beep. The template system has been successfully loaded. It is a pleasure to meet you, host. Taking a deep breath to quell her excitement, Yin Li silently mused. Well done. This is precisely what I needed. Please elaborate on your capabilities. Beep. The template system allows the host to draw upon the templates of formidable figures from myriad worlds. Once drawn, the host can assimilate the template to enhance her own strength. Would you like to open the novice gift pack? Of course, let's proceed. Very well, host. Opening the novice gift pack now. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a guaranteed draw of a purple template, 1 template growth card, 1 opportunity to enhance template fusion, and storage space of 88 cubic units. The system detected that the host has fully activated the system, and the template drawing is now commencing, alongside the system marketplace. Upon witnessing the contents of her novice gift pack, Yin Li exclaimed, incredible. This is destined for invincibility. She learned that template levels are categorized into white, blue, purple, gold, color, and the supreme rainbow level. The template growth card allows for the enhancement of any template below the color level by 1 tier, akin to a guaranteed draw of a gold template. Beep. Would the host like to initiate the first draw? Absolutely, let's begin. Subsequently, a vintage-themed spinning wheel appeared in her mind's eye. The wheel predominantly displayed white segments, approximately 40%, with blue at 30% and purple at 15%. The remaining segments for gold, color, and rainbow were 10%, 4%, and 1% respectively. There were 2 modes for drawing, random and fixed. The random draw offered a chance to acquire not only templates but various other items from different realms, albeit with minimal odds for valuable items. A single random draw cost 10,000 marketplace points. Conversely, the fixed draw guaranteed a template but required a greater expenditure of marketplace points for higher tier templates, 200,000 for a gold template and 300,000 for a color template. Yin Li inquired of the system, is there a safety net for this random draw? None, dear host. Template acquisition relies solely on luck. Though initially disappointed, Yin Li quickly adjusted her mindset, realizing that even without a safety net, the odds of drawing something substantial were relatively favorable. System, let's commence the draw. Understood, host. Initiating the template draw now. The spinning wheel gradually transitioned, leaving only purple and higher tier segments, as the white and blue segments transformed entirely into purple. Yin Li felt a surge of anticipation as she questioned what template she might obtain. The wheel finally slowed, barely grazing a gold segment before settling on a vast expanse of purple. Alas, how unfortunate. I was so close to acquiring a gold template. With a little more enhancement, I could have started with a color template. Despite not securing the gold template, Yin Li quickly regained her composure and began to examine the template she had drawn. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the purple template of Wu Tiao Wu from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Additionally, you have received 1 random draw opportunity. Not bad at all. While Wu Tiao Wu's power may not rival that of the Dragon King, it certainly suffices for self-defense, and the bonus random draw is a delightful surprise. Without hesitation, Yin Li promptly utilized the random draw opportunity as well. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability Kimui, Gold, from the world of Naruto. Oh. Yin Li's expression brightened with astonishment. She had drawn a gold ability, immensely useful for both combat and evasion. After a moment of reflection, she began to utilize the remaining items. System, please apply the template upgrade card and the template fusion enhancement opportunity to the Wu Tiao Wu template. Understood, host. The Wu Tiao Wu template, purple, has been upgraded to Wu Tiao Wu template, gold, and the fusion enhancement opportunity has been utilized. As the words fell, Yin Li felt a warm current coursing through her body, bringing a tingling sensation to her eyes. She understood that the system was initiating the fusion of the template. Closing her eyes, She embraced the comforting sensation of the warm flow. Upon reopening her eyes, her once ebony pupils had transformed into a cerulean hue, revealing the 6 eyes. She acutely sensed the transformation within her body. Her previously frail physique had become remarkably robust, and she now perceived an immense reservoir of unique energy, which she surmised to be the cursed energy. Gazing at her reflection, she noticed her white hair and inquired of the system, "Can I revert this white hair back to its original black?" "Certainly. Simply concentrate on it internally, and you can revert it. The template merely grants you the abilities inherent to it without imposing any obligation to emulate the character." How can I enhance the template fusion? Through practicing abilities or engaging in combat, you can further increase the template fusion. Ah, I see. That is indeed quite user-friendly. Chapter 2. Abilities and Planning. Next, let us explore the offerings within the system's marketplace, Yenli pondered. System, open the marketplace. The first sight that met her eyes was an array of exorbitantly priced items, each with an astronomical number of zeros. Items like Zao Hua Yudai, which cost several hundred billion marketplace points, were instantly dismissed by Yen Li without a second thought. After a swift survey of the selections, Yen Li discovered the most beneficial items available in the marketplace. Template Fusion Degree 1. Product Description. Templates can be purchased when their fusion degree reaches 80. The price for a golden template fusion degree increase is 10,000 marketplace points, while a colorful template fusion degree increase costs 50,000 marketplace points. System. How can I acquire marketplace points? By actively participating in the narrative to influence its development, engaging in combat, or dismantling templates, one can earn points. Understanding the means of obtaining marketplace points, Yenli decided to check her current abilities. System, I wish to view my personal panel. As soon as she voiced her request, a screen appeared before her, visible only to herself. Name, Yen Li. Ability, 6 eyes, unlimited technique, domain expansion, infinite void, divine might. She did not see Tsong, he, or Z, likely because they were encompassed within the unlimited technique. Having resolved to engage in the narrative, the first order of business was to master her abilities. After addressing her school obligations and various trivial matters, Yen Li resolved to experiment with and familiarize herself with her powers. On a stormy day, in a desolate area devoid of human presence, a boy with cerulean eyes suddenly materialized in the previously empty wasteland. Should anyone have witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have been left in a state of astonishment, for the boy had just emerged from a location akin to a black hole. Standing amidst the rain, his attire bore no signs of dampness. Raindrops seemed to be repelled by some unknown force. Indeed, my abilities are now sufficiently honed. Should I attempt to use Z? Yen Li mused to herself as she began to activate her technique. Following her intent, she activated the technique Tsong, followed by the reversal technique He. Consequently, 2 black spheres, each no larger than a palm, yet brimming with immense energy, appeared and began to merge slowly. As they fused, the 2 black spheres gradually transformed into a smaller purple orb. Suddenly, the purple orb vanished, not due to a failure of activation, but because Yen Li distinctly sensed that, based on the energy fluctuations of the recently activated technique Z, should it truly be unleashed, a radius of 50 kilometers would likely be reduced to rubble. Moreover, she had not even infused it with her full energy, only about 60%. To avoid causing excessive repercussions, it was prudent to reserve this technique for a more opportune moment. Returning to a month prior, Yen Li first requested a month-long leave from school and subsequently dedicated her time to refining her abilities. Aside from the highly destructive technique Z, which she had refrained from employing to avoid significant consequences, she had mastered her other abilities completely. Furthermore, Yen Li had familiarized herself with the current timeline. Notably, she was a student at Shirlan High School, presently in her first year. It was also worth mentioning that neither Chu Zihong nor Lu Mingfei was present in her school. Upon inquiry, she learned that Chu Zihong was still in his 3rd year of middle school, granting him at least 2 years of developmental time. To alter Chu Zihong's fate and rescue Chu Tianjiao, she must possess the strength to decisively defeat the complete form of the Dragon King within a year. In fact, if she were to adopt a different approach, she could potentially tear apart Nibelungen directly using spatial power, but that would be a last resort. She was not fond of the notion of retreating. Yen Li summoned the system to view her personal panel. Name, Yen Li. Current template, Wu Tiao Wu, Golden, Fusion Degree, 60 Ability, 6 eyes, unlimited technique, domain expansion, infinite void, spatial power. After a month of training, she had essentially mastered her abilities, and her fusion degree had risen to 60. However, Yen Li sensed that further enhancements through training would be limited. She would likely need to rely on combat and marketplace points for future improvements. System, if I were to draw another template, would I be able to simultaneously accommodate two templates, or might there be compatibility issues? Host, when the fusion degree of a specific template reaches 100, that template will become fixed, allowing you to accommodate a second template. This implies that if she were to fully enhance her current Wu Tiao Wu template, she could subsequently incorporate a second template. If the second template were also fully enhanced, she could then accommodate a third. Conversely, if she had not fully enhanced any template, she could only accommodate one at a time. Indeed, the host confirmed. Thus, I need not worry about drawing excess templates becoming futile. What about the compatibility of systems? Host, to prevent system incompatibility, the system will ensure perfect integration of powers, even if you simultaneously draw characters from different systems. Such as From Death God in Jujutsu Kaisen, there will be no issues with spiritual pressure and cursed energy not being interchangeable. In Jujutsu Kaisen, Yen Li recalled that characters rarely used cursed energy to refine their physical bodies to enhance their strength. More commonly, they directly amplified their physical prowess by affixing cursed energy during combat. Whether this was due to a lack of consideration on their part or a limitation of cursed energy remained uncertain. Yen Li leaned towards the latter, as cursed energy is ultimately a product of emotion, predominantly negative emotions. Thus, using it to enhance the body seemed an arduous endeavor. However, the Wu Tiao Wu template, now fortified by the system, granted a more gentle yet potent cursed energy, perhaps worth experimenting with. Holding this thought, Yen Li embarked on an experiment to enhance her physical strength using cursed energy. 3 days later, in her rented room, Yen Li exhaled deeply. Since the conception of her idea to use cursed energy to bolster her physical strength, she had been diligently experimenting, and today she finally succeeded. Feeling the newfound strength of her body, she could not help but be astonished. The degree of enhancement was substantial, almost visibly apparent, likely due to the vast amounts of cursed energy inherent in the Wu Tiao Wu template, being a golden template. Moreover, this transformation would persist, as the 6 eyes facilitated continuous enhancement of her physique without requiring her constant focus. Of course, future enhancements would progress at a considerably slower rate. This initial surge was primarily due to her first attempt at using cursed energy for refinement, as such training tends to yield diminishing returns over time. Yen Li mused that, purely in terms of physicality, she now rivaled Chu Zihong, who had reached Class A after his blood awakening. Should she utilize spiritual energy to further augment her strength in combat, she felt confident that even the mixed blood emperor selling ramen in Japan would not stand a chance against her. Certainly, the scenario of using cursed energy to bolster her body was likely rare, as techniques more readily facilitated the exertion of her power. Refining her physique was merely a means to ensure her body did not lag too far behind. She had no desire for an imbalanced development. Chapter 3. Anger and Castle Academy. Just as Yen Li was deep in thought, a phone call interrupted her reverie. She picked up the vintage, antiquated phone and answered, "Hello. Is this Yen Li?" A voice inquired. "Who is this?" "Yen Li, I am Professor Manstein, the chairman of the disciplinary committee at Castle Academy. Our institution has determined that you are a student of remarkable potential. Would you be interested in joining Castle Academy?" "There's no need for an introduction, Professor Manstein. Let us discuss this in person." "Ah, certainly." Seemingly taken aback by Yen Li's response, Manstein on the other end of the phone paused momentarily before swiftly regaining his composure. "Shall we meet at the Lijing Hotel?" After hanging up, Yen Li made his way to the agreed location. It did not surprise him that Castle Academy had sought him out. In fact, he had anticipated it, although it came a bit sooner than he had expected. A month prior, when Yen Li began to familiarize himself with his abilities, he had already devised a plan to gain entrance to Castle Academy. He recalled how in the original narrative, Chu Zihong had persistently searched for Castle Academy online, drawing the attention of the Academy's artificial intelligence, Norma, which ultimately led to his admission. Following suit, Yen Li had frequented internet cafes during his outings to hone his skills, continuously searching for information about Castle Academy online. Thus, the Academy's early recruitment efforts were well within his expectations. With his current capabilities, joining Castle Academy would enable him to swiftly engage in missions to eliminate the elusive Deadpool and Dragon types, thereby enhancing his template's integration. Moreover, an early admission would benefit his future involvement in the plot. Soon, he arrived at the opulent Lijing Hotel, one of the finest in the city, a testament to Professor Manstein's regard for this meeting. It was unlikely that the chairman of the discipline committee would personally conduct interviews for merely a B or C grade student. However, Norma's classification had rated him as S. Upon learning this, Manstein had promptly volunteered to oversee the recruitment effort. Inside room 18 of the Lijing Hotel, Yi Sheng and Jiu De Yaji inquired of Professor Manstein. Professor, is it truly necessary to mobilize such resources for the recruitment of a mere freshman? Is this new student's bloodline rating exceptionally high, perhaps reaching a grade? A grade? His bloodline rating is S. Do you realize how long it has been since the last S grade was recorded? Yi Sheng and Jiu Ji were taken aback. An S grade had not appeared in decades, which explained the presence of Professor Manstein and 2 officers from the executive department for this recruitment. Look, after awakening his bloodline, he must have purchased blue contact lenses. What a clever child. No wonder he is S grade. He quickly understands the importance of concealing his uniqueness, thus reducing the risk of his bloodline being exposed. Yi Sheng remarked, but, Professor, those blue contact lenses hardly count as concealment. What do you know? As Yin Li pushed open the door to the designated room, his gaze fell upon Professor Manstein and a strikingly attractive man and woman. He surmised that they must be Yi Sheng and Jiu Ji. Upon Yin Li's entrance, Professor Manstein immediately stood, greeting him warmly. Hello, Yin Li. Please take a seat. Once Yin Li settled, Professor Manstein continued. How much do you know about Castle Academy? Professor Manstein, let us dispense with the pretenses. I am well aware of what type of institution Castle Academy is. I am also cognizant of the dragons. Professor Manstein was momentarily stunned. Although he had learned from Norma that Yin Li had sought out Castle Academy, he had not anticipated such a clear understanding of the hybrid world from Yin Li. This revelation disrupted his plans, necessitating a more cautious approach to this recruitment. Yin Li, I apologize. Please hold on for a moment while I make a phone call. Of course. The ringing echoed. Hello, Principal Anger. I have matters to report regarding the S-grade recruitment initiative. I believe you should be informed. After a brief silence, Anger responded. I understand. You and the 2 officers should step aside. I will speak with him directly. Following this, Manstein handed the phone to Yin Li and stepped outside with Yi Sheng and Jiu Ji. Hello, Yin Li. I am Principal Anger of Castle Academy. Greetings. Principal Anger, it is a pleasure to meet you. Is that so? I must admit, I feel a bit intimidated. What do you think has led an ordinary person, devoid of any special traits for the past 16 years, to understand all of this? Or rather, who exactly are you? Principal Anger, I comprehend your concerns, and I recognize what you truly wish to ascertain. Our stances on the dragon species align. I believe my identity is inconsequential to you. As long as we share the same objective, wouldn't you agree? Following Yin Li's statement, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Ha. Then, Yin Li, are you willing to join Castle Academy? Certainly. In that case, I shall leave the subsequent arrangements to Professor Manstein. I look forward to meeting you. The call ended, and Yin Li approached Manstein to finalize his enrollment. Though surprised by the swift conclusion of the conversation, Manstein remained undeterred. Producing his phone and informing Yin Li, you merely need to confirm your enrollment with Norma, and you will be officially part of Castle Academy. As soon as he spoke, a voice with a metallic quality emanated from the phone Manstein handed him. Dear student Yin Li, do you authorize your enrollment in Castle Academy? Confirm. Information successfully recorded. Name, Yin Li, bloodline rating, S. Welcome to Castle Academy. With Yin Li's formal admission, Professor Manstein visibly exhaled in relief and eagerly suggested, Yin Li, once you join Castle Academy, I recommend you enroll in my courses. Of course, Professor Manstein. Upon receiving confirmation, a beaming smile spread across Manstein's face. Heavens! I must seize this opportunity with an S grade. Attaining a lifetime professorship is now within reach. By the way, Professor Manstein, I hope you can clarify a few matters with the school. No problem, it is my duty. Chapter 4. Preparations for enrollment. Joining Castle Academy was a decision made with careful consideration, as it undoubtedly provided the best opportunity for engaging in the narrative and honing one's skills. As for the question of whether he could join, that was beyond doubt. Castle Academy would never allow a hybrid with an S bloodline rating to remain outside its doors. Furthermore, his proactive search for Castle Academy warranted his admission. Although Anger was uncertain how Yin Li had acquired knowledge of the Academy and the hybrid world, this ignorance did not hinder his acceptance of Yin Li. Rather, it reinforced the necessity of bringing him into Castle Academy. For Anger, Yin Li's intentions were irrelevant, as long as he could stand alongside him in the fight against dragons. Anger believed that Yin Li shared this common purpose, a conviction rooted in the intuition of a man who had lived solely to slay dragons since that tragic event. Should Yin Li become aware of Anger's thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond, Indeed, I do intend to slay dragons, though I do not necessarily wish to eradicate them all. Otherwise, Chu Zihong, or rather, my junior, would be left without a wife. Upon returning home, Yin Li began to pack his belongings in preparation for enrollment at Castle Academy. His current admission did not yield substantial points from the marketplace. It seemed that acquiring points relied heavily on combat, as those gained through narrative changes were minimal. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The five-tailed template he possessed was more than sufficient. More importantly, after enrolling, he aimed to join the executive department and swiftly maximize the integration of the five-tailed template, thereby securing his place in this world. Early the next morning, Yen Li set off with his luggage, embarking on his journey across the ocean. Now, Yen Li is increasingly curious about whether he will encounter the protagonist of this flowing narrative, as experienced by those who traversed before him. After several hours of flying, Yen Li felt somewhat unwell, realizing he was experiencing a touch of motion sickness. Following a brief internal cleanup, he finally arrived at the legendary train station. Indeed, only those chosen by magic could reach this destination. It is a platform known only to hybrids, awaiting the arrival of the CC-1000 train. Yen Li found a seat and began his wait for the CC-1000 train. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Had he forgotten something? Just as he pondered, a pure English accent rang out. $1, $1, only $1. Following the sound, he spotted a tall, burly beggar with a full beard, seeking alms. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The motion sickness had caused him to forget that the man, the flowing protagonist, had indeed arrived, the steadfast Feng Er Feng Go. Before long, the beggar approached Yen Li, repeating his plea for $1. Yen Li noticed the ragged clothing emblazoned with the World Tree emblem and inquired, "Are you from Castle Academy? I am a new student there." Upon hearing this, the beggar's excitement was palpable. "Yes, a fellow student. I am also from Castle Academy. My name is Feng Er, and I should be your senior." Feng Er seemed to be suddenly loquacious, engaging Yen Li in an endless stream of conversation. Observing the seemingly inexhaustible chatter of Feng Er, Yen Li smiled in response, silently vowing to himself that there would not be a second IC incident, brother Feng Er. In Chapter 5, Yen Li contemplated delivering a virtual strike of reality to Feng Er, who was voraciously indulging in 4 family-sized buckets from Kindercoin. Just 5 minutes prior, Yen Li had suggested to Feng Er, "Brother, let me treat you to something at the nearby Kindercoin." "Absolutely. I was waiting for you to say that, Junior. I knew you were a good person," Feng Er exclaimed. "Brother, I don't have much money, so please choose wisely and don't overindulge. My scholarship hasn't been dispersed yet. I will treat you to something better once we reach the school. Don't worry, Junior, I understand completely. I won't eat too much of your money," Feng Er assured him. Yen Li wondered, will it really save money, brother Feng Er? "Of course, Yen Li, Junior," Feng Er replied, as Yen Li glanced at his dwindling wallet. Feeling a surge of power, as Feng Er savored his feast, he suddenly shivered, perplexed. Why do I feel goosebumps? Fortunately, shortly after Feng Er finished his 4 buckets, the CC-1000 train finally arrived. Feng Er swiped his card, undergoing identity verification. Name, Feng Er, bloodline rating, E. As it was Yen Li's turn, the verification declared, "Welcome, esteemed S-Class." The conductor expressed astonishment, remarking that it had been decades since an S-Class newcomer had appeared. "Feng Er, you are fortunate to have caught a ride." Once aboard, it wasn't long before a refined middle-aged man wearing glasses and carrying a suitcase settled across from Yen Li. He smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, S-Class Yen Li. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Fujiyama Masashi, your enrollment advisor and psychological counselor. I will help you gain a deeper understanding of our school." "Hello. I am also pleased to meet you, Teacher Fujiyama," Yen Li replied. Feng Er interjected, "What about me, Teacher Fujiyama? Why not greet me?" Fujiyama Masashi momentarily retracted his smile and scrutinized Feng Er. "You too, Feng Er." He then produced a bottle containing some creature preserved in formaldehyde and a painting covered by a cloth, addressing Yen Li. "Do you know what this bottle contains? A young dragon?" Yen Li guessed. "Precisely." Yen Li gazed at the young dragon, noting that unlike in the original narrative, it did not awaken early while being observed by Lu Mingfei. Yen Li anticipated this outcome, as he was utilizing spell power, a completely different scenario from that of hybrids. Fujiyama Masashi then unveiled the painting, The Death of the Black King, placing it before Yen Li and removing the cloth. Upon viewing the death of the Black King, Yen Li suddenly sensed something amiss. The surrounding environment grew eerily silent, almost to a dead hush. On the train, which was traveling at nearly 100 km/h, the previously clear sounds of roaring engines and passing vehicles faded into oblivion. Yen Li abruptly glanced outside, discovering that the scenery had transformed entirely. He beheld countless ragged individuals approaching an ice mountain, wielding weapons. Upon closer inspection of the ice mountain, he discerned a massive black dragon with enormous wings and a fierce visage perched atop it. Suddenly, Yen Li's vision blurred, and upon blinking, he saw the black dragon fall from the mountain. The once pristine white ice was now stained crimson with the dragon's blood, which flowed down to Yin Li's feet. He lowered his gaze, just catching sight of the blood, when his surroundings shifted once more. His vision plunged into a pitch-black space, leaving Yin Li bewildered as to how these visions had emerged. Yet before he could ponder further, the black dragon's jaws opened wide, and its claws lunged toward him. Just as Yin Li prepared to wield his spell, the scene returned to normal, with Feng Er and Fujiyama Masashi watching him intently. With his 6 eyes, Yin Li could clearly observe the tension in Feng Er's taut muscles. "What just happened to me?" he inquired. Fujiyama Masashi replied, "Nothing serious. You merely glanced at the death of the Black King and fell into a state akin to spiritual slumber. This is quite normal. Your bloodline is exceptionally powerful, which is why this occurred." Yin Li knew well that it had nothing to do with bloodline, as he possessed only spell power, which had no correlation with hybrids. However, he could not comprehend why he, devoid of a bloodline, had witnessed such vivid imagery. Furthermore, the scenes felt so real that even his 6 eyes could not extricate him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as he continued to grow stronger, every issue would eventually resolve itself. While Yin Li was experiencing those visions, a golden-haired man surrounded by stunning blondes suddenly halted, sensing an inexplicable palpitation. Meanwhile, in another pitch-black realm, a young boy in a suit froze, murmuring, "The fate has been altered, brother." In Chapter 6, A Day of Freedom, following the recent events, Yin Li closed his eyes to rest while awaiting their arrival at school. He thought, how he wished Feng Go would repay him. He must find a way to sting him financially. The train's announcement echoed, gradually reducing its speed. "The train is preparing to arrive at its final destination, Castle Academy. Please prepare to disembark." As he grabbed his luggage and stepped off the train, Fujiyama Masashi suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to speak to him. "Ah, I forgot to mention, today, suddenly, a sound of air slicing broke the silence, and Fujiyama Masashi collapsed." Yin Li turned back to find Feng Er had vanished without a trace. He was not overly concerned, as the Lu Yin clearly reflected the information. Fu Shanyashi had merely entered a state of suspended animation, posing no danger. Whoosh, the sound of air being sliced through resonated again. Yin Li, observing the bullet that had fallen beneath her, paid it no heed, while the sniper felt a sense of perplexity. Did the bullet hit? But why did it fall? Was it a miss? That shouldn't be the case. Dismissing his doubts, the sniper prepared to continue shooting, only to find no trace of a target in the scope. "Where did she go?" A voice emerged from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Startled, the sniper had no time to turn around before darkness enveloped him. Perhaps I exerted a bit too much force. My apologies, one should be gentler with ladies." After dispatching the sniper, Yin Li began to analyze the situation before her. "So, this is the free day? Things are getting interesting." In the original narrative, Free Day had transformed into its current exuberance due to Caesar, who had enrolled a year earlier than Chu Zihong. "So, I am in the same year as Caesar?" Furthermore, Caesar had just entered Castle Academy this year and already altered Free Day. It seems this Italian nobleman has thoroughly adapted to the academy. Thus, I will be facing Caesar this time, not as an ally of the Lionheart Society, but rather as an opponent to all. Be it the Lionheart Society or the Student Council. For Yin Li, whose template has unlocked to 60, this Free Day feels less serious and more like child's play. President Lancelot's Group B has steadily advanced to the flank of the Student Council's main base, remaining undetected by the opposing side. All right, we shall await Group A's feigned assault. Once the Student Council has dispatched most of its personnel to counter Group A, Group B will move in and seize victory. Understood. In another location, at the Student Council's main base. "Caesar, what shall we do next?" The blond man referred to as Caesar was scrutinizing a map, contemplating Lancelot's movements. "Report. Group A has been ambushed." A fleeting expression of surprise crossed Lancelot's face before realization dawned. "All personnel, assemble and prepare to counter the enemy's advance." Lancelot and the remaining members of the Lionheart Society donned their full gear, sharpening their resolve. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly closer. And when that figure finally stood before him, Lancelot was taken aback. It was merely a new student who had managed to take down a team from the Lionheart Society. Perhaps he could do something after I leave the Lionheart Society. Yin Li, observing the members of the Lionheart Society, wasted no time and swiftly took action. The members exchanged glances, only to find that the newcomer had vanished, and one by one, they began to fall. Lancelot was among the few who managed to react. He could barely see the moving figure, yet recognizing and countering was an entirely different matter. Just as the ghostly figure approached him from behind, he prepared to retaliate. But before he could fully turn, he was struck, swaying momentarily before collapsing. Subsequently, Yin Li continued on her path in another direction. Had the Lionheart Society caught on? Before Caesar could contemplate his next move, commotion erupted outside. What is happening? Caesar inquired, but received no reply. His heart tightened, and he seized his weapon, Dick Vito, shouting to the nearby student council members, "Prepare for battle." Just as Caesar grasped Dick Vito, he suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past. No, it's not the wind. Caesar quickly realized the truth and swung the back of his blade in a defensive maneuver. When he turned, the first thing that caught his eye was a striking figure, so close that it nearly filled his entire field of vision. Then, he saw the members of the student council, but they were lying on the ground. Anticipating this outcome, Caesar did not pause his strike. Aiming directly at the seemingly harmless youth before him, he struck true, but wait, what is this sensation? An odd feeling accompanied the strike from Dick Vito, and before Caesar could process this or react, darkness overcame him. Chapter 7. The victor. Caesar groggily opened his eyes, gazing at the pristine white walls above him and the machinery beside him. He realized he was in a hospital room. Before he could fully recollect the events that transpired, a member of the student council, who had been watching over him, rushed forward upon seeing him awake. "Caesar, are you all right?" Caesar did not answer immediately. Instead, he sat up and inquired, "What is the situation now? Who emerged victorious in Free Day? The Lionheart Society?" The student council member replied, "Caesar, the victor of Free Day is a new student." "A new student?" Caesar confirmed. "Yes, Caesar, a new student, not affiliated with the student council or the Lionheart Society, who just enrolled, with a bloodline rating of S. The Lionheart Society was defeated by that S-class new student?" "Yes, Caesar, our Group A personnel were ambushed upon arrival, first encountering the Lionheart Society before facing us. The president of the Lionheart Society, Lancelot, has just been discharged from the hospital." "I see, an S-class. That explains their victory over us." Yet, despite this, Caesar felt a significant unease, as the disparity was overwhelming. He was an A-class, one of the few in Castle Academy, and he respected the principal, Anger, who was an S-class, rather than feared him. He was confident that as he grew, he would become the formidable Caesar Gattuso, rivaling anyone. But when faced with that S-class newcomer, who appeared younger than him and had just enrolled, he found himself utterly powerless. This outcome was undeniably difficult for someone as proud as him to accept. Caesar's inner turmoil was unknown to Yen Li, who remained unconcerned. She did not worry that this free day would diminish Caesar's confidence. After all, he was Caesar Gattuso, and his greatest asset was not wealth, but rather his confidence. Yen Li was on her way back to the academy dormitory. "System, please display my personal panel. Name, Yen Li. Current template, Wu Tiao Wu, Golden, Fusion Rate, 60 abilities. Lu Yin, Unlimited Techniques, Domain Expansion, Woyang Kanchu, Spatial Power." The fusion rate hasn't improved at all. Indeed, this type of combat, or rather, this one-sided dominance, does not contribute to the enhancement of template proficiency. Moreover, since they were all students of the academy, he did not utilize any abilities, merely overpowering them with his enhanced physical prowess. Ultimately, it was just a campus activity, not a true dragon-slaying endeavor. Had he been facing third-generation or second-generation students, or even Deadpool, he would have unleashed techniques long ago. With a casual wave, Yen Li dismissed her personal panel, staring at the dormitory door before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Not wanting to dwell on it, she pushed the door open. "Fengge, how on earth did you manage to make the dormitory look like this in just one day?" Upon entering, she found Fengge devouring a large pork knuckle, surrounded by 3 McDonald's buckets and discarded socks. Fengge, with his mouth full, paused briefly before grinning at Yen Li. "Sorry, Junior, I thought you wouldn't be back so soon. You know how it is, I was starving." Observing the silent Yen Li and the dropping temperature around him, Fengge promptly chose to comply. "Junior, I'll clean up right away." Subsequently, he transformed into a spinning top, tidying up the dormitory in the process. Yen Li could not help but exclaim, "Fengge truly lives up to his name." Before Fu Shanyashi finished his words, this fellow had already vanished. He understands the dynamics of the situation too well. I could weep. After cleaning up the dormitory, Fengge returned and inquired, "Junior, did you manage to avoid the madness of the Lionheart Society and the Student Council during your day of freedom?" "Indeed, it was they who were affected by me." Upon understanding the situation, Fengge remarked, "Impressive, Junior. No wonder you're S-rank. You're truly extraordinary." He immediately opened the computer on the desk. Curious, Yen Li approached to see Fengge typing rapidly. Shocking. The new S-rank arriving after decades claims that Castle Academy is full of trash. Bang. Yen Li slammed his fist on the desk, smiling gently. "Senior, you wouldn't want that fist to land on you, would you? Please spare me, Junior. I understand. It was all in jest. I will delete it right away." After Fengge deleted it, Yin Li chose not to watch further and turned back to rest on his bed. Seeing Yin Li resting, Fengir opened a web page. The president of the student council and the president of the Lionheart Society actually teamed up to do such things to the new students in the Grove? Did the S-rank newcomer encounter campus bullying upon entering? After posting, Fengir returned to his bed with satisfaction, scrolling through reader comments on his phone. Observing hundreds of comments in less than a minute, he sighed. What a delightful stroke of genius. This is the worth of the head of the news department. Chapter 8. What business do you have with the Flame Dragon Slayer? Ah, splendid. Yin Li had just awakened from his slumber, stretching lazily, and was about to ask Fengir if he wanted to join him for a meal when he realized Fengir was already absent from the dormitory. How strange. Fengir actually woke up so early? Never mind, I'll go eat first. After washing up, Yin Li headed to the cafeteria. Upon entering, he felt countless gazes fixed upon him, yet he paid them no mind, filling his plate with a variety of delectable Dragon Kingdom dishes before casually finding a place to sit and eat. Since refining his body with spiritual power, his appetite had significantly increased. Just as he was devouring his meal, a figure obstructed his view. Yin Li looked up in surprise and then quickly recognized the intruder as Lancelot, the current president of the Lionheart Society. Yin Li could surmise Lancelot's purpose for visiting. He likely wished to invite him to become the new president of the Lionheart Society. After all, Lancelot was nearing graduation, and the society needed a capable successor. Yin Li's performance during the Day of Freedom clearly made him a prime candidate. He believed that if Yin Li were willing to take on the role, the Lionheart Society would undoubtedly thrive. As expected, Lancelot promptly invited him to join the society, promising he could take over the presidency whenever he wished. I don't intend to join any clubs for now. Without allowing Lancelot to continue his enticing pitch, Yin Li hastened to finish his meal and departed. Back in his dormitory, Yin Li contentedly opened his phone to browse the internet. He had considered Lancelot's invitation, yet the primary value of joining the Lionheart Society lay in the bloodline refinement techniques, also known as blood bursting. However, this was of no utility to Yin Li. He might recommend it to Chu Zihang in the future. He believed that Lancelot, upon failing to recruit Yin Li, would not give up on Chu Zihang, who, in the original story, was the president of the Lionheart Society. Yin Li dismissed further thoughts and focused on his phone, opening the campus forum. Just as he did, he felt his temperature rise. The headlines were even more outrageous than before. He pondered why, after just visiting the cafeteria, the gazes directed at him seemed less like admiration for a strong individual and more tinged with pity. Those despicable clickbait titles. That evening, Fengir, with an ice pack pressed against one eye, told Yin Li, Junior, you understand me. Those articles were pinned by others in the news department, and as the head, I was completely unaware. Yin Li chose not to pursue the matter further, for Fengir was the greatest danger, whether in times of peril or peace. What? You mentioned the Flame Dragon Slayer? What connection do you think that has to Fengir? Fengir leaned closer with his computer and said, Junior, look, the forum is already speculating whether you can maintain your S rank after passing the 3E exam. This statement reminded Yin Li of his predicament. What if he couldn't complete the 3E exam? Although he had experienced a vision akin to spiritual sight on the train due to the death of the Black King, he couldn't guarantee his success in the 3E exam, which fundamentally tests one's bloodline. Senior, do you know if cheating is possible on the 3E exam? Fengir stared at his junior, doubting his sanity, as he questioned whether a person capable of taking down at least half of the Academy's elite hybrids would ask about cheating on the 3E exam. Who can comprehend such things, my friends? Truly perplexing. Before Fengir could respond, Yin Li received a notification from the school committee. Dear Yin Li, please arrive at Principal Nji's office by 3 p.m. tomorrow for a personal assessment of your bloodline. Upon reading this message, Yin Li abandoned any thoughts of cheating. Aside from the fact that Fengir hadn't yet completed his studies this year and might not know the answers, even if he did, it was futile now with Principal Ngu personally overseeing the assessment. Yin Li contemplated. However, this could serve as an excellent opportunity for confrontation. The next day, Yin Li arrived punctually outside Principal Nji's office. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a plethora of invaluable items that were immediately recognizable. He couldn't help but marvel internally, just as lavish as in the original. Yin Li pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Principal Ngu, scrutinizing the man before him. Dressed in a suit, though his hair was completely silver, he did not appear aged. Rather, he exuded a sense of maturity. His over a century of life had not quenched the fiery blood within him. As long as the dragon race was not entirely annihilated, his lion's heart would endure. While Yin Li observed him, Principal Ngu was equally scrutinizing Yin Li. Upon noticing Yin Li's blue eyes, his expression sharpened. Your eyes. They are not mere cosmetic lenses. Unlike Manstein, Principal Ngu understood that the S-rank bloodline granted him far more than just delayed aging. Upon seeing Yen Li's eyes, he sensed their authenticity. Was it a bloodline mutation? Or perhaps an unknown language of the spirit? Neither. Principal, it is unrelated to bloodlines or language. This is a power distinct from the dragon race, alchemy, or hybrids. Upon hearing this, Principal Ngu was astonished and stood up. Are you serious? Of course. I have no reason to deceive you, do I, Principal? Then what is this power? I know what you wish to ask, Principal, but regrettably, I am unique. Upon hearing this, Principal Ngu realized that this power seemed to belong exclusively to this young man. He slowly sat back down, pondering for a moment before smiling. Apologies. I may have lost my composure. It seems today's S3E exam may appear somewhat absurd. No worries, Principal. I wish to enter the execution department to undertake tasks. Oh. Why? As a newcomer, acquiring knowledge about the dragon race would greatly assist your understanding of them, making your tasks easier. Practical experience helps enhance my strength. And moreover, I believe it unnecessary to embark on the arduous journey of dragon slaying. Upon finishing his words, a formidable wave of energy radiated from his hand. Gazing at the purple sphere before him, Anger braced himself. This was not solely due to Yen Li's ability to unleash such power under the vice principal's command. He could distinctly sense the explosive potential emanating from the purple orb. He could not gauge the extent of devastation that an explosion of this orb would wreak. Yet he understood that should it detonate entirely, his survival would be improbable. Moments later, Anger rose with a smile and escorted Yen Li out of the principal's office. Chapter 9. Professor Schneider in the depths of the academy. Within the command center, numerous personnel from the executive department were issuing tasks and directives via computers. Behind them stood a man, his face marred with scars, accompanied by a respirator, commanding the scene. This man was none other than Professor Schneider, the head of the executive department. After joining Kaiser Academy, Feng Schneider took on the role of professor of dragon genealogy, mentoring several students. However, in the Greenland IC operation of 2001, Schneider's students and the Night Watcher's student, Eva, perished during a descent, while Schneider himself encountered a dragon. Although he injured the creature, he suffered severe frostbite and was contaminated by dragon blood. Since then, he had relied on a respirator for survival, returning to the academy no longer as a teacher, but as the head of the executive department. The phone rang, and upon answering, Schneider, with a raspy voice, inquired after hearing the information relayed from the other end. He is merely a new student. Are you certain about sending him on a mission so soon? He is S-rank. I believe he will not disappoint you. With that, Schneider ceased his inquiries and resumed his methodical command of operations. The call had been made by Anger, who, after his conversation with Yen Li, sensed that Yen Li might be the turning point in the battle against the dragons. In his mind, Yen Li's significance had ascended to a level comparable to that of a certain downtrodden middle schooler. He perused Yen Li's file, opting not to report the truth of Yen Li's situation to the secret party, instead preserving the S-rank evaluation and noting him as qualified after the 3E examination. The secret party was no longer what it once was. Many had forgotten and strayed from its founding principles. Nonetheless, old friends, I still remember. This half-blood, one of the strongest in the world, a warrior eternally at odds with dragons, now found himself somewhat melancholic. He retrieved a bottle of liquor and uncovered an old photograph, his fingers gently caressing it. Observing the image of Cambridge University and the smiling faces of several individuals, he revealed a nostalgic expression. The following day, in the command center of Kaiser Academy, Professor Schneider handed Yen Li a mobile phone, stating, "Pleased to meet you. I am the head of the executive department. You may call me Professor Schneider. From this day forward, you are a member of the executive department. This phone is designated for communication and task assignments. Welcome aboard." As Yen Li accepted the phone, he regarded the stern-faced Professor Schneider and inquired, "When will I embark on my mission?" "Tomorrow. You have 1 day to prepare." The next day, Yen Li boarded a plane headed for his first mission location, New York City, USA. On board, Yen Li studied the mission materials. The locale was the downtown slums of Manhattan, where multiple reports had been filed concerning the murder of several cotton workers over the past month. Eyewitnesses claimed to have seen a scaled monster eviscerating a cotton worker. Had the police not been patrolling nearby, the monster might have claimed another victim. The preliminary assessment indicated that the target had likely devolved into a Deadpool, with a danger level classified as B. While a B-level Deadpool posed no threat to him, he meticulously reviewed the materials before him. Real combat differed significantly from training, and he understood the importance of not underestimating an opponent simply due to overwhelming strength. Soon after, Yen Li arrived at his destination, surveying the filthy surroundings, with rats scurrying about and numerous addicts loitering on the streets. He could not help but remark on the state of affairs. Indeed, America was a land of contradictions. Chapter 10. The First Mission in the Slums. The streets were filled with cotton workers, the majority either leaning against poles or lying on the ground, indulging in drugs to experience fleeting pleasure. Occasionally, he spotted a few American farmers, having discarded their whips, who were now reveling alongside the cotton workers. Observing this group, Yanli had no doubt that if the fallen Deadpool hunted discreetly here, the local government would remain oblivious to the carnage. As the deaths of those succumbing to addiction were far more frequent than those caused by a Deadpool, making the latter's actions seemingly insignificant. As Yanli employed his 6 eyes to locate the mission target, a few cotton workers with their hands in their pockets approached him with ill intent. Even without his 6 eyes to discern the knives hidden within their pockets, he could clearly grasp their intentions. How quaintly simple-minded. Yanli paid no heed to the approaching group armed with knives. Instead, he focused on a small room within a dilapidated hotel at the end of the street. First, he lowered his head to switch off his phone, then proceeded towards that small room, unwittingly heading straight towards the knife-wielding thugs. Brother, your eye for talent is indeed sharp. This kid looks wealthy yet dim-witted, and he's coming straight towards us. Wait, after we relieve this kid of his money, drag him into the alley behind. I haven't seen such tender flesh in ages. Brother, after you're done, can we have a turn? As the group of armed cotton workers conversed, they watched Yanli approach, their knives itching to leap from their pockets at any moment. Yanli walked past the group as if they were invisible. The thugs were momentarily stunned, each of them grappling with the same question: why? Why don't I draw my knife? Where's my knife? Why can't I move? In the next instant, the group was reduced to mere fragments. In a shabby rental room, a grotesque figure, bare-chested and resembling something inhuman, injected himself with a substance. No longer could he be classified as human. Only the faint outline of a person could be discerned amidst the iron-gray, scaly visage. While his body was entirely obscured by black scales, his limbs grotesquely enlarged to several times the size of a normal human. The savage glint in his eyes revealed that this monster had long since lost any semblance of humanity, and scattered on the ground nearby lay remnants of syringes filled with dark red liquid. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the rental room. Upon hearing the sound, the monster sprang from the chair, its form shifting as massive claws sprouted from its arms, and the horrific black scales enveloped its hulking body. Yanli arrived at the threshold of the rental room, just as a terrifying claw burst through the door, hurtling towards his head. Through the lens of the 6 eyes, Yanli could clearly perceive the brutal expression on the Deadpool's face and the excitement glimmering in his eyes, as if he had already envisioned the scene of tearing apart the feeble human before him. I remarked, "Have you become overly exhilarated too soon?" The deadly claws appeared to have firmly grasped Yanli's throat, yet, in reality, they were halted mere inches away. The Deadpool strained with all his might, each muscle taut with exertion, yet he could make no progress. As Yanli's words faded, silence enveloped the scene. Hours later, a group of muscular individuals clad in black stood together, exchanging glances as they surveyed the desolation before them. For reasons unbeknownst to them, an instinctive feeling suggested that the aftermath of this encounter would entail a considerable increase in their workload. At this moment, Yanli sat aboard an aircraft, preparing to embark on the next mission. Name: Yanli. Current template: Wuqiao Wugo, Golden, Fusion Degree, 61 abilities, 6 eyes, unlimited technique, domain expansion, infinite void. Spatial power. Observing the increase in proficiency following the recent dispatch of Deadpool, Yanli began to discern the trajectory of future development. Indeed, practical experience significantly enhances the fusion degree at a faster pace. Although the increase was a mere one, such progress was not to be dismissed lightly. It is essential to recognize that this was only a B-class Deadpool, while Yanli was aware that the improvement in fusion degree would slow down as time passed. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, once he joined the execution department, opportunities for missions would be plentiful, provided his strength was adequate. For the execution department, regular students of Carcel Academy and members of the execution department could even enjoy vacations after completing a certain number of missions. However, for someone like Yanli, who actively sought out work, it was a different story. "Hey Lauda, do you want Palu?" "Palu? Laoong, don't jest with me. I'm not joking. If you want it, I'll deliver it to you." "All right then, send it over." Yanli contemplated. If I could elevate the fusion degree to 100 within a year, that would be ideal, though the journey ahead remains arduous. Chapter 11. The ace of the execution department at the Spanish border, within a concealed base established by illicit entities. A group of ruthless individuals was transporting a massive ancient coffin, measuring 5 meters in length, width, and height, adorned with peculiar symbols deeper into the facility. Nearby, a scarred man, cigar in mouth, grinned widely. One of his underlings fawned. Boss, we struck gold this time. Who would have thought someone on the dark web would pay such a high price for this? The wealthy simply have too much money to burn. Squandering it on worthless art collections, it's a windfall for us. Guard this closely. If this deal goes through, we could retire in Hawaii for the rest of our lives. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the depths of the base. What is going on? Didn't I tell you to be cautious? If this thing breaks, you'll all pay the price. The cigar-smoking man and his underling ventured deeper shortly thereafter. The base was engulfed in terrifying screams, which were silenced mere seconds later. Report, Professor Schneider. S-Class has arrived at the mission site. Prepare the logistics team. Commence cleanup in 5 minutes. Understood. If the students of Carcel Academy were to overhear this conversation, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The Academy has always emphasized the importance of slaying dragons with utmost caution and efficiency, avoiding unnecessary sacrifices. It is under this stringent principle that the execution department has maintained a consistently high mission completion rate. Ordinarily, unless in exceptional circumstances, if the target is a 3rd generation or higher lineage dragon, support must be requested to ensure absolute safety before proceeding. The execution department has always adhered to this protocol. However, the introduction of S-Class a year ago shattered this tradition. With unparalleled strength, remarkable efficiency, and a near-perfect task completion rate, this formidable individual could single-handedly combat 2nd-generation foes. Over the span of 6 months, S-Class demonstrated that support was redundant. Simply managing the aftermath sufficed as the best assistance. When a task confronts S-Class, that task is effectively accomplished. This is not mere flattery, but rather a consensus reached within the execution department over the past 6 months. Undoubtedly, this reflects the unwavering trust of the entire department in their ace. Rumor has it that even the stoic Minister Schneider holds S-Class in high regard. Within the base, corpses were strewn about, and curiously, their blood had mysteriously vanished, as if forcibly extracted by some unknown force. The terror evident in their eyes suggested they had encountered something horrific in their final moments. Amidst the multitude of bodies, a creature sat defiantly, flanked by the massive ancient coffin. A gaping hole marred the coffin's surface, appearing as though it had been violently breached from within. It is likely that this smuggling gang would never comprehend the nature of what they had unearthed from that mysterious, unknown relic. Yanli gazed at the winged, flame-spewing monstrosity before him, feeling somewhat disappointed. It was merely a 3rd-generation creature. Had it been a 2nd generation, perhaps it could have further enhanced the template fusion degree. Sensing the contempt in Yanli's eyes, the bloodline, just shy of 1st and 2nd generations, ignited its fury. With a sudden rush, it launched an assault, its colossal, charred wings casting a shadow over 1/5 of the base. As it soared toward the human, vowing to rend him asunder, strange noises emanated from its body, which seemed to swell in size as it approached Yanli. Just as it reached out with its razor-sharp claws, it found nothing but empty air. The human had vanished. Above, Yanli observed the 3rd-generation beast, pondering, is this an enhanced physical manifestation of a spirit? Quite rare, reminiscent of a bronze throne. Perhaps it is best to refrain from using techniques, as a more complete version may prove more beneficial to the Academy. As the 3rd-generation creature scanned its surroundings in search of the elusive human, it seemed to sense something, abruptly glancing upward and shielding its head with its wings and claws. Yet before it could fully protect itself, a fierce gust swept in, followed by a powerful punch landing squarely on its proud head. This 3rd-generation entity, having recently awakened from its long slumber within the coffin and just replenished its vitality, had dismissed the human as weak, akin to the previous smuggling gang. However, the intense pain radiating from its shattered wings and body served as a harsh awakening to reality. Without hesitation, Yanli struck again, sending dust scattering. In ancient times, this 3rd-generation creature was renowned for its strength among its kind. Now, half of its colossal form was embedded deep into the earth due to sheer brutality. Moments later, the logistics team responsible for cleanup arrived at the scene, beginning the process of transporting the remains of the 3rd-generation creature. Aboard the flight from Mexico to Chicago, the phone rang. Yanli answered, engaging in conversation with Minister Schneider on the other end. You executed this mission exceptionally well. Have you boarded the flight back to the Academy? I just got on not long ago. There is still plenty of time before we reach the Academy. I shall not disturb you any further. Let us converse properly upon your return to the Academy and ensure you take ample rest. After the call ended, Yanli gazed at the panel visible only to him, contemplating his forthcoming strategy. Name, Yanli current template. Wu Tiao Wu, Golden, Fusion Degree, 80 abilities, 6 eyes, unlimited techniques, domain expansion, Wuliang Kongqiu. Divine Might current Maul points, 100,000 with the Fusion Degree reaching 80. Yin Li recalled a recent encounter where, at a Fusion Degree of 73, he had vanquished a next-generation entity, which had been unable to withstand the force of his attack. Now, with an 80 Fusion Degree, he felt confident that he could easily prevail over one of the 4 monarchs, specifically the one wielding power among the twin heirs. As for defeating the complete Dragon King, who possessed the full authority and power, he believed it would be a cautious 50-50 chance. However, the Dragon King's formidable regenerative abilities posed a challenge. Thus, he surmised that to successfully eliminate the Dragon King in his prime, his Wu Tiao Wu template must achieve at least a Fusion Degree of 85. The reason Yin Li's template Fusion Degree was only at 80 was not due to insufficient task completion, but rather because the foes he encountered no longer contributed to increasing his Fusion Degree. For the past month or two, his Fusion Degree had stagnated at 80, and since then, he had only undertaken missions targeting entities of the 3rd generation or higher. He had anticipated that this mission would involve a 2nd-generation entity, but the execution department's analysis proved inaccurate, revealing it to be merely a 3rd generation. Now, only combat against 2nd and 1st-generation adversaries could enhance his template Fusion Degree. Before boarding the plane, he had conferred with Anger regarding acquiring intelligence or missions about perilous dragon species. Upon hearing his request, Anger suggested he return to the academy first. In the academy's library, 200 meters underground, a man donned in a KFC mask leisurely entered a heavily fortified chamber, skillfully inserting a white card. Subsequently, a virtual image resembling a girl was projected. The KFC masked man gently spoke, "Initiate EVA persona. You have arrived." The KFC man remained silent, fixated on the girl's eyes as if gazing at a living being rather than a projection. "You are concealing something from me." Indeed. Even though she lay eternally asleep beneath the ICC, and she was now merely a virtual persona, he could easily discern EVA's peculiarity because he loved her. EVA remained silent for a considerable time. "I just do not know if I should tell you. What is it that we cannot discuss?" After another prolonged silence, she finally reacted, projecting a series of photographs and documents. Upon viewing these images, the KFC man, who had been reclining, suddenly straightened, his eyes ablaze with a flame named Vengeance. At that moment, in a secure and concealed location, individuals capable of manipulating the hybrid world with the slightest gesture were gathered. Gattuso family's proxy, Frost Gattuso, Lauron family head, Elizabeth Lauron, Principal Anger, the bloodthirsty dragon hunter Beowulf, and a mysterious board member who remained disengaged from the meeting. Anger was engaged in a board meeting with various directors of Castle Academy. Aside from Anger, the other directors harbored ulterior motives, primarily aimed at ensuring the safety of Yin Li, the recently ascendant S-rank lineage. Castle Academy was not a monolith. Within the execution department, various directors had planted their own agents, a fact Anger was acutely aware of. They perceived Yin Li's S-rank as excessively monstrous, akin to a humanoid dragon king. The directors pressed Anger, interrogating him about the safety of Yin Li's lineage, with some even suggesting blood extraction for research to guarantee the Academy's security. Listening to their inquiries, Anger maintained his smile and simply asked, "Are you all done speaking?" Instantly, the room fell silent, not out of respect for Anger, but because he ignited his golden eyes as he spoke. In that moment, the directors realized Anger was not a mere director to be trifled with. He was one of the most formidable hybrids of this century. Anger surveyed the silent assembly and began. "Yin Li is an S-rank whose lineage I personally confirmed through the 3E examination. If you believe I, as principal, am unworthy of my position and incapable of assessing my student's lineage, feel free to express it openly." Upon hearing this, the directors fell into another silence, understanding Anger's subtle reminder. "Furthermore, I comprehend your concerns and troubles," he continued, opening a large screen that projected 2 files. The directors ceased their chatter, and unlike their previous pressure on Anger, the documents now brought them shock. They understood the significance of Anger releasing these files in regard to today's discussion. Even though the subject was an S-rank, the content was surreal. The 2 documents detailed the Greenland Ice incident, while the other bore the title The Ocean and Water King, Chapter 12, The 3 Nurturers. Within Castle Academy, unlike most days where individuals engaged in practical training or classes, nearly everyone gathered in anticipation of the S-rank's return. Over the past 6 months, the legend of Yin Li within the execution department had spread throughout Castle Academy, primarily due to his astounding achievements as an S-rank. Additionally, The embellishments of the news departments had contributed significantly to the tales. At the forefront of the throng stood two individuals, with the majority subtly rallying behind them. Had Yinli been present, he would have easily recognized the current president of the Lionheart Society, Lancelot, and the student council president, Caesar, who had firmly established himself within the past 6 months. Upon disembarking the plane, Yinli immediately spotted the two figures leading the group. It was evident that Lancelot had not abandoned his intention to invite him to join the Lionheart Society and assume its leadership. Given Lancelot's character and the prestige Yinli had gained within the execution department, he would likely persist in his pursuit for some time. Caesar had previously extended an invitation to Yinli to join the student council, but the significance of the Lionheart Society to Lancelot starkly contrasted with that of the student council to Caesar. Lancelot regarded the Lionheart Society as a matter of honor and legacy, while Caesar merely viewed the student council as a team for companionship. Consequently, after Yinli declined, Caesar never broached the subject again. An amusing incident occurred recently when Caesar applied to join the execution department. However, before anger could consider the request, it was outright rejected by his uncle, Frascatuso. Though confident in himself, Caesar held little hope for joining the execution department, especially since he was merely a first-year student, yet to complete the requisite courses. Thus, he had prepared himself for rejection, yet upon learning that his uncle had intervened before his application even reached principal anger, it was inevitable that he would engage in a heartfelt exchange with his uncle, given his already tenuous feelings towards the Gattuso family. As Yinli approached, he was inevitably surrounded, akin to a celestial body drawing the attention of surrounding stars. Observing the excited crowd before him, Yinli felt a tinge of embarrassment. While he excelled in combat, he found himself ill-suited for social interactions in such circumstances. Just as he was at a loss, Angeli approached from the back of the line and said, "All right, let our distinguished S-class take a break." Upon hearing this, the crowd parted to create a path for Principal Angeli and Yinli. In the principal's office, Angeli handed Yinli a cup of hot tea and, gazing at the young man across from him, praised, "You must be the most exceptional student since the founding of Cassii Academy." Hearing the heartfelt compliment from the elder, Yinli smiled and replied, "Principal, you flatter me. Do not be modest. Your performance in the execution department is indisputable. Without a doubt, you are the one Cassii Academy has been waiting for," Angeli continued, playfully adding, "aside from worrying that you might be swept away by a girl from Japan." Yinli could not help but blush, a rare occurrence for him. He was known for completing tasks promptly and moving on without delay, a recognized task enthusiast. However, during a mission in Japan, he inexplicably lingered for a week, an exception that surprised everyone in the execution department. His extended stay in Japan was, of course, due to a certain red-haired priestess. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Angeli rummaged through a safe behind him. He then produced a file and handed it to Yinli, saying, "Here, this contains the information you seek." As Yinli accepted the file and saw suspected king of the ocean and water inscribed on it, he trembled slightly, not out of fear, but excitement. Date: March 20th, 2009. Location: Antarctica. A week ago, satellite surveillance indicated that an unidentified dragon species had departed from the Southern Ocean at an alarming speed. Within less than a day of its movement, it had astonishingly arrived in Antarctica. Subsequently, F-class Agent Finger set out for reconnaissance. Based on satellite images, it was confirmed to be the culprit behind the Grant IC incident from 10 years prior, classified as a next-generation species. On the second day of this next-generation species arrival in Antarctica, powerful elemental turbulence was detected in the depths of Antarctica. Initial research suggested that the intensity of this elemental turbulence was at the Dragon King level. Principal, before Yinli could even inquire, Angeli seemed to anticipate his question and preemptively stated, "This next-generation species has remained dormant since the Grant IC incident until its recent movement a week ago. Based on the residual information from the Grant IC operation, combined with analysis from the technical department, it has been determined that this next-generation species is directly affiliated with the lineage of the King of Ocean and Water." In other words, indeed, the King of Ocean and Water is likely in the depths of Antarctica, and it is possible that this creature's journey is to awaken His Highness. "I wish to depart immediately. The plane is ready." In a vast villa, a delicate beauty munching on potato chips and a voluptuous beauty engaged in conversation were suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a small devil. In unison, they exclaimed, "Boss." The two beauties were none other than the potato chip trios, Su Inshi and Ninja Jodomai. "Boss, is there a new mission?" Jodomai asked first. "The King of Ocean and Water is about to awaken. The predetermined fate has been entirely altered. You will follow behind the great monster and adapt as necessary." The small devil did not keep them in suspense. Revealing the information regarding the king of ocean and water, and then handing Jujutsu a map directing her to Antarctica. Suinchi furrowed her brows slightly, aware that the boss would not recklessly place them in danger, yet she could not help but worry for Jujutsu, as that was a bona fide dragon king. Sensing Suinchi's concern, the small devil reassured them, "No need to worry too much. I will prepare protective measures for Mai. Furthermore, the king of ocean and water has just awakened and has yet to fully absorb its power to become a complete dragon king, so sending Mai is merely a precaution." Jujutsu continued, "What about Xiaobai too? Should we call Ling back?" "There is no need. Future efforts will focus entirely on the great monster. I have already arranged for Ling to prepare to enter Cassii Academy, so there is no need to summon her back specifically." After issuing instructions, the small devil settled into a brand new office chair, swirling a glass of red wine. As the wine swayed with the movement, his thoughts drifted to another realm, his gaze seemingly transcending time to find itself beside Lu Mingfei. In a bustling classroom during a break, with cicadas buzzing outside, Lu Mingfei was sprawled across his desk, fast asleep. Scenes unfolded before the small devil like a film, and as the sound of shattering glass echoed, the small devil stepped into the classroom. The once boisterous room fell silent instantly. The cicadas ceased their song, and the slumbering Lu Mingfei remained oblivious to this spectacle. The small devil approached the desk beside him, propping her head on her hand as she gazed at Lu Mingfei, unable to restrain herself from whispering, "Brother." Regrettably, Lu Mingfei did not hear the small devil's call. Unperturbed, she simply observed the side of his face, partially hidden by his arms, lost in thought. Could the appearance of the great monster allow them to remain forever as the innocent little rabbits they were? Chapter 13. Dream of Antarctica. On the plane heading to Antarctica, Yen Li felt a surge of anxiety. Novels differ vastly from reality. The grand worldview constructed by the old thief features mixed-blood monarchs, the four great dragon kings, the White King, the Black King, and the protagonist Lu Mingfei, who resembles the world tree. With numerous unresolved plot threads, Yen Li had long anticipated events outside the narrative. However, the emergence of the king of ocean and water was entirely unexpected. Moreover, the next-generation species, the culprit behind the Grant Ice Sea incident a decade ago, was closely intertwined with this matter. It was hardly surprising that Finger had ventured to Antarctica, for the long-sought enemy finally bore fruit in the form of information. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Yet, even with many hidden cards, Finger faced an undeniable next-generation species, not to mention the looming presence of the king of ocean and water. Yen Li could only hope Finger would exercise caution. Somewhere in Antarctica, Finger followed the footsteps of a woman as they delved deeper into the snow-laden terrain. After what felt like an eternity, the woman turned to Finger, signaling for a brief respite. Finger nodded and began to replenish his energy while simultaneously scanning the surroundings for potential dangers. The woman before him had hair that appeared to be naturally faded after dying, predominantly black with hints of pale blue, complemented by a fair complexion and long legs. She was a witness located by the execution department through specialized means, a C-class external agent, codenamed Shueyu. For reasons unknown, Finger's instincts sensed something peculiar about the woman. Yet he did not dwell on it. His priority remained tracking the elusive beast. Unbeknownst to both Finger and Shueyu, Jujutsu was observing their every move from a distance with binoculars. After a brief rest, Finger and Shueyu resumed their journey. They traversed through increasingly thick layers of snow, which now reached their calves, when suddenly, a small black appeared in the distance. Finger immediately became cautious, signaling Shueyu to follow him as they approached the nearby area for observation. As Finger drew closer, the dark spot ahead became increasingly distinct and larger. Upon reaching a point not far from it, the dark spot revealed its true nature. It was not merely a dark spot. It was, without a doubt, a pure-blood dragon. Its massive body coiled, covered in deep blue-black patterns. Unlike most dragons, it bore no scales, resembling a colossal serpent. Finger clenched his fists tightly. The azure-black serpent before him was the very creature he had long sought to find and eradicate, the accursed beast from the Greenland Ice Sea incident a decade ago. Anger and hatred did not cloud his judgment. He understood that relaying information back to the academy was the best course of action. Thus, he meticulously marked the location and cautiously turned back, signaling Shueyu to retreat with him in search of assistance. However, upon turning back, he discovered that Shueyu had vanished. A wave of shock coursed through Finger. A living person had been trailing him. Yet in the brief moment he took to mark the spot, she had disappeared. His pupils constricted, and he glanced at the location where the black serpent had been, only to find it had already vanished. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Fengir swiftly drew his knife, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. As he cautiously retraced his steps, he suddenly heard a faint sound behind him. In an instant, his body grew more robust, and he swung his knife backward with force. Flames enveloped the blade as he unleashed the blood fury and the dark kill flame demon blade. Contrary to his expectations, the colossal serpent did not materialize. Instead, a figure appeared. The figure evaded the attack, and upon closer inspection, Fengir realized it was Shui Yu. Without waiting for her to react, Fengir vanished from his spot, reappearing before Shui Yu. In that moment, the dark kill flame demon blade pierced through Shui Yu's chest, crimson blood gushing forth. How could a C-grade extraneous personnel possibly evade a strike following the eruption of pure A-grade bloodline power? As he gazed upon the fallen body before him, Fengir felt no tremor in his heart, maintaining a state of vigilance. Yet, scarcely had the body collapsed when it abruptly vanished. Confusion and wariness filled Fengir's mind. The body's disappearance raised questions. Was it an illusion? Before he could ponder further, an alarm blared within him. His heightened senses and instincts, sharpened by the blood fury, prompted him to raise his knife defensively. A sound of something slicing through the air pierced the silence, followed by a resounding crash. Fengir was violently struck backward, barely managing to halt his momentum as he spat blood. Gazing at the empty surroundings, he quickly contemplated the situation. Was it invisibility? Was it achieved through a linguistic spirit or a similar power? No, that wasn't right. It wasn't invisibility, but rather an influence on perception akin to hypnosis. Realizing the nature of the opponent's linguistic ability, Fengir felt a tightening in his chest. Perhaps when he first encountered this new breed in the snowy expanse, he had already fallen under the sway of their linguistic spirit. Through the instinct of survival and battle intuition, Fengir summoned all his strength to swing his knife, barely managing to deflect the invisible attack, though he was still forced back several steps. A flash of insight struck Fengir, as if he had grasped an answer. He closed his eyes. His muscles swelled once more, and parts of his body began to undergo draconian transformation, sprouting scales. When he opened his eyes again, the azure-black serpent had unfurled its enormous jaws, prepared to devour him. The second eruption of blood fury had rendered the serpent's linguistic spirit temporarily ineffective against him. In a split second, accelerated by the second blood fury, he rolled swiftly to evade, and then, with immense force, the dark kill flame demon blade pierced through the serpent's midsection, delivering a devastating blow. The wounded serpent lashed its tail toward Fengir in retaliation, and he instinctively prepared to withdraw his knife to evade. Fengir's reflexes were lightning fast, almost instantaneous. Yet, to his astonishment, the serpent disregarded its injuries and fiercely coiled around his blade, restricting his movements. In that fleeting moment of being immobilized, the serpent's tail struck Fengir, knocking him to the ground. The formidable body of the next-generation beast delivered a crushing blow, severely injuring Fengir, who was already in a state of second blood fury. After toppling Fengir, the serpent constricted around him like a python on the hunt, tightening its grip relentlessly. As the pressure intensified, Fengir felt his bones begin to fracture under the strain. Death was closing in. He needed to devise a strategy. If this continued, he would soon be slain by this beast. Just as pain and suffocation enveloped him, the serpent vanished, replaced by a figure that haunted his dreams, EVA. Soon after, more figures emerged, including his former team members, appearing before him, and the pain seemed to alleviate in that moment. Looking at the familiar faces, Fengir spoke. "Are you here to rescue me? Dying like this doesn't seem so bad." The figure of EVA opened her arms, gently saying, "Fengir, you have done enough. You need not fight any longer. You need not fight any longer. You have done enough." Such exquisite words. Fengir smiled, tears streaming down his face. How could it be possible that he had done enough? From the moment he lost them, it would never be enough. The forbidden key was unlocked. Unleashing the third blood fury, the ethereal EVA dissipated, and once more, the colossal serpent loomed before him, pain and suffocation returning as the serpent, while constricting Fengir, also activated its linguistic spirit to diminish his will. Utilizing his fully draconianized arm, now adorned with claws, Fengir tore through the serpent's constricting tail with sheer force. Catching the beast off guard, the serpent howled in pain, and without hesitation, Fengir rushed to the site where the serpent had been grievously injured. This time, he did not withdraw the dark kill flame demon blade, but instead gripped the hilt tightly, channeling his strength. The serpent continued to cry out in agony, but within the next breath, it fell silent, crashing to the ground without a sound. Empowered by the absolute strength of the third blood fury, Fengir used the blade still embedded in the serpent's body to carve upward toward its head. However, in the fleeting moments after the serpent collapsed, Fengir too succumbed to the ground. Blood flowed incessantly, his vision blurred by crimson. He had reached his limits, especially after utilizing the irreversible third blood fury. Footsteps echoed softly as Fengir summoned his remaining strength to address the newcomer, relay the information from here back to the academy, before losing consciousness. In his hazy vision, he failed to discern the coldness in the newcomer's eyes. The newcomer was none other than the long-lost Shueyu. Suddenly, Shueyu seemed to sense something, rushing forward with urgency to kneel beside Fengir. The previous icy demeanor vanished, replaced by concern as she called out to him. "Fengir, wake up." A voice emanated from behind her, the irreversible draconian transformation brought by the third blood fury. "This is rather troublesome." Shueyu picked up her knife, turning alertly to face the youth with blue pupils. "Who are you?" Yanli did not respond to the inquiries of the individual before her. Instead, she advanced and employed a reversal technique to stabilize Fengir's injuries. However, the transformation induced by the third-degree blood eruption could not be mitigated, as it was fundamentally a genetic issue. Much like the dragon transformation experienced by Chu Zihong in the original work during his third-degree blood eruption, Yanli resolved to utilize the solution presented in the original narrative. Turning to Shueyu, she remarked, "Let us catch a fish." Before Shueyu could comprehend the meaning behind her words, Yanli had already appeared behind her, thrusting her right hand through Shueyu's abdomen. Golden blood gushing forth from the wound. Yanli retracted her hand, directing the blood she had manipulated through her spell power towards Fengir. As the blood dripped onto him, his dragon transformation gradually receded, returning him to his normal state. In a flash, Yanli positioned herself beside Fengir, leading him to a safer location before swiftly returning to her original spot. Observing Shueyu, who was slowly crawling on the ground as her wounds began to mend, Yanli paid no mind, instead focusing on the direction opposite to her. "They are coming," she whispered softly. At that moment, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. The once expansive white snow was engulfed by a sea of blue, with shallow waters enveloping the ground. A gentle step sent ripples cascading outward, while the sky transitioned from bright to dark, morphing from daylight into a star-filled azure night. Yanli understood that this was the manifestation of Nibelungen, constructed by the dominion of the ocean and water king. As the environment was entirely altered, a colossal whale leaped from the water's surface, only to plunge back into the depths. At its apex, it obscured a significant portion of the sky, endlessly looping towards the crawling Shueyu. The Leviathan, the embodiment of dominion within the ocean and water king, and the behemoth, the embodiment of authority within the same realm, were now in play. Chapter 14. The ocean and water king watching the Leviathan swiftly approach the behemoth within mere breaths. Yanli's mind conceived a daring notion. Undoubtedly, this was the optimal moment to eliminate the ocean and water king. The behemoth was gravely wounded, and the Leviathan posed no threat to her. At this juncture, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that, should she choose, both offspring of the ocean and water king could meet their demise here, leading to the fall of the ocean and water king within Nibelungen. However, Yanli's intention was not to slay the offspring beneath the throne, but rather to ascend and confront the ruler seated upon it. Should other hybrids discover Yanli's intentions, they would undoubtedly denounce her as mad. Such audacity could only be deemed insanity. The Leviathan, dragging its massive form towards Yanli and the behemoth, unleashed a towering column of water from its mouth as it drew near. Yanli raised her hand, and Song materialized instantaneously, intercepting the sudden attack from the Leviathan. "You are not fleeing. Rather, you are opting to attack me?" Yanli mused, realizing that the Leviathan must have mistaken her and the behemoth for allies. It seemed that the offspring of dominion were generally lacking in intelligence. Yanli moved with swiftness surpassing that of the Leviathan, positioning herself above its head before launching her offensive. As Yanli's words fell, the Leviathan was struck mid-air, its enormous form crashing into the water and generating monumental waves. With just a single blow, the Leviathan suffered severe injuries. Warily observing the human in the sky, with its massive pupils revealing a hint of trepidation. That last strike had inflicted considerable damage upon it. The Leviathan, now proactive, surged forth with a torrent of water towards Yanli, forming a whirlpool that sought to ensnare her. Yinling Sequence Number 90, Calamity Vortex. Yanli unleashed both Song and he once more. The Leviathan, witnessing the unstoppable assault piercing through the vortex, immediately summoned water to defend itself. Yet, Song and he pressed forward with unrelenting force, shattering the water defense and striking the Leviathan anew. Following the tremendous explosion, the Leviathan's form gradually became visible. Unlike its initial formidable stature, it now bore severe injuries, with several large, visible wounds. Golden blood gushed forth incessantly, and seeing the Leviathan, who could barely move, Yanli decided to withdraw. Yanli stored the dragon blood obtained from gravely injuring both the behemoth and the Leviathan into her system space, then cast her gaze upon the twin offspring below. Despite its grievous wounds, the Leviathan's formidable recovery abilities allowed it to move with great effort, pursuing the behemoth, which was alarmingly close. It understood that the only path to victory was to devour the behemoth and claim the title of the true ocean and water king. As the Leviathan drew nearer to the behemoth, it sensed that the behemoth had also sustained significant injuries. Yet, as the embodiment of dominion, its robust form endowed it with superior recovery capabilities compared to the behemoth. If it could catch up, the Leviathan would ascend to the throne. Unlike Norton, Constantine, Yamunga, and Fenrir, the Leviathan and behemoth shared no bonds of brotherhood or sisterhood. Their sole concern was power, engaging in mutual slaughter, devouring one another, and ultimately surviving to become the sole ruler, enjoying dominion and might. At last, the Leviathan caught up with the crawling behemoth, the dawn of victory within its grasp. Its gaping maw poised to consume the behemoth and become the complete king. Suddenly, the behemoth turned, revealing a chilling smile, and it became evident that its wounds had healed significantly. It turned out that the behemoth had never truly intended to flee. Instead, it had exerted all its effort to recover, creating the illusion of a gravely injured creature slowly crawling away to deceive the Leviathan. The injured Leviathan, observing the retreating behemoth, was determined to seize the opportunity to devour her, pressured by Yen Li's presence to pursue. The overwhelming weight of desire and the specter of death clouded the Leviathan's reason, and in its frenzied state, it failed to recognize that the behemoth had already regained much of its strength. The Leviathan unwittingly walked headlong into the trap set by its sister. Before them, Nibelungen first succumbed to waves of collapse, then stabilized once more, even becoming more robust than before. From the location where the behemoth had once been, a creature emerged, exuding far greater oppressive power than the Leviathan. It bore 9 blue serpent heads, yet it did not crawl. Instead, it stood on 2 feet, its body a hue of ocean blue, slightly smaller than the Leviathan, yet brimming with wilder strength. Additionally, it sprouted wings from its back. Simply standing there, without the need for incantation, the water elements swirled around it in submission, embodying the essence of complete power and authority. The ocean and water king, Tiamat. Tiamat was ablaze with fury. As one of the noble beings that once ruled the world for a millennium, how could it fail to recognize that the human before it had deliberately facilitated its transformation into the complete Dragon King, who granted these lowly beings the audacity to disrespect the Dragon King? In the midst of this raging fury, its aura swelled, causing the surrounding water elements to surge violently. Yen Li, feeling the stark contrast between Tiamat's overwhelming power and that of the Leviathan, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Taking the initiative, she closed the distance and launched an attack with Song and He. Tiamat summoned the water elements to form a colossal water wall that successfully blocked Song's advance. However, He, following closely behind, broke through the water elements with the force of Song, yet Tiamat was nowhere to be found behind the water wall. In a sudden maneuver, Yen Li flipped her body midair, facing downward as she released He. Tiamat, having stealthily positioned itself directly beneath Yen Li, surged upward to attack. Just as he neutralized the tumultuous water elements below, Tiamat burst forth from the obscuring waters, its previous display having been a mere feint. Tiamat held a massive trident and swung it towards Yen Li. Unfazed, Yen Li turned around and unleashed a powerful punch of black lightning. The force of the black lightning propelled Tiamat several dozen meters away. Once Tiamat stabilized after being knocked back, it remained still. With the activation of divine power, Yen Li vanished from his original location, which had been completely shattered by the trident. It turned out that Tiamat had cast an illusion, reminiscent of the hypnotic abilities of the next-generation giant serpent, creating a mirage of itself still in place, while its true form stealthily approached from behind to launch an attack. Tiamat suddenly materialized where Yen Li had just been and struck fiercely with the trident, the force shattering parts of space itself. Following the tremendous blow, Tiamat quickly moderated its strength, using its wings to maintain flight. The special linguistic ability that created illusions did not affect Yen Li due to the enhancement of the 6 eyes. Tiamat was astonished. What kind of ability was this? The human before it could tear apart space. Most crucially, it sensed no presence of any linguistic abilities or dragon lineage. meaning this was a pure-blooded human? What on earth had transpired during its slumber? Before it could ponder further, Yanli reappeared not far away. He then unleashed a powerful punch towards Taimatu's wing, and amidst the rising fervor of battle, black lightning surged across the battlefield once more. Taimatu was struck directly, one of its dragon wings torn off by the black lightning's immense force. In pain, Taimata cried out as its injured body could no longer maintain its altitude, plunging downward for a brief moment. After a considerable free fall, Taimata managed to stabilize itself with its remaining wing. Taimata charged at Yanli, who stood his ground and continued to retaliate. At that moment, Yanli encountered an opponent with whom he could unleash his full potential. The formidable adversary invigorated him, allowing for swifter and more agile movements, as he unleashed a powerful attack in response. Taimatu's trident met Yanli's strike, but under the full force of Yanli's attack, it was repelled, resulting in the explosion of Taimatu's two heads. Unable to sustain flight due to the pain, Taimata plummeted into the water, where it refrained from further assault and instead sought refuge. However, Yanli's 6 eyes clearly tracked Taimata's hiding trajectory, and with a surge of power, he unleashed another strike that obliterated Taimatu's 4 remaining heads beneath the surface. Taimata ceased to hide, and instead summoned a swirling mass of water elements towards Yanli. This water element attack was unlike any before, lacking in power, but serving to obscure Yanli's vision. Yanli advanced rather than retreating, using his limitless technique to disperse the chaotic water around him and prepared to launch another assault. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The trident that had been knocked away emitted a brilliant blue light. Seizing the moment when Yanli's vision was briefly obscured, Taimatu arrived at the trident's fallen location. Grasping it with both hands, the already tumultuous water elements surged wildly. Linguistic Sequence 115, The Abyss. Taimatu realized after their initial clash that it could not best this human in physical combat, especially in its weakened state. The reality was not a game. Leviathan and Behemoth were both injured entities, and Taimatu, as a result, was also weakened, requiring time to regain its strength. In its prime, Taimatu was confident it would not find itself in such a dire situation against this human. The existence of Nibelungen was fundamentally constructed by Leviathan, lacking the capacity to defend against the possibility of space being torn asunder at any moment. If it engaged in close combat now, it would merely become a target for this human. Thus, it intentionally allowed the trident to be dislodged, secretly using it to channel the water elements for its ultimate strike. The world-ending linguistic ability, the Abyss. If the Abyss could be successfully activated, its power would engulf the entire Nibelungen. The might of the Abyss would seal the entirety of space. Once activated, victory would be assured. The elemental turmoil expanded wildly, causing the entire Nibelungen to tremble. The activation of the Abyss could not be halted. Taimatu's eyes gleamed with madness. This battle was mine to win. Damn the human. The domain unfolded into the boundless void. Suddenly, within Taimatu's perception, the Nibelungen that it had once controlled was instantaneously shattered, replaced by a strange space, flooding its mind with countless pieces of information. Under this overwhelming impact, Taimatu's hand, poised to trigger the Abyss, faltered. However, for a ruler who had existed for thousands of years, the influence of the boundless void was minimal, and it began to gradually shake off the effects. Yet, that brief moment was all that was needed. 1 second, then 2 seconds later. Just as Taimatu was about to emerge from the boundless void, its mind received one final piece of information. Chapter 15, Above and Below. The last image in Taimatu's mind was that of Yanli standing above, while Taimatu stood below, leaving it momentarily dazed. Once, during the dragon race's millennia-long reign in this world, even the lesser bloodlines of the 3rd and 4th generations were regarded as towering figures above humans. As one of the 4 great monarchs, Taimatu had looked down upon these frail humans from the pinnacle. But now, the one standing above was no longer a dragon. Above and below, only I reigned supreme. The 9 principles, the bias, the black and the sound of life, between the inside and the outside. The void style, unlike any previous attack. An overwhelming force obliterated Taimatu's body. After a flash of purple light, Taimatu's dragon form collapsed. The king of the ocean and water had fallen. Watching from afar, Jodamai could only gape at the surreal scene unfolding before her, taking some time to return to reality before hastily departing. The first mission of the nursing trio concluded in this manner, ending with a spectator's perspective. The surrounding environment reverted to normal. Not far off, Funga had awakened, and Yanli greeted the rushing Funga with a smile, saying, "Brother, long time no see." Funga stared blankly at the youth before him and the enormous corpse behind him. taking a while to regain his senses. Hours later, Anger, sipping tea and perusing a magazine in his office, answered a call, his eyes widening as the teacup fell to the carpet. Shortly thereafter, several colossal aircraft secretly arrived in Antarctica. Yanli began to dismember Tiamata's body into manageable pieces. Otherwise, with its immense size, there would be no means of transporting it intact. After transferring Tiamatu's remains onto several planes, Yanli and Funga boarded one to commence their journey back to school. The moment Funga sat down, he began inquiring about what had transpired after he had fainted. In truth, he had wanted to ask since awakening in Antarctica, but observing Yanli's exhausted form after the fierce battle, he had temporarily set aside his curiosity. So, you severely wounded the one who held power among the twins and used her blood to help me cleanse the aftermath of the violent blood? Upon learning of the events following his fainting, Funga gazed at his younger disciple, who was several years his junior, with a complex expression, feeling as though this was slightly over the top. Ange, being of S rank as well, has not demonstrated such ferocity. He earnestly suggested, Shitty, shall we take some time to conduct a check? You might be the reincarnation of the Black Emperor without even realizing it. Observing Fingal's familiar banter, accompanied by his exaggerated expressions, Yanli couldn't help but chuckle softly. The recent battle had indeed drained him significantly, had it not been for the influence of the infinite void, which served as a trump card against Tiamat. The outcome would have been uncertain. The strength of the Dragon King is no trivial matter. After exchanging a few words with Fingal, Yanli began to rest his eyes, succumbing to fatigue and exhaustion, soon drifting into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, still drowsy, Yanli stretched and inquired of Fingal, how much longer until we reach the academy? Fingal, appearing as if he had just roused from sleep himself, yawned and replied, We are nearing our destination, just over an hour remains. Shortly thereafter, at the academy's helipad, Ange's eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed the approaching aircraft. Beside him stood a disheveled man with a scruffy beard and a prominent belly, who eagerly craned his neck to catch a glimpse of the plane. As Yanli and Fingal disembarked, they were greeted by Principal Ange and a middle-aged man at his side. Before Ange could speak, the middle-aged man dashed toward the plane, inspecting and caressing Tiamat's dragon carcass. He is the vice principal of our academy, renowned as the most capable alchemist of this century, Ange remarked. Fingal interjected, adding that he is also one of the permanent judges for the academy's annual swimsuit competition. Ange excitedly addressed Yanli. You have truly surprised me beyond measure. Although he had anticipated this moment when dispatching Yanli on the mission to Antarctica, witnessing the corpse of the King of Oceans and Waters firsthand was still overwhelming. How long has it been? Each time we vanquished them, they would inevitably return, yet today, a noble king has been utterly defeated. This is a miracle that has eluded us throughout the ages. My apologies for my outburst. We have never been so close to achieving our goal of ending the reign of dragons. Yanli understood Ange's sentiments well. Ange's former comrades had perished beneath the claws of the Dragon King. No one harbors a deeper hatred for the dragons than he does. And the death of a king confirms that they are not invincible. Once Ange composed himself, Yanli expressed the need for a private discussion. Ange instructed his associates to transport the body of the King of Oceans and Waters to the ice cellar, and then he and Yanli proceeded to the vice principal's residence. Before departing, Ange addressed Fingal, Professor Schneider is waiting for you, and thank you for your hard work. Upon hearing this, Fingal's demeanor shifted from his previous levity to a solemn nod. In the clock tower where the vice principal resided, Yanli and Ange took their seats. Ange skillfully retrieved a bottle of vintage red wine from the safe. Yanli accepted the glass handed to him and finished it in one gulp. As he had never cultivated the habit of savoring wine, for him, drinking was akin to consuming an unpleasant beverage. Ange chuckled, It appears you prefer tea. I shall prepare some fine tea for you next time. Soon after, Vice Principal Nicholas Flammel, also the Academy's keeper, returned to the clock tower. Upon entering, he spotted Ange clutching his wine and immediately rushed over to seize it from him. Come now, don't be so stingy, old friend. Today, I am in a good mood, so I won't hold it against you. Ange, not lingering on the wine, earnestly began to explain the Nibelungen plan to Yanli. The Academy once proposed a concept to enhance hybrids using the energy of the Dragonbone Cross, ultimately granting them the power to slay the Dragon King. This initiative was termed the Nibelungen Plan. Ange took a sip of wine and continued, However, this plan faces an insurmountable challenge. Without the Dragonbone Cross, the hybrids cannot be enhanced, and those unenhanced hybrids cannot defeat the Dragon King to obtain the Dragonbone Cross. Thus, the plan has been stuck in a vicious cycle, remaining unresolved until now. Your arrival has altered the entire landscape. I wish to know if the Dragonbone Cross of the King of Oceans and Waters can assist you. If you require it, I can arrange for you to engage in the Nibelungen plan immediately. There is no doubt that if Yanli needed the Dragonbone Cross of the King of Oceans and Waters, Eng would advocate for him vehemently. After all, Yanli had already succeeded in defeating the Dragon King head-on even before undergoing the enhancements of the Nibelungen plan. One could only imagine the extent to which Yanli's combat prowess would escalate following further enhancements. The Dragonbone Cross of the Dragon King holds minimal significance for me. However, I require the Vice Principal's assistance in crafting something. Though Eng felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this, he quickly regained his composure. What do you need? I will ensure that Flammel assists you to the fullest. Flammel was equally curious about what Yanli intended to create using the Dragonbone Cross of the Dragon King. Perhaps a supremely powerful alchemical weapon? Yanli's expression turned serious. I wish for the Vice Principal to help me create 3 potions capable of counteracting the blood invasion of the superhybrids and restoring their lineage. Potions to counteract the blood invasion of the superhybrids? Indeed. Flammel fell into a brief contemplation before responding. No problem, absolutely none. Moreover, based on my estimations, there will be a substantial surplus of the Dragonbone Cross after fulfilling your request. What do you wish to do with the remainder? I only need these 3 potions. The Academy may handle the rest as it sees fit. Flammel's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? This is the Dragonbone Cross of the Dragon King. Its value is such that all hybrids would go mad for it. I am certain, Vice Principal. I appreciate your assistance, and the quicker the potions are produced, the better. No problem, I shall attend to it immediately. Without delay, Flammel hurried to the ice cellar, eager to commence the extraction of the Dragonbone Cross. Fearing that Yanli might change his mind, Eng, watching Flammel rush off, intended to say something but found him already vanished. Turning back to Yanli, he remarked, Yanli, the Academy has greatly benefited from you this time. Thank you, but let us save that for later, Principal. After everything concludes. Upon hearing this, Eng was momentarily taken aback before bursting into genuine laughter. Very well, let us wait until everything is resolved. Chapter 16. The Red-Haired Sorceress upon returning to his dormitory. Yanli found Fingal absent, likely engaged in conversation with Professor Schneider, as they were once teacher and student. Not dwelling on it further, Yanli reclined on his bed to review the spoils of his Antarctic journey. Firstly, his template fusion rate had risen from 80 to 85. He felt confident that he could now single-handedly defeat the Dragon King in his prime. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was the increase in his points within the system and a random extraction opportunity. The system had indicated this upon slaying the King of Oceans and Waters, but at the time, Yanli had been fully focused on battling Tiamat, which is why he now had the chance to examine it thoroughly. Congratulations, the host has killed the King of Oceans and Waters, significantly altering the narrative, earning 100,000 points and 1 random extraction opportunity. With 100,000 points credited to his account, Yanli could not help but feel exhilarated. He now possessed 200,000 points. Moving one step closer to the 300,000 points needed for a colorful template extraction. The system, please allow me to utilize the opportunity for a random draw. Yanli, with eager anticipation, thought that if she could obtain another golden or even colorful ability, it would be splendid. Congratulations, host. You have randomly drawn the technique of Flying Thunder God, Jinx, a golden legend. Yanli never anticipated acquiring the technique of Flying Thunder God, benefiting from spatial attributes. She regarded it as superior to certain colorful abilities. Although the original divine might also possess spatial attributes, it could not achieve the long-range teleportation effect that Flying Thunder God could. Yanli would only employ it during combat, yet the Flying Thunder God technique was different. With it, her efficiency in acquiring points from the shop would significantly increase. She planned to have Minister Schneider distribute items infused with her magical power, such as shurikens or other tools, to her subordinates, allowing them to simply bring the enchanted items to the mission site, thereby saving her the trouble of running around. After obtaining the Flying Thunder God technique, her ability to gather shop points was set to soar. Not only did the technique address Yanli's mobility shortcomings, but it also ensured the safety of those around her. Upon assessing the energy consumption of the Flying Thunder God technique, she estimated that a teleportation over an ultra-long distance would consume 1/3 of her magical energy. However, with the presence of the 6 eyes, her spiritual energy would quickly replenish. Yanli calculated that, without affecting her combat capabilities, she could utilize the ultra-long distance teleportation of the Flying Thunder God around 7 times a day. Lost in thought, Yanli suddenly vanished from her dormitory. In Japan, within a heavily guarded room of Genji Heavy Industries, a red-haired shrine maiden named Eri was engrossed in the latest series of Street Fighter video games. A blue-eyed youth materialized behind her, and sensing his presence, Eri turned around. Upon seeing him, she immediately dropped her game controller and rushed over. Her mouth agape, as if to say something. She dashed back momentarily to grab a small drawing board, writing and sketching on it. Did you bring me some delicious treats, Brother Yanli? Yanli smiled and replied, No, I didn't. Eri's visible disappointment was palpable. Yanli's appearance was, of course, made possible by the Flying Thunder God technique. Over the past 6 months, while executing tasks across the globe, he specifically chose a mission in Japan as a precaution. After arriving in Japan, he prepared a protective item for Eri, a small bear pendant, imbued with many life-preserving elements. If anyone threatened Eri's safety, it was likely that half of Japan would face dire consequences. Utilizing the power he had left within the pendant as a coordinate, Yanli activated the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive here. Although the place was heavily fortified, it posed no hindrance to someone with divine might like Yanli. He had visited this location several times before, each time bringing snacks like takoyaki for Eri and spending the night playing video games with her. Although he hadn't brought any treats this time, he assured her, But I can take you out for some delicious food. Eri looked up, her starry eyes shining brightly as they met Yanli's. Meanwhile, her petite hand scribbled on her drawing board. Really? Yanli chuckled and tousled her hair. Of course it's true. Take my hand, and I'll take you to play and eat lots of tasty food. Eri grasped Yanli's hand, and in the next moment, they found themselves on a street far from Genji Heavy Industries. Gazing at the transformed scenery before her, Eri admired Yanli and wrote a few words on her board. Yanli. Amazing magic. Subsequently, they indulged in numerous street foods and spent a considerable time at a renowned haunted house nearby. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Eri, feeling a bit tired from the fun, returned with Yanli to Genji Heavy Industries. Yanli, will you come to play again in the future? Yes. And I will bring you a special gift. Really? Absolutely, it's a promise. Pinky swear. Their fingers gently intertwined. The night breeze stirred their hearts. Chapter 17. Renowned fame. Although Castle Academy endeavored to conceal the news of their acquisition of the Dragon King's Dragonbone Cross, particularly the complete Dragon King's Dragonbone Cross, the complexity of the current hybrid forces made it evident that even Castle Academy was not a monolithic entity. To avoid attracting prying eyes regarding the Dragonbone Cross, it was best to securely store it in the ice cellar. However, there is no wall that does not leak information, and the news of the Dragonbone Cross inevitably spread. This information acted like a deep water bomb tossed into a lake, quickly propagating from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, creating ripples that sparked the interest of numerous ambitious individuals coveting the Dragonbone Cross. Yet, even more captivating than the Dragonbone Cross were the two characters, Yanli. He had single-handedly slain the complete Dragon King, a feat that starkly contrasted with the near-century-old incident involving Meineke Castle's self-detonation with Rhine. Yanli had utterly crushed the Dragon King, proclaiming the arrival of the strongest hybrid with absolute victory, an unprecedented achievement. In no time, countless hybrids sought information about Yanli, collecting data on this most formidable being. In a vast secret chamber, Odin perused the information on Yanli, murmuring, "He actually killed Tiamat? Fate has shifted. It seems I must prepare my plans ahead of schedule." Before falling into contemplation, to the upper echelon of hybrids, who possessed considerable secret knowledge, the value of the Dragonbone Cross was self-evident. The world is bustling for profit. All are drawn by gain. The rarity of the Dragonbone Cross was enough to compel many hybrids to take risks, and even Castle Academy could not diminish their ambitions. Within just a few days, Castle Academy faced several waves of attacks. However, neither Yanli nor Anger would allow them to seize the Dragonbone Cross. In fact, Anger effortlessly dealt with those eyeing the Dragonbone Cross, without even requiring Yanli's intervention. This also reminded the hybrid world of the formidable reputation of the Dean of Castle Academy. Anger was not to be trifled with, but rather a lion in its prime. After Anger's intervention, many rational individuals recognized that the Dragonbone Cross was beyond their reach, effectively silencing those who might have dared to challenge it. Even the occasional few hybrids blinded by greed were swiftly dealt with by Anger. Meanwhile, Yanli seized the rare leisure time to strengthen his bond with Eri through the Flying Thunder God technique, exploring various destinations together. However, within Castle Academy, there were those with ill intentions towards the Dragonbone Cross, particularly among the higher-ups and other board members, each desiring to claim the Dragonbone Cross for themselves. Therefore, they exerted continuous pressure on Anger. Yet Anger was not one to indulge them, plainly stating that they should abandon such thoughts, as he would manage the Dragonbone Cross appropriately. Although the board members harbored grievances, Anger's authority proved effective, and they ceased to question Yanli's lineage. After all, those capable of becoming board members were not foolish. To question a hybrid capable of slaying the Dragon King was akin to detonating a nuclear bomb on oneself. Before absolute power, all discourse is futile, a truth vividly embodied in this scenario. With Anjali providing protection at the academy and the ability to travel effortlessly thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique left at Kase Academy, Yanli relished the rare moments of leisure. Over the next few days, she explored various stunning landscapes with Arei, indulging in the latest video games. In this warm and joyous time, the bond between Yanli and Arei blossomed rapidly. In Chapter 18, the unexpected situation arose where Arei suggested visiting Yanli's location. One afternoon, a certain minister of the news department, witnessing the red-haired girl holding Yanli's hand in the dormitory, immediately erupted with excitement, shouting and opening his computer. The headlines were alive. At that moment, Arei had written a note saying, "Yanli, your friend is not very clever. Do not play with him often, as the television says it will make you dull." Initially, people suspected the minister was merely showcasing his Photoshop skills. However, when Yanli and Arei strolled around the campus, everyone was astounded. The legendary S-rank, who had famously defeated the Dragon King, was actually in a romantic relationship. Who was this enchanting red-haired girl that had captured the heart of the S-rank? In no time, the forums were flooded with battlefield reporters, all eager to uncover the identity of the lovely girl. Some extreme admirers of the S-rank declared they would no longer harbor feelings for him. In the principal's office, Anjali smiled at the unfolding drama in the academy, reflecting, this is the essence of youth. As the principal of Kase Academy, his network of information was unparalleled, and upon investigation, he discovered that the girl brought back by Yanli was a member of the Usugi family from the Sanaki-8 families. If those in Japan learned that a member of the Usugi family had been taken to Kase Academy, their expressions would surely be remarkable. As for any threats or pressure from the Sanaki-8 families upon hearing the news, Anjali had never been concerned. He thought to himself, let them try. If the last lesson we taught you wasn't sufficient, then so be it. Is this the potion I requested? Yanli inquired, looking at the 3 vials of blue liquid that Flammel had handed him. Indeed, this is the fruit of my relentless labor over several days and nights, guaranteed to resolve the bloodline affliction you mentioned. How is it administered? Yanli asked. Injecting it intravenously yields immediate effects. Consuming it directly is also viable. After expressing his gratitude to the vice principal, Yanli departed with the potions. The 3 potions, designed to counteract the dragon blood affliction, were naturally intended for Arei, Minazuki, and Minazuki's younger sister. Although only Arei had been afflicted in the original narrative, resulting in her inability to speak, and the other 2 were relatively stable, Yanli had opted to prepare 3 potions just to be safe. Feeling somewhat awkward, as he had no prior experience in medical matters, he contemplated the potential complications of injecting Arei. Instead, he decided it would be best for her to drink the potion. Though the vice principal had indicated that this method might not yield immediate results, he was hopeful it would still prove effective. Arei, do you remember the surprise I promised you a few days ago? Is it a gigantic octopus ball? Not quite. It is a special gift. As he spoke, Yanli produced a vial of blue potion. Is this a new drink? No, it is a gift that will allow you to speak. You will no longer have to inject strange substances anymore. Arei's small hands covered her astonished and delighted cherry-red lips, and tears glimmered in her eyes. Half an hour later, Arei was speaking intermittently with Yanli. Thank you, I can really talk now. Hearing Arei's gratitude, punctuated by stuttering due to her long silence, Yanli smiled and gently patted her head. Since the last time he had touched her hair, Yanli had become somewhat enamored with the sensation of stroking her soft hair. Much like a pet cat. To his delight, Arei did not seem to mind this affectionate gesture. Observing Arei, now animatedly conversing, Yanli felt a long-lost sense of relief. The potion crafted from Tiamat's dragon bone cross was undoubtedly more than just a means for Arei to regain her voice. Under the watchful gaze of the six-eyed entity, Arei's body was now devoid of the frailty reminiscent of old age. Instead, she radiated with vibrant energy, indicating that her bloodline had stabilized completely, and there was no longer any need to fear the encroachment of dragon blood. Until he witnessed Arei's full recovery, Yanli had felt a lingering anxiety about resolving her bloodline issue, especially since the dragon bone cross was merely a deduction based on the original storyline in which Shami treated Chu Zihong using dragon blood. However, the opening of the marketplace a few days prior had alleviated Yanli's concerns. Even if the dragon bone cross failed to address Arei's issues, the marketplace offered endless possibilities. Let us celebrate today. You can have whatever delicious food you desire, and I will take you wherever you wish to go. I want to go to the amusement park we visited last time, Arei declared, taking the initiative to grasp Yanli's hand. feeling the warmth of her small hand. Yanli's heart momentarily stalled before racing wildly. Yanli, I want to play this. I want to eat octopus balls. I want to see cherry blossoms. The youthful and vibrant duo became a picturesque sight for passers-by. As evening approached, neither Yanli nor Arei suggested taking a break. They wandered aimlessly down a path lined with cherry blossom trees, occasionally brushing off fallen petals from each other's clothing. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon the blossoms, elongating their shadows. One party, slightly shorter in stature, tiptoed and lightly touched the other's cheek. As they strolled, they arrived at a noodle shop. Yanli chuckled, contemplating the mysterious connection of bloodlines. Arei, puzzled, asked, "What is it? Are you happy about something?" "It's nothing. The ramen here looks delicious." "Then let us go eat ramen." Yusuji Ko was preparing to close up for the night when the boy approaching him made him halt. An ominous feeling washed over him. An instinct honed through countless life and death experiences, sensing a deathly threat from the youth before him. Yusuji Ko slowly removed his chef's hat, believing that it was no coincidence that someone who instilled a fear greater than Angeli himself had come to seek him out. "Sorry, we are closed," Yusuji Ko said solemnly to Yanli. "Yanli, let's south find another place." A gentle voice interrupted, and Yusuji Ko then noticed the red-haired girl accompanying the boy. Upon seeing her, his heart softened unexpectedly. "Wait, why don't you both come sit down? What would you like to eat?" As he watched Yanli and Arei enjoying their noodles, Yusuji Ko found himself pondering. Clearly, the young man was not there to confront him. Without a doubt, the boy was far stronger than he was. If he had come for a confrontation, why bring along such a beautiful girl? The crux of the matter lies in the presence of the crimson-haired girl before him. Yusuji Ko has been engulfed by a profound stirring of his bloodline. Unable to contain himself, he inquires, "What is your name, little sister?" "Arei, Yusuji Arei." Upon hearing her name, Ko is nearly certain that she is indeed his progeny. To his dismay, he realizes he has a child living in this world. What have the Serpentine clan done with his genes? Gazing at Arei, Ko feels a sense of helplessness. Should he reveal to her that he is her father? Would she deem him mad? Would she reproach him for failing in his paternal duties? In a fleeting moment, Ko undergoes countless internal conflicts. Chapter 19. The Existential Dilemma of Minamoto Waki. The scene shifts back half an hour. In a modest office, a man clad in a trench coat is diligently attending to a mountain of paperwork. In the past, even Minamoto Waki would have found such an overwhelming workload tedious and vexing. However, at this moment, he cherishes the mere ability to sit in the office and manage affairs. Several days prior, his sister, the head of the Yusuji family, Yusuji Arei, has been mysteriously disappearing at intervals. This was unlike her previous escapades, as the guards were utterly unaware of how Arei managed to leave. Surveillance cameras, designed to protect privacy, were stationed outside the room, leading to a complete lack of information regarding her whereabouts or methods of departure, leaving him as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Although Arei returned each night to her room, Waki remained uneasy. His inquiries yielded little, as Arei merely scribbled on her sketchpad that she was out with friends. Each time he recalled this, Waki felt a suffocating frustration. What sort of friends could not even inform him? Her elder brother? Determined to uncover the identity of this so-called friend, he assigned additional female bodyguards to Arei, yet she continued to elude their watch. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed as the door to the office swung open. A somewhat fierce-looking man leaned against the door, panting. "Young master, Yusuji family head has vanished again." At these words, Waki immediately set aside his paperwork. "Summon Sakura and mobilize all available personnel from the Serpentine clan. I want results within half an hour." The man nodded vigorously and swiftly began to leverage connections to start the search. In less than half an hour, the man and Sakura returned to Waki's office. He looked up. "Do you have any leads?" They presented Waki with a series of photographs. Upon examining the images, he discovered they featured Arei alongside a young man. Fixating on the boy with azure eyes, Waki felt a tightening in his chest, his grip on the photo instinctively tightening. As the heir of the Serpentine clan, he was well aware of the widespread rumors surrounding the prodigy from Castle Academy, famed as the strongest dragon slayer, who had defeated the Dragon King in direct combat. However, he never anticipated that this individual would be in Japan, accompanying Arei. Sensing Waki's unease, the man hastily divulged the gathered information. "These photos were taken today. Our network has pinpointed their current location at a noodle shop." He gestured towards a specific spot on the map, then hesitated before continuing. "This individual is the new S-class from Castle Academy, the much-discussed strongest hybrid, aged 17. Waki donned the trench coat hanging on his chair, gathering his belongings for the impending confrontation with this formidable hybrid. As he settled into the luxurious black vehicle, Waki exhaled a sigh of relief. Given the Serpentine clan's influence in Japan, as long as Eri remained within the country, locating her would merely be a matter of time. However, none could have foreseen that Yanli possessed the ability to traverse the globe with Eri, having whisked her away on various adventures in the days prior. The Serpentine clan had been scouring Japan fruitlessly, which contributed to Waki's mounting anxiety. Although Eri had since returned, her elusive whereabouts kept him in a state of unease. Finally, with a lead in hand, he hastened to the location, feeling an inexplicable sensation as he gazed at Yanli in the photograph, particularly when he beheld those cerulean eyes. Yet, this strange feeling was swiftly suppressed as he observed Eri's radiant smile, leaving him momentarily dazed. How long had it been since she smiled so brightly? Nevertheless, a sense of discontent washed over him, akin to witnessing a cherished cabbage being ravaged by swine after years of cultivation. On the other side, Yusuji Ko experienced a similar sentiment, if not more intense. He felt completely ignored during his conversation with Eri, while she showered affection upon that insufferable boy. Ko's eyes, brimming with resentment, bore into Yanli, leaving the latter in a state of bemusement. Ko furrowed his brow slightly before striding outside. Not far ahead, a multitude of motorcycles was parked outside the noodle shop, with their riders clearing a path in the middle for several sleek black luxury cars that approached the establishment. Ko's gaze narrowed as he observed a man in a trench coat disembark from the lead vehicle. A nameless gang member sprinted towards Ko, brandishing a photograph. "Old man, is this person inside your noodle shop?" The gang member, oblivious to Ko's increasingly darkening countenance, pressed on when Ko failed to respond. "I'm asking you, old man, are you deaf?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying towards a distant garbage bin, akin to a kite severed from its string. "If I cannot defeat him, do you think I would be bested by the likes of you serpentine whelps? I have some pent-up frustration to release." As Waki stepped out of the vehicle, he noticed a middle-aged man in a white chef's hat, who gestured for his subordinates to approach. A young thug eagerly volunteered to inquire. Waki extracted a cigarette from his pocket, and the attentive crow promptly produced a lighter to ignite it. However, before Waki could light his cigarette, the young thug who had gone to ask the question was sent soaring past him by an unseen force. Waki returned the unlit cigarette to his pocket, his expression grave as he regarded the man before him. Initially appearing merely slightly robust, the man now exuded an aura of a beast unleashed, inducing tremors among Waki's companions. Ko approached Waki directly and spoke. "Is the Serpentine clan so feeble now?" Waki's brow furrowed deeply, and in an instant, his fist swung towards Ko's face. The next second, Waki found himself sprawled on the ground, gazing up at the sky. "Who am I? Where am I?" He lay there, consciousness slipping away. Observing this scene, the crow swiftly led his men to attack Ko while he rushed to Waki's side. Dragging Waki towards the vehicle, the crow realized it was futile. The younger generation stood no chance against Ko, a veteran. Moments later, save for Sakura, all of Waki's companions, including the crow, lay defeated on the ground. As Yusuji Kashichi ambled towards the noodle shop, he called out to the solitary Sakura, instructing her to inform the leader that he should meet him there the following evening. Upon returning to the shop, Kashichi observed Sakura wiping the cold sweat from her forehead before she began to move with great difficulty. The thought that the hybrid was even more formidable than the young master lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate until her departure. Chapter 20. The victor is not always Ultraman Ainley. 2. Perceive the commotion outside. Having already detected the arrival of Minamoto Waki and his entourage through his 6 eyes even before Kashichi stepped out. However, before he could take any action, Kashichi had already exited, deciding to continue enjoying their noodles. Ainley and Eri remained seated until the extraordinary sight of Waki being sent sprawling to the ground by a punch from Kashichi nearly caused Ainley to spew his noodles. The scene before him was almost too comical to bear. Eri gently dabbed at the sauce that had splattered onto Ainley's clothes with a tissue. "Do you need some water? Are you all right?" she inquired. "I'm fine. I just thought of something amusing," he replied. With that, Eri returned to savoring her delicious ramen. Upon re-entering the noodle shop, Kashichi was met with the sight of Ainley, whose lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. This sight darkened Kashichi's expression. He felt irked at the mere presence of the boy. Soon after, Eri and Ainley bid farewell to Kashichi. Just before parting, Kashichi called out to Eri, scratching his head in a moment of uncertainty, "If you encounter any troubles or wish to indulge in ramen again, feel free to come by." As Ainley and Eri strolled along the softly illuminated streets graced by neon lights, they were likely spared from disturbance by the Snake Clan, who were undoubtedly preoccupied with looking after their young master. Sensing a mutual understanding, they slowed their pace, hand in hand, walking for an extended period. Ainley gazed at the towering building emblazoned with the words Genji Heavy Industries, and then at Arei, feeling inexplicably lost in thought. Arei paused, turning to look at Ainley, who, slow to realize, followed suit. Before he could speak, Arei broke the silence. In the future, will we see each other less often? Ainley was momentarily taken aback by her words. Why would you say that? He asked. Arei quietly clasped her hands behind her back. It's just a feeling. Ainley found himself at a loss for words. The intuition of women is indeed an unfathomable force. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. According to his plans, their opportunities to meet in the near future would indeed be significantly reduced. With the acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique, his efficiency in gathering marketplace points had doubled. This, however, also implied that he would be traversing the globe to undertake missions in pursuit of those points. After all, encountering an opponent of Dragon King caliber was not a matter of mere chance. Arei no longer needed to concern herself with bloodline issues, in Ainley's estimation. Their focus would shift predominantly towards completing tasks to accumulate marketplace points. Leaving Arei in Japan, especially with Minamoto Waki and Kashichi present, was a calculated decision. For Arei herself was a remarkably powerful hybrid. With her bloodline concerns resolved, she was now even more formidable. In such circumstances, she was unlikely to encounter any danger. Even if peril did arise, Ainley could swiftly reach her side thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique. Ainley intended to explain this to Arei, but upon gazing into her eyes, he found himself once again rendered speechless. At that moment, Ainley felt a dichotomy within him, the rational Ultraman and the emotional little monster. The rational Ultraman insisted, please, leaving Arei in Japan is the wisest choice. It facilitates my missions and allows for narrative advantages. Should we disregard such advantages? Moreover, with the Flying Thunder God technique, they could still meet frequently. Separation was not absolute. Everything appeared to be perfectly logical, yet emotions do not adhere to reason. The emotional little monster countered. Then, why not inquire about Arei's feelings? The rational Ultraman replied, if you ask, she will undoubtedly choose to accompany you. Arei would sacrifice everything for you, but that would be selfish. What if Arei wishes to walk alongside you rather than merely accompany you? The Ultraman fell silent. Affection and love superseded all else. Resolving his hesitation, Ainley locked eyes with Arei. Arei, would you like to join me? He longed to express, even after leaving. You can always return to Japan. He wished to voice countless sentiments to keep her by his side, yet he could not deceive her. If she left with him, their time together in Japan would dwindle significantly. I will be undertaking various missions. You may not appreciate the sight of me in action. Ainley's heart raced as he stumbled over his words, spilling forth a torrent of incoherent thoughts. In the next moment, Arei kissed him, silencing his ramblings, leaving only the palpable rhythm of their racing hearts resonating in the air. The victor is not always Ultraman, is he? The colossal monster and the diminutive creature embraced beneath the cherry blossoms of Tokyo, vowing an oath that would forever alter their fates. Chapter 21. Arei's hidden attributes in a luxurious hospital in Japan. Minamoto Waki slowly opened his eyes. Sakura, who had been vigilantly watching over him, immediately offered him a cup of water. Gulping it down, Waki inquired, where is Arei? As she peeled fruit, Sakura replied, she hasn't returned. Since you were knocked out by that person yesterday, we have been here keeping watch. Waki fell silent for a moment, his mind replaying the events of the previous day. That noodle shop owner was astonishingly powerful. For some reason, he felt no anger towards the man who had bested him, only a sense of reluctance. Sakura handed him a peeled apple. He said for you to meet him tonight. The mere mention of Kashichi stirred a peculiar sensation within Waki, who absently responded, yes. I understand. Before long, Waki was discharged from the hospital. Upon leaving, he first returned to Arei's residence. To call it a home would be an understatement. It resembled a room designed to confine a prisoner. Although he and his subordinates treated Arei like a princess. How many true princesses are confined for years under the guise of protection? As Waki surveyed Arei's room, he realized it had been ages since he had genuinely conversed with her, and his visits had become increasingly infrequent. Opening a game that Arei often played, he was greeted by a message she had left, signed with her name, Yusuji Arei. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, and as he carefully read her words, tears streamed down his cheeks, tears that bore no sadness, only relief. At that moment, a crow outside knocked on the door, announcing, young master, the patriarch urgently summons you. Waki quickly wiped his face and tidied himself before pushing open the door, heading towards the Snake Clan's headquarters. As Yuan Jisheng stepped through the door, he beheld the esteemed head of the Sheki Beijia, Tachibana Masamune, seated at the highest position. He offered a slight bow, addressing the figure above him with utmost respect. Tachibana Masamune gestured for Yuan Jisheng to approach and inquired, "What are your thoughts on Yasuji's head being taken away by the new S-class from the Academy headquarters?" However, Tachibana Masamune's true intention was not to discuss this matter. Rather, he sought through Yuan Jisheng to bring Yasuji Arii back to Shekibeijiya. Contrary to his expectations, Yuan Jisheng did not propose returning Yasuji Arii to Japan, but instead stated, "Arii was not forcibly taken. I respect her choice. You should go and rest well," he added. For some inexplicable reason, Yuan Jisheng felt that the revered figure before him momentarily overlapped with the fierce specters he had faced in the past. He shook his head, dismissing this unwarranted thought, and after a courteous gesture towards Tachibana Masamune, he withdrew, though Tachibana Masamune's expression remained unchanged. His nails had already sunk deeply into his flesh from excessive tension, unseen by Yuan Jisheng. In a secluded part of Japan, at the headquarters of the Spectre Legion, a masked individual frantically smashed the bottles and jars on the experimental table. In a frenzied tone, he muttered to himself, "What respect for choice, what nonsense S-class. Once I acquire the power of the White King and ascend the throne, the deaths of you lowly beings will be my celebration." This individual was none other than the king of the Spectre Legion, who soon regained his composure. "Excessive contact with Castle Academy could disrupt my plans, and this S-class is not to be underestimated. But it matters not," he continued, retrieving a notebook and fixating on its contents. "There is still a chance. The bloodline of Yuan Jisheng and Yuan Jinu, as well as that individual he encountered, must be the key to the experimental genes. As long as they serve as sacrifices, the absence of Yasuji Arii is inconsequential." With that, the king erupted into maniacal laughter. Outside a small noodle shop in Japan, the area had been cleared by Yuan Jisheng at the behest of Shekibeijiya. The sound of clashing swords resounded as two figures engaged in combat, moving at astonishing speeds that surpassed even many hybrids. Initially, the two appeared evenly matched, but as time passed, the young man in the trench coat began to falter. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the relentless assault and lost his twin blades, Dojijiri and Tsuchigomo. Yuan Jisheng, undeterred, retrieved the fallen weapons, his resolute expression betraying no hint of discouragement. "Let's call it a day," the man opposite him said before turning away and entering the noodle shop. Yuan Jisheng watched the man disappear inside, a complex expression on his face. He lingered outside the shop for a considerable time, lost in thought. With a rumble of thunder, heavy rain began to pour, prompting Yuan Jisheng to snap back to reality, a sense of melancholy in his eyes. The door of the noodle shop swung open, and a man wielding a rolling pin called out, "Come in. Why are you just standing there? Wait until the rain stops before leaving." Yuan Jisheng halted his steps and turned towards the shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of two steaming bowls of ramen. He took a seat beside Yasuji Ko, the broth splashing slightly as they settled in. That night, the two men conversed for an extended period within the humble noodle shop. Meanwhile, in a desolate suburb of Paris, France, a grotesque creature, its form 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary human and drenched in blood, was desperately fleeing. Just as it ran in a frenzy, it encountered a young girl clad in a witch's attire, her hair a striking red. Should anyone witness this scene, they would lament that such a beautiful girl was about to fall victim to the monster. Contrary to expectations, however, upon sighting the witch, the creature fled even more frantically. As though confronted by the grim reapers of death, its speed was already considerable, yet as the witch softly intoned words of judgment, a slicing strike sped forth, faster than the creature could react. With the finality of her decree, the monster was cleaved to pieces. In the sky, Yanli observed the dismembered B-class dead servant, her eyelids twitching involuntarily as her mind began to wander. "Yanli!" Yasuji Arii's voice jolted her back to reality. Spotting Arii waving at her below, Yanli swiftly descended to stand before her. Arii, beaming with joy, swayed her little head, her fingers playfully intertwined behind her back. Seeing Arii's demeanor, Yanli couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, "Arii, you are truly remarkable." At this, Arii's face lit up with delight as she embraced Yanli. A year had passed since Yanli and Arii left Japan together. Initially, when Arii expressed her desire to accompany Yanli on his missions, he had firmly declined, concerned that she might not be able to handle the experiences. However, he soon realized he had gravely misjudged her. He had treated Arii like a princess from a fairy tale, forgetting that she was, in fact, a princess of the underworld. During his encounters with fallen dead servants or the occasional awakening of dragons in ancient ruins, Arii showed no fear. Rather, she appeared excited and eager. She even proposed joining Yanli on field missions. Recognizing that honing Ariai's combat skills would better equip her for self-protection, Yanli began to include her in his tasks, taking breaks whenever needed. After all, he had undertaken more than enough missions and had no need to worry about accumulating credits. The execution department was eager for him to rest and avoid overexerting their S-class. Ironically, it was he who often sought additional assignments. Returning to the present, Yanli and Ariai found themselves in a luxurious hotel, observing Ariai engrossed in a video game. Yanli suggested they take a few days off to explore Paris leisurely. Ariai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she planted a kiss on Yanli's cheek. Without needing to observe closely, Yanli sensed that although Ariai relished their missions, she was also somewhat fatigued. Given their substantial earnings from the marketplace over the past 6 months, a brief respite was well-deserved. The two, having spent ample time together, understood each other's thoughts and promptly began preparations to enjoy their rare vacation starting the next day. On the hotel's rooftop, Yanli and Ariai sat together, with Ariai leaning against Yanli's shoulder, both gazing dreamily at the bright stars above. While neither was particularly interested in the celestial display, they cherished the warmth of their shared silence. Unbeknownst to them, Ariai had drifted peacefully into slumber. Yanli, observing her adorable sleeping face, was filled with tenderness. He cradled Ariai in his arms and utilized the flying thunder god technique to transport them back to their room, gently laying her on the bed. After dimming the lights, he sat down to review his personal panel, tallying the achievements of the past 6 months. Name: Yanli current template. First template, Jujutsu Satoru template, golden, fusion degree, 100. Mall points, 250,000. Over the past year, I have earned 200,000 mall points by completing tasks, adding to the original 200,000 points. Recently, Yanli directly utilized the mall to elevate the fusion degree of Wu Tiao Wu's template to 100, which cost him 150,000 mall points. However, this investment has significantly enhanced his strength. As for the remaining 250,000 mall points, he intends to save until he reaches 300,000 to draw for a second template of a colorful grade. Presently, he feels quite capable, unless facing a formidable boss like He Huang and Ida Huoge. Calculating the time, the plot in the original work where Chu Zihong and his father encounter Odin is about to commence. He plans to return to his hometown after enjoying a vacation with Hui Li. Chapter 22. Yanli, who is increasingly straying down the path of a fighter. The following morning, Yanli and Hui Li woke early, freshened up, and set out together. Their initial plan was to visit a famous scenic spot to take some photos. However, upon seeing promotional images of Disneyland, Hui Li expressed her desire to go there, and Yanli could hardly refuse her request. Yanli, look, bumper cars. After a thrilling bumper car battle with Hui Li, she spotted yet another enticing attraction. Let us ride the Ferris wheel. Thus, Yanli and Hui Li spent the entire day reveling in the amusement park, only pausing when it was time for the park to close. As they exited the park, it was already evening. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely back to their hotel, resembling an ordinary affectionate couple. They passed a dessert shop, which captivated Hui Li, as it does with 90% of girls. Yanli smiled and encouraged her to choose whatever she liked. Watching Hui Li as she selected her treats filled Yanli with joy. The feeling of carefree bliss was truly delightful. Before Yanli could further indulge in Hui Li's charm, a masked man approached him, shouting, "Get lost, you brat." He brandished a knife and appeared to be carrying an expensive bag. Not far behind him, a woman cried out, "Help me, my belongings have been stolen." Without waiting for the robber to close in, Yanli took the initiative, swiftly knocking him out with a single punch. The unconscious robber was soon apprehended by the police. "Thank you," the woman said, but Yanli waved her off, indifferent to her gratitude. After 2 years of honing his spiritual power, his physical strength now surpassed that of Yusuji Yuki, nearing that of the first generation. He had to restrain his strength when dealing with such a common criminal to avoid inflicting severe harm. Over the past year, he had relied less on skills and was evolving more from a sorcerer to a fighter, relishing the visceral thrill of delivering solid punches. This sensation was undoubtedly irresistible to any man, albeit somewhat awkward since his skills primarily inflicted area damage. Throughout the year, Hui Li had accompanied him on various tasks, making it easy for her to be affected by his abilities. Thus, he had primarily employed his fists in their missions. As time passed, Hui Li finally finished her selections. Yanli, laden with bags of desserts, remarked, "The shopping desire of women is truly innate." The treats Hui Li had just purchased could last them several days. However, as they walked, they passed clothing stores, accessory shops, and bubble tea stands. By the time they returned to the hotel, Yanli was humorously adorned with all the items Hui Li had bought. This sight elicited fits of laughter from her. After settling their purchases, Yanli, observing Hui Li's laughter, resolved to show her a different side of himself. Several hours later, Hui Li conceded defeat, promising never to tease Yanli again. In the following days, they explored numerous attractions together: the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, and the Palace of Versailles, capturing many memorable photographs. Once they grew weary of sightseeing, they prepared to depart. A week later, while aboard their flight back to Huaxia, Yanli and Hui Li engaged in cheerful conversation. Due to the sensitive relationship between Cassie Academy and the formal powers, along with the latter's stronghold over the mixed-blood factions in the country, Yanli had not returned to Huaxia for any of his missions. Hui Li was intensely curious about Yanli's homeland, bombarding him with questions throughout the journey, to which he patiently responded. Amidst this warm exchange, the plane landed, marking their arrival at their destination. Stepping back onto familiar soil, Yanli felt a surge of excitement mingled with a hint of disorientation, realizing it had been over 2 years since he last left. Had he not departed from high school at that time, he would likely be in his 3rd year now, a bittersweet reflection on high school life. Shaking off his thoughts and regaining his composure, Yanli and Hui Li made their way to Shirlan High School. Hui Li expressed interest in exploring Yanli's past life. With their striking appearances, they attracted considerable attention as they strolled hand in hand through the campus. Many students admired the couple, marveling at their audacity to openly date despite the school's prohibitions. In their eyes, these vibrant youths certainly belonged among the students, as their ages aligned with that of high schoolers. Soon, the principal of Shirlan High School hurried over, warmly greeting Yanli. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yanli and Hui Li departed. They checked into the finest hotel nearby and spent the following days exploring various locations, deliberately avoiding any encounters with Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong. There would be plenty of opportunities for future meetings. For now, Yanli was engrossed in cherishing his time with Hui Li, relishing their little honeymoon. Chapter 23. Fate on a Rainy Night. On July 3, 2009, the news broadcast on television was announcing the weather forecast. It was predicted that Typhoon 0407, named Pugongying, would make landfall in the city today, urging citizens to take safety precautions and remain indoors if possible. Observing the increasingly ominous sky, Yanli keenly sensed an invisible curtain rising. A Dragon King-level threat, Nibelungen. His gaze shifted momentarily, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The torrential rain descended abruptly, and at Shirlan High School, Chu Zihong stood at the school entrance, shielding himself from the downpour while waiting for his father to pick him up. During this time, a girl with a delicate appearance approached him, inviting him to share her ride home. Chu Zihong felt no flutter of emotion at her presence and replied coolly, "No, I'm waiting for someone." The girl, named Lu Miao Miao, felt a twinge of disappointment but had anticipated this outcome. After being turned down, she fell silent and boarded her driver's vehicle. Just as Chu Zihong found himself growing slightly bored watching the relentless rain, a drenched figure resembling a drowned rat approached him. Upon seeing the soaked individual, his eyes flickered with intrigue. Strangely enough, he could not recall the name of the beautiful girl he had just encountered. Yet he remembered the name of the somewhat unkempt junior, Lu Mingfei. Suddenly, a resounding roar of an engine filled the air as a Maybach gracefully came to a halt before Chu Zihong. From the vehicle emerged a man with a cheeky grin, wielding an umbrella, who addressed Chu Zihong, saying, "Son, I hope I'm not late." Chu Zihong merely gazed at his biological father, Chu Tianjiao, without uttering a word. Yet Chu Tianjiao remained unfazed and opened the car door for him. Instead of entering immediately, Chu Zihong turned back to Lu Mingfei and invited, "Lu Mingfei, why don't you join us?" Lu Mingfei appeared somewhat dazed, unable to recall any prior interaction with the person before him. In school, he was practically invisible, while Chu Zihong was renowned as the top contender on the notorious kill list. Faced with the invitation, Lu Mingfei instinctively considered declining, yet for reasons unknown. He found himself responding, "Sure. Let me tell you, this Maybach not only boasts exceptional performance, but also cutting-edge technology. It is equipped with the most advanced voice control system available, operable by the voices of only 3 individuals." On this rainy night, within the confines of the Maybach, the man at the wheel was regaling the 2 high school students in the back seat with tales of the car's remarkable capabilities and its opulence. Chu Zihong felt a twinge of embarrassment, particularly as Lu Mingfei listened attentively to his father's boastful monologue. However, this awkwardness was soon overshadowed by an inexplicable sense of panic and irritation. Before they knew it, they had ascended the elevated expressway known as Route 0. Once on the expressway, The previously cacophonous sounds of traffic faded into silence. The vast expanse of the elevated road was now dominated solely by the Maybach's melodious engine and the increasingly tempestuous rain. It felt as though only this solitary vehicle was racing through the storm. As Chu Zihong gazed out the window, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over him. The rain intensified, and amidst the sound of droplets pelting the car, he distinctly heard a rhythmic tapping against the window. He spotted an unfamiliar hand knocking on the glass and instinctively reached to roll down the window. Before Chu Tianjiao could interject, Lu Mingfei, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, "Don't open the window." His voice snapped Chu Zihong back to his senses. After all, they were in a speeding Maybach. Who, or rather, what, could be knocking on the window at such velocity? Chu Zihong ceased his speculation, as a peculiar state overtook him. His originally dark pupils seemed to ignite into a golden hue. The knocking grew more insistent and louder. Meanwhile, the man at the wheel remained unaffected. His expression tinged with sorrow as he spoke. "I apologize, my dear classmates. You shouldn't have been entangled in this." Chu Tianjiao first addressed Lu Mingfei with an apology, then turned to Chu Zihong, who was gradually regaining his composure, and remarked, "I once thought you would never be exposed to this world. It seems I was too naive. That thing is after me and the trunk. Wait, I will pull over. You two should seize the chance to escape." Listening to the man's seemingly final words, Chu Zihong was overwhelmed with questions and concerns, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, the roar of the Maybach's engine ceased. The torrential rain, previously furious, began to abate, becoming eerily tranquil. However, neither Chu Zihong nor Lu Mingfei perceived this as a positive turn of events. For before them, a towering figure emerged from the mist, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves. Moreover, shadowy figures began to close in from all directions. As these phantoms drew near, Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong discerned their true nature, a horde of monsters, humanoid creatures adorned with masks. These beings, while resembling humans in form, had their bodies transformed into claws and scales. Yet, these creatures were not the most shocking of revelations. As the hoofbeats grew louder, a colossal figure became fully visible. Before them stood a being with a golden single eye, clad in ancient dark golden armor, astride an 8-legged steed. In unison, Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong's minds echoed a single name, Odin. Lu Mingfei felt as if he were losing his mind. The events of the day had shattered his understanding of reality. The esteemed senior and his father were surrounded by monsters on this elevated expressway, led by the king of the gods from Norse mythology. Cursed be the internet cafe owner. Surely he did not lace my nutritional supplement with anything untoward that would lead me to encounter such entities. Before Lu Mingfei could continue lamenting the day's bizarre occurrences, Odin's voice interrupted his thoughts. A powerful, peculiar spear was leveled at Lu Mingfei. "You should not be here. Your presence is not scripted in the tapestry of fate." Faced with Odin and the spear aimed directly at him, Lu Mingfei felt that he was destined to perish here. "Farewell, my beloved Chen Wenwen. Farewell, my nutritional supplement. In my next life, I shall miss you dearly." With a snap, everything around them appeared to freeze. Even Odin seemed powerless against this force. Before Lu Mingfei could comprehend the situation, a sharply dressed young boy appeared before him. "Would you like to trade, brother? For just a quarter of your life, I can help you escape this place." "What is this? Who are you?" Lu Mingfei inquired, bewildered by the flamboyant child before him. "How heartbreaking. I am your dear brother. Lu Mingze. How could you forget me?" Lu Mingze, observing the boy, whose appearance sharply contrasted with his memories of a chubby sibling, Lu Mingfei was engulfed in confusion. As if sensing Lu Mingfei's thoughts, the little devil exclaimed, "I am not an impostor." For reasons unknown, Lu Mingfei suddenly felt a profound sense of loneliness emanating from the boy, an overwhelming solitude that made his heart race. Enough of the jesting. "So, for a quarter of your life, I can facilitate your escape. Quite the bargain, wouldn't you agree?" Lu Mingfei remained silent, pondering. What about Senior Chu Zihong and his father? "Oh, my brother, you cannot even ensure your own survival, yet you concern yourself with others?" Before the little devil could continue to entice Lu Mingfei, he seemed to sense something and said, "It appears the deal is off, brother. However, rest assured, whenever you need me, I will be there. Fear not, the price remains unchanged, just a quarter of your life. By the way, allow me to give you a parting gift. I would not want you to perish before we strike a deal. Stay alive, just like a cheat code in a game. You know how to use it, right?" Everything around them reverted to normal, as if the little devil had never existed. Odin, sensing a shift, lowered his spear from Lu Mingfei, instead fixing his formidable golden gaze upon Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao silently drew his sword, Murakumo, and addressed Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei. "Do you remember what I told you?" Wait for the right moment. No, if we are to leave, we must do so together. Listen, children, if I am with you, none of us will escape. Yet, as Chu Zihong tried to voice his thoughts, he found himself utterly speechless. Indeed, this was the most prudent choice. It was better for one to perish here than for all three to meet their demise. If I give you what is in the trunk, will you let us go? The divine will bestow upon you. Chu Tianjiao retrieved a box adorned with a half-decayed world tree pattern from the trunk, slowly advancing towards Odin. Just before reaching Odin, a sudden realization struck me. Even if I hand over the items, you would not spare us. Mortal, provide me with what I desire, and I shall grant you eternal life. Eternal life? Are you suggesting a fate akin to those grotesque death servants? No, your lineage is far nobler. You shall receive a greater reward. Does that not simply imply becoming an even larger monster? It seems there is little left to discuss. Now is the time to flee. Chu Tianjiao hurled the box into the air to divert the attention of the nearby death servants and Odin. Everything around him slowed down. Word spirit sequence number 84. Time 0 activate. Murakumo was unsheathed, striking towards Odin with astonishing speed, yet before the blow could land, Odin had already turned his gaze upon him within the time-stopped realm. Gungnir was unleashed, the tremendous force it carried redirected towards Chu Tianjiao. This unstoppable power struck Chu Tianjiao, and Time 0 was forcibly deactivated. Chu Tianjiao's injuries rapidly healed, blood boiling anew. Indeed, facing such a formidable foe, Chu Tianjiao held nothing back, yet he refrained from continuing his assault on Odin. Instead, he pivoted to confront the approaching death servant near the Maybach. Odin remained indifferent, patiently awaiting the other death servants to retrieve the box thrown by Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao swung his blade relentlessly, each strike claiming one or more death servants, yet it felt like a drop in the bucket as they continued to swarm. Witnessing this dire situation, Chu Tianjiao could not help but shout, "Run, my son." Sitting in the driver's seat, Chu Zihong wept, his voice trembling. "Start, start." Hearing the engine of the Maybach roar to life, Chu Tianjiao paid no heed to the increasing number of death servants or his own injuries. Only smiling as he said, "Son, do not associate with those madmen from Kasei Academy. And remember, I love you." Before the vehicle could even take off, a death servant broke through Chu Tianjiao's defenses and seized the Maybach. In a surge of fury, Chu Tianjiao felled the nearby death servants and rushed to confront the one that threatened his son. But suddenly, his figure froze in place, a chilling sense of death enveloping him. Behind him, Odin had raised his long spear, the eternal spear forged from the branches of the world tree, which, once thrown, could not be evaded. This eternal spear had locked onto him. Chapter 24. Shattered Destiny. Gungnir was hurled by Odin, its speed unremarkable, yet carrying an overwhelming momentum as it soared towards Chu Tianjiao. Before the law of this fatal spear, Chu Tianjiao found himself immobile, unable even to turn and gaze upon Gungnir. Chu Zihong, witnessing the approaching Gungnir, could not restrain his anguished shout. "No." Tears streamed down Chu Tianjiao's face. Does a man not shed tears lightly? Yet this was no time for sorrow. He had more pressing matters at hand. He must vanquish the death servant and ensure his son's survival. Chu Tianjiao moved forward, propelled not by his powerful lineage but by the profound emotion known as paternal love. "No, this speed is insufficient. Before I reach the death servant, I shall be pierced." Chu Tianjiao swiftly made a decision. His blood began to boil, yet before he could step into the abyss of taboo, a voice echoed from the skies. "Uncle, aside from the lunatics in the weapons department at Kasei Academy, the others are quite decent, right?" Before anyone could react, a figure descended from above, charging directly at Gungnir. A resounding crash followed, and the oppressive sensation of being locked onto and the threat of death vanished. Chu Tianjiao turned to witness an unforgettable scene. The supposedly indestructible eternal spear, Gungnir, was shattered by the punch of the youth before him, the force creating a massive crater in the ground. This unreasonable and violent power radiated from the crater, causing the entire Nibelungen to tremble. "Hello, Uncle Chu." Hearing the slightly immature voice of the youth before him, Chu Tianjiao felt as though he had encountered a deity. He was saved. However, he did not respond. His son and Lu Mingfei were still under threat. He quickly turned to eliminate the death servant threatening Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei. Yet, upon turning, he found no death servant in sight, only debris and a stunning red-haired witch. Aside from the three of them who felt a glimmer of hope, Odin sensed a grave peril, as if facing a formidable enemy. He understood the information about the individual before him all too well. What stood here was merely a fragment of his true self. Internally, he calculated, "This is troublesome. I must take the item and leave. This Gungnir is just a counterfeit. How could the All-Father resort to using inferior goods? How is it possible that even in the north, there are counterfeiters? Ignoring the provocation before him, Odin immediately summoned his death servants to intercept Yen Li, while he swiftly turned to mount his eight-legged steed, Sleipnir, and retreat. Upon hearing Odin's command, the surrounding death servants surged towards Yen Li. The tremendous commotion caused the entire bridge to shudder, but in an instant, purple energy erupted. All the death servants disintegrated into dust, while Odin had already opened the teleportation portal to Nibelungen. Yet, before he could escape with Sleipnir, Yen Li had already appeared before him. I said, "Did I permit you to leave?" As he felt the world-destroying energy before him, Odin decisively hurled the box in his grasp into the portal. Once the box entered the portal, it vanished instantaneously, without pausing even for Odin. Simultaneously, Odin, along with the box and Sleipnir, was obliterated in the void. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying numerous death servants and earning 5,000 store points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Odin's avatar, altering Chu Tianjiao's fate, and earning 35,000 store points. Yen Li gazed at her now 290,000 store points, marveling. What a bountiful harvest. Just 10,000 more store points, and I can draw a colorful template. Within a lavish castle, a young boy and two beautiful women with curvaceous figures soaked in a hot spring. Seemingly sensing something, he inexplicably uttered a phrase that left the other two puzzled. Such terrifying power. On a certain vacation beach, an Italian middle-aged man resembling Caesar suddenly spat blood. Damn! How did I encounter this fellow? The avatar I painstakingly crafted has been so easily destroyed. His expression darkened as he spoke. Thankfully, the item has been secured. The man disregarded his injuries, his gaze fixated on the box before him, filled with a yearning for power and authority. At this moment, having distanced himself from Nibelungen, near a somewhat damaged Maybach, Lu Mingfei expressed his gratitude to the red-haired witch before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen, yet he remained undistracted, as only one serene figure occupied his heart. Thank you, dear sister. Upon hearing this address, Hui Li nearly lost her composure and unleashed her judgment upon Lu Mingfei's face. She neither fussed nor fretted, merely adopting a demeanor that suggested her desire for solitude. Lu Mingfei felt a twinge of awkwardness, wondering why such a task fell to him. A person prone to social anxiety. However, with no other choice, he recognized that his senior, Chu Zihong, was preoccupied with concerns regarding his father. Although Lu Mingfei had no inclination to engage in an activity he was ill-equipped for, it was undeniable that they owed their lives to others. Thus, a modicum of discomfort was a small price to pay for their survival. Observing Chu Zihong diligently tending to his father's wounds with makeshift bandages from the car, Lu Mingfei approached quietly. "Senior, let me give it a try." Chu Zihong, unsure of Lu Mingfei's intentions, nonetheless made room for him. "Don't die." With those words from Lu Mingfei, Chu Tianjiao's injuries visibly began to mend. Before long, Chu Tianjiao was fully healed. After completing this task, Lu Mingfei felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, nearly collapsing, but was fortunately steadied by the swift reflexes of Chu Zihong. Chu Tianjiao gazed at Lu Mingfei in astonishment, pondering the nature of his healing abilities. A treatment type Yanling? Such Yanling has never appeared in the sequence before. Once assured that his father's condition had improved significantly, Chu Zihong turned to Hui Li, offering a sincere thank you. Though he was not one for many words, he was far more composed than Lu Mingfei, who often spoke foolishly and displayed a startlingly low emotional intelligence. Consequently, Hui Li graciously accepted his gratitude, replying, "You're welcome." Moments later, Yen Li approached from the direction Odin had just departed. Hui Li stepped forward, with Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei trailing behind her. "Are you all right?" "No issues, just a trivial matter." Chu Tianjiao inquired, "What about Odin?" "He is dead." However, this so-called Odin was merely a projection. Before his demise, he transmitted that box through Nibelungen. I attempted to pursue him, but he was exceedingly cautious and decisive, shattering Nibelungen before I could catch up. Chu Tianjiao did not express disappointment. Had Yen Li not arrived, they might not have survived, let alone secured the box. The current situation was quite favorable. Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei were about to express their gratitude to Yen Li when she interrupted them. "There's no need for thanks. We may yet become classmates. I will be waiting for you at Castle Academy." "Hey, Yen Li, I haven't even suggested that Zihong join Castle Academy." "Haha, he will join. Chu uncle is aware of this, right?" "Indeed, from the moment he awakened his bloodline, the solitude known as the sorrow of blood has begun to weigh upon him." That evening, Chu Zihong did not return to his usual residence, but instead visited Chu Tianjiao's home. As he arrived at the door, before he could knock, Chu Tianjiao seemed to anticipate his arrival and opened the door. After securing it, he approached his desk and activated a hidden door beneath it, lighting a cigarette. Chu Tianjiao inhaled deeply. Come along. I shall share with you the truths of the world. Dad, I know, go home and get some proper rest. Chu Tianjiao said no more, gently ruffling Chu Zihong's hair, as was his custom. Unbeknownst to them, the cigarette in Chu Tianjiao's mouth had burned down to nothing. Truthfully, if he could, he would prefer that Chu Zihong live a peaceful life. Yet, observing his son deep in thought, he chose not to obstruct his entry into Castle Academy. Chu Tianjiao felt immense pride for his son, tinged with a hint of sorrow. As if all loving parents shared the same paradox, wishing for their children to grow up while simultaneously wishing they would remain young. Tomorrow, bring that classmate, Lu Mingfei, along with you. In the following days, with prior arrangements made for school leave, Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei endured the rigorous training devised by Chu Tianjiao to enhance their combat abilities. As for parental matters, Chu Zihong's stepfather was often absent, while his mother, Su Xiaoyan, was carefree. Lu Mingfei's aunt was approached by Chu Zihong under the pretense of tutoring Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei swore he had never seen his aunt so gentle. She incessantly urged him to study hard with Chu Zihong, showcasing the undeniable influence of a top student's reputation. The brutal intensity of Chu Tianjiao's training was unquestionable. Chu Zihong collapsed several times in the beginning. Lu Mingfei found the experience torturous, spending more time sprawled on the ground than standing. Nevertheless, the results of their training were evident. Initially, Chu Zihong was merely a half-blood who had recently awakened his bloodline, struggling to grasp his own strength. Now, he had transformed into a formidable warrior, skilled in combat techniques and adept at unleashing Yinling, demonstrating the qualities of a born leader. In contrast to the focused Chu Zihong, it was clear to Chu Tianjiao that Lu Mingfei was less enthusiastic about training, yet he did not relent in his efforts to train him. It was crucial to remember that on the overpass, Odin had dismissed even an S-class like him, but had shown unusual interest in Lu Mingfei, who possessed an unprecedented healing Yinling. These factors convinced Chu Tianjiao that Lu Mingfei was destined for a life beyond this mundane existence. Whether by choice or circumstance, he had irrevocably stepped into the hidden, authentic world beneath the surface of normality. After another day of training, Chu Zihong appeared increasingly at ease, while Lu Mingfei remained mired in basic exercises. Initially reluctant to participate, Lu Mingfei found himself unable to refuse Chu Zihong's invitation and thus joined him in training. After completing the first day of training, Lu Mingfei vowed to clarify the next day that he was merely an inexperienced novice, wishing instead to return home to play video games. Yet, his body remained obedient, continuing to train alongside Chu Zihong. As the day concluded, Chu Tianjiao deviated from his usual routine of imparting knowledge about half-bloods and dragons, instead addressing Chu Zihong with gravity. From today onward, training is officially concluded. I must pursue the box that Odin stole and uncover the truth behind him. Is the mission dangerous? Can't someone else take it on? Chu Tianjiao remained silent, and Chu Zihong understood the implication, offering a final remark: stay safe. Rest assured, your father is quite formidable. I will return safely. In a fortified location reminiscent of a sacrificial altar, Pompei Gattuso conveyed a message to the so-called legitimate half-blood powers of Huaxia in a unique manner. On that day, the heads of several prominent families within Huaxia's legitimate half-blood powers, accompanied by their elite subordinates, hastened toward a common destination. Humans are intrinsically foolish. Even when aware of the abyss, greed and desire compel them to leap in willingly. Let me witness the extent of this experiment, Pompei Gattuso thought coldly, regarding the box emblazoned with the world tree. Chapter 25. The night of death approaches in Lu Mingfei's secret base. On the rooftop, Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei sat together, watching the sky gradually turn red as the sun descended. Lu Mingfei turned to Chu Zihong and could not resist asking, "Senior, why do you train so relentlessly? Is it because of what happened on the overpass? You need not feel guilty." Chu Zihong lowered his gaze, no longer regarding the sky. "I harbor no guilt. I understand that without that, senior, fleeing would have been the wisest course, ensuring at least our survival. Yet, I loathe this so-called best choice." Noticing Lu Mingfei's peculiar expression, Chu Zihong continued to speak in silence, expressing a longing for greater strength. He abhorred the helplessness of merely watching, detesting the weakness within himself. It was only now that Lu Mingfei felt he truly comprehended the essence of Chu Zihong's character. "What about you? Since you dislike it, why do you persist?" Lu Mingfei was taken aback. Indeed, how could he not perceive the gentle and meticulous nature of someone like Chu Zihong after training together for such an extended period? I do not know. Perhaps even he is unaware of what truly resides within his heart. Chu Zihong ceased his inquiries, and the two simply sat in silence, watching the sun dip below the horizon. In a particular faction of the Huaxia Orthodox mixed blood community known as Kunlun, a young man of similar age to Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei awaited something. Astonishingly, he donned attire reminiscent of ancient times, which seemed utterly out of place in the modern era. His fingers incessantly drummed against the edge of an opulent throne, betraying his inner turmoil. A figure clad in contemporary clothing approached him hurriedly. "My lord, the information has been confirmed. The heads of various families have dispatched their elite to the same location. Heaven has favored me. Contact Yin Huang, and we can commence our plan." Understood. He rose and departed the lavish palace, which, in an instant, was obliterated by an unseen force. Unfazed, he descended the steps, knowing that a life devoid of braids for the mixed blood was imminent. At Shirlan High School, the mathematics teacher continued lecturing on the test paper, oblivious to the majority of the drowsy students. Suddenly, the vice principal knocked on the open classroom door, drawing the students' attention. "I have an announcement. Those whose names I call must attend an interview at the Lijiang Hotel for Castle Academy tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon. Attendance is voluntary for those who do not wish to participate." Upon hearing this, the students became animated. "Castle Academy? It sounds impressive. They are recruiting us directly through the school. You don't know? A great talent was admitted early by Castle Academy 2 years ago. It is said to rival Cambridge and the University of Chicago." Clearing his throat, the vice principal continued. "Lu Miaomiao, Chen Wenwen, Su Xiaodang, Zhao Menghua, and Lu Mingfei." The curious students incessantly asked, "Vice principal, is it only these few? Are there no other candidates? There is also Chu Zihong from the second year." This statement plunged the entire class into an even greater uproar. The following day, in a luxurious room at the Lijiang Hotel, several meticulously dressed young individuals sat, visibly nervous and lacking confidence for the upcoming interview. However, two among them were exceptions. Unlike the others, who were elaborately attired, they wore casual clothing and exhibited little anxiety. These two were Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong, for whom the Castle Academy interview seemed tailored. Lu Mingfei glanced at Chen Wenwen, feeling a youthful shyness as he thought, "She dresses beautifully." Chen Wenwen, a sweet-faced girl, called out to the others outside. The named Chen Wenwen forced herself to calm down and proceeded to the interview booth, while the rest, excluding Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong, anxiously fixed their gazes on the interview room. Moments later, Chen Wenwen emerged in tears, muttering, "What kind of interview is this? It's just a means to waste our time." Lu Miaomiao and the others pulled her back, curious about the interview's nature. After hearing Chen Wenwen's recounting, they all displayed puzzled expressions. With extraordinary hearing, Yanli in the room clearly caught Chen Wenwen's complaints and couldn't help but smile, finding it amusing. In the spacious room, aside from Yanli seated at the center, there were also Hui Li, Professor Manstein, Yi Sheng, and Zhodiaki. 10 minutes later, Lu Miaomiao and her peers predictably failed to impress and were swiftly eliminated. The last to exit, Lu Miaomiao approached Chu Zihong. "Senior Chu, the questions posed by this university are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. I suspect this academy is either a mental asylum or merely here to toy with us." Chu Zihong coldly replied to Lu Miaomiao before he and Lu Mingfei entered the interview booth. Upon seeing Yan Li in the center, Chu Zihong's eyes slightly flickered, revealing his inner agitation. Lu Mingfei, however, exclaimed loudly, "Great one, what brings you here?" "I am also a student of Castle Academy. Is that so strange?" "No, it's just that someone of your stature should be out executing missions or strategizing in an office. Just call me Yen Li." "All right, brother Yen Li." Yen Li's presence evidently heightened the tension for the two, while Professor Manstein scrutinized them, reminding himself to seize this opportunity. One was an A-class and the other the new S-class following Yen Li. Particularly the new S-class, Lu Mingfei, whom Manstein regarded with the awe reserved for a rare beauty. Lu Mingfei shivered uncontrollably as Manstein donned a self-satisfied smile and formally began the interview. First question, do you believe in the existence of extraterrestrial life? Confirmed. Verification successful. Chu Zihong, male, Class A, welcome to Castle Academy. I am Norma, the Academy's secretary, and it is my pleasure to assist you. Meanwhile, Manstein redirected his attention to Lu Mingfei. Mingfei, is there something the Academy has not provided adequately? We can negotiate on your behalf. No, it's not about the Academy. Professor Manstein, I just haven't made up my mind yet. On the outskirts of the city, a group of individuals clad in black was opening a black and red box, from which a cloud of black blood wafted out. The black-clad figures uncontrollably knelt down, and similar occurrences transpired in other corners of the city. Chapter 26. the Caesar 6. At the city's edge, a Bugatti Veyron audaciously sped into the urban area, racing towards the Legion Hotel in the city center. The owner of this Bugatti, Caesar, did not take the wheel himself. Instead, a strikingly beautiful woman with dark red long hair drove. Under her command, the Bugatti became akin to a canvas for Da Vinci, showcasing an array of flamboyant and masterful techniques. As the speed intensified, the surrounding scenery blurred by faster than usual. Yet, in contrast to the adrenaline-fueled thrill of reckless driving, it was the side profile of the woman beside him that accelerated Caesar's heartbeat. 2 days prior, Professor Manstein had unexpectedly altered the original recruitment task, which he had been responsible for. The task was then eagerly taken over by the restless Caesar. The mission file was opened, revealing the name Chinmato. The recruitment was proceeding smoothly, and Nono had unhesitatingly joined Castle Academy. Strangely enough, after a day spent together, Kaisha found himself continually enamored by the girl named Nua Nua. Thus, when Nua Nua proposed a plan to run away from home, Kaisha did not consider her insane. He simply handed over the car keys without hesitation. He pointed to a location on the map, and Nua understood immediately. That day, a Bugatti Veyron roared to life and set off. Contrary to Nua Nua's expectations of being relentlessly pursued by her family, the Chin family did not chase after her as they usually did. Instead, Kaisha and Nua Nua's journey felt less like an escape and more like a leisurely excursion. Meanwhile, Lu Miao Miao and her companions were descending in the elevator to the lobby, preparing to leave the hotel. The disappointment from their failed interview did not linger for long. At the age of 17 or 18, both sorrow and joy come swiftly and depart just as quickly. The interview questions from this school were truly peculiar. Who could say otherwise? Upon reflection, it might be characteristic of foreign school admissions. I have heard that foreign institutions emphasize factors beyond mere grades, though I cannot articulate what those are. Castle Academy stands apart from other foreign schools. I have researched various institutions, and none seem as fantastical as Castle Academy. The group turned to look at the petite fairy, Su Xiaodang, who had spoken last. Perhaps Castle Academy is indeed a unique entity among foreign schools, someone remarked. No one doubted Su Xiaodang's words, as they were all classmates, and it was widely acknowledged that her family's circumstances were the most favorable. Moreover, she had no need to deceive them regarding such matters. Lu Miao Miao curiously inquired, "Do you think Brother Chu will pass the interview?" The only male among them, Zhao Menghua, responded, "If anyone is to pass, it must be Brother Chu." This reflected the high regard in which Chu Zihong was held by the group. Even Zhao Menghua, despite being male, had to concede his excellence. As for Lu Mingfei, they did not consider him, as that seemed too far-fetched. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Miao Miao called out to the others, "Should we wait for Brother Chu and his companion?" "Sure. I'm also curious if Brother Chu will pass the interview. We can ask him directly later." They reached a consensus and found a spot to sit together, awaiting the arrival of Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei. On the other side, Manstein was fervently persuading Lu Mingfei to reconsider, for those with ambition ultimately succeed, and he did not wish to lose an S-class talent. While Manstein painted an enticing picture of campus life for Lu Mingfei, his phone rang. Noticing Schneider's name on the caller ID, Manstein apologized to Lu Mingfei and stepped aside to answer the call. "Hello, is this Manstein?" To be brief, nearly all the prominent families are mobilizing towards your location. In principle, Enj has already boarded a flight heading your way. Be cautious. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a group was opening a box containing dragon's blood. Before Schneider could finish speaking, the call was abruptly cut off by some strange energy. Without a moment to contemplate, Manstein urgently relayed the news to Yin Li and the others present. Yin Li approached the floor-to-ceiling window and observed that the previously clear sky had suddenly transformed into a shroud of dark clouds, and light rain began to fall. In Yin Li's perception, the entire city was enveloped by a force emanating from the surroundings, forming a colossal Nibelungen that encompassed the entire metropolis. Although the initial strength of this Nibelungen was not substantial, the surrounding energy rapidly intensified, continuously reinforcing it. In a matter of moments, the strength of the Nibelungen escalated to that of a dragon king, and the light rain turned into a torrential downpour. Based on the nature and strength of the Nibelungen, Odin immediately recognized the handiwork behind it. Yin Li turned to the group, noticing two figures running toward the hotel. "Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei, come with me. The three of us will head to the lobby to assist those below. Senior Yi Sheng, Professor Manstein, and Senior Jiodea, please help Yeli establish a defensive line here." At long last, at various locations throughout the city, as the black dragon's blood floated ominously, groups of individuals began to unveil their concealed faces beneath their robes, revealing the aged and pallid visages of their leaders. Once the black dragon's blood was fully released, Accompanied by the chilling rain, the vast Nibelungen silently took shape. Many ordinary citizens were caught off guard by the sudden downpour. As the raindrops fell upon them, they merely felt a slight discomfort and hastened to seek shelter. However, for those standing before the dragon's blood, the rain imbued them with unprecedented vigor and strength. Their features no longer appeared aged. Instead, they regained youthfulness and strength, a stark contrast to their previous lethargy. They tore their robes apart and faced the rain as though it were ambrosia, their bodies growing increasingly youthful and powerful. Yet before they could fully relish this newfound strength, they seemed to sense an ominous presence, frantically clawing at their own bodies. No, no, damn Odin. As they uttered these curses, their bodies began to shrink, blood rapidly draining away and flowing towards the black dragon's blood. Consequently, they transformed into desiccated corpses, their bloodlines completely siphoned away. The noble families that had arrived were all met with demise. As the dragon's blood swelled, the initially transparent raindrops gradually turned black. This time, when the black raindrops fell upon people, they did not bear the same gentle nature as before. Instead, they burned like flames, scorching any ordinary person they touched. In an instant, countless individuals caught in the rain were seared, the black flames spreading across their bodies as their cries echoed through the streets. Those sheltering indoors or elsewhere trembled in fear, unable to utter a word as they witnessed the apocalyptic scene. Then, an even more terrifying event unfolded. As the flames ignited by the rain consumed the unfortunate souls, some transformed into mere skeletons like those of the noble families. Others were forcibly altered by some unknown power, their forms swelling to towering heights of 3 meters, the flames gradually extinguishing to reveal their scales and blazing golden eyes. This rain had not only burned ordinary people alive, but it also awakened the latent dragon blood within those of dragon lineage. However, unlike the usual mixed-blood individuals who undergo spiritual awakening to ignite their golden eyes, they had transformed directly into deathly warriors. In that moment, the city fell silent, save for the sound of rain, as it seemed to become a desolate wasteland. Far from the Jundu Hotel, on a distant rooftop, a girl peered through binoculars at the surrounding scenery, unaffected by the cursed black rain that fell upon the city. Damn Odin, has he lost his mind? To use the egg of the Black King for such a scheme? The girl continued to curse the mad Odin. Suddenly, something caught her eye, and she directed her binoculars toward the outskirts of the Jundu Hotel, where a blonde boy and a dark red-haired girl were visible. She felt an odd sensation as she gazed at the blonde boy but dismissed it, instead captivated by the allure of the dark red-haired girl. Heil Wang Ji Dan and Heil Wang Ji Tong. A tempest of emotions surged within her heart. What could that rascal Odin be plotting? Yet, she dared not ponder further. Outside the Jundu Hotel stood Caesar and Nono, initially en route to the hotel in their vehicle, but the sudden downpour captured their attention. Nono's keen instincts sensed something amiss, and indeed, the rain intensified, transforming the droplets into a sinister black shade, turning the unsuspecting into merciless undead. The duo sprinted towards Jundu Hotel, only to discover that their recently ridden Bugatti Veyron had been wrecked by a lurking undead. Inside the hotel, Lu Miao Miao and her companions stared in horror at the crimson-stained floor, paralyzed by fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Moments ago, they had witnessed a once benevolent server being ruthlessly torn apart by the monstrous invaders. The decorative glass shattered effortlessly before these beasts as one undead, akin to a rampaging truck, crashed through the glass to unleash havoc. Perhaps due to a stroke of luck, the first undead that burst in failed to notice them, and instead pursued every visible target with relentless brutality, akin to a soulless predator. However, the unfortunate reality was that as the first undead wreaked havoc on the hotel's first floor, the increasingly pungent scent of blood attracted more of its kind. With the cacophony of shattering glass, more undead flooded into the lobby, and Su Xiaotong and her group could not evade notice. Chen Wenwen gazed at the approaching undead, her internal terror rendering her momentarily paralyzed, envisioning her own demise. In a critical moment, a striking figure rolled beside her, saving her life, Su Xiaotong. With no time for gratitude, Su Xiaotong shouted urgently, "Follow me." This snapped Lu Miao Miao and the others back to their senses, and they hastily fled to the waiting room. While those who remained frozen by fear met a ruthless end at the hands of the undead, not everyone could maintain their composure. Su Xiaotong and her group, having narrowly escaped, locked the door behind them, while countless others outside fell victim to the relentless onslaught. The anguished cries and the blood pooling from the floor overwhelmed them, compelling them to barricade the entrance with whatever they could find. The sound of breaking glass sent them into a panic as they turned to the window, only to find not the earlier monsters, but rather Nono and Caesar. Nono was the first to speak. Damn it, why did you block the entrance? There's glass right beside you, and you've sealed off any chance of escape. They struggled to articulate their thoughts, their primal survival instincts having driven them to flee in a state of panic. Even the most composed among them, Su Xiaotong, was merely a high school student. And surviving this far was a feat in itself. A tremendous crash echoed from outside, and more perilously, a horde of undead surged in through the shattered window alongside Caesar. These undead were not particularly strong. Most were C-grade, with a few B-grade among them, but their sheer numbers posed a grave threat. Fortunately, both Caesar and Nono had experienced a temporary enhancement of strength due to the strange black rain, allowing them to break through. Regrettably, they found themselves at a dead end. Caesar, wielding the bloody Dick Vito, charged forward, swiftly dispatching several undead that encircled him. Yet, more undead continued their relentless advance, and despite Nono's assistance, the overwhelming odds soon left Caesar wounded. As the undead multiplied, Nono frantically devised a plan for survival. But despair set in as she realized that the 6 individuals in the waiting room were nearing their limit. Chapter 27. The Choice. The pounding outside ceased, replaced by an intense heat palpable even to Lu Miao Miao and the other ordinary individuals. The claws of the undead had vanished from Caesar's throat, leaving only droplets of blood descending from the air. Gazing at the seemingly endless horde of undead, Yanli felt no panic. She instantly moved to shield Caesar from the impending attack. Empowered by her spiritual energy, she delivered a single devastating blow, obliterating the foremost undead. But the onslaught was not over. Her strike unleashed a fierce gust of wind, intermingled with a dark glow, sweeping away countless undead in its wake. Black flash. With just one strike, she cleared the room of all undead. The remaining occupants stared in awe at Yanli, astonished by her incredible power. Words failed them. Soon after, the door swung open to reveal Chu Zihong, the intense heat emanating from him as he unleashed the power of Yanling Juanyan, cleansing the undead outside. Lu Mingfei, witnessing the carnage of dismembered limbs and blood in the lobby, succumbed to uncontrollable retching. Yanli paid him no mind, marking the others and teleporting them back to the room where their interview had originally taken place. The undead transformed by the black rain possessed generally low bloodline levels, and she sensed a multitude of undead converging on the Jundu Hotel, indicating that those hiding in tall buildings or their homes throughout the city were relatively safe for the time being. What mattered most now was their current predicament. As the situation in their vicinity escalated, in a dilapidated rental unit on a street in America, a disheveled man awoke suddenly, revealing golden pupils. Nearby, a colossal shadow loomed, drawing the mutated undead closer, who, like true hybrid beings, were continuously drained of their blood. As the undead multiplied and approached, the shadow grew ever larger. Concurrently, dragon blood from across the city seemed summoned towards the phantasm, yet one drop was diverted by another force. Odin, observing the city's turmoil through Nibelungen, remained unfazed. To him, this was merely an experiment on the blood of the Black King. One drop of Black King's blood, unlike the others that surged towards the central phantasm, entered the body of an undead that stood apart from the rest. As the Black King's blood coursed through this peculiar undead, its undead form began to revert back to human shape, causing Odin to rise with excitement. Fortune favored him. How fortuitous to find it so quickly. Odin's exhilaration was palpable. The considerable risks he undertook in utilizing both the Orthodox and the Heil Wang Ji Dan for this experiment were not solely to combat Yanli. What he truly sought was the sacrificial offering chosen by the Black King's blood. Initially intending to conduct a straightforward experiment in this city before expanding his efforts globally, he had unwittingly circumvented countless hurdles. Watching the sacrificial offering gradually regain its human form, Odin composed himself. There was no need to rush. The experiment was not yet complete. Chen Wenwen. Lu Miao Miao screamed, realizing that Chen Wenwen had been injured in the abdomen by the claws of the undead while in the lobby. At that moment, the adrenaline coursing through her from fear had masked the pain, but now, as she relaxed, the wound bled profusely, causing her to faint. Lu Miao Miao's cry drew everyone's attention. Upon seeing the unconscious Chen Wenwen, Lu Mingfei dashed over, applying pressure to her wound, repeatedly imploring, "Don't die, don't die." Not long after, Chen Wenwen gradually regained consciousness. As she gazed at Lu Mingfei, who was healing her, a sense of disorientation washed over her. And though she wished to speak, her voice failed her. With Chen Wenwen's condition stabilizing, everyone turned their attention to Yanli, who succinctly summarized the current situation. This predicament was quite troublesome. The Death Servants had been forcibly transformed from individuals possessing a faint lineage of the Dragon Clan, and Odin had utilized alchemy to link their lives to the Nibelungen. The greater the number of Death Servants, the stronger the Nibelungen became. I could easily break the Nibelungen, but doing so would eliminate any chance for these Death Servants. Apart from Chun Wenwen and a few students, everyone understood Yan Li's implication. Chu Zihong and Caesar simultaneously inquired, "Is there no way to restore these Death Servants to their normal state?" "For now, no. Although their dragon lineage is mostly quite diluted, I lack the power in this regard." A heavy silence enveloped the group. Manstein pondered strategies, but to no avail. He looked around and was astonished to find that everyone present had ignited their brilliant golden eyes. Lu Miao Miao and Chun Wenwen also possessed dragon blood. But the most striking was Su Xiaodong, standing in the center, whose fervor surpassed even Caesar's. Yet, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. "What do you intend to do?" Caesar was the first to ask. "The Nibelungen was created by Odin. I am tracing his whereabouts through the spatial flow of the Nibelungen. If I can defeat Odin, perhaps this issue can be resolved. However, I am uncertain whether they can endure until then." As his words lingered, they all turned their gaze to the Death Servants, whose bodies had diminished from their former strength, even becoming smaller than ordinary humans. If this continued, they would soon meet the same fate as the others, having their blood and power drained by the phantoms. As Yanli had stated, he was continually searching for Odin's trail. If the Nibelungen could persist a little longer, he might locate Odin, but time was running out. After tending to Chun Wenwen, Lu Mingfei had been quietly observing the situation. He rose silently, yet Chun Wenwen suddenly grasped his hand. "Where are you going?" "It's dangerous outside." Lu Mingfei paused momentarily, but then continued to rise. "Don't worry, senior sister, I'll be fine." Chun Wenwen looked at the hand Lu Mingfei had released and his retreating figure, feeling an unusual stir in her heart. Lu Mingfei approached the window, gazing out at the city, which had transformed into a desolate landscape, and the relentless raindrops abruptly ceased. The little devil appeared beside him. Aside from Yanli, everyone else was affected by the powers at play. "Brother, why did you call me? I'm so curious." Yanli paid no heed to the little devil's arrival, his attention fixated on an ancient roulette. The recently defeated Death Servant had amassed 300,000 Maul points for him, and without hesitation, he purchased a template extraction opportunity. The roulette slowly came to a halt, but the extracted template failed to resolve the issue of the Death Servants. "Let us make a trade. Take a quarter of my life." The anticipated pain and the omnipotent feeling of gaining power did not manifest. The little devil ceased to observe Lu Mingfei and directed her gaze outside. "Did you know, brother, that in the script, a quarter of your life should not be wasted in such a manner? You might find my words cruel, but what lies beneath the throne is never glory or brilliance, but countless bones. Is it worth sacrificing a quarter of your life to save this city? There has never been a matter of worth. It is solely a question of willingness. I simply do not wish to look back in years to come and regret my failure to make this choice." "Then, as you wish." The little devil seized control of the body, and a surge of formidable power erupted from him. With an unstoppable force, it influenced the entire Nibelungen, and the black rain ceased, returning to normal droplets. The Death Servants outside, who had been drained of blood, began to recover under the influence of this power. Though it was too late, the phantoms sensed the provocation. With a roar to the sky, the colossal dragon form became entirely real, an ancient and powerful aura enveloping the area, compelling all the hybrids present to instinctively feel a sense of submission. This was the pressure of bloodline. This was the Emperor's decree. The bloodlines of thousands of legitimate hybrids nourished and absorbed the strength of countless Death Servants, forming the shadow of the Dragon Emperor Nidhogg. Rooted in the blood of the Black King. Chapter 28. The Hybrid Sovereign and the Infinite Void. Yanli acted without hesitation, darting to the head of the Black King's phantom and delivering a mighty punch. Yet, within the Emperor's dignity, there was no retreat. Even though Nidhogg was merely a phantom and not his true form resurrected, it surged forward, colliding with Yanli, and in its enormous black pupils flickered unspoken surprise. This human actually matched it in strength. Nidhogg's muscles swelled further, its massive form displaying unparalleled power, overwhelming Yanli and forcing him back. Yinling throne. Yanli exhibited no fear, continuing to clash with Nidhogg as time flowed on. Each punch was a testament to ultimate violence. The very fabric of space was relentlessly torn asunder. Amidst the continuous clashes, Yanli's strength surged, and Nidhogg, who had once held the advantage, found himself at a disadvantage. The fervor of battle escalated, echoing the rapid enhancement of template fusion. Second template, Vortex Naruto 6 Paths Mode, colored, fusion rate 40. In another collision, Nidhogg was sent crashing into the ground, raising immense clouds of dust. Yet, Yinli did not pursue. Instead, he instantly returned to the hotel. Moments later, Yin Li and the others appeared in an open space, just as the hotel was obliterated by Nidhogg crashing down from above. Before Nidhogg could make its next move, Yin Li was already before it, a surge of purple energy laced with gold erupting forth. Nidhogg hastily activated Yinling to block, shielding itself with its wings. A tremendous sound reverberated, and as the smoke cleared, Nidhogg's form gradually emerged, one arm and a wing destroyed, yet its powerful body, aided by Yinling, was visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Yinli continued his relentless assault, offering Nidhogg no respite. The crowd, now relocated to the open space, witnessed Yinli gaining the upper hand, stirring excitement within them. Yet, danger suddenly loomed as waves of Yinling attacks surged from all directions toward the group. Hui Li reacted swiftly, activating Yinling Judgment to sever most of the incoming attacks, showcasing the Emperor's might. A portion of the attacks that escaped Judgment surged toward Lu Miaomiao. Under the influence of Yinling's scythe, Caesar quickly sensed the sudden threat and rushed to push Lu Miaomiao out of harm's way. But there was one who moved faster than him. Su Xiaodong gracefully shielded Lu Miaomiao from the onslaught. Caesar was taken aback, but there was no time for distractions. He redirected his focus to the immediate threat. The group encircled Lu Mingfei, each one vigilantly guarding against danger. The sound of numerous footsteps approached, and Chu Zihong frowned at the masked figures before him. Almost all were A-class hybrids, with only a few B-class, and even a couple of indistinguishable figures that seemed to be S-class hybrids. The arrival of such a formidable team was certainly not a good omen. It was a contingency plan from Odin, the hybrid sovereign. Before the three hybrid monarchs could make their move, Hui Li had already taken the initiative, launching an attack towards the foremost hybrid monarch. The leading hybrid monarch swiftly evaded, but still suffered the loss of an arm to the cutting blow of Judgment. Observing the painfully slow regeneration of the wound, his expression remained unchanged, resembling an unfeeling machine as he muttered, "Yinling Shenpan?" The hybrid monarchs refrained from direct engagement, instead continuing their assault from a distance with their Yinling, wearing down their opponent's stamina while waiting for an opportunity to strike decisively. Chu Zihong and Hui Li defended against the hybrid monarch's onslaught using Juan Yin and Judgment, but gradually, they began to tire. This group of adversaries not only possessed formidable lineage but were also meticulously trained, exhibiting hive mind cooperation and exceedingly cautious tactics. Undoubtedly, this elite team could hunt down any hybrid being when united. As another Yinling Judgment strike fell, the incoming attack missed once more, yet even Hui Li, under such relentless siege, could not consistently sever the attacks flawlessly. As expected, the leading S-class hybrid monarch detected a gap in their defenses and seized the fleeting opportunity. A powerful Yinling surged forth, reaching Liu Miaomiao and her companions in an instant, poised to pierce through them and attack Lu Mingfei. In this dire moment, a searing flame neutralized the threat. However, Chu Zihong did not unleash Juan Yin. He had exhausted himself through continuous defense, rendering him incapable of summoning it again in the short term. The wielder of this flame was Su Xiaoqiang, whose eyes shone with a blinding intensity. Yinling Jingtong. A thunderous sound momentarily captured the attention of the hybrid monarchs. Buildings were shattered by the force of NHGGR's body crashing through them. And the battle between Yin Li and NHGGR against Hui Li and the hybrid monarchs seemed to unfold in a different dimension altogether. The commotion on Hui Li's side did not escape Yin Li's notice, yet she remained undeterred, continuing her assault on NHGGR. Su Xiaoqiang's awakening granted Hui Li and her allies a brief respite. But the slaughter orchestrated by the elite team of hybrid monarchs was beyond their capacity to withstand. Indeed, the fact that Hui Li and her companions had endured for so long was nothing short of miraculous. As Su Xiaoqiang and the others grew weary, the hybrid monarchs split their forces for close-quarters combat, while those at a distance continued their Yinling attacks, launching another wave that Su Xiaoqiang and the others could no longer repel. It seemed the hybrid monarchs could already envision the demise of Su Xiaoqiang and her companions, yet it was the hybrid monarchs who began to fall. Yinling Shi Jinling was activated, and a figure relentlessly harvested the lives of the hybrid monarchs. Mingsha Yinma Dao and Yinling Fengwang Jitong jointly countered the hybrid monarch's onslaught, as Ange, Feng and Xiaya joined the fray. Feng wielded the Mingsha Yinma Dao alongside Xiaya, effortlessly slaying the hybrid monarchs who approached them. Observing the youthful figures before him, Chu Zihong felt an unusual sensation. In the blink of an eye, only the three leading hybrid monarchs remained, and under the enhancement of Shi Jinling, Ange single-handedly turned the tide. Witnessing their fallen comrades, The three leading hybrid monarchs displayed no sign of emotion, appearing as three emotionless machines. Soon after, they seemed to receive an order, moving towards the central hybrid monarch, and then an unexpected event transpired. The central hybrid monarch extended his arm, plunging it into the chests of the other two, extracting a pulsating crimson object, which he consumed. The body of the hybrid monarch began to swell, as if on the verge of explosion. Ange and Xiaya recognized the situation. It was the prelude to Yanling number 114, the Candle Dragon. Ange activated Shi Jinling, intending to end the life of the hybrid monarch and halt the Candle Dragon, but under the pressure of the Candle Dragon, Shi Jinling could not be initiated. Observing this, Xiaya hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal her Dragon King identity to forcibly stop the impending Candle Dragon activation as it was about to erupt. She reached out her hand, but then withdrew it. Just then, a figure stepped forward. Hui Li positioned herself before the others, and her necklace erupted with an intense violet light. The overwhelming pressure dissipated, extinguishing the Candle Dragon as if it were a self-ignited candle. Everyone present, except for Hui Li, fell into an absolute domain. A hidden card from Yin Li, activating Wuliang Kong Chu. Chapter 29. The Blooming Golden Virtual Shi Zi with the activation of Wuliang Kong Chu. The hybrid monarch who initiated the Candle Dragon could not withstand its aftereffects, resulting in his explosive demise. The battle in the distance had reached its conclusion, and Yin Li focused on the ongoing conflict, which intensified. Despite his imposing stature and formidable Yinling, NHEGR found no advantage, even as a mere shadow. He was taken aback by the individual before him. NHEGR was increasingly suppressed, his injuries more severe than before. He let out a thunderous roar, sending a powerful shockwave that hurled Yin Li away. Without hesitation, NHEGR detonated all the Black King's blood within him, unleashing a burst of explosive power. Instantly, his injuries healed, and his formidable strength began to crack the ground beneath him. Simultaneously, his momentum surged, surpassing his previous state and continuing to escalate to its peak. Amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, the rain intensified once more, no longer influenced by the power of Odin's NHEGR, but true rain. Before NHEGR, even nature bowed to his strength. This time, NHEGR took the initiative, charging towards Yin Li. His speed, now several times greater than before, left Yin Li unable to react. The Limitless technique became insubstantial against such overwhelming power, barely hindering NHEGR's assault before being violently shattered. Yin Li quickly reinforced her body with power to prepare for the impending attack, yet NHEGR's strike severely injured her. As the power of space activated, Yin Li intended to launch a counterattack. However, NHEGR reacted instantaneously, employing alchemy and power in tandem, sealing the torn space with NHEGR's might. Compared to NHEGR, who had dominated the world across several eras, Yin Li's combat experience and tactics were no match. NHEGR's current form could not endure for long. The detonation of the Black King's blood brought not only several times the previous strength, but also inevitable demise. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation became for NHEGR, a fact he was acutely aware of. After sealing the space, he surged forward relentlessly, determined to eliminate the human before him within the limited time remaining. Though the space was completely sealed by NHEGR, it afforded Yin Li a momentary respite. Under the full effect of the reversal technique and the formidable vitality of her celestial form, Yin Li's injuries healed rapidly during this brief interval, her terrifying life force surging forth even more vigorously than NHEGR's. However, Yin Li had never entertained the notion of winning by merely stalling for time. She unleashed her full power, and in the center of her 6 eyes, a minuscule cross-shaped embryo gradually formed unbeknownst to her. Before NHEGR could strike, Yin Li dashed towards him at an accelerated speed, channeling her pent-up fury into a single, resplendent punch, shattering the black space with a brilliant black light. With a single strike, Nidhogg was rendered armless, and its regeneration process was excruciatingly sluggish. Denying Nidhogg any opportunity for retaliation, Yin Li unleashed a powerful uppercut towards Nidhogg's chest, marking the second instance of the Black Flash. This overwhelming force sent Nidhogg uncontrollably soaring into the sky. In its desperate attempt to stabilize itself, Nidhogg flapped its colossal dragon wings, yet the lingering power at its chest rendered it immobile. Yin Li gathered a massive purple energy sphere aimed at Nidhogg, during which a cross shape solidified at the center of the blue 6-eyed entity. The souls lost in the rain, the profound rage, the struggle between life and death, the surging fighting spirit, and the ascendant power. Without the need for incantations, the eerie purple faded, replaced by an exquisite gold, the utterly golden Su Shi Zi. imbued with the power of annihilation, surged towards Nidhogg, leading to a violent explosion upon impact that obliterated Nidhogg's shadow. Thus, the outcome was sealed. Simultaneously, Looming Fei, shielded by the crowd, collapsed. In a distant corner of the city, the being referred to as a sacrifice by Odin completely shed its deathly guise, restoring its human form, while strange symbols began to manifest across its body. As the symbols proliferated, the sacrifice convulsed as if life itself was being drained away. Its life force waned further, and when the final symbol appeared upon its forehead, it had entirely lost all vital signs. Nibelungen, opened by its distant master, revealed a large hand concealed beneath golden armor, poised to seize the sacrifice and depart. Just as Odin was about to claim the sacrifice, a golden light, infused with an aura of destruction, surged towards him. Odin was taken aback but did not relinquish his hold on the sacrifice. The golden light collided with Odin as it surged through the portal alongside the sacrifice. Nibelungen collapsed and vanished, while the alchemical barriers beyond the portal were instantaneously shattered by the golden light, striking Odin directly. The entire structure crumbled, and after an indeterminate time, a hand emerged from the ruins, the sacrifice now reduced to a formless mass of blood and flesh. Odin, in a state of utter disarray, was gravely injured and on the brink of death. With great effort, he pushed away the stones pinning him down, his body covered in bloodstains. Trembling, he retrieved a vial of crimson elixir from another Nibelungen, and upon consuming it, his injuries began to mend slowly. Gazing at the remains of the sacrifice in his hand, he fell into deep contemplation. In the far north, within a clandestine laboratory hidden beneath glaciers, a man clad in a white lab coat suddenly experienced an excruciating headache as Odin suffered his grievous injury, leading him to collapse uncontrollably. He shakily rose to his feet, concealing a small, exquisite photograph within his pocket watch. Chapter 30. The youthful tale of the literary girl and the internet-addicted boy. Following Nidhogg's demise at the hands of Yen Li, the crowd displayed expressions of exhilaration. However, joy quickly gave way to concern as everyone reached for their phones to contact their loved ones. As time trickled by, anxiety mounted within them. "Hello, Mom. Are you all right?" Fortunately, with the first call answered, good news flowed in. There were no casualties in anyone's homes. Yet the sight of the ravaged city left them with little reason to rejoice. Yen Li returned to the battlefield where he had clashed with Nidhogg. The once magnificent Jundu Hotel lay in ruins, barely recognizable as its former self. Approaching Lu Mingfei, Yen Li employed a reversal spell to heal him. "He's fine, just exhausted and fainted. He will awaken shortly." Upon hearing this, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. Curiously, Huili inquired, "Where did you go just now?" Odin attempted to use Nibelungen's powers to tear open a spatial portal to retrieve a deceased individual, and I intervened, Yen Li explained to Huili. "Is he dead?" asked Chu Zihong. "I cannot be certain," Yen Li replied. He had expended considerable energy in the initial battle with Nidhogg's shadow, having fought with all his might. Were it not for the assistance of the six-eyed entity and the formidable regenerative capabilities bestowed by the new template, Naruto Uzumaki, he would have collapsed by now. Consequently, his attack on Odin was executed with limited strength. Had he been at full capacity, Yen Li was confident he could have ensured Odin's demise. Understanding the need for prudence, Yen Li sensed that Odin would not perish easily, prompting him to remain vigilant. Additionally, he was deeply intrigued by Odin's insistence on retrieving that individual. It was clear that Odin would never act with indecision. Yet when Yen Li launched his attack, Odin did not immediately abandon the person in his grasp. Rather, he risked everything to take them with him, indicating their significant importance to Odin. After relaying this matter to Anger, a serious expression crossed Anger's face as he solemnly stated, "I will prioritize investigating this matter." Lu Mingfei gradually regained consciousness, the first question on his lips being, "What's the situation? Did we win?" "Rest assured, we emerged victorious. But don't get too excited, my friend. I fear you might faint again," Caesar replied, having recognized Lu Mingfei as an equally exceptional ally through their recent battle. Once fully alert, Lu Mingfei attempted to contact his aunt, only to discover that his old phone had been irreparably damaged during the conflict. As he contemplated borrowing a phone, Chen Wenwen, who had remained by his side, said, "When I called home, I also checked in on your family. Don't worry, your uncle and aunt are safe." Lu Mingfei paused, his face flushing slightly as he stammered, "Thank you." The youthful beauty and tenderness of adolescence did not last long, confronted with the hellish scene. Even Lu Mingfei could find no joy. As the group surveyed the devastation before them, the first emotions to arise in the hearts of the young were not the flames of hatred, but rather helpless confusion and sorrow. Aside from Yen Li, even the most mature among them, Chu Zihong and Caesar, were merely youths unversed in such trials. Today, the young had encountered a suffocating sorrow that unveiled the harsh realities of the world, opening the door to growth with the key of loss. Chu Zihong stood in a daze for a moment before finally speaking. What will happen to these people? Will dragons and hybrids fully integrate into human society? Anger sighed softly before responding. A collaboration has been established between Yin Huang and Castle Academy. They will utilize linguistic manipulation to induce amnesia or other means, allowing the city's residents to forget everything and resume normal life starting tomorrow. And the deceased? Zhao Minghua inquired. Forgotten, cast aside by all but us. You might think, no? I believe all of you would find it too cruel. The dead will be forgotten by the world, existing in some other form of death in the hearts of the living, perhaps as a whirlwind or a tragic fall. In any case, they will not be regarded as dragons. I do not deny that this is cruel, perhaps the cruelest thing of all. People will not even know how they perished. Yet, I can assure you, this is the most prudent course of action. Such is the truth and brutality of the world. The group fell into silence, or perhaps they were rendered speechless. On a stormy night, both they and the city suffered great losses, and the only possessions they retained were their silence and tear-stained cheeks. Our station reports that 2 days ago, the city endured unprecedented torrential rain. In a secluded room, Yen Li, Chu Zihong, and others raised their beers in a toast. 3 days had passed since the night of Nidhogg, and the reconstruction of the Jundu Hotel was gradually underway, mirroring the slow healing of the city's wounds. Yen Li and the others gathered to host a farewell banquet for everyone. Following the revelry, silence fell, and the lively chatter ceased. As they drank, their sorrows were swallowed along with the liquor, and beneath the luminous moonlight, they silently wished each other well. Su Xiaotang, Lu Mingfei, and Chu Zihong were accepted into Castle Academy, while Zhao Minghua was successfully recruited after seeking out Yin Huang. Lu Miaomiao and Chun Wenwen chose to remain in the city. No feast lasts forever. Those who had once shared life and death together were now parting ways, embarking on their respective futures, hoping that they might meet again someday. After the gathering, everyone departed, and under the lazy yellow glow of the old streetlights, Lu Mingfei and Chun Wenwen strolled homeward. Lu Mingfei gazed intently at Chun Wenwen's illuminated face, and perhaps due to the directness of his stare, or perhaps a shared understanding, she turned to meet his gaze. They paused, looking into each other's eyes, but ultimately, it was Lu Mingfei who faltered first, his cheeks flushed as he diverted his gaze, his hands fidgeting awkwardly with anxiety. Chun Wenwen, he began, but she interrupted him with a kiss, sealing his lips. I like you too. In this wordless exchange, Chun Wenwen articulated her feelings through action. Lu Mingfei's face turned visibly crimson as they both closed their eyes, lost in this moment that belonged solely to them. Weaving a youthful narrative between the internet-addicted boy and the literary girl. Chapter 31. The Inspired Spirit of Hui Li. After bidding farewell to the others, Yen Li and Hui Li strolled briefly before returning to the hotel. Yen Li covered the sleeping Hui Li with a blanket and began to examine the rewards obtained after defeating the Shadow of Nidhogg. Name: Yen Li template activated. Wuqiao Wugo, Golden, 100 Fusion Degree, Vortex Naruto 6 Paths Mode, Color, 50 Fusion Degree. Mall Points, 70. 000 Ability, Dao Seeking Gem, Unlocked, Yang Power. After defeating the Deadpool and drawing the new Vortex Naruto template at Jundu Hotel, the Fusion Degree surged to 50, and the Mall Points reached 70, 000. Yen Li planned to conserve the Mall Points to directly enhance the Fusion Degree of the Vortex Naruto template. After all, the probability of drawing a stronger template than Vortex Naruto was quite low, if not negligible. It was wiser to utilize the points for steady improvement in strength. Once she absorbed her gains, Yen Li gently kissed Hui Li's forehead, then drifted into slumber alongside her. Another summer arrived, and In Good chartered an entire plane to lead everyone to Castle Academy. On board, Yen Li, Lu Mingfei, and Chu Zihong engaged in a game of Do Di Zhu, while Hui Li strategized for Yen Li from the sidelines. With luck and the blessing of the Six Eyes, Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong's faces were plastered with paper notes. As the two of them ran out of space for stickers, the game concluded with Yen Li's resounding victory. Caesar and Feng Gu were engaged in conversation, and after several days of interaction, Caesar was pleasantly surprised to discover that this so-called useless senior recognized by the students of Castle Academy was quite agreeable. Su Xiaodang and Nono sought in Ji's guidance on the history of dragons and Castle Academy, aiming to learn about the hybrid lineage. Su Xiaodang originally intended to consult Yen Li, as she was undoubtedly the strongest, but Yen Li was preoccupied with mission details and had never delved deeply into the history of dragons. He had merely glossed over it, and his understanding of dragons and hybrids was certainly inferior to Nji's. A food-laden cart slowly approached, and the delicious aroma roused everyone to the realization that it was lunchtime. Feng swiftly filled his bowl, and the others gathered around, with him speaking through a mouthful of food. By the way, isn't the annual Freedom Day approaching? Freedom Day? The others, except for Yen Li and Go and Caesar, turned their curious gazes towards Feng, eager to know about this Freedom Day he mentioned. You don't know? On Freedom Day, all students can choose to join in the day's struggles, akin to a simulated combat exercise. Aside from large-scale weapons of mass destruction that are prohibited, virtually everything else is fair game, with firearms modified to use non-lethal frigga bullets. The victors of Freedom Day gain the right to use the Norton Hall for a year and enjoy a month of free dating rights, where only the winner's chosen partner can accompany them on dates. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingfei remarked in a daze, "It feels a bit like a college party." Your description is apt. Freedom Day indeed resembles a party, albeit one where we indulge in competition and conflict, Caesar responded. And Gu gazed at the vibrant young people before him and smiled. Originally, Freedom Day was merely a holiday to allow students to enjoy university life freely. However, 2 years ago, a bold student transformed it into what it is today, and thus it has become a tradition. At this, everyone turned their eyes towards Caesar. Even those unfamiliar with the early years of Castle Academy felt an inexplicable sense that this transformation of Freedom Day was indeed the brainchild of this proud nobleman before them. Caesar, unfazed by the attention, readily acknowledged that Freedom Day was indeed his creation. No, curious, continued the conversation. So, if Freedom Day only started 2 years ago, who were the victors in the past 2 years? Though it was a question, all eyes instinctively turned to Yen Li. Yen Li waved his hand dismissively. You might be disappointed. I only won one Freedom Day. The other victor was Caesar. Not only Lu Mingfei, but everyone else who was unaware of the backstory found it hard to believe. Caesar had indeed won a Freedom Day against Yen Li. Feng Gu shattered their illusions. You are overthinking it. Yen Li is the most exceptional hybrid, not just now, but throughout the history of hybrids. He only won one Freedom Day because he joined the executive department in his first year, undertaking tasks worldwide, and had no time to participate in the second. Caesar did not feel ashamed or angered by Feng Gu's candid words. Instead, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging this fact. Initially, Caesar had contemplated competing with Yen Li again, but as time passed, he came to recognize Yen Li as the undisputed first in his heart. By the way, does anyone plan to participate in Freedom Day? The rewards are plentiful, and it greatly aids in enhancing one's combat abilities, Caesar inquired of the group. Chu Zihong was the first to express his intention to join, and Su Xiaodang and Nono also showed interest, stating their desire to participate. The remaining interest of Hui Li and Lu Mingfei in participating was rather minimal. Hui Li displayed little enthusiasm for the competition. Rather than engaging in the contest, she preferred to spend time with Yen Li, playing the latest video games. Lu Mingfei, on the other hand, had no desire to participate whatsoever. Come on, all that fighting is so violent, it's utterly lame, he exclaimed. Kaisa informed Lu Mingfei. The winner will receive a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Instantly, Lu Mingfei grasped Kaisa's arm. You know, I've always been fond of Zio Yuri. By the way, can it be converted to cash? Kaisa was both amused and exasperated. Of course. As for Hui Li, Kaisa was uncertain about her willingness to participate. It seemed that money and combat experience held little value for her and Yen Li. Thus, he refrained from extending another invitation. But it was Finger who articulated a compelling reason for Hui Li to join the competition. Is Hui Li not participating in Zio Yuri? The winner can designate someone as their boyfriend or girlfriend for a month. As far as I know, Yen Li enjoyed considerable popularity at school, and numerous exceptionally talented female classmates had long yearned for his attention. I shall participate, Hui Li declared without hesitation, her eyes brimming with determination, her fighting spirit ignited. The victor of Zio Yuri could only be her. After finishing their meal, Hui Li and several girls settled in the back to chat, while the boys occupied the front. Chu Zihong fixated on Yen Li, saying, Yen Li, I wish to become stronger. Could you assist me in training? Yen Li readily accepted, certainly. But I can only guide you in combat experience and various techniques. If you seek genuine improvement, I suggest consulting Principal Anger. Chu Zihong looked at Anger with confusion, who patiently explained, Yen Li is different from us. He has limited knowledge to impart. You will understand in due course. With that, Anger presented an ancient, tattered scroll to Chu Zihong. This document contained a forbidden technique known as Baoxue, inherited from the Shixin Hui. This technique could enhance the purity of our hybrid bloodline. Of course, enhancing one's lineage is inherently perilous. Even Baoxue carries significant risks. The so-called Shixi are essentially monsters, the result of dragon blood overpowering human blood. leading to a loss of reason. I trust you comprehend the associated dangers. Chu Zihong hesitated for a moment, but resolutely accepted the scroll detailing Baoxue. Anger turned to Kaisa, saying, Kaisa, if you are interested, you may study this technique alongside Chu Zihong. Am I allowed? Isn't Baoxue Shirshin Hui inheritance? Would it be acceptable to simply give it to me? There are no rigid rules. Anyone truly dedicated to the dragon-slaying endeavor is a worthy recipient of the Shirshin Hui's legacy, and I recognize your excellence. Anger provided Lu Mingfei with a scroll as well. And before the three began their studies, he cautioned them. Remember, Baoxue is an extremely dangerous forbidden technique. Do not utilize it unless absolutely necessary. If you encounter any issues, seek me or Yinli immediately. Observing Principal Anger's earnest warnings, Lu Mingfei and the others gained a clearer understanding of the inherent dangers associated with the ancient parchment and the forbidden technique it contained. Chapter 32. Undoubtedly regal within Kai's Academy. Silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Lu Mingfei wandered through a clearing, oblivious to the subtle sounds emanating from the bushes on either side. Kaisa and Chu Zihong communicated via walkie-talkie with Su Qi and Nua Nua, the two exceptional leaders making the same tactical choice. In the next moment, the tranquility shattered with the heavy crack of gunfire as the snipers atop the high-rise initiated their attack, firing bullets towards Lu Mingfei, who fell instantly as Chu Zihong and Kaisa sprang into action. Two rapid-fire handguns unleashed a torrent of bullets, like fiery serpents pursuing Lu Mingfei, who collapsed in an instant. Chu Zihong and Kaisa cautiously advanced, and upon seeing the multitude of bullet holes in Lu Mingfei's body, they finally felt some relief. The Lion-Hearted Association and student council members trailing behind them were incredulous. Had the new S-Class Lu Mingfei truly fallen so easily? Although Chu Zihong and Kaisa had not formally allied, both leaders arrived at the same conclusion. It was prudent to eliminate Lu Mingfei, the most formidable S-Class opponent. In Zhou Yiri, camaraderie held no sway. It was unequivocally the best choice to eliminate what they perceived as the greatest threat. Kaisa praised Nua Nua over the walkie-talkie. Well done, Nua Nua. That was effortless. However, a bullet rang out, and one member of the Shirshin Hui fell. Kaisa frowned, realizing Nua Nua had suddenly launched an offensive. Barely recovering from Lu Mingfei's fall, a suspected student council sniper initiated a rapid counterattack. Chu Zihong reacted swiftly, firing back and swiftly seeking cover. Retreating now would only lead to certain defeat. He shouted, "Find cover." The members of the Shirshin Hui and student council, belatedly grasping the situation, drew their weapons and exchanged fire while moving towards safety. Nua Nua's preemptive strike caught both sides off guard, despite Chu Zihong's warnings to his comrades. It was too late for them to respond. Fortunately, the student council members also failed to locate cover in time. It appeared the sniper acted independently, rather than in concert with the council. Consequently, after a volley of exchanges, only a few stood from both factions, their ammunition depleted. Kaisa proposed to Chu Zihong. The outcome rests between us. Shall we engage in a true contest? Chu Zihong concurred, and they each drew their respective weapons, Muramesa and Daikwadwa, clashing with a resounding metallic ring, sharp and clear. Neither Chu Zihong nor Kaisa would yield easily, exchanging blows. Though Kaisa possessed a higher bloodline, Chu Zihong, having practiced Baoxue, had also reached A-class, awakening his unquenchable golden eyes. Chu Zihong's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, yet Kaisa appeared unfazed. Since Chu Zihong had enhanced his lineage through Baoxue, Kaisa had also reaped benefits from his heritage. Originally an A-class lineage, he was not inferior to Chu Zihong. Moreover, Chu Zihong, having only recently awakened his bloodline, struggled to fully harness his power, unable to control it with precision. Gradually, Kaisa began to gain the upper hand. Chu Zihong wielded Muramesa, relentlessly suppressing Kaisa. But as he exposed a flaw, Kaisa seized the opportunity to counterattack, disarming him. Chu Zihong is eliminated. Yet Kaisa did not immediately lower his guard. He was acutely aware that an opposing sniper remained poised to strike. Indeed, an instinctual sense of danger surged through him, prompting a swift evasion. Just as a bullet grazed the spot he had occupied, Kaisa calculated the sniper's location based on the bullet's trajectory, but the next moment, another shot rang out. Although his instincts warned him of impending peril, he could not evade in time and was struck. Kaisa is eliminated. The bullet that took him down originated from the student council sniper, Nua Nua, stationed in the high-rise. As the scene shifted, Su Qi and Nua Nua lay unconscious, replaced by Su Xiaodong and Hui Li. Initially, Su Xiaoqiang had formed an alliance with Hui Li and Lu Mingfei, utilizing Lu Mingfei as bait to draw fire. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoqiang and Hui Li aimed to eliminate the snipers from both sides, creating chaos on the battlefield, akin to the age-old struggle where the clam and the snipe contend, allowing the fishermen to benefit. As for why Lu Mingfei consented to this arrangement, Su Xiaoqiang promised him that regardless of whether she or Hui Li emerged victorious, the Bugatti Veyron would be his. This was precisely what Lu Mingfei sought by participating in the free day, and he naturally accepted with enthusiasm. As the free day neared its conclusion, the ultimate victor would be determined between Yusuji Hui Li and Su Xiaoqiang. Su Xiaoqiang confronted Hui Li directly, launching an attack with a speed surpassing both Caesar and Chu Zihong. However, Hui Li vanished in an instant, and before Su Xiaoqiang realized it, she lost consciousness. In just one fleeting encounter, the battle concluded, showcasing the absolute prowess of the emperor. The victor of the free day was Yusuji Hui Li. The following day, at a welcome gathering hosted by Caesar, Chu Zihong, Caesar, Su Xiaoqiang, and Nono engaged in discussions about the topic of bloodshed, while Lu Mingfei remained in his dormitory, counting the money he had exchanged for the Bugatti Veyron, feeling exhilarated as he observed the multitude of zeros appearing in his account. Lu Mingfei found university life to be truly magnificent. Meanwhile, Yin Li was in the dormitory playing the latest Street Fighter with Hui Li. Originally, the dormitory shared by Feng Gu'er and Yin Li was quite spacious, comparable to a 12-person dormitory in a standard university, as Castle Academy did not skimp on accommodations. Upon their enrollment, Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong were assigned to Feng Gu'er's dormitory, while Yin Li moved out to share a private residence with Hui Li, which was more akin to a villa, given its size and luxuriousness. When Yin Li expressed a desire to move out, Castle Academy promptly constructed this castle-like dormitory within a few days. Upon learning that Lu Mingfei and the others were in the same dormitory, Caesar also requested to join them. Thus, Lu Mingfei, Feng Gu'er, Chu Zihong, and Caesar now resided together. Yin Li was not surprised by Hui Li's victory in the free day without activating bloodshed. Chu Zihong and the others were simply too weak compared to the formidable, pure, and perfected power of Hui Li. Furthermore, both Chu Zihong and Su Xiaoqiang had awakened their bloodlines only recently, making it challenging for them to fully master their powers. Though Caesar had enhanced his combat capabilities through bloodshed, the true strength came after its activation. Under the Academy's regulations, bloodshed could not be utilized, and given that the free day was more of a competitive event, there was no necessity to activate it against mere opponents. According to Yin Li's estimation, only after Caesar activated his second degree of bloodshed would he stand a chance against Hui Li. To commend Hui Li's victory, Yin Li suggested that she propose a few wishes or express any special desires or places she wished to visit. Hui Li then suggested a trip to Japan, also to see the long-unseen Yuan Zhisheng. Consequently, Yin Li and Hui Li spent the following week traveling in Japan, during which Yin Li also took the opportunity to assist Yuan Zhisheng and Yusuji Yui. Chapter 33. Old Tang in the Blink of an Eye. Nearly 2 months had passed since Chu Zihong and the others enrolled at Castle Academy. Lu Mingfei groggily awoke from his slumber, drowsily reaching for the alarm clock beside him. To his astonishment, it was already 9 a.m. Yntia Sr. awakened him for class. The time on the clock jolted Lu Mingfei into full consciousness as he quickly surveyed the surrounding beds. Dismayed to find that he was the only one still asleep in the dormitory, he hastily washed up and departed with the speed characteristic of a student. Upon opening the door, he encountered Feng Gu'er walking towards him, causing him to halt abruptly. "Senior, is class over?" "Class? What class? Isn't today Saturday a day off?" Feng Gu'er's words stirred Lu Mingfei from his daze, and he finally recalled that it was indeed Saturday, a holiday from school. Recently, the university courses had left him somewhat disoriented, as the subtle melancholy of leaving home still lingered. "Junior, you seem a bit absent-minded lately. How about we grab something to eat?" With that, Feng Gu'er lifted a sumptuous breakfast in his hands. At that moment, Lu Mingfei's stomach growled, drawn by the enticing aroma. After indulging in a hearty meal with Feng Gu'er, Lu Mingfei retrieved a beautifully packaged letter from beneath his pillow and exited contentedly. "Is Mingfei sending another letter?" "Yes, I appreciate your help, sir." Lu Mingfei replied with a smile, handing the letter to the elderly gentleman. "Is it the same address?" "Yes." "Thank you, sir." The elderly man expertly placed the envelope in the mailbox, as if it were a routine task. This letter was addressed to Chen Wenwen. Although the internet had flourished, allowing instantaneous communication even across oceans, Lu Mingfei and Chen Wenwen opted for this traditional method to share the nuances of their lives. Lu Mingfei found this quaint, not at all troublesome. Rather, it represented a unique romance between him and Chen Wenwen. After completing this task, Lu Mingfei did not return to the dormitory immediately, but instead made his way to a secluded area on the academy's rear mountain. He traversed the woods until he reached a specially designated training ground. As he approached, he heard the sound of weapons clashing, and upon looking, he saw Caesar and Chu Zihong engaged in a fierce duel, their golden eyes shining more brightly than usual. Since mastering bloodshed, Chu Zihong and Caesar had agreed to meet here for combat practice, deepening their understanding of bloodshed and enhancing their practical experience. Yin Li, observing Lu Mingfei's arrival, offered a faint smile. However, this seemingly ordinary smile sent a chill down Lu Mingfei's spine. Unlike Chu Zihong and Caesar, whose bloodline tests had yielded S-rank results, but whose daily performance hovered around C-rank, Lu Mingfei possessed the unique ability to activate third-degree bloodshed without succumbing to the dangers of dragon blood, allowing him to extricate himself from its influence without any aftereffects. After initiating second-degree bloodshed, Chu Zihong and Caesar felt their rationality increasingly compromised by their enhanced bloodline. They estimated that activating third-degree bloodshed would likely lead to their complete descent into becoming death servants, thus reserving it as a last resort. Yet Lu Mingfei could easily access third-degree bloodshed, which elevated his bloodline to a rank. Upon learning of Lu Mingfei's situation, Anger discussed with Yin Li the possibility of using the Dragonbone Cross of Tiamat to enhance Lu Mingfei's initial bloodline, to which Yin Li readily consented. The Dragonbone Cross had ceased to serve its purpose for her. The stronger Lu Mingfei, Chu Zihong, and others became, the better they could safeguard their own safety. After a day of training, the trio returned to their dormitory, where Lu Mingfei powered on his vintage laptop and opened the familiar chat application. A familiar cough broke the silence as he accessed the chat interface. What is the plan? Want to play around? No. I'm heading to university in America in a couple of days. I need to pack my luggage. Going to university in America? Wow. You've come a long way without a word. Let us not dwell on that. Old Tang, aren't you in America as well? Let us meet up when you can. Sure, just set a time. After arriving in the United States, remember to seek me out. I shall take you to savor a variety of delectable dishes. Might it be somewhat inconvenient? What a question. Just come along with an appetite. Gazing at the chat logs with the netizen named Lao Tang, which had ceased 2 months prior, I found myself lost in thought, left only with my incessant inquiries about what had transpired with Lao Tang. Lu Mingfei and Lao Tang had forged their friendship in the realm of interstellar gaming, and Lu Mingfei considered them to be very good friends. He sensed that something must have happened to Lao Tang. Staring at Lao Tang's gray avatar, Lu Mingfei continued to send messages, but as usual, he received no response until deep into the night. Concerned, he closed his laptop. Beside him, Chu Zihong noticed the turmoil within Lu Mingfei and inquired, "What troubles you?" "It's nothing much. I had arranged to meet a very good online friend who was also in the United States, but I haven't been able to get in touch with him lately. I feel he might be in some sort of trouble. Perhaps you could ask the Academy for assistance. Norma is quite adept in such matters." This suggestion jolted Lu Mingfei into realization that he could indeed seek Norma's help. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Chu Zihong and resolved to approach Norma the following day. As night deepened, Lu Mingfei lay in bed, contemplating Lao Tang, a wave of worry inexplicably rising within him. Meanwhile, Lao Tang, whom Lu Mingfei was concerned about, had already departed from the United States, slowly approaching the direction Lu Mingfei had come from aboard an illegal smuggling vessel. Unlike the humorous and slightly irreverent Lao Tang that Lu Mingfei knew, the current Lao Tang gazed into the distance, his noble golden eyes blazing with an intensity that was difficult to behold. Chapter 34. Ronald Tang standing amidst the remnants of what seemed to be a shipwreck. Lu Mingfei surveyed the endless expanse of blue. The strange sound of gears turning resonated, as if triggering some clandestine mechanism. In the vast river, the water naturally parted, revealing a space that allowed the great relic beneath to resurface, enabling Lu Mingfei to discern the immense structure that had long slumbered beneath the water. Stunned into silence, Lu Mingfei beheld the sight before him, a colossal city-state. The passage of time was evident upon it, yet it had not diminished its grandeur or intricacy. Even without any prior knowledge of architecture, Lu Mingfei could instantly recognize the extraordinary craftsmanship on display. It was an incredible fusion of culture and primal force, a flawless workmanship honed to perfection, forged in the crucible of fierce flames, the city of bronze. Lu Mingfei felt as though his soul had transcended his body, his vision penetrating the vast bronze metropolis. A man cradling a fire-breathing dragon? Lu Mingfei hesitated to confirm, unable to discern the creature's form amidst the flames. Yet when that man turned, an inexplicable familiarity washed over him. Before he could pose a question, the man, engulfed in flames, lunged at Lu Mingfei like the fiery creature he resembled. Lu Mingfei jolted awake, drenched in sweat. Recognizing his familiar surroundings, he realized he had just emerged from a dream. Recollecting the vision, his heart raced at the final image, a violet light that obliterated all. Feeling the intense warmth in his hand, which felt almost tangible in reality, a peculiar premonition stirred within him. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled, striving to regain his composure. Lu Mingfei made his way to the student affairs office, where a machine, reminiscent of a self-service kiosk at a fast food restaurant, contained a projection of Norma. After placing his fingerprint for verification, Norma activated, and Lu Mingfei explained his purpose for visiting. Norma, could you assist me in locating someone? His QQ number corresponds to his online alias, Lao Tang. Certainly. I am currently assisting you in conducting the search. Anomalies have arisen in the query results. An emergency meeting has been convened. All hybrid beings of a level bloodline and above are requested to assemble in the Academy's assembly hall. Norma not only conveyed this to Lu Mingfei, but also broadcast it throughout the campus. Panic surged within Lu Mingfei. What could have transpired to warrant such an urgent response from Norma? Recalling his dream from earlier that morning, a sense of foreboding gripped him. It seemed the events of his dream were encroaching upon reality. He steeled himself and proceeded to the assembly hall. Upon his arrival, he found that all the designated seats were already occupied, and the collective gaze of the crowd indicated he was the last to arrive. He gazed forward to see Principal Anger, Professor Schneider of the Executive Department, and the students Yin Li and Hui Li seated at the front. What circumstances could necessitate the gathering of such key figures from Castle Academy? Lu Mingfei's concern for Lao Tang deepened. Principal Anger addressed Norma. Everyone is present. Please proceed with the explanation. Very well, Principal Anger. At 11:41 this morning, S-level student Lu Mingfei inquired about a netizen named Lao Tang, full name Ronald Tang. He arrived in the United States several years ago, an orphan without legal status, often operating in the dark web as a bounty hunter. As Norma spoke, a series of Lao Tang's records and mission experiences appeared on the screens before the gathered audience. All present were exceptional students of the Academy, possessing distinguished bloodlines, and thus, they swiftly and comprehensively absorbed the information transmitted by Norma. However, confusion arose among them, as Ronald Tang appeared to lack any remarkable traits, aside from an uncanny streak of luck during missions. Norma continued, 2 months ago, Ronald Tang mysteriously vanished, only to reappear 3 days ago. His trajectory suggests his target was the Yangtze River Three Gorges. The mention of the Three Gorges sparked recognition among the audience. Su Xiaodang was the first to inquire, Principal, is there an ongoing mission or something else related to Castle Academy at the Three Gorges? Principal Anger nodded, revealing no intention of withholding information. A week ago, a department responsible for the study of ancient literature and the excavation of dragon relics reported that the Academy believes a noble king lies dormant beneath the Three Gorges. However, this information has yet to be verified, prompting the Academy to dispatch Professor Manslong to Shitai and 2 outstanding students, Yi Sheng and Jyoti Yaji, to investigate. Just yesterday, after multiple underwater explorations, we confirmed the existence of a bronze city beneath, also known as the City of the White Emperor. Through rigorous analysis and examination, we can now ascertain that the City of the White Emperor indeed harbors a slumbering king, the King of Bronze and Fire. The assembly buzzed with urgency. The location of a dormant king had been established, yet Lu Mingfei felt out of place, his attention captivated solely by the Bronze City. Principal Anger continued. While the location of the Bronze City has been confirmed, the gates of the city require a key to unlock. Therefore, the troops stationed at the White Emperor City are currently on standby at the Three Gorges. Ronald Tang accepted a mission pertaining to the Three Gorges. Could other forces be attempting to interfere with the City of the White Emperor? An anonymous student voiced their hypothesis in a rhetorical manner. Norma made her assessment. Based on the information gathered, Ronald Tang has not accepted any missions regarding the City of the White Emperor on the dark web. And this is footage captured by traffic cameras along his route. Images were projected by Norma, and the crowd gasped in astonishment as they beheld the unfolding revelations. The current state of network and surveillance technology is not yet advanced enough to capture photographs with the clarity that will be achievable in the future, where one could discern even the pores on a face. The slightly blurred images barely allow for the identification of Luonada Tang. Yet one detail stands out prominently, the oppressive golden eyes, a sensation felt even by the mixed-blood individuals present, including Ange and Huei. A question arises in everyone's minds. What could be the identity of the owner of these noble golden eyes, whose presence can suppress 2 S-class beings? If their destination is the tomb of a sleeping king? Yanli spoke, urging the personnel from Baidi City to withdraw completely, declaring that this matter was beyond their involvement. Principal Ange, I kindly ask you to arrange the fastest travel plans. Ange replied, understood, I will facilitate their evacuation immediately. Unlike the earlier heavy atmosphere of learning about the tomb of a slumbering king and a suspected royal figure heading towards Baidi City, Yanli's words snapped the group back to reality. After all, they had someone among them who had slain the complete Dragon King. Though this assertion did not erase their wariness, the oppressive tension dissipated, save for one individual. Lu Mingfei gazed at the Bronze City, absorbing information from Norma, his mind filled with disbelief. How could it be? How could that person, with whom he had spent countless nights playing StarCraft online, that old Tang, be a Dragon King? His unease and impatience grew, prompting him to stand abruptly. Senior brother, please allow me to participate in the mission. Yanli regarded Lu Mingfei, then nodded slightly in agreement to the others, Chu Zihong and Caesar, who also stood. On that day, the quartet from Castle Academy boarded a plane bound for the Yangtze River Three Gorges. Chapter 35, Baidi City. On the aircraft, Lu Mingfei was lost in thought, his anxious and oppressive emotions causing him to inhale deeply and exhale repeatedly. The other three could clearly sense that something was amiss with him. Yanli inquired, are you thinking about old Tang? Seemingly too absorbed in contemplation, Lu Mingfei paused at Yanli's sudden question. Yes, indeed. I don't know how to articulate it. I've known old Tang for quite some time, and he feels like a close brother to me. I just can't comprehend how this version of old Tang could be a Dragon King. How could a down-and-out bounty hunter, someone who shares my sentiments, suddenly transform into a ruthless Dragon King? Chu Zihong took a seat beside him and remarked, sometimes, we must acknowledge and confront a reality. Many things are beyond our control, and the world does not change easily. In many situations, it seems our only option is to feel helpless. Lu Mingfei understood Chu Zihong's intention, recognizing it as an attempt to guide him, yet he had not managed to compose himself. Everyone knew that upon disembarking, they would likely confront the old Tang Lu Mingfei had spoken of, who did not appear to be a benevolent individual. A fishing vessel nearly 3 times the size of a standard boat was occupied by Professor Manslong de State, who received a call from Ange, relaying the latest directives from the academy. After hanging up, Professor Manslong rushed to the captain's quarters, issuing a command for all crew members to prepare for immediate departure, instructing the retrieval of personnel still engaged in underwater exploration. Within moments, the crew began to move with remarkable composure, executing the evacuation with precision despite the sudden order. Shortly thereafter, the mission personnel successfully returned, and as Professor Manslong received confirmation that everything was ready, he initiated the vessel's departure. Not long after their retreat commenced, a dilapidated small fishing boat arrived in the vicinity of their previous location, manned by a rather comical-looking man. Had others been aboard that vessel, they would have clearly seen the signs of struggle etched across its surface. The individual whom Lu Mingfei referred to as Old Tang, or more appropriately, Norton, voiced his frustrations. Damn it, they annoy me all day. Otherwise, I would have killed every last one of those humans on that ship. This rambling, reminiscent of a lunatic's musings, emerged from the mouth of a royal twin, leaving one to ponder what tribulations Norton had faced. Using his power, Norton propelled the small fishing boat forward until he reached the very apex of Baidi City. He leaped down, and with the enhancement of his abilities, an area resembling a dust-free zone formed around him, parting the waters. Swiftly, he approached the bronze gates of Baidi City, which opened automatically before him. A testament to the strength of his powers, the symbol of the Bronze and Fire King. Upon entering Baidi City, he was soon met by 2 second-generation beings adorned with crimson scales. The suppression of bloodlines unmistakably indicated that these beings awaited one of their long-anticipated masters, the wielder of power among the Bronze and Fire King, Norton. Disregarding the 2 second-generation beings who bowed in submission, a matter he deemed entirely natural, he ventured deep into the intricately woven palace. The proximity allowed him to sense the location and condition of his brother, Constantine, through their shared bloodline. He arrived before a colossal egg, within which lay his brother Constantine, the other half of the Bronze and Fire King's twin. Constantine was on the verge of awakening. With Norton's arrival, the cocoon swelled slightly, as if sensing his presence, hastening Constantine's emergence. At this rate, Constantine would awaken in less than half an hour. Meanwhile, above the Yangtze River Three Gorges, the sound of intense rotation echoed as a helicopter hovered overhead. This helicopter was dispatched by Castle Academy to retrieve them, and Yanli distributed specially prepared headsets to Lu Mingfei and the others. Yanli spoke first. These headsets allow for clear communication underwater, and they contain special cameras so that the Academy can monitor our situation and provide support. Once dawned, we shall prepare for action, relay any developments immediately, and prioritize safety. They then plunged downward towards the bronze city below. Upon entering the water, Lu Mingfei and his companions remained dry, their specially designed diving suits untouched by moisture. Yanli expanded the range of her Limitless technique, creating a domain akin to a dust-free zone, allowing them to descend rapidly towards the entrance of Baidi City. Yanli gazed at the bronze doors and communicated through the headset to Ange at Castle Academy. "Principal, shall I leave behind this architectural study?" Ange promptly replied, "If possible, certainly. Though the documents and technologies of Baidi City are invaluable, our primary objective must remain the Bronze and Fire King." Yanli then gestured for Lu Mingfei to draw a bit of blood to facilitate the opening of the door. If he so wished, he could effortlessly obliterate the entire Baidi City in an instant. However, such an act would also lead to the destruction of the invaluable information contained within. After all, Norton likely would not consume Constantine so swiftly, and even when confronted with the fully realized Dragon King, he could easily prevail. There was no need to annihilate Baidi City merely to save a bit of time. As Lu Mingfei spread his palms apart, pressing his still bleeding hand against the bronze gate, it sensed the blood and began to open slowly. Simultaneously, Yin Li and the others could distinctly hear the subtle sounds of mechanical gears turning from deep within Baidi City. It seemed that the master of Baidi City was already aware of their arrival and was on high alert, thus necessitating utmost caution. As soon as Yin Li finished speaking, two colossal shadows suddenly surged toward them at an alarming speed. Yin Li reacted swiftly, landing a punch on one of the shadows, which staggered backward, causing blood to float up from the water. Lu Mingfei and the others quickly readied themselves for combat. Chu Zihong showed no signs of underestimating the threat. As the oppressive aura revealed the identities of the two shadows, both of which were attacks from second-generation beings, he activated his second-stage blood rage, resulting in a significant boost in both his physical strength and the potency of his Yin Ling Junyan. The intense heat generated post-rage forced even the second-generation beings, who were of the lineage of the Bronze and Fire Kings, to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Mingfei and Caesar unleashed their third-stage and second-stage blood rages, respectively, countering the shadows that assailed them. The second-generation being, pushed back by Jun Yin, had nowhere to evade and was struck head-on by both Lu Mingfei and Caesar. Though their attacks did not inflict as severe damage as Yin Li's, they still left the second-generation being considerably wounded. Yin Li gazed at the half-blooded creature he had just injured, feeling an odd sensation within. His previous punch had been delivered without reservation, even without unleashing the black flash. It was beyond the endurance of the second-generation being before him. Yin Li did not hasten to pursue, instead taking a moment to carefully assess his surroundings, which led him to uncover the secret of Baidi City. It became apparent that the Bronze and Fire Kings had forged the entirety of Baidi City for purposes beyond mere decoration. Through Yin Li's perception, the entire city resembled a vast alchemical matrix. Its master, Norton, had activated this colossal matrix immediately upon their entry. By augmenting it with his own powers, he transformed Baidi City into a formidable Nibelungen. Unlike a typical Nibelungen, this one imposed no restrictions on entry. Rather, it was entirely open. This resulted in a suppression of power for all beings, save for those of the Bronze and Fire Kings and their dragon lineage. However, Yin Li could distinctly sense that the strength of Lu Mingfei and his companions had not diminished in the slightest. It seemed Norton had concentrated the entirety of the city's suppression upon him alone. This weakening was precisely what allowed the second-generation being to survive Yin Li's full-force punch. Upon grasping the secret of Baidi City, Yin Li ceased his delay and swiftly advanced toward the wounded second-generation being. The latter, now incapable of evading or withstanding Yin Li's next strike, fell victim to another of his punches, thus extinguishing the life of the second-generation guardian that had stood sentinel over Baidi City for a millennium. The other second-generation being, witnessing the demise of its companion at the hands of Yin Li, was engulfed by a tempest of fear. Its massive form trembled before such overwhelming power, feeling utterly powerless. Yet it did not retreat. Instead, it pressed on, launching an attack against the comparatively weaker Lu Mingfei and his companions in a desperate bid to buy time for its king. However, the remaining second-generation dragon attendant, Sen Sun, could not withstand for long. Soon, it was slain by the coordinated efforts of Lu Mingfei, Caesar, and the arriving Yin Li. The four did not linger, continuing deeper into Baidi City. A resounding clamor of machinery echoed as they pushed open a grand door, only to find themselves back at the very spot where they had previously vanquished the two second-generation beings. The intricate mechanisms of Baidi City remained in constant operation, and the bronze materials, along with the activation of the alchemical matrix, rendered Yen Li's 6 eyes incapable of perceiving the entirety of Baidi City. Within a span of 15 minutes, they had traversed this area 5 times. The precision of Baidi City's mechanisms and its convoluted pathways had inadvertently afforded Norton more time than the 2 attacking second-generation beings had delayed. Engi, observing the predicament of the 4, communicated through his earpiece. Yen Li, the primary objective of the mission remains the Bronze and Fire Kings. Understanding Engi's implication, Yen Li realized that if Baidi City hindered the progress of their mission, then its destruction was of little consequence. The little devil reappeared, this time directly within Lu Mingfei's mind, engaging in a conversation akin to telepathy. Brother, it seems you have encountered trouble again. Do you require assistance? Don't even think about it. I won't give you a quarter of my life just because I got lost. How disheartening, brother. Do you truly believe I only wish to take your life? The little devil offered a free gift of help. Do you remember the feeling of playing StarCraft? Lu Mingfei was taken aback. Could the little devil genuinely be so benevolent? Sensing his thoughts, the little devil smiled, yet it imparted a sense of sorrow to Lu Mingfei. Perhaps you have already lost something far more valuable than a mere quarter of your life? The little devil vanished in an instant, leaving Lu Mingfei perplexed. He could not comprehend the meaning behind the little devil's final words. Listening to Engi, he spoke up. Senior brother, I have a thought. Why not let me try? Yen Li nodded, granting Lu Mingfei some space. He approached the wall and extended his hand to touch it. Waves of information surged into Lu Mingfei's mind, akin to electric currents. As the influx of information grew, a map began to materialize in his mind. Closing his eyes, Lu Mingfei felt the route take form within his consciousness. Astonished to discover that the map of Baidi City had been replicated in his mind much like a game's pathway. Without hesitation, he gestured for Yen Li to follow him. Yen Li and the others trailed behind Lu Mingfei as he navigated through grand rooms and palatial halls, passing magnificent structures, and steadily advancing deeper into Baidi City. Chapter 36. Brothers 10 minutes prior, deep within Baidi City, where Constantine's egg was housed, Norton sensed the demise of the 2 subordinates he had dispatched. Immediately, he activated the various mechanisms of Baidi City. Simultaneously, Norton utilized his powers to accelerate Constantine's awakening process. With the infusion of Norton's abilities, Constantine's cocoon began to pulse, and in no time, he emerged successfully from his chrysalis. Brother, are you here to consume me? Was Constantine's first utterance upon awakening, upon seeing Norton. Like Fenrir, Constantine perhaps held a deeper love for his elder brother and sister than for power itself. As Norton manipulated the mechanisms of Baidi City with his powers, he instructed Constantine, "It is not yet the time. Follow me and leave Baidi City." Norton made his way toward a concealed passage, but Constantine did not follow. He turned back, shouting at Constantine, who remained rooted in place. "What are you doing, Constantine? Come along." Constantine, unfazed by the outburst, locked eyes with Norton and replied earnestly, "Brother, we can no longer escape. Only by consuming me and mastering complete power can we hope to survive." Norton remained silent for a prolonged period, as did Constantine, who belonged to the same lineage. How could he possibly be unaware of the situation surrounding Baidi City? The colossal alchemical matrix had been activated, a formidable prison from which even other complete dragon kings could not easily escape. Yet, the humans outside were gradually closing in. If they departed from Baidi City, devoid of Norton's authority, it would merely be an empty shell, unable to withstand the onslaught of those outside for long. Their escape was no longer feasible. Only by acquiring complete power and the support of Baidi City could they hope to emerge victorious from this brutal conflict. However, instead of consuming Constantine, Norton summoned 7 enormous boxes using his powers. Understanding dawned upon Constantine as the 4 stood before the final grand door. Yen Li cautioned everyone to exercise utmost caution before stepping forward to push it open. In that instant, as the door creaked ajar, the trio of Lu Mingfei, Caesar, and others were caught off guard by a fierce blaze that surged forth. Yen Li unleashed a spell, countering the flames aimed at Lu Mingfei and his companions. Just as Yen Li deployed his spell, 2 shadowy figures, moving like phantoms, lunged towards him with deadly blades in hand. The fury and greed of Norton and Constantine united in relentless assault. The sharp blades drew closer to Yen Li, and it seemed that victory was already assured for Constantine and Norton. Yet, Constantine sensed something amiss. His acute grasp of the situation indicated that greed had failed to strike Yen Li. Swiftly reacting, Constantine redirected his momentum towards Norton, his draconic blood boiling as he elongated the essence of greed into a defensive posture, shielding Norton from harm. An overwhelming surge of energy coursed through Yin Li, sending both Constantine and Norton hurtling away. Norton steadied himself with a blade against the ground, one hand stabilizing Constantine. Had Constantine not absorbed much of the impact, it was likely that Norton would have sustained grave injuries. Constantine, having taken the brunt of the assault, was rendered momentarily powerless, while Norton pondered a strategy to turn the tide. However, the adversaries wasted no time. In a flash, Lu Mingfei and Caesar unleashed simultaneous strikes against Constantine and Norton, accompanied by a searing flame as support, an eruption of Junyan from Chu Zihong. Norton refused to be passive. He too conjured his version of Junyan, even more potent and purer than that of Chu Zihong. Only another king could contend with a king, and Chu Zihong was no exception. Norton's Junyan swiftly consumed Chu Zihong's, augmenting its already formidable power as the amplified flames surged towards the trio. Caesar promptly employed his linguistic abilities to assist Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei in evading the inferno, swiftly maneuvering to the side. With Caesar's aid, Lu Mingfei adeptly dodged the Junyan and continued his advance towards Norton. The blade in his hand glinted coldly in Norton's eyes. Opportunity was within reach, yet Lu Mingfei hesitated. Mingfei, a voice resonated from Norton's being, but was it merely an illusion? Hearing that familiar yet strange voice and gazing upon that visage, Lu Mingfei's resolve wavered for a fleeting moment. Seizing this opportunity, Norton struck at Lu Mingfei with another blade of greed. Lu Mingfei instinctively countered with fury, the clash of metal ringing out as the immense force sent him sprawling from the battlefield. Though Lu Mingfei had been cast out, he had bought precious time and opportunity for another. As Norton diverted his attention to Lu Mingfei, having just repelled him, Caesar seized the moment, launching himself at Norton with blinding speed, aiming for the heart with greed. Norton, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, understood the inevitability of this strike. A dull thud resounded as Norton swiftly pivoted, causing Caesar's lethal blow to graze his chest instead of striking true to the heart. Without hesitation, Norton retaliated, utilizing greed to push Caesar back. After repelling both adversaries, Norton found a brief respite. However, observing Yin Li, who had yet to engage, he recognized that this was merely a momentary reprieve. His current state held no promise of victory. He was confident that should he wield complete authority and power, alongside the suppression of Baidi City, this human would not be insurmountable. Yet, did he truly wish to relive the past? Was the death of Constantine unavoidable? Norton found himself in a quandary. Suddenly, he sensed an accumulation of fire elements behind him. As one of the kings of bronze and fire, he instinctively recognized it as the language of Junyan. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Was Constantine preparing to attack? How could this be? Before he could ponder further, his instincts propelled him to react. He turned sharply, summoning fierce flames to counter Constantine's impending assault. Yet, he was taken aback. Constantine had merely conjured the linguistic energy and made no move to attack him, exposing himself without resistance. Upon witnessing Constantine's demeanor, Norton comprehended his intentions. Constantine was no fool. After their initial assault had failed, he grasped the futility of their situation. Knowing that only a complete king of bronze and fire could stand against the human before them and survive, Constantine understood that he must willingly surrender himself to Norton. Was it possible that Norton was unaware of their plight? No, he had always been aware. How could he not understand what even Constantine comprehended? Yet, he fervently wished for Constantine to survive, even if only for a fleeting moment longer. In a frenzy, Norton sought to thwart the attacks surging towards Constantine, but alas, it was too late. His strike landed squarely upon Constantine's vulnerable spot, wounding him gravely. Constantine, cradled in Norton's embrace, lacked the strength to utter a word. Norton gazed down at Constantine, his heart heavy with grief. The essence of the dragon within him burned fiercely, unleashing his powers and sending Lu Mingfei and the others hurtling back outside. Yin Li observed as golden, molten tears flowed from Norton's eyes, the blood of a dragon. As death encroached upon Constantine, Norton resolved to make a final decision. Just as he was about to consume Constantine, Yin Li performed a peculiar gesture. A blinding white light erupted, threatening to engulf all of Baidi City, ensnaring Norton, Constantine, and even the three still reeling from their earlier clash outside the door within an unavoidable domain. Everything became incomprehensible as information flooded the minds of those ensnared. Even though Yin Li had deliberately diminished the impact on Lu Mingfei and his companions, they nonetheless found themselves momentarily immobilized. Once they regained their bearings, they swiftly advanced towards the room where they had just battled Constantine and Norton. They beheld Yen Li suspended in midair, a golden-purple sphere hurtling toward Norton and Constantine. A violent and blinding radiance erupted, enveloping the entire space, compelling Lu Mingfei and his companions to shut their eyes against the overwhelming brilliance. Even those observing through the cameras at Castle Academy instinctively closed their eyes to shield themselves from the dazzling light. After the brilliance faded, starting from the location where Nuo Dun and Kong Si Tan were situated, nearly half of Bai Di Chung was obliterated by this overwhelming force. A continuous influx of seawater surged into Bai Di Chung from the breach, causing the entire city to tremble, and the alchemical matrix was forcibly terminated. Under the extreme power of Yen Li, the area where Kong Si Tan and Nuo Dun stood had now become desolate, devoid of any remnants. Before they could fully comprehend the astonishing strength, Yen Li urged Lu Mingfei and the others to evacuate the inundated Bai Di Chung. In the aftermath, the King of Bronze and Fire was declared dead, and Yin Huang, in collaboration with Ka Sayer Academy, undertook the salvage of the submerged Bai Di Chung. Although half of it was destroyed, the remaining half still held invaluable research worth beyond measure. On the way back to Ka Sayer Academy, Lu Mingfei remained taciturn, his mind occupied by the words Mingfei that resonated from Nuo Dun's body and the conversations he had underwater with the little devil. He clenched and then relaxed his fists, feelings of sorrow welling up within him. No one was at fault. Yen Li and the others had indeed come to slay dragons. And Lao Tang was Nuo Dun. Lao Tang was the Dragon King. It was not wrong for Lao Tang to wish to survive. And it was precisely because no one was at fault that Lu Mingfei's sorrow and confusion overwhelmed him, leaving him feeling helpless. Chapter 37. The business trio at Ka Sayer Academy. Yen Li and the others landed by plane. Anger and a throng of students had been waiting for a long time. The magnificent S-Class, Yen Li once again showcased absolute prowess, demonstrating to all that humanity's victory was no longer distant. That night, the entire academy hosted a celebration to honor the return of the 4 victorious individuals. Lu Mingfei, impeccably dressed in a suit, observed the joyous crowd with a sense of detachment, lost in thought as he gazed at the lively scene. Typically at this hour, he would be exchanging greetings with Lao Tang before embarking on a long-awaited interstellar escapade. Yen Li approached Lu Mingfei, gently patting his shoulder, and spoke in a tone only they could hear. Sometimes, going with the flow is not a bad thing, junior brother. Lu Mingfei gazed at Yen Li, unsure of the meaning behind his words. Yen Li offered no further explanation, as Hui Li had already taken him away to indulge in their private world. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Mingfei stared blankly at the chat history with Lao Tang on his notebook. Suddenly, a message popped up. Cut to? Lu Mingfei gasped in surprise, then chuckled in relief, replying, log in. In a certain region of Huaxia, within an antique shop, a comically charming man sat with 2 youthful boys, discussing their future direction. Nuo Dun, don't go overboard. It was one thing to occupy my body before, but now you're taking on tasks to earn money, and you won't let me? Are you going to support me and your brother with your salary? You sarcastic little brat. The outside world thinks we are dead. What are you planning to do with those tasks? Announce that you've resurrected as the new age Jesus? Enough of your incessant prattling. If you don't want to live, I can send you off right now. One of the boys leaned in and interjected, brother, stop arguing with Lao Tang. We owe our survival to him. Nuo Dun drank a glass of water in one gulp, snorted, and ceased his quarrel, stating, you need not worry about making money. I am the King of Bronze and Fire. Lao Tang leaned closer, curious, and asked, isn't Bai Di Chung already salvaged? What other avenues do you have to earn money? Nuo Dun sighed, looking at Lao Tang as if he were foolish. Have I lived for thousands of years only to rely on Bai Di Chung? After some time, Kong Si Tan and I will retrieve the treasures we once hid as capital and then venture into business. You still plan to do business? Lao Tang continued to inquire. Kong Si Tan answered in place of Nuo Dun, of course. Brother is quite clever and has always been well versed in these commercial matters. And what kind of business do you intend to pursue? Lao Tang pressed on. Nuo Dun pointed at Lao Tang's notebook and replied, I haven't decided yet. I will formulate a plan after I thoroughly understand this newly transformed world. These 3 were none other than Lao Tang, Kong Si Tan, and Nuo Dun. They had not perished within Bai Di Chung, but had instead found themselves in this unremarkable antique shop. To understand this, one must return to the moment when Yen Li vanquished the shadow of Nidhogg. Although the shadow of Nidhogg was merely a fragment of Nidhogg's consciousness and not a genuine resurrection, Nuo Dun was nonetheless stimulated into awakening prematurely due to its appearance. However, unlike the original story where Lao Tang transformed back into Nuo Dun, he seized control of Lao Tang's body, while Lao Tang's consciousness was suppressed and confined deep within. Ordinarily, Nuo Dun was Lao Tang, and Lao Tang was Nuo Dun, but due to some unknown manipulation, Lao Tang's consciousness persisted, albeit with Nuo Dun seizing control of the body. This was why Lu Mingfei perceived what he thought was an auditory hallucination. In reality, it was indeed Lao Tang's call. At that time, Nuo Dun's consciousness maintained the upper hand, and it was already remarkable that Lao Tang could utter even a single phrase. Considering he faced a dragon king who had lived for thousands of years, Yin Li had naturally heard Lao Tang's call. When Nuo Dun was gravely wounded and on the brink of death due to Kong Si Tan's injuries, Yin Li activated Wu Liang Kong Chu to ascertain the situation between Nuo Dun and Lao Tang. Lao Tang gained a brief moment of freedom due to the activation of Wu Liang Kong Chu and quickly relayed the circumstances to Yin Li, while Nuo Dun remained silent. Fixated on Kong Si Tan, Yin Li approached Nuo Dun and proposed, "Nuo Dun, let us strike a deal. I can save Kong Si Tan, but from henceforth, neither you nor Kong Si Tan can appear before the world, and you must return Lao Tang's body. Creating an alchemical doll as a substitute for your body shouldn't be difficult for you." Upon hearing Yin Li's words, a spark of life returned to Nuo Dun's vacant eyes. "I agree to this deal. Provided you can save Kong Si Tan, I will comply with anything. Even if it means relinquishing your identity as the Dragon King? I am Kong Si Tan's brother first. Being the Dragon King comes second." Yin Li fell silent, drawing closer to Kong Si Tan and placing his hand over his heart, causing Kong Si Tan's once still heart to beat anew. Nuo Dun watched Lao Tang bickering animatedly with Lu Mingfei and the curious Kong Si Tan observing nearby, a slight smile gracing his lips. He felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility and happiness. Suddenly, he recalled the young boy from Bai Di Chung and, for reasons unknown, sensed a premonition that the history of the dragon race might come to an end in his hands. The creaking of the wooden door drew the attention of the three. Lao Tang looked at the beautiful girl who entered and inquired, "Miss, whom are you looking for?" "I am here for Kong Si Tan and Xiao Tang. You two stay here while I step out to discuss some matters." The beauty referred to by Lao Tang was none other than Xiaomi, one of the sovereigns of the earth and mountains, Yema Gate. Nuo Dun eyed Yema Gate warily and asked, "What brings you here?" "Collaboration, brother. I am here to seek your partnership." "Collaboration?" "I have always had a foreboding feeling. The king of sky and wind, Odin, has already achieved his complete form. Even earlier than us." Nuo Dun's brow furrowed tightly. "As far as I know, Odin reached his complete form over a century ago, perhaps even earlier. Yet he has made no moves. Do you not find this peculiar? When he killed that noble emperor, Odin was the main force behind it. Do you remember?" Nuo Dun certainly recalled that brutal war, a scene that would never fade from memory, everything overturned, with the four great kings raising their banners at Odin's behest. Ultimately, the four great sovereigns fell in battle, waiting to be reborn, much like the slain Nidhogg. Prior to instigating the war, Odin ventured to the resting place of the White King. I sensed he was plotting something sinister, and to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, I wish to collaborate with you. You cannot abandon Constantine, and neither do I wish for Fenrir to suffer harm. Xiaomei's plan involves utilizing Norton's alchemy alongside her own Nibelungen to construct a bidirectional passage and defense line, providing a reliable refuge in times of peril, ensuring we are not left helpless. Xiaomei departed quietly. Suddenly, the sound of rain descended without warning, and before I knew it, dark clouds had gathered outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. A foreboding feeling flickered in Norton's heart as he resolved to journey to Beijing the following day, aiming to expedite the transformation of Nibelungen with Fenrir. As time passed at Castle Academy, Lu Mingfei, Chu Zihong, and Caesar found themselves immersed in a large wooden tub. Stripped of their garments, it was evident that beads of sweat were forming on their foreheads, and their bodies were undergoing remarkable changes. Nearby stood a somewhat lecherous old man and a spirited elder, the vice principal and principal, Anger. Upon their return to school, Anger promptly placed the Nibelungen project on the agenda. The liquid in the wooden tubs was crafted from Tiamat's dragonbone cross combined with alchemy, serving as a fortifying solution. After an indeterminate duration, the trio gradually awakened, still yet to fully grasp the augmentation of their powers and physical transformations when Vice Principal Flammel presented them with specially tailored garments. You are to undergo tests at the equipment department to ascertain the extent of enhancements from the Nibelungen project. The necessary apparatus has already been prepared for you, Flammel instructed. While Lu Mingfei and his companions proceeded to the equipment department for testing, Anger returned to the principal's office to welcome a guest, or rather, a student. Seated before Anger was Xiaomei, who had arrived at Castle Academy as an esteemed exchange student from Yinhuang. Observing the seemingly harmless girl across from him, Anger began. Should I address you as Zayamei or Yamoji? Zayamei, unfazed and unguarded, replied, "You may call me Zayamei." In the rear mountains of Castle Academy, the once dense forest had been transplanted elsewhere, creating a vast space filled with an array of peculiar facilities and devices. A figure moved with remarkable speed within this space. Yanli was continuously appearing and disappearing at its center. In an instant, the testing apparatus designed for impact assessments was obliterated by her extraordinary strength. Merely the onset of a grand display, akin to the prelude of fireworks. Within moments, numerous testing instruments ignited in a spectacular explosion, all triggered by Yanli's raw physical prowess. Opening her system panel, Yanli began to examine the fusion rate of her second template. Name, Yanli current templates, Wutiao Wugo, golden, fusion rate, 100. Ludao Naruto, colorful, fusion rate, 70 abilities. Continuous training and the battle in the White Emperor City with Norton and Constantine had elevated the fusion rate of her second template to 70. The conflict in the White Emperor City granted her a substantial amount of Maul points, nearing 200,000. Yanli savored the newfound strength within her body. Acutely aware that her second template, much like the initial Wutiao Wugo template, had reached a bottleneck. Mere training would no longer enhance the fusion rate. Only combat against formidable foes could propel her further. Meanwhile, in the equipment department, Lu Mingfei and his companions completed all tests under Flammel's supervision. They personally experienced the surge in their power. Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei distinctly noted an increase in the potency and reduced consumption of their language spirits, while Caesar's scythe had evolved into a blood-sucking form without the need for bloodshed. Not only had the strength of their language spirits significantly improved, but their physical prowess had also undergone a remarkable leap. Previously, when fully unleashed, they were on par with Yuan Jisheng, yet now they approached the level of Yasuji Yoshi, presenting a credible threat. Flammel, witnessing the trio's enhanced performance, was filled with exuberance. The Nibelungen project was evidently viable. The fragmented Dragon Bone cross from the Dragon King, divided into 3, had achieved such results in strengthening the hybrids. If the complete Dragon Bone cross were concentrated on a single hybrid, the heights attained might indeed rival those of the Dragon King. Flammel diligently recorded the measurement data of the trio, simultaneously feeling a pang of regret. The battle in the White Emperor City, where Yanli unleashed her full might, had resulted in the obliteration of both Norton and Constantine's Dragon Bone crosses. Otherwise, he could have conducted more experiments to further elevate the Nibelungen project. After concluding the tests on the trio, collecting the pertinent data, Flammel made his way to the clock tower. Upon entering the clock tower's loft, he found Anger already indulging in wine while watching television. Flammel inquired, "So, is it true what they say from Yin Huang, that this exchange student is one of the noble kings?" "Indeed. I sensed it during the stormy night when the shadow of Nidhogg loomed. She had invoked part of her authority to halt the release of Rhine. Although she later retracted it, I still perceived it," Anger replied. "The king of earth and mountains stands before us. Are we not to take action against her?" Flammel questioned, puzzled by Anger's demeanor, which was atypical of him. Anger sipped his wine and responded slowly. "Yin Huang assured me of Yamoji's safety, stating that she and another king of earth and mountains stand with humanity, and I sought Yanli's opinion on the matter as well." Flammel retrieved a bottle of beer from the refrigerator, seated himself beside Anger, and continued, "It's hard to believe that you would trust the dragon race, especially a dragon king." "You are mistaken, Flammel," Anger countered, meeting Flammel's inquisitive gaze. "I have never placed my faith in any dragon, let alone a dragon king." "Then why permit her to enter the academy?" Anger pulled out an old photograph, steeped in nostalgia, and fell into brief reminiscence. "I am now over 100 years old, and throughout this century, I have witnessed countless struggles, wars, and slaughters. You inquire about the first time I took a life, or the first time I slayed a dragon? I can no longer recall. Yet, there are 2 wars I shall never forget. One I participated in, wherein I lost everything. Witnessing the overwhelming might of the dragons and the helplessness of humanity, igniting a raging fire within my heart. But as time passed, the images of powerlessness and fragility became ever clearer. It is precisely because I am so vastly different from my former self that I am acutely aware of the chasm separating me from the Dragon King. For this reason, I once found myself engulfed in confusion and uncertainty." Flammel listened intently to Anger's narrative, feeling a mixture of astonishment and inevitability. He was astonished that Anger, a figure known among hybrids for his willingness to go to any lengths to end the dragon race's legacy, could also feel disoriented in his quest to slay dragons. Yet upon reflection, who could sustain unwavering passion and fervor for a singular pursuit over a century? A century has passed. and even the most exceptional hybrid beings approach the twilight of their existence. Anger, too, is human. How could one perpetually brim with vigor and fury, unwilling to concede even a moment to idleness? As Anger himself has noted, he has, at times, experienced lethargy and confusion, feeling lost and uncertain of the future. However, Flammel did not find this peculiar. There are no invulnerable warriors. The true warrior, like Anger, rises again after each fall, regardless of the adversities and uncertainties faced. I have witnessed another war, a conflict that revealed the grandeur of humanity to me. It solidified my belief that humanity is never inferior to the draconic kind, that the dawn of victory always prevails, a truth that remains etched in my memory. Flammel fell silent. He had not experienced the first war that Anger spoke of, yet he had gained a profound understanding of the second war that Anger referenced. It was a spectacle that left all in awe, as if nothing was impossible before that nation. Only now does Flammel truly comprehend that Anger's trust was never in Yemojayat, but in the organization known as Yin Huang that stands behind her, representing a formidable and proud nation. As Chu Zihong walked along the path, observing the throng of passers-by, he suddenly collided with a striking figure. He hurriedly helped the girl who had fallen, watching as she apologized while brushing the dust from her skirt. The scene before him seemed to unlock some form of shackles, as fragmented memories flickered in his mind. His heart raced, for both the sensation and the girl were simultaneously familiar and foreign. "Thank you, Senior. My name is Xiaomi, a new exchange student," she said. "Thank you again, Senior. I must leave now." With that, Xiaomi departed, leaving Chu Zihong in a daze, gazing at her retreating figure. Beside him, Lu Mingfei and Caesar approached with curious expressions, wearing knowing looks. Ignoring their antics, Chu Zihong continued to watch Xiaomi vanish from sight, repeatedly whispering her name in his heart as if to engrave it within. In Chapter 39, titled Holidays and Daily Life, Xiaomi queried, "Senior Chu, why do you keep staring at me? Your face seems to be flushed." After Xiaomi arrived at school and joined Chu Zihong's class, their interactions grew increasingly frequent. The playful banter that began with Xiaomi teasing Chu Zihong evolved into more overt flirtation. Realizing that Xiaomi's initial politeness and composure might have been mere facades, Chu Zihong pondered whether this lively and teasing version of her was her true self. The burgeoning chemistry between them naturally drew the attention of Lu Mingfei, Caesar, and Finger, who acted as eager paparazzi. Chu Zihong found himself the subject of their teasing, transitioning from outright denial to reluctant acceptance. "You owe your swift entry into Castle Academy to me," Caesar declared during class, chatting with Lu Mingfei and Finger, who sat in the back row. Although Caesar initially lacked enthusiasm for the lesson, he managed to keep up, and as his friends engaged, he gradually joined in. This laid-back approach proved to be rather enjoyable. Day by day, time passed, and after the Baidi City incident, Yanli remained diligent, successfully executing various high-difficulty tasks for the executive department as usual. While the school's reputation continued to rise, unbeknownst to them, Castle Academy approached the end of the semester. Like any typical university, students could leave for vacation after completing their exams, provided they had no failures. However, unlike others, those who failed courses would remain behind for retakes until they achieved passing grades. The school announced the academic exam results on the Night Watchman Forum, with Su Xiaoqiang standing at the top of the list, followed by Chu Zihong in second place, and Ling, who enrolled shortly after Chu Zihong, and others, in third. In Lu Mingfei's dormitory, the trio shouted excitedly, "Oh my goodness! I failed 3 subjects. My wonderful vacation is slipping away. You're complaining about 3 failures? I flunked 6. Sadness does not vanish, it merely shifts." Lu Mingfei glanced at Finger, who was trying to suppress a grin. "Are you laughing at me, Lu Mingfei?" "Absolutely not, Senior. I am merely reminiscing about joyful moments." "What joyful moments?" Caesar failed too. Caesar, who had been unintentionally mentioned, turned around and revealed his exam paper, displaying 2D grades, indicating failure. This brought a slight sense of balance to Finger. Turning to Chu Zihong, who presented his perfect A grades, Finger exclaimed, "Bravo, Caesar. True to our trio's name, you did not abandon us. I am quite relieved." Lu Mingfei nodded in agreement, observing the excitement of his friends. Caesar smiled and delivered a disheartening revelation. "I think you've misunderstood. Failing doesn't mean I have to retake exams." Lu Mingfei and Finger exchanged puzzled glances. Caesar took a sip of tea leisurely and stated, "My uncle is a school trustee. Curse those capitalists." Lu Mingfei and Finger cried out in indignation. With a loud bang, the dormitory door swung open, and in walked Yin Li, surveying the scene where Lu Mingfei and Finger were still berating Caesar. "What are you all doing? The holiday starts tomorrow, and you haven't packed your bags? I've prepared a travel plan. How about we all go on a trip together? Caesar readily agreed. While Chu Zihong hesitated, seemingly deep in thought. Noticing his pause, Yinli continued, I spoke with Hui Li. Both boys and girls will join. On the girls' side, Su Xiaoqiang, Xiaomi, and Nono have all agreed. As expected, upon hearing Xiaomi's name, Chu Zihong raised his hand in agreement. Naturally, Caesar would follow Nono as well. Lu Mingfei and Finger awkwardly expressed their need to stay for retakes, prompting Yinli to question, is that really all? She pulled out her phone and called Anger. Less than a minute later, Yinli hung up and said to them, all set. Pack your bags, we depart in a couple of days. As she turned to leave, Lu Mingfei called out, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Senior, I might not be able to join you all on the trip. I want to return home to accompany Wenwen. Yin Li regarded Lu Mingfei, who seemed a bit sheepish for declining her invitation, and asked, why not bring Chun Wenwen along on the trip? This statement struck Lu Mingfei like a bolt of lightning. He smacked his palm in realization. Of course. How did I not think of that? Thank you, Senior. Yin Li added, wait, I'll send you a ticket for Chun Wenwen. Then, Senior, where are we going for our trip? Lu Mingfei inquired curiously. Every beautiful destination around the world has been explored, and the final stop is Hawaii. How wonderful. After expressing gratitude to Yin Li, Lu Mingfei joyfully leapt onto the bed and dialed Chun Wenwen. On a luxurious private beach in Hawaii. The warm waves and the sun's rays made the sand even more golden. The occasional gentle breeze caressed the skin, reminiscent of sipping an ice-cold cola on a sweltering summer day. The sunlight illuminated a group of men and women, yet it did not diminish their enthusiasm. Go for it. Senior sister, Xiaomi shouted at Su Xiaodang, who, living up to expectations, leapt up and powerfully struck the incoming volleyball into the opposing court. Points for the girls' team. It turned out that Xiaomi, Su Xiaodang, Nua, and Chun Wenwen formed a volleyball team to compete against Lu Mingfei, Chu Zihong, Feng Gear, and Caesar, while Hui Li and Yin Li, deemed too inexperienced, could only watch from the sidelines. In the girls' team, Chun Wenwen had the least power, primarily handling the passes, while the three stronger members executed the kills. The boys' team, benefiting from their superior strength, was equally skilled in passing, receiving, and striking. However, despite the girls' team lacking in raw power, their synergy and unity allowed them to hold their own against the boys, as demonstrated in the next play. With seamless collaboration, the girls created an excellent opportunity for Su Xiaodang, who soared into the air for a powerful spike, securing another point. Chu Zihong, not to be outdone, retaliated after Su Xiaodang scored, forcing Nua to make a difficult reception. Su Xiaodang set the ball for Xiaomi, who leapt high to strike. Chu Zihong, quick to react, positioned himself defensively, but the ball rebounded to the girls' side, where Xiaomi unleashed a fierce spike. The ball landed, and the girls scored again. As the score tightened, the boys' competitive spirit ignited, leading to a palpable tension on the court. The match reached its climax, and whoever secured the next point would claim victory. The boys aggressively defended, while the girls faced several unsuccessful spikes. Yet, the seemingly unremarkable Chun Wenwen unexpectedly stepped forward, executing a delicate shot that clinched the win. After the match, everyone lay happily on the soft sand, basking in the warmth of the Hawaiian sun. As the sun began its descent, the once bright sky was draped in a soft, hazy gray, evoking a gentle yet beautiful ambience. In this moment, the group fell into a comfortable silence, captivated by the stunning scenery, savoring the fleeting beauty. As night fell, they returned to Caesar's private hotel to rest, weary yet content. Chapter 40. The most special proposal with a new day dawning. The group gathered to explore the city. Hey, handsome and beautiful folks. Would you like to hang a wish card? It's very magical. An Asian man stood before them, speaking fluently in Chinese. Following his gesture, Yin Li and the others spotted a wooden board crafted by the shop owner, adorned with numerous cards bearing various wishes, gently swaying in the breeze. Yin Li clearly noticed that the cards displayed wishes written in Chinese, English, and several other languages, all sharing the common theme of heartfelt aspirations. Yin Li was the first to purchase a card, inscribing her wish and hanging it up. The others, finding it intriguing, followed suit, writing down their wishes. With this brief interlude concluded, the group continued their day of adventure. Haunted houses, shooting games, amusement parks, and internet cafes, indulged in by the boys, while the girls shopped for clothes. As evening approached, they reconvened, preparing to return for some rest. On their way back, they passed a bridal shop, where Hui Li paused to observe the many people trying on wedding dresses, captivated by the smiles and happiness radiating from their faces, stirring feelings within her. She turned to Yin Li, noticing that he seemed lost in thought elsewhere, which saddened her, making her appear pensive on the way back. Despite the hotel offering numerous rooms for their convenience, the girls chose to share one, as did the boys. Upon returning to their room, influenced by Lu Mingfei, the boys began an exhilarating game of StarCraft. Meanwhile, in the girls' room, Hui Li sat on the bed, deep in contemplation. It dawned on her that Yin Li had never uttered the words "I love you" to her. At that moment, Yin Li had left the hotel and ventured elsewhere. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This is the best in our store," he said, exiting the shop with a box in hand as he returned to the hotel. The other girls keenly sensed Hui Li's subtle mood shift and expressed concern, but Hui Li merely smiled, assuring them she was fine. Hui Li continued to ponder deeply. People often feel happiness when nearing it, yet they become anxious when it is within reach. No one understands better than Hui Li that Yin Li loves her, yet she yearned to hear him say "I love you." Was this being overly sentimental? When did Yusuji Hui Li become so sentimental? Perhaps it was precisely because he loved her that she could be carefree, allowing her to be whimsically expressive, knowing he would accept all of her. With this thought, Hui Li's initial sadness transformed into determination. She resolved to take the initiative and headed to the boys' room, knocking on the door. Chu Zihong opened it, just as they finished a game of StarCraft. Not seeing Yin Li, she inquired about his whereabouts. Chu Zihong mentioned that Yin Li had left shortly after returning and was unsure of where he went. Returning to the girls' room, Hui Li continued to daydream, nervously rehearsing how to express those 3 words upon reuniting with Yin Li. Suddenly, a text message interrupted her thoughts. She opened her phone to find a message from Yin Li, asking her to meet him downstairs. Hui Li carefully examined her reflection in the mirror before feeling reassured enough to head down. Upon arriving downstairs, she spotted Yin Li pacing with his back to her. She skipped forward, and sensing her presence, he turned around. Upon seeing Hui Li before him, Yin Li snapped his fingers. With the sound of the snap, a golden light shot into the sky, a force potent enough to destroy a dragon king. Yet at this moment, it radiated warmth and brilliance. The golden sphere exploded in the sky, unveiling the most beautiful fireworks display. The previously gray sky transformed into a bright, gentle gold, illuminating all of Hawaii, compelling everyone to gaze upward in wonder. As the fireworks fully blossomed, a magnificent cherry blossom tree was etched into the sky, petals drifting down, revealing 2 figures beneath it. Everyone was entranced by this miraculous sight, and Hui Li could not help but shed tears. Yet, she turned away from the spectacle above, for her gaze was solely fixed on him. Yin Li knelt on one knee, presenting a ring adorned with cherry blossom patterns, nervously addressing Hui Li. "Yusuji Hui Li, will you marry me?" "I do." Hui Li eagerly slipped the ring onto her finger, embracing and kissing Yin Li. Indeed, how could Yin Li be captivated by the bridal shop's patrons? His focus was entirely on the ring shop. The bridal shop represented others' happiness, while the ring shop symbolized their own. He never envied others' joy. The love between Yin Li and Yusuji Hui Li was sincere and passionate, surpassing all else. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the adjacent signs to flutter and reveal the words inscribed behind them. "I wish to be with Yan Li forever," wrote Yusuji Arai. "I wish to be with Yusuji Arai forever," wrote Yan Li. Chapter 41. The Clash of Kings. On a rainy night in Tokyo, Sakura sat in Minamoto Waki's office, assisting him with various matters. Nearby, a crow gazed out the window, lamenting the dreary weather. "It's been raining for days. What a dreadful climate." Despite the crow's complaints and the torrential downpour outside, Sakura remained undeterred, methodically managing her tasks, though the occasional pause in her pen betrayed her inner turmoil. It had been a day since the young master had made an appearance, and tensions between him and the family head seemed to escalate with each passing moment. The family head had issued numerous commands that the young master neglected, focusing instead on the eradication of the Oni clan. While most of the Japanese branch supported Minamoto Waki's prioritization of the Oni clan's elimination, the family head, Tachibana Masamune, appeared unsatisfied with Waki's actions. Under the weight of the family head's authority, no one dared voice their dissent. Sakura's mind raced, revealing a depth of anxiety that belied her composed exterior. As her pen broke, the storm outside intensified. Thunder rumbled, and gazing out the window, Sakura felt an impending sense of dread, sensing that a tempest was approaching. At the Oni clan headquarters in Japan, a figure donning an iron mask, the king, issued orders to Minamoto Waki. "Minamoto Waki has extended his reach too far. I have set the bait. Let the heir of the Hebe family vanish before dawn tomorrow." Listening to the king's words, Kazama Ruri exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent. Unfazed by the overwhelming malice emanating from Ruri, the king maintained his composure. With a sharp sound, Ruri seemed to lose his vitality, transforming into a mere shell of himself. "As you command," he uttered before departing. Observing Ruri's retreating figure, the king smirked beneath his mask, his grotesque visage hidden from view. Just a mere puppet, he thought, clenching his fist as a crackling energy surged through his cloned body, filling him with exhilaration. The sensation of wielding power and toying with the lives of others was truly sublime. He was now closer to the throne left behind by the White Emperor. Not far from the Oni clan's headquarters, within a nondescript kabukicho, Minamoto Waki kicked open the door. The revelers within, lost in their intoxication, turned their golden eyes toward him. Any ordinary half-blood would have been petrified, yet the one who entered was undoubtedly a king. Minamoto Waki ignited his golden gaze, meeting the eyes of the debased half-bloods without reservation. Those who had once appeared refined and glamorous transformed into terrifying fiends, their legs replaced by tails, their bloodlines and reason plunging into the abyss of savagery. They roared, lunging at Waki like beasts, intent on tearing him apart and reveling in his blood and flesh. Yet, how could the power and authority of a king be shaken by a horde of lowly creatures fallen into the depths of despair? Facing the countless fiends, Waki remained unfazed, merely raising his hand. The supreme authority of the king descended, forcing the fiends to halt, their limbs and bodies no longer under their control, crushed to the ground. In an instant, chaos ensued. The halted limbs could not withstand the sudden weight, breaking and flying apart, their bodies oozing blood. The dignity of the king was on full display, as he wielded the power of the word spirit. The fiends that had charged toward him now found themselves forced to the ground, losing consciousness and awaiting their demise. Suddenly, a cold glimmer flashed, and a figure appeared behind Minamoto Waki. He swiftly drew his blade in defense, and after a clash, the two passed each other. A line of blood trickling down Waki's face. The overwhelming power that had crushed the fiends bore no effect on the newcomer, for it was another equally noble king, Kazama Ruri. Gazing at Ruri's delicate and enchanting face, Waki felt a pang of sorrow. He had come to realize the plight of Kazama Ruri during their numerous confrontations against the Oni clan. Thus, Waki did not relent, continuing to battle Ruri fiercely. One was a king in name, yet struggled in the shadows, manipulated by others, devoid of freedom and thought. The other was an elder brother, burdened by the notion that should his gentle younger brother awaken to find him slain by his hand, the grief would be insurmountable. The two clashed incessantly. The metallic clang of their weapons echoed as they lost themselves in the fray. Waki's attire had suffered considerable damage, his body bearing numerous wounds. Likewise, Waki was not faring much better. His physique was marred, his face displaying various lacerations from which blood flowed freely. Yet, he remained oblivious, continuing his relentless assault against Kazama Ruri. The scent of blood filled the air, heightening Waki's senses as he found himself ensnared in the battle. Gazing into Ruri's emotionless eyes, memories of their shared past flooded Waki's mind. Those tender glances and smiles resurfaced, as if yesterday, each recollection striking his heart like a knife. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had grown misty, tears mingling with the blood on his face, slowing his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Kazama Ruri disarmed Waki, preparing to strike him down, unaware that he had fallen into Waki's trap. A figure swiftly emerged behind him, wielding a syringe. Ruri, having expended much of his energy in the battle, found himself powerless against the full force of the superior king behind him. Yusuji Yori incapacitated Ruri, injecting the syringe into his vein. As the serum coursed through Ruri's body, he convulsed uncontrollably, having regained consciousness. Minamoto Waki, witnessing this, clung tightly to Ruri. Ruri's body, akin to a fiend, sprouted claws, exhibiting signs of dragon transformation. He let out a primal roar, attacking indiscriminately, inflicting deep and long wounds on Waki, who, despite the pain, refused to let go, holding Ruri tightly. If I could fulfill the duties of an older brother, if I stood unwaveringly by your side, how could you be harmed? I am indeed a very inadequate brother. Ignoring the perilously bleeding wounds, Waki gazed at the struggling Kazama Ruri, filled with guilt and remorse. The chaos wrought by their battle had drawn more unwelcome guests to Kabukicho. An unending tide of fiends surged from all directions, led by the masked king and several serpent-like fiends bearing a striking resemblance to Minamoto Waki. Gazing at the trio before him, the king's inhuman voice echoed ominously from beneath his mask. Had I known that Minamoto Waki was incapable of handling this, I would have come personally to collect your corpses. Feeling a subtle connection to himself, no less than the several serpentine death guards of Yuan Jisheng, he gazed at the towering man before him, his heart inevitably filled with trepidation. Observing the grotesque figure that resembled a mere shadow of humanity, Yusuji Kyo's fists clenched tightly. A voice, hoarse from sheer fury, slowly emerged. To use my genes to create these death guards, to manipulate my children into mutual slaughter, is utterly unforgivable. What do you take my children for? The words, almost a roar, were accompanied by the emergence of a black sun before the multitude of death guards. Wang Zhang's eyes widened as he immediately turned to flee, but the black sun had already taken form. The full force of the first emperor's eruption unleashed a cataclysmic force of destruction. Except for Yuan Jisheng, Yuan Jinu, and Yusuji Kyo himself, Wang Jiang and all his death guards were drawn toward the black sun, the latter reduced to ashes, while Wang Jiang, due to Yusuji Kyo's deliberate manipulation, did not perish immediately. Yusuji Kyo paused the black sun, then unleashed a barrage of punches upon Wang Jiang in a fit of rage. Under Yusuji Kyo's relentless assault, Wang Jiang was rendered lifeless, his body a mere remnant of its former self. Yet Yusuji Kyo continued to pound this wretched creature, and with the final punch, Wang Jiang's head was pulverized into fragments. Only then did Yusuji Kyo cease, though the fury within him remained unabated. Meanwhile, Yuan Jinu gradually regained consciousness. Gazing at her brother who held her tightly, her memories slowly became clearer. She frantically uttered apologies, tears cascading from her eyes like a flood. Yuan Jisheng offered no response, only tightening his embrace around Yuan Jinu. Chapter 42. The deal between demon and devil. Inside the Paradise Pavilion, a man bearing an identical visage to Wang Jiang, adorned with a demon mask, sat in solemnity. This individual was the true Wang Jiang, also known as Herzog. Inherently cautious and fearful of death, he would undoubtedly refrain from sending his true self into peril. Beneath the mask, his features were shrouded in a profound gloom. Even though he had anticipated that Yusuji Kyo, the first emperor, would intervene, dispatching his most elite death guards to ensnare the three emperors, he still underestimated Yusuji Kyo's formidable power. His clones, accompanied by a squad of elite death guards, not only failed to return with Yuan Jisheng, Yuan Jinu, and Yusuji Kyo, but they also perished in the attempt. The failure of his plan ignited a fury within Herzog as he cast his gaze upon a ceremonial chalice beside him, filled with his final trump card and poison, fresh, complete Dragon King's blood. The events leading to this moment began not long ago, when Herzog, driven mad by the Serpent Clan's discovery of the White King's remains, fervently conducted genetic experiments in an attempt to seize the coveted throne. To expedite the indoctrination of a complete emperor, he ruthlessly catalyzed children birth from Yusuji Kyo's genes into adulthood, transforming them into obedient death guards. Though these death guards lacked the prowess of Yuan Jisheng and Yuan Jinu, their corrupted bloodlines could not cleanse the spiritual taint within the White King's remains. Nevertheless, their unyielding obedience rendered them exceptionally useful tools for him. During his experimentation, a man claiming to be Odin, the Norse god, entered his laboratory, instilling fear in Herzog. Not only did Odin's terrifying aura oppress him, a lowly hybrid, but Herzog's long-held pride in his secrecy and caution was stripped bare in Odin's presence. Prepared to flee at a moment's notice, even ready for his clone to take his place upon his demise, Herzog was taken aback when Odin proposed a trade. Odin offered a vial of Dragon King's blood in exchange for all of Herzog's experimental data and the assassination of Yen-Li. Herzog, perceiving this as a seemingly perfect deal, readily agreed. A single vial of Dragon King's blood could replace the bloodlines of Yusuji Kyo and the others, allowing him to ascend the throne directly. Recognizing that both he and Odin were willing to go to any lengths for power, Herzog questioned why Odin would be so generous as to offer him Dragon King's blood while merely asking for his experimental data and the death of Yen-Li. Herzog was no fool. His survival thus far attested to that. If Odin intended to kill him directly, would the experimental data not belong to him then? Why go to such lengths to provide him with precious Dragon King's blood as a trade? Could Odin not simply track down his true location and uncover everything hidden in his other laboratories? As for the assassination of Yen-Li, that posed a challenge. As Herzog was well aware of her rising notoriety after slaying 2 Dragon Kings, a fact known to all hybrids. However, Herzog sought the White King's throne, with Yusuji Kyo and Eri merely tools in his plan. Even without the Dragon King's blood, Herzog was destined to confront Yen-Li. Why would Odin impose this seemingly impossible requirement after he had claimed the throne? The very proposal heightened Herzog's vigilance. He was neither naive nor foolish enough to believe that Odin's Dragon King's blood was a boon. It was a deal with the devil. The devil would not bestow upon him everything he desired out of kindness, and he would reserve this final trump card, a poison born of the devil, for a moment of utmost necessity. Returning to the present, although Yusuji Kyo's explosive power caught Wang Jiang off guard, he still saw a glimmer of hope. He merely needed a little more time. Yusuji Kyo, alongside the restored Yuan Jixing and Yuan Jinu, breached the Paradise Pavilion. Utilizing one of the two potions given to Yuan Jixing by Yanli during her visit to Japan to stabilize their bloodlines, thereby healing the trauma Herzog had inflicted upon Yuan Jinu's mind, restoring her sanity. Now free from Herzog's control, Yuan Jinu's mind was clear. Through her memories, the trio discerned that the Paradise Pavilion served as Herzog's headquarters, prompting them to launch an immediate assault. Yet, to their astonishment, upon entering the pavilion, they discovered it devoid of life. Herzog had long since evacuated. However, Herzog had not managed to abscond with all his data in his haste. He could only salvage the most crucial materials, leaving behind some experimental documentation and a diary chronicling Herzog's endeavors. The contents of the diary were astonishing. And despite Yanli having previously mentioned it to Yusuji Kyo and Yuan Jixing, both harbored skepticism. Now, the diary's revelations affirmed everything. They were left in shock. Herzog had audaciously plotted for the White King's throne and appeared alarmingly close to success, originally intending to catch Herzog off guard. The trio found that he had anticipated their approach. Thus, they were compelled to pursue another of Herzog's clones, the head of the Serpent Clan, Tachibana Masamune. Upon arriving at the Serpent Clan, they discovered that Tachibana Masamune had taken his own life, leaving no trace behind. The trio could only stabilize the Serpent Clan before devising their next course of action. The following day, astonishing news began to circulate within the Serpent Clan. Zhu Jingzong, in collusion with the monstrous entity, has taken his own life. Yuan Jixing has succeeded him as the patriarch of the Shachi Bajia, leading the clan forward. Upon the return of Yuan Jinu, the Shachi Bajia has once again embraced a second sovereign following the departure of Hui Li. In Chapter 43, The Resurrection of the White King, Departure to Japan. Within a quaint noodle shop, Yusuji Ko and Yuan Jinu are seated together, savoring the steaming, fresh ramen. Unlike the somewhat awkward interactions between Yuan Jixing and Yusuji Ko, Yuan Jinu feels a certain joy towards this genuine father figure. Perhaps because Yusuji Ko has earnestly endeavored to rescue her. Having grown up primarily through training alongside her brother, Yuan Jixing, she had never truly experienced paternal affection. Although Yusuji Ko's arrival came long after, it has significantly enriched their lives. Father, what kind of person is Yanli? After regaining her composure, Yuan Jinu learns from Yusuji Ko and Yuan Jixing that the one who provided them with the medicinal elixirs for their bloodline and alerted them to the true nature of Hei or Zhuge is none other than Yanli, the universally acknowledged strongest hybrid in existence. Consequently, she feels a profound sense of gratitude and curiosity towards this unfamiliar individual. With a benevolent smile, Yusuji Ko affectionately ruffles Yuan Jinu's hair, saying, "That fellow is a rather good-hearted monster. You will understand when you meet him." The phrase good-hearted monster leaves Yuan Jinu perplexed, and her curiosity about Yanli deepens. She intends to seek out her sister Hui Li after resolving matters in Japan, with the hope of meeting this life-saving benefactor. As Yuan Jinu and Yusuji Ko engage in casual conversation, relishing this rare moment of warmth akin to a typical father-daughter interaction, the arrival of Yuan Jixing shatters this tranquility. Unlike the cheerful expressions of Yusuji Ko and Yuan Jinu, Yuan Jixing's visage is marred by deep concern and heaviness. They quickly discern his unease, and before they can inquire, Yuan Jixing speaks up. The White King's holy remains are unusually active, showing signs of revival. This brief statement sends shockwaves through the two. Yuan Jixing pulls out a cigarette and lights it slowly. None of the personnel we dispatched to investigate the White King's movements have returned. Without needing further dialogue, the trio comprehends that this is the work of Hei or Zhuge. Yuan Jixing's hand trembles slightly with fury as he holds the cigarette. However, now is not the time for rash actions. The sudden revelation of Hei or Zhuge's whereabouts is ominously linked to the revival of the White King. A dire omen indeed. As the inaugural monarch, Yusuji Ko is acutely aware of the implications of the White King's revival, knowledge passed down through generations. Yuan Jinu, having been manipulated alongside the king, also understands Hei or Zhuge's schemes, shocked that he has pinpointed the White King's location so swiftly. A glance exchanged among the three confirms their suspicion that Hei or Zhuge is the orchestrator behind the White King's unusual activity. Having abandoned the Ji Liguan and the clone Zhu Jingzong, Hei or Zhuge has limited options remaining. They had anticipated Hei or Zhuge would hide as before, yet he has made such bold moves, directly targeting the White King. Yusuji Ko, maintaining his composure, reflects slowly. To ascend the throne, Hei or Zhuge must rely on the bloodlines of the three of us or Hui Li to cleanse the White King's spiritual residue. His aggressive actions necessitate our utmost caution. We must remain steadfast in our resolve. Yuan Jisheng and Yuan Jinu, you must exercise extreme vigilance and prioritize your safety. As long as the three of us and Hui Li remain unharmed, Heyerzwa Ge will grow anxious. When he strikes, we shall counter and defeat him decisively. Both Yuan Jisheng and Yuan Jinu nod in agreement, reassured that their sister Hui Li is safe in America, accompanied by Yin Li. Their primary concern is for their own safety in Japan. The trio sits down to meticulously strategize their next steps, and that very day, a highly confidential message is dispatched from the Japan division to Kasai or Shueiyuan. Upon reviewing the information, Ong Ri's expression grows grave, and without hesitation, he makes a phone call. Meanwhile, Yin Li and the others continue to relish their holiday. Following the proposal, Hui Li and Yin Li are inseparable, continually showering those around them with affection, as though they desire to be in each other's presence at every moment. Ong Ri's call disrupts the joyous atmosphere. Listening to the urgent message relayed from Yusuji Ko and the others, Yin Li responds calmly, understood. Subsequently, he and Hui Li approach the group, who are discussing their plans for the day. I apologize, everyone, but our holiday must come to an early end due to an urgent task. Please gather your belongings. The Academy's plane will arrive in half an hour, and I will explain the details on board. Though the group feels a sense of disconnection, as if their vacation has been abruptly interrupted, they swiftly adjust and begin to pack their belongings. Half an hour later, the plane arrives punctually, and everyone boards. As the last to board, Lu Mingfei is halted by Chen Wenwen. Please be careful and return alive. Do not perish, Lu Mingfei. Still reeling from Chen Wenwen's heartfelt words and the lingering warmth of her lips, Lu Mingfei is brought back to reality by Yin Li. Although Yin Li wishes not to shatter Lu Mingfei's blissful moment, it is essential for him to regain his composure, given the gravity of the impending mission. Earlier that morning, the Japan division reported that they have located the White King's remains, which exhibit signs of revival. After briefly outlining the situation, Yin Li allows Yuan Jisheng to elaborate further. Through a virtual projection, Yuan Jisheng appears aboard the swiftly moving aircraft, apologizing for the circumstances of their meeting. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, a trove of information regarding Heyerzwa Ge is shared. The horrific realities of human experimentation and the creation of death servants evoke feelings of disgust and anger among the attendees. With Lu Mingfei and Su Xiaoqiang nearly retching, Chu Zihong and Kaisa are equally affected, while Hui Li, heeding Yin Li's advice, shields her eyes from the disturbing visuals. With a grave expression, Yuan Jisheng begins to explain the current situation. A few days ago, we dismantled Heyerzwa Ge's stronghold, Jilaguan, but discovered he had vanished without a trace. One of his clones, Jiu Jingzong, who controlled the Japan division, took his own life before our arrival, leaving no clues. It was only after the White King's unusual activity that we managed to trace a lead. While we cannot ascertain the exact time of revival, our technicians estimate that the White King is on the verge of a complete resurrection, at which point Heyerzwa Ge is certain to reveal his true intentions. After Yuan Jisheng concludes his briefing and disconnects, Lu Mingfei struggles to detach himself from the harrowing accounts of the inhumane experiments. With a hoarse voice, he slowly states, "It is truly difficult to believe such cruel experiments exist if one has not witnessed them firsthand." This marks the first time Lu Mingfei has felt such profound hatred towards another. The others remain silent, yet the visible fury on their faces reveals their shared sentiments. Yin Li clapped her hands, the crisp sound pulling everyone back to reality. She addressed the crowd, stating, "Of course, Herzog deserves to perish. But do not let this affect your sanity or jeopardize your safety and that of your teammates." Yin Li produced 7 boxes, revealing the 7 deadly sins. Alchemical weapons of Dragon King caliber, specifically forged to combat the Dragon King. Originally, such powerful alchemical weapons would be challenging to wield effectively, except for Lu Mingfei. They could backfire if mismanaged. However, I had a friend modify them, allowing you to use them without activating the blood rage, though their might would be diminished. To harness the true power of the 7 deadly sins, you would still need to purify your bloodline through blood rage. Xiaomi, Lu Mingfei, Chu Zihong, Nono, Caesar, Finger, and Hui Li could perfectly share these 7 weapons. Although Yin Li initially hesitated to involve Hui Li, the situation concerning Yuan Jisheng and his companions compelled her. Even without Yin Li's consent, Hui Li would likely insist on participating. Regardless, with Yin Li providing Hui Li with protective items, she would remain safe, prompting Yin Li to accompany her. After distributing the 7 deadly sins, Yin Li fell silent, gazing toward Japan, silently sentencing Herzog to death. Among those present, Yin Li harbored the deepest animosity toward Herzog. She was acutely aware of his culpability, and her original intention was to turn Japan upside down in her quest to find and eliminate Herzog. Every moment he lived irritated her. Yet, Yinli pondered that rather than allowing Herzog to die in despair, it would be more satisfying to let him glimpse hope. To believe he could ascend to the White King's throne he had pursued all his life, only to crush him at the last moment. Herzog, the true conclusion to your life will be to witness the shattering of that which you have sought for so long and die in utter hopelessness. Chapter 44. The Demon and the Puppet. Outside the airport, many awaited their friends, classmates, lovers, or family. Among them, a group appeared conspicuously out of place. Dressed in black suits, they lined up in an orderly fashion, led by a man adorned with a crow tattoo, who held aloft a pink kawaii sign. The crow stood proudly with his gang, displaying a sign inscribed with numerous names, as a gang member awaited arrivals. In contrast to the awkwardness others might feel in such an incongruous scene, the crow remained unfazed, raising his sign high with unwavering determination. As Lu Mingfei and his companions disembarked, the keen-eyed crow spotted them immediately, charging toward them with his entourage. Lu Mingfei's group was taken aback. Was Japan truly this naive, demanding protection fees right upon their arrival? Except for Hui Li, the rest braced themselves for a potential confrontation. However, contrary to their expectations, the fearsome gang approached with the pink sign, warmly greeting them. Welcome to Japan. The crow's booming welcome attracted the attention of everyone at the airport. Apart from Hui Li, who understood the situation, and the thick-skinned finger, the others were left flabbergasted. Upon noticing Hui Li, the crow rushed forward, offering a genuinely heartfelt, yet somewhat unattractive smile. Miss, I am the crow. Do you remember me? Yen Li observed the scene from a distance, bemused. Rather than joining the group, she turned and walked in another direction, puzzled by the strange energy emanating from her destination. Upon seeing the sign inscribed with Jai Legwen, Yen Li felt a surge of powerful, yet concealed elemental turbulence beneath the establishment. Just as she intended to create an entrance, her gaze shifted toward Hui Li, and she vanished in an instant. After this brief interlude, the group settled their belongings at their designated accommodations before heading toward Yuan Jisheng. At the seaside, a contingent of individuals clad in black was enforcing a perimeter to deter unrelated persons from intruding. Lu Mingfei and his companions traversed unhindered to the side of Yuan Jisheng and his colleagues. Upon noticing their arrival, Yuan Jisheng nodded at Hui Li. In a different place and time, he would have embraced her, inquiring about her well-being and whether she had faced any bullying. However, he now bore the weight of responsibility as the head of the Sheki 8 families. Caesar cut straight to the point, inquiring about the current situation regarding the White King's holy relic. Yuan Jisheng responded, Our dispatch team has located the precise location of the White King's holy relic and is currently transporting it back. Unbeknownst to them, among the Sheki 8 family's personnel nearby, one individual was watching them intently. Deep underground in the seemingly deserted Jai Legwen, Herzog observed the seaside scene through the perspective of his experimental subjects. His expression devoid of emotion as he issued his final command, subsequently severing the connection. Gazing at the dark, flowing blood before him, he crazily embraced the devil's poison, then moved toward the white cocoon pulsating behind him. At the seaside, Xiaomi suddenly shouted, Be careful. Everyone scatter. The group, puzzled yet trusting Xiaomi, reacted promptly and dispersed, but it was too late. In an instant, they found themselves immobilized, unable to move. Yuan Jisheng felt a familiar sensation envelop him, his heart racing in alarm. This feeling was all too familiar, but unlike before, he, too, had become a victim of this force. Yinling Wanquan. The sudden emergence of Yinling Wanquan exerted immense pressure upon Hui Li and the others. As the weight upon them intensified, they sensed that this assault was deliberately targeting them. The scope of the attack narrowly focused on their location. The Sheki 8 family's personnel, sensing something amiss, rushed to their aid, with Sakura and the crow at the forefront. Aware of the overwhelming gravity bearing down on them, Yuan Jisheng understood that should they approach, they would be crushed under the unyielding weight of the royal authority. Thus, while resisting the oppressive force, Yuan Jisheng roared, Don't come closer. Sakura and the crow halted abruptly, the astute Sakura quickly grasping their predicament, intending to locate and eliminate the source of the royal authority. Where? Sakura's eyes scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking the hybrid responsible for unleashing the royal authority. Suddenly, she spotted a figure clad in black robes atop a small hill nearby. Found it. Sakura immediately locked onto the target, drawing her blade and preparing to strike alongside the crow. Yet, an unforeseen event unfolded. From the rear of the Sheki 8 family's main force, a monstrous roar erupted, reverberating throughout the coastline. The oppressed group turned toward the source of the sound, and Sakura and the crow were momentarily distracted by this unexpected turn of events. They beheld a group of individuals with human faces suddenly transforming, and among them was the one who shared Herzog's vision. Their feet vanished, replaced by serpentine tails, and the once relatively normal faces transformed into fierce and grotesque snake heads. Without a moment's hesitation, it was clear to all that this was the handiwork of Herzog. Indeed, after years of meticulous infiltration, how could the vast snake Chi-8 families allow Yuan Jisheng to dismantle all their pieces within mere days? As Yuan Jisheng and his companions remained ensnared, the personnel of the snake Chi-8 families behind Ing and Wuya began their assault. However, Ing remained unfazed by the chaotic situation. Her mind raced, and in an instant, she resolved to charge towards the death servants enforcing royal authority, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Just as Ing and Wuya hastened forward, their steps were abruptly halted by the appearance of another group of death servants emerging from the sea. Ying's pupils contracted sharply, for the manifestation of these death servants undeniably announced that the underwater unit dispatched to retrieve the White King's sacred relic had met with disaster. A tremor coursed through Ing and Wuya's bodies, not out of cowardice, but due to an inescapable pressure stemming from their bloodlines. Faced with this gathering of death servants, they could not help but sense the oppressive force emanating from their blazing vertical pupils. Although this pressure was not as formidable as that exerted by Yuan Jisheng and his two companions in full bloodline form, it was far beyond what Ing and Wuya could bear. Yuan Jisheng looked at Ing with mounting anxiety, yet he was also in dire straits, the pressure upon them escalating to the point where he could scarcely speak. Others too were straining against the weight of royal authority. Lu Mingfei, Chu Zihong, Kaisa, and Su Xiaoqiang had even resorted to secondary bloodletting to withstand this overwhelming force. What sort of monstrosity had Herzog conjured, capable of unilaterally subduing those present? Yuan Jisheng's internal queries were soon answered, as he beheld that the figure in black, wielding royal power, was soon accompanied by a dozen more cohorts, all of whom were also channeling royal might. Only then did Yuan Jisheng awaken to the realization that Herzog had not created a creature surpassing the three true monarchs, but rather a number of flawed pseudo-monarchs. The creation of a perfect monarch could not be so simple. Otherwise, there would not be only Yuan Jisheng, Yuan Jinu, and Hui as the sole, true monarchs, undeniably unique and immensely powerful. Xiaomi, perceiving the state of these incomplete beings, felt a foreboding sense of dread. The imperfect monarchs crafted by Herzog were certainly no match for Yuan Jisheng and his two companions. Yet the troubling aspect was Herzog's control over these puppets, akin to lifeless marionettes. Unlike the risk of descending into death servants through enhanced bloodlines, these death servants had already expended their bloodlines and would perish within 3 minutes, a fate even the Black Monarch Nidhogg could not avert. The inevitable demise brought forth a brief surge of explosive power transcending even that of the monarchs, and the oppressive weight of royal authority grew heavier, leaving even Xiaomi struggling to endure. As the pressure intensified, Yuan Jisheng and his companions found themselves overwhelmed and pinned to the ground, with only Hui and Xiaomi managing to stand. An inexplicable sense of incongruity welled within Yuan Jisheng. Chu Zihong glanced at Xiaomi's upright form with a flash of intrigue, but there was no time for contemplation. In the face of this dire situation, Xiaomi resolved to reveal her identity, seeking to unleash her powers to shatter the deadlock before them. Yet, she was not the complete Dragon King Hyla, merely one of the twins possessing authority. If Fen Liyi was present, her formidable physique would allow her to disregard the weight of royal power, but Xiaomi could not. As Yuan Jisheng analyzed the circumstances, the truth of the incomplete monarchs emerged, only to weigh heavier upon his heart. If Herzog had employed numerous flawed monarchs against them, what then were Ing and her companions facing? Confusion swirled within him, yet he dared not dwell further. The death servants emerging from the sea targeted Ing and Wuya first, and in that moment, a primal sense of being hunted gripped them as the group of death servants charged forth, ready to attack. Although the number of death servants was relatively small, merely a dozen, they posed a significant threat, each averaging a B rank. To Ing and Wuya, they loomed like elephants, capable of easily trampling them. Both understood that facing this group would only lead to their demise, yet neither wavered. They stood resolutely before the oncoming death servants, their backs to Yuan Jisheng and the others. Meanwhile, the situation behind the snake Chi-8 families was equally dire. In a brief span, their forces had dwindled from nearly 100 to just a handful of elite fighters desperately holding on. If this continued, in less than a minute, no, perhaps even half a minute, the remaining death servants would annihilate the last of those barely holding on, leaving Hue and her companions to be besieged and slaughtered. Ing surveyed the unfolding chaos, her mind blank, unable to conceive a solution, even pausing her breath in stunned silence. Yet she did not remain frozen. Instead, she grasped her weapon and dashed away from Yuan Jisheng, intent on drawing the death servant's attention. Weiyao followed closely, willing to risk everything to carve out a glimmer of hope for Yuan Jisheng. Observing Ying's departure, he quickly discerned her intention. Yuan Jisheng attempted to call out to her, urging her to flee, but the weight of royal authority rendered him speechless, the force pressing upon him so great that blood seeped from his mouth. In no time, Ing and Weiyao were overtaken by the swarm of death servants. Both drew their weapons to confront the onslaught, yet the disparity in numbers and bloodlines proved insurmountable. And within mere seconds, they sustained grievous injuries. Yuan Jisheng's limbs began to bleed as he struggled to forcibly activate his dragon bone form, aware that this would surely lead to his demise. Yet for the sake of the figure before him, he would not allow her to perish in his presence. Unbeknownst to him, he had already unknowingly reserved a place for Ing within his heart, a place defined by love. Just as Ing and Weiyao were on the brink of death, a tremendous force swept away the death servants encircling them, revealing Ling and Jiu Ma on the battlefield. After dispatching the death servants harrying Ing, they intended to confront the flawed monarchs. However, Herzwoje's final avatar reacted swiftly, summoning a flawed monarch to unleash royal power against Ling and Jiu Ma, plunging them into the same predicament faced by Yuan Jisheng and his companions. Though the pressure was not as overwhelming as that upon Yuan Jisheng, it was sufficient to render them immobile. In an instant, everyone found themselves ensnared in yet another deadlock. Lu Mingfei, witnessing the situation, contemplated a deal with the little devil, while the others braced for a desperate struggle. Yet, a gentle voice broke through, softening the tension in their hearts like a clear stream. "Do not worry," echoed Hui's voice. Yuan Jisheng gazed at Hui standing tall, and the earlier sense of incongruity crystallized into understanding. The source of that dissonance was indeed Hui. Why was she able to stand unaffected by the weight of royal authority? Yuan Jisheng never believed his bloodline to be superior to hers, as her elder brother. He understood her strength better than anyone. Yet that very knowledge bred dissonance, for even Hui could not possibly remain unscathed under such pressure. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the dozen or so inferior emperors nearby simultaneously exerted their royal power, yet they managed to endure it. Initially, a single inferior emperor had already imposed significant pressure on them. However, the simultaneous release of royal power from multiple inferior emperors failed to crush them. The sense of incongruity stemmed from these two aspects, but soon, Yuan Jisheng understood the reason. He noticed a necklace on Ares' snow-white neck shimmering with brilliance. When did this happen? Upon reflection, he realized that the necklace had emitted light the moment they came under attack. The radiance of the necklace grew increasingly dazzling, and the pressure exerted by the royal power on the group diminished and even vanished as the light intensified. As the battle situation evolved, one of the Deadpool warriors in the distance suddenly spoke up, declaring, "Do not let them survive." This was Herzog's last clone, and the Deadpool warriors he had sent here were all his trump cards. Aware of this, the clone immediately commanded a renewed assault. The liberated Yuan Jisheng and his companions would not sit idly by. The recent humiliation had ignited their fighting spirit. Yuan Jisheng, in his dragonbone form, dashed towards Sakura, closely followed by Yuan Jinu. Eri unleashed her judgment, her exquisite figure embodying the elegance of a priestess. With each command she issued, Deadpool warriors fell before her, cut down mercilessly. Lu Mingfei unleashed his fury, landing powerful punches upon the Deadpool warriors, having cast aside the 7 deadly sins. His rage could only be vented through the visceral impact of his fists, and within a brief span, several Deadpool warriors had been obliterated by him. Caesar and Nono, Chu Zihong and Xiaomi, along with Finger, each wielded a 7 deadly sins weapon as they charged into the throng of Deadpool warriors. Except for Xiaomi, the other 4 had already entered their second state of fury. They slaughtered the Deadpool warriors like a meat grinder, every swing of their blades drenched in the blood of their foes. Su Xiaodang utilized his mirror eyes, joining Eri in executing judgment upon the Deadpool warriors. Meanwhile, Yusuji Koyuki guarded Eri and Su Xiaodang, dispatching any Deadpool warriors daring to approach. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. The fully unleashed Yuan Jisheng and Yuan Jinu had exterminated the Deadpool warriors near Sakura, and Eri's situation mirrored this outcome, with all previously standing Deadpool warriors now lying lifeless on the ground. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation shifted once more. Merely 2 minutes had passed since the release of royal power, and the inferior emperors, now clinging to life for only one more minute, unexpectedly appeared to attack the group. Even without royal power, within this fleeting minute, they still possessed combat capabilities that surpassed those of emperors. Herzog's final clone stood behind this group of emperor-level Deadpool warriors, a cruel smile stretching across his face. You are already exhausted from the recent battle. What will you do against the last of the emperor-level Deadpool warriors? His grotesque face twitched as he envisioned the demise of the group, and after speaking, he let out a sharp, unpleasant laugh. I say, have you not celebrated too soon? A voice echoed from behind him. He spun around abruptly, only to be met with an onslaught of dark, pulsating energy. Before the attack even reached him, his body was twisted and deformed by the overwhelming force. With a single punch, his last clone was utterly obliterated, and the dark, surging energy continued unabated towards the Emperor-level Deadpool warriors. The final Emperor-level Deadpool warriors could not escape the devastation of this strike, their distorted forms shattered like glass. As the dark energy consumed everything in its path, as the dust settled, Yin Li's figure slowly emerged from the lingering smoke. Chapter 46. New and Old White Kings? Ants. The group had reconvened. Is everyone all right? Yin Li inquired, having arrived after sensing the activation of the protective necklace he had left with Eri. Once he confirmed that everyone was safe and sound, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chu Zihong remarked, the Deadpool warriors that came from the seaside undoubtedly represent the Japan Division's forces sent to salvage the White King's holy remains, and their prospects look grim. We must descend quickly, hoping Herzog has not yet taken the White King's remains. The others nodded in agreement, but as they prepared to dive, Yen Li halted them. Confused by his intervention, the group paused in their tracks. I believe there is no need to dive down to retrieve the so-called White King's remains. If I am not mistaken, the true White King's remains have long since been taken by Herzog. What? Upon hearing Yen Li's words, shock rippled through the group, particularly Yuan Jisheng, who realized that if Herzog had indeed taken the White King's remains from the beginning, then what lay at the sea's depths was merely a diversion. Where was Herzog now with the White King's remains? Questions and pressure loomed over the group like dark clouds, refusing to dissipate. Yusuji Koyuki stepped forward, saying, everyone, do not be so hasty. According to Herzog's notes, pure White King bloodline is required as a sacrifice to cleanse the spiritual corruption from the holy remains before ascending to the throne. We four are still intact. Although Herzog has taken the White King's remains, it will ultimately be in vain. The others considered his words, realizing the truth of the situation, and the weight on their hearts slightly lifted, though the loss of the White King's remains remained a significant concern. Just as they were analyzing where Herzog might hide after seizing the White King's remains, a phone rang. Yuan Jisheng answered a call from the headquarters of the Sheki 8 families, where an urgent, panicked voice exclaimed, Leader, you must leave immediately. Do not return. The fragmented conversation left Yuan Jisheng puzzled. He intended to inquire about what was happening, but the call abruptly ended, leaving him with only the dial tone. An unsettling feeling surged within him. The call had come from one of his elite members, indicating that something critical had occurred. He was about to suggest they return to the Sheki 8 families to regroup, when Yen Li, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I believe there is no need to speculate about Herzog's hiding place. The group turned to look at Yen Li, who was gazing in the direction of the city center. Following his gaze, they were struck with horror. In the heart of the city, a colossal white figure rose like a cocoon, ascending into the sky, visible even to those far at the seaside. Yuan Jisheng quickly confirmed with Yen Li, could it be? Yen Li did not keep them in suspense, stating, it appears Herzog has found a substitute for the pure White King bloodline. That should be the cocoon formed by the complete revival of the White King's holy remains forcibly merged with Herzog. Moments earlier, Herzog's true form had been hiding deep within the seemingly abandoned Jile Pavilion, planning to take the genuine White King's remains to the seaside. He intended to lead his last clone to launch an attack on Yusuji Koyuki and his companions to seize their White King bloodline, then fuse with the nearly revived White King's remains to ascend the throne. However, his informants within the Sheki 8 families had reported that a crow was at the airport to pick up the personnel from Castle Academy. Even upon seeing Yusuji Eri, he felt no joy. He knew that the arrival of Castle Academy's personnel meant Yen Li was also present. He would not be foolish enough to strike against Yusuji Eri, and their arrival indicated that the opportunity to seize Yusuji Koyuki's bloodline was slipping away. He slowly settled down, casting his gaze upon the precious blood of the Dragon King acquired from Odin, his mind resolute in its decision. He directed his final avatar to lead the remaining dead servants in an assault on the few individuals by the seaside to buy time, while he gradually approached the resurrecting Bai Wang Shanghai. Just before being consumed by Bai Wang Shanghai, he took a deep draught of the Dragon King's blood, merging completely with the sacred entity. Returning to the present, Yanli felt the vibrant power emanating from the cocoon of Bai Wang ascending towards the heavens, a sensation that perplexed her. In the original narrative, Herzog's usurpation of the Bai Wang's throne was merely a facade, a counterfeit with the form of a dragon but devoid of its heart. In Yan Li's estimation, even if Herzog ascended the throne through alternative means, he could never surpass the complete forms of the four great dragon kings. Yet, the strength radiating from the cocoon in the city sky continued to amplify, swiftly aligning with that of the complete four great dragon kings, even enhancing further. The current manifestation of this cocoon closely approached the sensation that Tiamat had once evoked. As the cocoon of Bai Wang ascended to great heights, it captivated the attention of the entire populace of Japan. Countless individuals drew out their mobile phones to capture the scene, eager to document an event they could hardly comprehend. The extraordinary sight drew every citizen into animated discussions with those around them. Hey, what is that? It's a bit terrifying. Who knows? Perhaps it's a new type of rocket? Or aliens? Suddenly, the colossal entity in the sky emitted a thunderous roar, reverberating throughout Japan, plunging the populace into panic. For the sound was as fearsome as the growl of a malevolent spirit. I am Bai Wang. You, wretched remnant of a spirit long deceased. Continue your demise and do not obstruct my ascension to the throne. Almost everyone in Japan who heard these words fell into a state of bewilderment, save for Yuan Jisheng and a few others, who recognized Herzog's voice. From this brief utterance, they inferred the current situation. Not only had Bai Wang Shanghai resurrected, but had the spirit of Bai Wang also returned? Yanli nodded, stating, it indeed appears so. But how can this be? The Bai Wang was personally executed by the Hei Wang. His revival is more unfathomable than Herzog's ascension to the throne. Yusuji Kyo voiced his confusion. As the former leader of the Haika clan, he had access to more secrets regarding Bai Wang, which only amplified his incredulity. Even Yusuji Kyo, the longest living hybrid of the Bai Wang bloodline, could not comprehend the reason behind Bai Wang's resurrection, let alone the others. No interjected with a question. So is the current situation a contest for the throne between Herzog and Bai Wang? A struggle between the old and new Bai Wang? Regardless of who triumphs, this war bodes ill for us. A struggle between the old and new Bai Wang? Yan Li retorted, for he did not deem it a conflict. At its core, Herzog was merely human, attempting to contend with a being that had existed for countless ages, one who transcended the four great monarchs, the true sovereign beneath the Hei Wang. Enough with the fanciful tales. From the moment Bai Wang's spirit was resurrected, Herzog was already condemned to death. As anticipated, Herzog's voice resonated once more. Yet unlike his previous arrogance, he now sounded like a cornered beast, issuing pitiful cries for mercy. No. As Herzog's lament echoed, the cocoon of Bai Wang underwent a transformation, the violent movements within causing it to shake violently. Soon, the powerful form within began to break free from its restraints, first the hands, then the feet, massive wings, and finally the entire body. A clear sound reverberated throughout Japan as Bai Wang's head shattered the cocoon, heralding the return of the sovereign second only to the Hei Wang. Herzog had undoubtedly been utterly vanquished by the revived Bai Wang, his very soul consumed. This outcome was precisely as Yan Li had predicted. Did Herzog still harbor delusions of becoming the new Bai Wang? It appeared he was merely a step away from ascension to the throne, yet was effortlessly slain by its true master. In the end, he was but an oblivious insect. Although the reasons behind Bai Wang's complete resurrection remained a mystery, as the figure of Bai Wang fully manifested before the crowd, the people of Japan were left in stunned silence, their worldviews shattered by the unfolding spectacle. The pressure stemming from the bloodline, coupled with the fear of the unknown, rendered most unable to comprehend the situation. Their minds a blank as they gazed at Bai Wang in the sky. What did they behold? A dragon? Such creatures were mere figments of human imagination. Yet what lay before them? Fear and confusion gripped the hearts of all who beheld Bai Wang. But soon, even the capacity for thought eluded them. The merciless golden eyes of Bai Wang regarded the city below with disdain, unfurling its wings with a roar, or perhaps a command. Bai Wang unleashed its dominion, surpassing the four great monarchs. In an instant, all of Japan collapsed, their bodies and spirits relentlessly siphoned away as sustenance for the sovereign. Yanli, what shall we do now? The sudden shift left Lu Mingfei and the others in disarray. Stay here, look out for each other, and do not venture anywhere. The forthcoming battle is beyond your participation. After leaving this directive, Yanli vanished from their midst, leaving the others exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 47. The King and the King. As Bai Wang absorbed increasing quantities of spiritual energy, Its form grew even more formidable, its original 2 wings transforming into 4. A staff, conjured from its spiritual power, materialized in its grasp, symbolizing the authority and power of Bai Wang. With a gentle sweep through the void, it stirred a tempest of elements that spread from Japan, engulfing half the globe. The sky turned pitch black, incessant thunder crashing down to signify Bai Wang's nobility. Not a single drop of rain fell. The sky, devoid of color, unleashed thick bolts of lightning. It was not an attack, but a release of the anger accumulated over countless years of death, proclaiming the return of the White Emperor. Under the capricious downpour of thunder, many unconscious souls were mercilessly stripped of their lives. Yet Bai Wang remained indifferent to the fates of these insignificant beings. In its view, it was a blessing for these ants to offer their lives as contributions to its magnificent resurrection. Once it had drained the spiritual energy from every individual in Japan, the next step would be to encompass the entire world. Bai Wang's gaze fell upon the city below, where those inside had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the energy drain. However, one figure stood conspicuously atop the Tokyo Tower, observing it. Upon catching sight of the individual clad in black with blue eyes, Bai Wang sensed a threat. Unlike the 4 great monarchs, Bai Wang, reigning above them, governed the 5th element revered in the alchemical realm, spirit. Thus, Bai Wang possessed heightened sensitivity to spiritual energy, stronger than the 4 monarchs, and could distinctly perceive the threat emanating from Yanli. It was certain this opponent was formidable. Let me see just how much you can amuse me. The first adversary since my return. Thoughts racing. In the blink of an eye, Bai Wang launched an assault, while Yanli, employing an unlimited technique, took flight in a sideways position to evade the attack from Bai Wang. Beneath him, the Tokyo Tower was instantaneously fragmented into countless shards, which, defying the laws of nature, did not fall, but instead transformed into dust and scattered upon being severed. This phenomenon was a result of the White King's assault, which targeted not only the material but also launched a ferocious offensive against the spirit. The stones, annihilated by the White King's mental assault, dissipated into nothingness after a fleeting maintenance of their corporeal form. Yanli appeared behind the White King and unleashed a powerful punch. Anticipating this, the White King raised its staff to collide with the approaching figure, generating a tremendous shockwave that even swept over to the coastal vicinity where Eri and others were situated. Though this strike did not unleash the black flash, it was sufficient for Yanli to sense the formidable strength of the White King. It was crucial to acknowledge that the White King excelled in spiritual prowess rather than physical might. Nevertheless, it was still able to match Yanli's corporeal strength. Yanli, undeterred, continued to press the attack, and within a brief span, the human and dragon had collided hundreds of times at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Amidst the relentless clashes, Yanli furrowed his brow. This battle with the White King felt distinctly different from his previous encounters. The sense of unfettered freedom had entirely vanished. And despite the hundreds of collisions, not a single black flash had manifested. After yet another clash, both Yanli and the White King sustained injuries, their bodies marred and bleeding profusely. Even with the dual effects of the celestial body and reverse technique, healing proved challenging. The spiritual assaults posed a significant dilemma for Yanli. While the White King, despite its wounds, had nearly recuperated during a brief respite, thanks to its extraordinary regenerative capabilities. Observing Yanli at a disadvantage filled Eri and the others at the seaside with anxiety. The White King's might surpass their wildest imaginings. However, they were powerless to intervene, only able to pray for Yanli's triumph. This caliber of combat was entirely beyond their capacity to partake in. Both Yanli and the White King wielded powers that far eclipsed those of the masses. Yanli felt a tinge of impatience within. After hundreds of collisions, he had yet to inflict a decisive blow upon the White King, and he pondered deeply. Was it his overwhelming desire to unleash the black flash that hindered him? No. There were more factors at play. Following yet another clash with the White King, Yanli discerned the primary reason behind the absence of the black flash. Even though the White King had not fully invoked its powers, the sheer force of its physical collisions was already affecting Yanli. The White King, master of the 5th element of spirit, influenced Yanli's control and output of power, and coupled with his subjective desire to manifest the black flash, it ironically led to its disappearance. Upon realizing this, Yanli felt less urgency. Instead, he steadied his emotions and focused his thoughts entirely on the battle at hand. In the ensuing tug-of-war, Yanli still did not conjure the black flash nor gain the upper hand, yet his injuries had significantly improved compared to before. The White King, observing Yanli grow increasingly formidable, sensed an ominous premonition within. It suddenly unleashed its power, propelling Yanli away, and fully awakened its own abilities. An intangible, tempestuous force of spiritual energy enveloped the White King. Simultaneously, the staff radiated a brilliant white light, becoming even more potent and regal. The White King initiated the offense, swiftly appearing before Yanli and launching a brutal strike at blinding speed. Yanli, refusing to yield, charged forward, but this time the advantage lay with the White King. The overwhelming spiritual force not only augmented the staff, but also exerted continuous pressure on Yanli, who was struck down from the skies toward the earth. Yanli's body created a substantial crater upon impact, and he expelled torrents of blood, indicating the severity of his wounds. The White King pressed its advantage, summoning a radiant beam of light from its staff to launch another fierce assault, diving towards the earth at an astonishing pace. A golden orb burst forth from the ground, colliding with the beam, as Yanli desperately unleashed a virtual technique to barely stave off the onslaught. The White King persisted, unleashing two even swifter beams of light. And after initiating the beams, it descended with greater speed to strike the ground with its staff. In mere milliseconds, the two beams followed suit, crashing down, stirring clouds of dust, and unleashing a cataclysmic storm of force. Nearby skyscrapers trembled under the aftermath of this strike, and the White King raised its staff, gazing upon the deepening pit wrought by its assault, where a figure lay bleeding from multiple orifices. Had it won? The White King's mood gradually settled, its initial exuberance subsiding. Like most dragons, it harbored a combative nature, and it now contemplated the other king who had brought it such profound amusement upon its return. In this clash of kings, it was destined to emerge victorious as the illustrious White Emperor. The White King intended to deliver a final blow to this individual who had momentarily invigorated it. The staff descended toward the figure. Yet contrary to the White King's expectations, the impact did not shatter the form. Upon the staff's formidable descent, the figure transformed into wisps of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. Alarm bells rang in the White King's mind, prompting an immediate defensive response, but Yanli's strike was swifter than the White King's defenses. A punch landed squarely on the unprepared White King, delivering genuine pain. Yanli pressed on, unleashing a flurry of rapid and ferocious punches. The White King, unable to counter in time, endured the relentless onslaught. Yanli's final blow sent the White King soaring hundreds of meters away. Although the White King felt the sting of pain, it withstood this barrage. Yanli, relentless, pursued the White King, but as he approached, the previously knocked back White King had erected a defensive barrier using its spiritual energy during the brief respite. Simultaneously, it had transformed its staff into a blade, gearing up to unleash another assault on Yanli. Upon Yanli's arrival, the White King remained impassive in its perception. The human before it lacked the strength to breach its defenses. It awaited the moment when the barrier would thwart Yanli, at which point the blade would pierce the human's flesh. Although it remained unclear why the earlier figure had skewed its perception, such details had become inconsequential. The scales of victory had tipped in its favor. Suddenly, the White King found itself lost in thought. For reasons unknown, the human charging at it bore a smile, a manic grin that concealed sheer delight in battle. Was he oblivious to his impending doom? The White King remained unfazed by Yanli's demeanor, fully deploying its barrier while the blade, forged from the staff, surged forth. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected. The formidable barrier failed to impede Yanli. With a single punch, the seemingly indestructible barrier shattered along with the approaching blade. The impact sent the White King hurtling backward, crashing into several skyscrapers before finally coming to a halt. A gaping wound oozing dragon blood where it had been struck. This punch had turned the tide. In this confrontation, Yanli finally unleashed his first black flash. The exuberance in his wild grin fully manifested his exhilaration. Unlike any previous encounter, the ease and comfort he once felt had evaporated, replaced by an acute sense of peril and excitement. For this battle was truly magnificent, so much so that he had no desire to pause. The White King regarded the figure before it with trepidation, astonished by the rapid escalation of Yanli's prowess. Had he truly reached this level in such a short time? Although this strike did not inflict severe injuries, it was markedly different from the previous skirmishes. The searing pain emanating from the unhealed wound in the abdomen, coupled with the rising fighting spirit of the individual before it, underscored this distinction. The Bai Wang cast aside all notions of underestimation, fully comprehending that the person before it was not merely a tool for amusement, but a king who matched its own prowess. "Tell me your name, human," the Bai Wang inquired, a gesture of respect extended to another sovereign. Yanli did not respond to the Bai Wang's query. He was now wholly immersed in a state of selflessness, casting aside all distractions and reveling in the exhilarating battle. Not only did he feel a power surging within him akin to an ocean's tide, but everything around him, the air, the wind, the flora, transformed into his strength. The entire world, nature, and all its entities were perceived with unparalleled clarity, granting him an unprecedented sense of freedom. In this moment, he was capable of anything. Faced with an opponent even more formidable than himself, and teetering on the brink of life and death. The fusion with the Lu Dao Ming Ren template had surged to 80, unlocking the Sage mode. Unbeknownst to him, peculiar patterns had begun to manifest around his pupils, enhancing his already exquisite visage with an otherworldly allure. As Yen Li entered Sage mode, the Bai Wang finally revealed its true form. It reformed the staff that had dissipated upon being struck by Yen Li, a weapon not forged of metal, but a manifestation of its spiritual authority. It wielded the staff as if conducting an ancient ritual, and with each flourish, a layer of brilliant white scales emerged, augmenting its already imposing physique with an even greater sense of aggression. The mental energy siphoned from the unconscious populace now bore fruit, allowing it to present itself in its full glory, restored to its prime, ascending to its complete draconic form. The two apex warriors charged towards one another in perfect synchrony, fists and staff colliding. The Bai Wang, having fully unleashed its potential, was significantly stronger than before, yet with the awakening of Sage mode, its most formidable weapon began to feel insubstantial. Black flash. As the fabric of space contorted with immense power, a wave of destructive black light followed closely behind. The Bai Wang's staff was repelled upon colliding with Yen Li, sending shockwaves through its being. Startled, the Bai Wang disregarded the tremendous force transmitted through the staff, pouring every ounce of its strength into striking Yen Li. However, Yen Li's movements were swifter, delivering a powerful punch to the Bai Wang's chest, initiating a second black flash. This overwhelming force carved a massive wound in the Bai Wang's chest, causing the layers of brilliant scales to sink into the flesh beneath. In pain, the Bai Wang faltered for an instant, and Yen Li seized this fleeting opportunity to launch an assault on the gaping wound inflicted by the second black flash. The black light erupted once more, piercing through the Bai Wang's chest, mere inches from its heart. The Bai Wang roared in a fit of fury, unleashing a tempest of destructive thunder upon Yen Li. Though he intended to press the attack, the instinctual sense of danger compelled him to retreat. The monstrous thunder missed its target, creating a vacuum in the space where Yen Li had stood, leaving him astonished that such thunder could extinguish even the spirit of nature, resulting in a vacuum in the air. Yen Li pondered that had he not awakened Sage mode, evading this violent thunder would have been exceedingly difficult. And had he been struck directly, he would undoubtedly have faced a perilous fate. He observed the Bai Wang's chest, where a gaping hole now lay, revealing the pulsating heart within. The next strike would determine the outcome. Yen Li mused internally. As if sensing Yen Li's resolve, the Bai Wang, gasping for breath and seething with rage, refrained from employing its powers to hastily mend its wounds, allowing its heart to remain exposed. It raised its staff, forcefully shaking it in the air, conjuring waves that fractured the very fabric of space. Brilliant white light flashed violently in the sky, while an intangible yet potent mental assault surged towards Yen Li from all directions, centered around the Bai Wang. Yet this was not the end. Before the barrage of mental slashes, which resembled a net of doom, could descend upon him, the Bai Wang unfurled its wings, radiating a dazzling yet destructive white light. There was no escape. In the instant that the white light manifested, Yen Li found himself struck by the Bai Wang's spiritual domain. Within this realm, time and space were influenced by the Bai Wang's immense power, causing them to stagnate. Yen Li's movements slowed to a crawl as he was drawn into another dimension by the Bai Wang's sudden activation of its spiritual domain. Here, there was nothing but the overwhelming spiritual force of the Bai Wang clashing against Yen Li's own. Yen Li could clearly sense that the mental slashes unleashed beyond the spiritual domain were drawing nearer, mere moments away from striking and severing his body. Realizing the dire predicament he was in, he hesitated to act. In this moment, he and the Bai Wang were engaged in a tug-of-war of spiritual strength, and he felt little hope of emerging victorious. Since unlocking the Lu Dao Ming Ren template, Yen Li had gradually diminished his reliance on techniques, as his physical prowess had begun to match, if not exceed, that of his techniques. Indeed, as the fusion with the Lu Dao Ming Ren template advanced, his physical strength had evolved beyond the limitations he had faced with the Wu Tiao Wu template, becoming one of Yen Li's most formidable assets. This was why Yen Li had seldom employed the previously effective techniques in his battle against the Bai Wang. Had the second template unlocked a character akin to Wu Tiao Wu, who could significantly enhance spiritual capabilities, Yin Li would undoubtedly have triumphed over the Bai Wang with ease. The battle had reached an impasse due to Yin Li's inability to overpower the Bai Wang's spiritual strength. Before achieving Sage Mode, he had been hindered by the Bai Wang's authority, which had prevented him from unleashing the Black Flash. Consequently, Yin Li found himself in a predicament, trapped within the Bai Wang's constructed domain, unable to perceive the Bai Wang's position outside with clarity. Should he gamble? Trust in his instincts to release the infinite void and strike the Bai Wang, thereby creating an opportunity to escape this dire situation? Yin Li pondered incessantly, but the Bai Wang's assault offered him no reprieve. This strike shall be your demise. The Bai Wang unleashed its full powers, activating its most potent ability, the spiritual domain. Without reservation, in this overwhelming realm, no creature could escape its grasp, save for the Black Emperor Nidhogg, which surpassed its might. The human before it was powerless to break free, let alone defend against the impending onslaught of slashes. The Bai Wang's mind filled with this chilling realization. Should any of these countless, intangible attacks find their mark, the human would perish, his spirit extinguished. The ultimate victor is I. The White King seemed to have already glimpsed victory, as the relentless assaults targeting its psyche became inescapable. Yet in the next instant, its pupils contracted in disbelief at the unfolding events. Yin Li, undeterred by the oncoming strikes, withstood each blow with his flesh, his face and body marred by numerous lacerations. Nevertheless, he pressed onward, charging toward the exposed dragon heart of the White King. The White King, witnessing Yin Li's disregard for its attacks, was filled with astonishment. How could this be? How could it be possible? Had this human before it truly reached a level of strength comparable to Nidhogg? This frenzied thought invaded the White King's mind, momentarily plunging it into chaos. Only when Yin Li was nearly upon it did the White King awaken from its stupor. Abandoning all contemplation and desperately attempting to defend itself against the impending assault. Yet soon, it found itself paralyzed, unable to think or act. The White King's mind faltered. It could not comprehend the reason for its immobility until, with great effort, it lowered its head slightly to behold the truth. An unprecedented agony surged through it in an instant, only to vanish just as swiftly. Its heart had been shattered into countless fragments by an overwhelming force, which then radiated outward from its heart, causing its vision to spin violently. It was only now that it realized it had perished. Yin Li broke through the White King's onslaught, charging directly at its pulsating heart. Once more, a dark radiance, which had wreaked havoc on the battlefield, emerged for the fourth and final time, marking the conclusion of this fierce conflict. Everything transpired too swiftly. The pupils of the White King remained fixed on Yin Li in a final gaze of disbelief, unable to comprehend how this human had managed to penetrate the psychic domain forged through its very essence. Just before the White King's final attack struck him, Yin Li invoked Wuliang Kanchu, not against the White King, but upon himself. With all his might, Yin Li unleashed Wuliang Kanchu to obliterate his own psyche, thereby negating the effects of the White King's psychic domain. And with the aid of the reversal technique and the increasingly potent recovery abilities granted by his immortal form, he began to mend his wounds. Yet, the White King would never glean this truth. Its colossal form collapsed, while the diminutive figure standing amidst the ruins silently proclaimed a new reality. A new era's king had emerged, while the old king and its alabaster throne lay utterly vanquished. The White King had fallen. Yin Li, expending his last vestiges of strength, returned to the shoreline, only to succumb to exhaustion and fall into a deep slumber upon Hui Li's form. Despite being the victor, Yin Li did not emerge unscathed from this battle. In his unconsciousness, he remained unaware that from the vast carcass of the fallen White King, a diminutive white shadow, akin to a tiny fish, had detached itself and vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 49. After the battle in the domain of the Sheki Beijia, Yuan Jisheng was, as always, dealing with the aftermath of the White King incident, sifting through the remnants of chaos left in its wake. A particular report captured his attention. Many fishermen from Hokkaido reported a significant decline in their catches compared to previous times, with some claiming to have encountered unfamiliar fish species. Yuan Jisheng summoned Yuan Jinu, who was assisting him with administrative tasks. All matters that reached him had already been filtered through Yuan Jinu, eliminating the extraneous and irrelevant information. Thus, he inquired about the details surrounding this situation. Thanks to her extraordinary memory, a gift of her mixed heritage, Yuan Jinu quickly recounted the events. At the time, an incident had required their Sheki Beijia subordinates to intervene in Hokkaido. While addressing the situation, the fishermen began approaching them with their grievances. Initially, the subordinates paid little heed, as their protection fees were meant for safeguarding lives. However, When nearly half of the fishermen reported a dramatic decrease in their catches, the Hokkaido members took note of the issue. Yuan Jisheng lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating before addressing Yuan Jinu. Please keep a close watch on this matter and inform me immediately of any developments. Understood, brother. The cause of the Hokkaido incident was none other than the White King's avatar, which had separated from its shattered heart. Initially feeble, this avatar was no larger than a human finger. However, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. With the aid of its powers, the White King began to consume fish in the Hokkaido waters to restore itself. Limited by its initial frailty, it consumed only small fish and shrimp, gradually gaining strength before targeting larger prey. The White King had now grown from the size of a finger to that of half a whale. As its power steadily returned, its consumption accelerated, and within a month, it would completely recover. It was acutely aware that Yin Li, its adversary, had sustained considerable injuries. If it could recover before Yin Li, then, just as the White King envisioned its future, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within it. Hastily, it summoned its powers to shield itself, but alas, it was far too weak now. Before it could enact any defense, an assailant pierced through its body, leaving it on the brink of death. The White King, with its body perforated, widened its eyes in disbelief. Who could it be? An unexpected figure materialized before it. Odin, the king of sky and wind. Odin's presence shattered the White King's hopes, filling its heart with rage and resentment. If only it had a fleeting moment longer, it could reclaim its throne. Yet, Odin offered no such reprieve. It did not even require the full restoration of its power. A few more days would have sufficed to extricate itself from this predicament. In its perception, Odin had also sustained grave injuries, now possessing only the strength of a next-generation being, but even that was far superior to its current state. Gazing upon Odin, the White King seemed to wish to speak. Yet the figure denied it this chance. Grasping the spear Gungnir, Odin thrust it with force, causing blood to surge forth, and thus, the White King perished utterly. A raven hurried into Yuan Jisheng's office, panting as it exclaimed, "Master, the official from headquarters has awakened." Hearing this, Yuan Jisheng and Yuan Jinu immediately rushed to the hospital, with Yuan Jisheng even forgetting to don his overcoat. Not long after, Yin Li slightly opened his eyes, feeling disoriented at the scene before him. His last memory lingered on Hui Li, who had shed tears of concern, surrounded by others. Just as he intended to comfort her, darkness enveloped him once more. Upon awakening again, he found himself beneath a pristine white ceiling, surrounded by various medical apparatus. With Hui Li ever at his side, having closely monitored Yin Li's condition, Hui Li instantly noticed his awakening. She was about to rise and summon a doctor when Yin Li grasped her hand, feeling the warmth radiating from it. Unable to contain her emotions, Hui Li burst into tears. Yin Li, at a loss for how to respond, summoned his dwindling strength to speak soothingly to her. "It's all right, I'm fine now. Please don't cry." Yet, upon hearing his words, Hui Li merely looked up and cried even louder. Yin Li, unsure of how to handle the situation, embraced Hui Li gently, stroking her head. It is indeed amusing that he had faced the White King without a trace of fear, yet found himself utterly helpless against the onslaught of Hui Li's tearful distress. Outside the hospital room, Lu Mingfei, Chu Zihong, Kaiser, and Finger, along with Yusujit Samuji and the swiftly arriving anger, all squeezed in upon hearing a commotion, anxious that Yin Li might be in distress. However, upon entering the room, the expressions on their faces varied dramatically. Chu Zihong maintained his characteristic icy demeanor, yet a subtle smile betrayed his gossipy nature. Lu Mingfei's face was a canvas of admiration, clearly expressing his thoughts. "Truly, my elder brother, a paragon for our generation." Kaiser shared a similar sentiment, perhaps influenced by his prolonged association with Finger, exchanging knowing glances and smirks, embodying an understanding that needed no words. Anger, with a look of contentment, observed the two, dragging the fire-eyed Yusujit Samuji, who was itching for a duel with Yin Li, out of the room, while signaling to the others to discreetly exit as well, leaving the intimate space for the young couple. Unbeknownst to them, Hui Li had already fallen into a peaceful slumber in Yin Li's embrace. As he gently stroked her face, Yin Li realized that she had likely been by his side incessantly throughout the past few days, which explained her swift descent into sleep. Gradually regaining consciousness, Yin Li felt his body recovering rapidly. In fact, during Hui Li's brief slumber, he had already regained a significant portion of his strength. At this pace, he would be completely restored in less than half an hour. He adjusted his position slightly to ensure Hui Li's comfort, tenderly caressing her hair while, as was his routine, accessing the system panel to review his post-battle gains. Name, Yin Li. Current templates, Wu Tiao Wu, Golden, Fusion Degree, 100. Lu Dao Mingren, Colorful, Fusion Degree, 85 abilities. Current Maul points, 350,000. In his confrontation with the White King, he had not only accrued nearly 150,000 Maul points, but also witnessed a remarkable increase in the Fusion Degree of his second template, Lu Dao Mingren, which surged from 70 to 85, a notable enhancement of 15. Moreover, upon reaching a Fusion Degree of 80, the Lu Dao Mingren template, much like the Golden Wu Tiao Wu template, unlocked the pathway to elevate its Fusion Degree through Maul points, albeit at a cost 4 times greater than that of the Golden template, requiring 50,000 Maul points to enhance the colorful template by 1 degree. The White King remained the only opponent to have stirred Yin Li's excitement thus far, and he found himself reminiscing about their battle. Had the White King not underestimated him from the outset and instead opted for a full-force approach, Yin Li might still be recuperating in the hospital. The Sage Mode, unlocked at a Fusion Degree of 80 during his clash with the White King, proved indispensable for overcoming him. The White King's attacks, empowered by his spiritual authority, had posed considerable challenges, affecting Yin Li's strength and control to the extent that he struggled to execute his Black Flash technique. However, the activation of Sage Mode elegantly resolved this predicament, as it required a perfect equilibrium among body, nature, and spirit to enter that state. Once in Sage Mode, Yin Li found that the White King's spiritual attacks had minimal impact on him. Of course, the White King's ultimate assault, unleashed with full authority, inflicted significant damage upon Yin Li. After all, Sage Mode is not omnipotent. Its strength has limitations, and the White King's final strike nearly disrupted Yin Li's Sage Mode. Nevertheless, Yin Li ultimately triumphed. As he relished this recollection, the number of onlookers outside the door continued to swell. Among them were Zhen Zixing and Zhen Zini, who had hastily set aside their affairs to rush over upon learning of Yin Li's awakening, along with Su Xiaodang, Nono, and Ling returning from fruit shopping. A total of 11 individuals gathered, peering through the door, their faces lighting up with warmth at the sight within. Even Yusuji Tsumuji wore a knowing smile, while the others were equally expressive in their delight. Once Yin Li concluded his review of his gains, he returned to reality, fully aware of the eager crowd awaiting outside. With a gentle smile, he waved them away, signaling them to disperse. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Yin Li and Hui Li exited the hospital, which had been prepared by the Sheki family, stepping onto the once battered ground now restored to its former glory. The remnants of the battle with the White King had been thoroughly cleared away. The revival of the White King had been witnessed by the people of Japan. Was the secret of the Dragon Clan about to be unveiled? Yet, it seemed the populace remained unchanged, and while curiosity stirred within him, Yin Li chose to set aside his questions for now, intending to inquire further upon meeting Zhen Zixing. Upon their arrival at the Sheki family, Yin Li and Hui Li noted a remarkable transformation. The rigid seating arrangements that had previously dictated hierarchy were abolished, replaced by a more welcoming atmosphere under Zhen Zixing's guidance. The coldness that once permeated the interior had vanished, giving way to a touch of warmth and humanity. In the banquet hall of the Sheki family, Yin Li discovered that everyone else had already gathered. Anger, Yusuji Tsumuji, and others were seated, allowing Yin Li and Hui Li to take the 2 vacant spots without hesitation. As soon as Yin Li and Hui Li settled in, Anger commenced the meeting. First and foremost, despite having praised him countless times, he reiterated his commendation for his most outstanding student, Yin Li. This unexpected remark left Yin Li slightly embarrassed, but Anger continued, stating, "No need for modesty. Your excellence is evident to all," effectively silencing Yin Li's impending response. The ensuing discussions primarily revolved around the ownership of the White King's Dragonbone Cross, ultimately resulting in its rightful claim by the Castle Academy headquarters. After all, it was common knowledge that Zhen Zixing would neither contest nor could he rival the Academy with Yin Li at its helm. With the formalities concluded, the atmosphere shifted into a more personal realm, granting Yin Li the opportunity to voice his lingering inquiries. With such a significant disturbance surrounding the White King's revival, can the secrets of the Dragon Clan remain concealed? While the restoration of damaged structures is manageable, erasing the memories of all normal citizens in Japan seems implausible. How do you plan to handle the aftermath? Zhen Zixing replied, "Contrary to your assumptions, repairing the damaged buildings is the most challenging aspect of our recovery efforts. The issue of people's memories concerning the White King, however, is surprisingly straightforward to resolve." "Oh," Yin Li responded, intrigued by Zhen Zixing's unexpected insight into how they managed to erase so many memories. Even with the assistance of the Castle Academy headquarters, it would have been a formidable task. Yen Li had previously contemplated launching a widespread memory deletion across all of Japan. It seemed that this hassle could be circumvented. Jin Zixing elucidated the rationale behind their approach. Do you recall when the White King absorbed the spiritual energy of the entire populace to expedite his recovery? Of course, Yen Li replied. Those who were drained of their spiritual energy fell into a brief state of unconsciousness. Are you suggesting? Indeed, as you have surmised, the Bai Wang's absorption of their spiritual energy resulted in a fleeting lapse in their memories. They have entirely forgotten the events surrounding Bai Wang's resurrection. Thus, there is no need for us to intervene, as this matter will resolve itself. Only a small fraction of the wild hybrids, who are not part of the Sheki 8 families, remain unaffected and still recall Bai Wang's awakening. We merely need to rectify the memories of this minuscule group and then fabricate a more palatable excuse, such as an unprecedented thunderstorm, and this incident will be behind us. How convenient, as it alleviates a considerable amount of trouble. Initially, I contemplated unleashing a domain that would encompass all of Japan to address this issue, should you prove incapable. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jixing could not help but smirk. Could such a feat be accomplished so casually? If someone had suggested targeting all of Japan to mitigate the repercussions of Bai Wang's resurrection, he would have questioned their sanity. However, after witnessing Yen Li's battle with Bai Wang, he found solace in the notion that for Yen Li, there seemed to be no limits to his capabilities. The concept of impossibility may simply not apply to him. Yuan Jixing continued. Thus, as I have stated, erasing memories is the simplest task in the aftermath. Restoring the structures damaged during your confrontation with Bai Wang is the true challenge. As he spoke, Yuan Jixing raised an eyebrow at Yen Li, who understood the implication and felt somewhat bashful, for his battle with Bai Wang had indeed been monumental, to say the least. With a significant portion of Japan left in ruins, countless lives were lost in the wake of their clash, yet Yuan Jixing did not cast blame upon Yen Li. For he was not foolish. After all, who was Yen Li facing? It was none other than Bai Wang. To have emerged victorious was already a cause for gratitude, and to demand more would be unreasonable. Without Yen Li, Japan would likely have been reduced to rubble. Of course, Yuan Jixing's comments were not intended to belittle Yen Li, but rather were playful jests exchanged between good friends. By the way, where have you placed Bai Wang's body? Yen Li suddenly recalled this inquiry and directed it toward Anger. It is situated adjacent to the Sheki 8 families. Jixing has arranged everything, clearing an area to accommodate Bai Wang's massive form. Since transporting it via aircraft proved impractical, I arranged for Flammel to bring it directly. If I calculate correctly, he should be arriving shortly. Yusuji Kiyoshi interjected. Hey, Anger, you old fool. Who do you think you're taking advantage of? Who are you calling Jixing? Is he yours to name? If you wish to fight, just say so. Anger chuckled. Let us avoid that, shall we? At our age, it would be rather unseemly to embarrass oneself in front of one's children. This exchange ignited Yusuji Kiyoshi's ire. Had it not been for Inuyama K's firm restraint, he might have already seized Anger's collar for a duel. Aside from Yen Li, who furrowed his brow in contemplation, the rest of those present were entertained by the antics of these two old rascals. Not far away, Anger keenly observed Yen Li's expression and inquired, What troubles you? Is there an issue? Nothing, Yen Li replied, and upon hearing this, Anger ceased his questioning. Aware that it was not the antics between himself and Yusuji Kiyoshi that had vexed Yen Li, for he knew Yen Li was not one to be easily bothered. As for Yen Li's thoughts, if he deemed it necessary, he would express them. His silence implied that it was either not significant or beyond Anger's capacity to assist. So Anger refrained from delving deeper. Yen Li's furrowed brow stemmed from the fact that according to Anger and the others, Bai Wang's dragon body had been arranged nearby. Yet in Yen Li's perception, there was no sign of Bai Wang's presence. This discrepancy piqued his curiosity. Previously, the oppressive aura following Tiamat's demise had lingered, persisting even after it was refined into dragon bone crosses, with remnants of its pressure stored in the Academy's ice cellar. Even the king of oceans and waters bore such weight. How could Bai Wang, who surpassed them, emit no trace of power? Yet the current reality presented itself. In Yen Li's perception, there was an absence of that oppressive force nearby, which left him puzzled. However, he did not immediately rise to investigate, for he did not believe Bai Wang's dragon body had been stolen. The significance of Bai Wang's remains warranted multiple confirmations of their security by Anger and the others. After a brief period, the joint meeting between the Academy's headquarters and the Japanese branch reached its conclusion. Yen Li rose and made his way to the location where Bai Wang's dragon body was stored. Upon arrival, he beheld the remnants of Bai Wang. Indeed, they were the true remains of Bai Wang. Yet now, these remains emitted no trace of oppressive energy, akin to an ordinary creature's passing. As Yin Li approached to examine the remains closely, he uncovered the truth. Bai Wang's most potent representation of spiritual authority had vanished, leaving behind merely a corporeal shell of Dragon King caliber strength, bereft of its essence. In that moment, Yin Li's mind raced with thoughts. Was it due to my current power being vastly inferior to what I once possessed that I inadvertently shattered Bai Wang's authority alongside his demise? Or did Bai Wang, in his final moments, carry his power away with him? Perhaps a third party had intervened, little devil? Odin. The possibilities for the disappearance of Bai Wang's authority were numerous, and Yin Li chose not to delve deeper, merely keeping a watchful eye on the matter without further contemplation. It seemed that Bai Wang's Dragon Bone Cross would have to be utilized by Lu Mingfei and the others. Initially, Yin Li had intended to harness the Dragon Bone Cross to augment his own strength. However, the Dragon Bone Cross of Tiamat had proven less effective in enhancing his abilities, partly due to the need to concoct potions for Hui Li. Thus, he refrained from using Tiamat's Dragon Bone Cross. Bai Wang's Dragon Bone Cross, however, held promise. For Bai Wang's power far surpassed that of Tiamat. Yin Li envisioned that if Bai Wang, possessing spiritual authority, were to refine the Dragon Bone Cross, it would greatly benefit him. Yet now, deprived of its power, the remains of Bai Wang would yield a Dragon Bone Cross of diminished efficacy. One glance was sufficient for Yin Li to discern that the current Dragon Bone Cross extracted from Bai Wang's remains would be of no use to him, and it would have to be entrusted to Lu Mingfei and his companions. While their enhancement was not without merit, Yin Li's desire for further personal growth remained unfulfilled. Nonetheless, the situation was as it stood, and further lamentation would yield no benefit. The incident involving Bai Wang thus reached its conclusion, and Yin Li and the others returned to their holiday lives. However, as Vice Principal Flammel was en route to Japan and Bai Wang's remains required diligent supervision, the group continued their vacation in Japan. Since Yin Li had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into a coma nearly a week prior, the nation had busied itself with mending the scars left by the battle between him and Bai Wang. With Yin Li still unconscious, Lu Mingfei and the others found it impossible to indulge in leisure activities across Japan. Upon Yin Li's awakening, the restoration efforts were nearly complete, allowing him to join his companions in exploring Japan as they resumed their holiday. As he and Hui Li arrived at the meeting point and reunited with the others, they were greeted by the sounds of an argument between Yuan Jixing and Kaiser. Let us go to Hokkaido to fish for sharks. No, let us first visit the sushi restaurant I recommend. Kaisa and Yuan Jixing found themselves at an impasse, debating whether to fish for sharks first or to visit the sushi restaurant recommended by Yuan Jixing's mentor. It is evident that both individuals are equally proud and confident, unwilling to yield to one another. Ong Re and Shang Wei Yue, two elder figures, watched the spirited dispute between the younger ones with amused smiles, reminiscent of their own youthful exuberance. Upon arriving, Yin Li, upon overhearing the quarrel, interjected quietly, suggesting they first enjoy a meal, as they had not properly dined since waking. After hearing her words, the two ceased their bickering, with Yuan Jixing raising an eyebrow at Kaisa in a victorious manner, to which Kaisa retorted with a dismissive grunt. One is the young master of the Gaitusu family, while the other is the head of the Japanese Shekiba family. Each holds a prestigious status in society. However, it is amusing that these two exceptional mixed bloods quarreled over such a trivial matter, likely leaving outsiders bewildered. As for No and Yuan Jinu, they were accustomed to such antics and merely exchanged glances, shrugging with smiles. Thus, the group journeyed together to the sushi restaurant recommended by Yuan Jixing. Perhaps due to prior arrangements, the spacious establishment was solely occupied by Yin Li and her companions, suggesting that Yuan Jixing had reserved the venue in advance. As beautifully crafted sushi dishes were presented, the exquisite artistry and enticing aromas ignited everyone's appetites. Yin Li was the first to seize a sushi roll piled high with an array of delectable ingredients, prompting the others to follow suit without hesitation. In recent days, apart from Hui Li, who stayed by Yin Li's side in the hospital, the others had lent their assistance in tidying up the aftermath as they had shared a life-or-death experience together. With their minds finally at ease upon Yin Li's recovery, it was the perfect opportunity to indulge in a hearty feast. Despite the presence of several skilled chefs preparing sushi on site, the number was still insufficient for the ravenous mixed bloods, leading to a silent consensus and an unspoken battle for the abundant sushi displayed before them. Lu Mingfei was the first to dive in, cheeks bulging as he seemingly devoured 3 or 4 pieces in the blink of an eye. Though Kaisa was accustomed to refined dining as a noble, time spent with Feng'er and Lu Mingfei had altered his demeanor. Dining alongside these two meant one had to be swift to avoid losing out. The liberating experience of dining freely with friends brought immense joy to both Kaisa and Yuan Jixing. Unbeknownst to them, another round of playful rivalry ignited when Yuan Jisheng, while serving himself sushi, also remembered to prepare a portion for Yuan Jinu, just as Kaisa was doing for No No. Their eyes met, and with increasing speed, sushi began to pile high before No No and Yuan Jinu, the two girls exchanging silent glances until the sushi mountain finally halted. In contrast, Su Xiaoqiang displayed the most graceful eating habits among them. Originally, it should have been Ong Ra and Chu Zihong. But Chu Zihong found himself hastily consuming sushi as Xiaomi urged him on, fearing he might miss out. As for Ong Ra, he was unaffected by the youthful skirmishes. Yet an old rival made his move. Shang Wei Yue seized the moment, using his impressive physique to snatch a sushi piece from Ong Ra, reveling in his triumph. However, in an instant, that very sushi returned to Ong Ra's plate, leaving Shang Wei Yue with nothing but a silent mockery. Yinli, who had gone several days without a proper meal during her unconsciousness, was now determined to feast heartily. Among the group, she consumed the most sushi with remarkable speed, having devoured nearly half of it in a short span, still unsated due to her shriveled physique and the need to replenish energy after the recent ordeal. After nearly half an hour of voracious eating, Yinli paused, having wiped out most of the sushi, an act that elicited astonishment from the sushi chefs. The head chef beamed with delight. As for those who are passionate about their culinary craft, having someone relish their creations is the greatest affirmation. Although the total cost of this lavish meal was unknown, the towering stacks of empty plates indicated that it must have been exceedingly expensive. However, for Yuan Jisheng, such matters were trivial. Not only is he quite affluent, but the growing influence of the Shekiba family in Japan means that this gathering may not necessarily require expenditure. After their sumptuous meal, the group exited the restaurant, with the next plan being Kaisuya's suggestion to go shark fishing in Hokkaido. Though uncertain if they would actually catch any sharks, the idea seemed quite intriguing. Ong Ra and Shang Wei Yue chose not to accompany them. Having experienced such adventures long ago, they felt no need to involve themselves in the youthful escapades. Additionally, Ong Ra had been invited by someone else, while Shang Wei Yue returned to the Shekiba family to assist Yuan Jisheng with some affairs. With Yuan Jisheng off to enjoy himself, the vast Shekiba family could not be left unattended. As the luxury yacht set sail with a thunderous roar of its engines, Yuan Jisheng's extravagant choice of a lavish vessel provided Lu Mingfei and Feng Er with a vivid lesson in the lifestyle of the affluent. While Yuan Jisheng's wealth may not surpass that of Kaisu's Gaitusu family, one of the 5 prominent families in the mixed-blood world, Kaisu seldom showcased his wealth during his time at school with Lu Mingfei and others. Thus, despite knowing of Kaisu's affluence, Lu Mingfei's understanding remained superficial, lacking the immediate impact of Yuan Jisheng's display of opulence. In truth, Lu Mingfei himself had become a millionaire, thanks to his collaboration in Freedom One Day, which afforded him a Bugatti Veyron. Though he had initially considered selling the luxury vehicle to avoid appearing disrespectful to Kaisu, he ultimately retained it. Lu Mingfei, however, seldom drove and remained largely ignorant of automobiles, leaving the Bugatti Veyron to gather dust in the academy's garage. Thus, he found himself as a millionaire possessing a luxury car, yet lacking liquid assets. Fortunately, thanks to the generous scholarships provided by Kaiser Academy, Lu Mingfei's life had significantly improved, though he had yet to reach the pinnacle of wealth. However, Yuan Jisheng undeniably showcased to Lu Mingfei the essence of wealth. When the luxurious cruise ship emerged, both Lu Mingfei and Feng Gu'er were mesmerized, their eyes shining with awe, almost leaping to embrace Yuan Jisheng's leg. The crux of the matter is that in Japan, merely possessing wealth does not guarantee the easy rental of such opulent vessels. After all, these luxurious cruise ships are privately owned, and those capable of purchasing them are hardly short of funds. It is more a matter of the prestige of the 8 families of Sheki and Yuan Jisheng himself. Once aboard the cruise, Lu Mingfei, unaccustomed to such treatment, wandered about with a look of innocent wonder, while even Chu Zihong momentarily fell silent, captivated by the grandeur of the ship. As the vessel set sail, following Leda to a fish-rich area, everyone eagerly took action, armed with their chosen fishing rods and bait. Yuan Jisheng and Caesar rolled up their sleeves, seemingly ready to compete in reeling in the first shark. Meanwhile, Yin Li and Hui Li chose not to partake. Although Yin Li found fishing intriguing, having just enjoyed a hearty meal, he preferred to recline on a comfortable beach chair, soaking up the sun. Naturally, Hui Li followed suit, joining him in the adjacent chair. Listening to the cries of seagulls and feeling the gentle lapping of the waves, they shared a tranquil silence, hands clasped, relishing the leisurely life. Half an hour passed, and while Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong had caught numerous fish, they were all rather small, with no sign of larger catches. Xiaomi, however, had better luck, landing several sizable fish, while Su Xiaoqiang and Nunua also fared well, their buckets brimming, though not as abundant as Xiaomi's. The rest of the group, however, had a less fortunate tale to tell. Yuan Zhinu and Feng Guer had not returned empty-handed, each with a few small fish in their buckets, and they remained undeterred, for fishing was primarily a source of amusement. And the joy of being together was what truly mattered. Yet, their mirth was becoming too overwhelming to contain. Both Yuan Zhinu and Feng Guer struggled to suppress their rising smiles, as they were seated beside Yuan Jisheng and Caesar, mere arm's length apart. It was no wonder they felt this way. The duo, who had been wagering on who could catch a shark first, had now spent half an hour reeling in nothing but air, their buckets devoid of even a single splash of water. Their gradually darkening expressions betrayed their inner turmoil, as they felt the deep-seated malice that fishing had brought upon them. With no point of comparison, Xiaomi's bucket was overflowing, even beginning to pour fish into Chu Zihong's, while theirs remained utterly motionless. Finally, after another 10 minutes of excruciating wait, Yuan Jisheng's fishing rod trembled, indicating a bite. He promptly readied himself, his serious demeanor surpassing even that of a ghost hunter, determined to shed the label of Air Force. Caesar, too, was intensely focused on Yuan Jisheng's rod, as his own remained unyieldingly still. Ultimately, amidst Yuan Jisheng's anticipation, he pulled up a heap of seaweed, leaving him speechless as Yuan Zhinu burst into laughter, triggering a ripple of contagious laughter from Caesar and Feng Guer. Fortunately, they did not descend into despair over their empty-handedness. The subsequent time yielded a flurry of catches, as the cruise ship was following the schools of fish, making it quite easy to reel them in. Soon, everyone's buckets overflowed. Time slipped by, and dusk descended, painting the sun in somber hues of gray. Yin Li, having removed his sunglasses from earlier, realized it was nearly evening. He glanced around to see everyone had made considerable catches. Although they had not landed a shark, their haul was still commendable. Just in time for dinner. They planned to utilize the fish they had caught for the evening meal, and the cruise was equipped with a full set of cooking utensils. Dinner would not be the task of a single individual, for with so many present, assigning it to one person would be an arduous endeavor. Each began to cook. Lu Mingfei, Su Xiaoqiang, and Hui Li, having little cooking experience, produced a rather dismal result, their efforts yielding only a pile of charred remains, leading them to wisely abandon their attempts and observe others at work. Xiaomi, revered as the king of earth and mountains, was equally inept in the kitchen. After all, which dragon king would engage in cooking? Nevertheless, Xiaomi fared better than Hui Li, having spent years living among humans, which counted as some culinary experience, even if it was merely years of instant noodles. Caesar and Feng Guer were similarly inexperienced, yet their efforts were far superior to Hui Li's disastrous attempts, producing food that, while not gourmet, was at least edible. In contrast, Chu Zihong and Yuan Jisheng emerged as the most skilled chefs. Chu Zihong had honed his culinary skills by regularly preparing meals for Su Xiaoyan, while Yuan Jisheng possessed profound knowledge of local sashimi. Nua and Yuan Zhinu had long since given up on cooking, with Nua simply uninterested in the task, and Yuan Zhinu recalling a previous cooking disaster that nearly turned a family dinner into a funeral. Chu Zihong and Yuan Jisheng each prepared a dish of boiled fish and sashimi, their culinary skills commendable, though Chu Zihong ultimately outshone Yuan Jisheng, as the sashimi was rather plain compared to Chu Zihong's vibrant and flavorful dish. Soon, it was Yin Li's turn. He opted for a straightforward yet delightful dish of grilled fish, avoiding anything overly complicated. Prior to his endeavor, the others speculated that Yin Li's cooking skills would likely be dismal, especially following Hui Li's culinary disaster. Yet, as the aroma intensified and the sounds of swallowing echoed, astonishment spread across their faces. Yin Li's culinary prowess was unexpectedly remarkable. Even before tasting, the mouth-watering scent and appealing presentation indicated the grilled fish's deliciousness. Seeing the surprised expressions, Hui Li proudly raised her head, realizing that they had all misjudged the situation. They had assumed Yin Li's skills would be lacking due to Hui Li's earlier missteps, not considering that Hui Li's poor cooking was simply because Yin Li had always been there to handle the cooking. Chapter 52. Xiaomi and Chu Zihong. The grilled fish cooked rapidly, and soon, delectable pieces adorned the table, the enticing aroma even softening Chu Zihong's typically stoic demeanor, unveiling a hint of anticipation. Hui Li was the first to dig in, seizing a skewer of grilled fish, and the others quickly followed suit, eager to savor the feast. A peculiar sound escaped from Caesar as the fish entered his mouth. The texture and flavor had completely captivated him. Under normal circumstances, others would surely tease him, as it was hard to imagine such odd sounds emanating from this noble gentleman. However, The rest of the group had also succumbed to the allure of the delectable dish, realizing that Caesar's demeanor was understandable, as the grilled fish was simply exquisite. Lily Gu, how did you prepare this grilled fish? It is absolutely mouth-watering. Lu Mingfei was already stuffing a second piece into his mouth, while hesitantly posing this question to Yen Li. The others turned their attention, clearly eager to learn how Yen Li had managed to create such a delightful dish, only to discover that she was the most skilled cook among them. Yen Li smiled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing special. I just observed a bit more than you all. I can only create simple dishes. As more complex ones wouldn't taste as good." This statement was not mere modesty. It was indeed the truth. Thanks to her 6 eyes, she could clearly see the state of the fish meat while grilling, with even the sinews and patterns distinctly visible. This allowed her to master the grilling process perfectly. In reality, Yen Li was not particularly skilled in cooking, but with the assistance of her 6 eyes and a touch of seasoning, she could make simple dishes like grilled fish exceptionally tasty. The reason everyone found the grilled fish so delectable was perhaps more psychological. After all, individuals like Caesar and Yuan Jisheng had indulged in countless delicacies, and an occasional grilled fish would seem delightful. Furthermore, everyone had initially assumed that Yen Li lacked culinary skills, believing her cooking would be on par with Hui Li's, since Yen Li primarily focused on combat, having never witnessed her cooking before. Their low expectations made the grilled fish seem even more impressive when it finally emerged. Even if Yen Li had prepared an unpalatable dish, it wouldn't have mattered, as there was still Chu Zihong and Yuan Jisheng, and even if none of them could cook, the essence of their outing was simply being together. The cruise ship was now gently sailing back, and the sky had darkened, with countless stars twinkling above, captivating everyone in wonder. Chu Zihong called Xiaomi aside, seemingly to share a whisper. However, when alone with Xiaomi, he looked at her lovely face, and his words faltered. Xiaomi observed Chu Zihong's hesitation and felt a flicker of suspicion, hoping she was merely overthinking. Yet, the intuition of a dragon king was sharp. And considering Xiaomi was a female dragon king, her 6th sense was frighteningly accurate. As expected, Chu Zihong ultimately voiced the words she dreaded to hear. "Xiaomi, who exactly are you?" Xiaomi feigned calmness and replied jokingly, "What are you talking about, senior brother? I am Xiaomi. Xiaomi is me." She hoped Chu Zihong would drop the inquiry, but he was not the type to relent easily. He pressed further, "Is Xiaomi just Xiaomi?" After posing this question, Chu Zihong fell silent, patiently awaiting Xiaomi's response, though he had anticipated her answer. Xiaomi was momentarily at a loss for words, caught in a brief silence. As they exchanged silent glances, ultimately, she broke the stillness, exhaling heavily. Her playful demeanor vanished, and asked flatly, "When did you discover it?" "First answer my question," Chu Zihong replied, causing Xiaomi to pause momentarily before she chuckled lightly. "I am one of the twin heirs of the king of earth and mountains. The one who wields power, named Yamoja. How does that answer suit you?" Chu Zihong fell silent once more, prompting Xiaomi to inquire, "What about you? When did you find out?" "On that rainy night when the shadow of the Black King revived, and during our encounter with the oppression of royalty a few days ago. Your performance, Xiaomi, was not something an A-grade hybrid could exhibit." Upon hearing this, Xiaomi turned her gaze towards the sea and remarked, "Impressive, senior brother. You noticed such discrepancies even in that dire situation? You are remarkably rational. It seemed we were on the brink of death, did it not? Even then, you discerned so much, Chu Zihong. Are you truly heartless?" Observing Xiaomi's silhouette, Chu Zihong continued, "The key is, I recalled something." In a place where Chu Zihong could not see, Xiaomi's expression faltered for a moment, as memories of their 3 years in middle school flooded back like a tide. Chu Zihong's memories were not as vivid as Xiaomi's. He could only vaguely recall fragments. Even the face of that person was unclear, but for him, these fleeting memories were already enough. Xiaomi quickly emerged from her reverie, understanding that the memory seal she had placed on Chu Zihong could no longer confine him. Not only due to his growing strength, but also because of her reappearance. The shackles she had personally imposed were ultimately unraveled by her own hand. "So, now that you know I am Yamoja and understand I am a Dragon King, what will you do? Will you join forces with Castle Academy to hunt me?" Xiaomi turned to face Chu Zihong, posing this question. Before Chu Zihong could respond, Xiaomi opened her arms and asked again, "Chu Zihong, will you kill me?" She pressed him relentlessly, fully aware that she would not perish today, but she would also not remain by his side any longer. Contrary to Xiaomi's expectations, Chu Zihong stepped forward and kissed her, causing her open arms to instinctively embrace him. Chu Zihong did not answer Xiaomi's question, or rather, he had already answered it. The rainy night of the shadow of the Black King, the day of the White King's revival, and the vague memories of middle school intertwined to reveal the truth. Logic enlightened me, and then emotion compelled me to love you without reservation. Xiaomi, this is my heart. After the frenzy came tranquility, as they stood together, seemingly as if nothing had transpired, the cool moonlight untouched by their two fiery hearts. How beautiful! Xiaomi exclaimed, standing next to Chu Zihong, looking up at the stars, their shoulders brushing against one another. Their moment of solitude was soon interrupted by a third party, or rather, the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. Lu Mingfei appeared out of nowhere, loudly exclaiming. His shout ignited the rest, who rushed out from various corners, creating a cacophony of cheers. Xiaomi dared not look back, while Chu Zihong turned to glare at Lu Mingfei, who had stirred the crowd. Amidst the laughter and merriment, Chu Zihong's typically icy demeanor had visibly warmed, his cheeks flushed. Xiaomi teased him, observing the flustered Chu Zihong and the raucous crowd. How wonderful! What I have longed for is right before my eyes. Chapter 53. The long-awaited duel in an inconspicuous small sword dojo. Yuan Jisheng, Yuan Jiji, and Shang Shanyu sat quietly, awaiting an impending duel. The creaky, somewhat aged wooden door opened with a sound. Apart from Yan Li and Hui Li, the elite members from Castle Academy's headquarters, led by Su Xiaochang, arrived late due to their unfamiliarity with the surroundings. If anyone were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished beyond belief. Whose duel could possibly draw the elite from both Castle Academy's headquarters and the Japanese branch together? The curtain beside them was drawn back, revealing a seemingly ordinary Japanese man with graying hair, clad in a simple kendo uniform, resembling an unremarkable elderly gentleman. However, the occasional hint of a Yakuza aura in his movements and the sharpness concealed within his expression made it evident to others that he was far from a decrepit old man. To borrow a phrase from Shang Shanyu, this man was akin to a timeless figure like Anger. It is likely that outside of Japan, most half-breeds would be unfamiliar with the name Inuyama. He, the head of the Inuyama family of the Japanese Yakuza. While the name carries weight in Japan, it is not particularly renowned in the world of half-breeds. In comparison to those present, one could say the entire half-breed world would deem Inuyama he unworthy of such grandeur. And even local half-breeds in Japan would likely share this sentiment. However, once another figure appeared, everything began to make sense. Anger, the headmaster of Castle Academy, widely recognized as a formidable force in the half-breed world, master of the time-zero language spirit, emerged. Sitting in the audience, Lu Mingfei curiously inquired of his companion. Feng Gur, Feng, why is the head of the Inuyama family suddenly challenged Principal Anger? Did they have a previous grudge? Unfortunately, Feng Gur could not provide an answer, as any connection between the two would surely be ancient history, likely before his own birth. He could only shrug and suggest, you should ask the old Shang family head. How would I know? Observing the meditative Shang Shanyu, Lu Mingfei hesitated to voice his question due to social anxiety, ultimately remaining silent as he awaited the clash of titans. Emerging from the curtain, Anger was poised for the confrontation against Inuyama, a duel that many were unaware was steeped in history. As Inuyama, he had once been Anger's disciple. Unlike Inuyama, who wore a kendo uniform, Anger donned his usual suit, a choice that did not imply any laxity regarding the duel. Whether facing his former pupil or the current head of the Inuyama family, Anger approached the battle with utmost seriousness. His impeccably tailored suit and the blade reflecting a glimmer of light spoke volumes. Normally, Shang Shanyu would have remarked on Anger's flamboyant attire, but this time even he appeared solemn, clearly invested in the impending contest. After all, one was an old friend, and the other a longtime subordinate. Regardless of the outcome, it promised to be an exhilarating spectacle, even if Shang Shanyu had already anticipated the result. For Su Xiaochang, Lu Mingfei, and others, witnessing the clash of two powerful half-breeds was an invaluable experience. Even Yuan Jisheng shared this sentiment. Whether from the main campus or the Japan branch, viewing this battle in its entirety would undoubtedly enrich their understanding. Despite their exceptional lineage, they remained merely 17 or 18-year-olds. And even the battle-hardened Yuan Jisheng appeared youthful compared to Anger and Inuyama. The insights into combat decisions, on-the-spot reactions, offensive techniques, and force application gleaned from these two masters were treasures for the younger generation. Unbeknownst to them, both warriors had already positioned themselves at the center of the kendo arena. Inuyama, he slightly bowed his head in a gesture of respect toward Anger before they both delved straight into the fray. Inuyama, he drew his sword first, unleashing a swift arc of blinding light aimed at Anger, so rapid that the spectators barely had time to react. From the moment he unsheathed his blade, Inuyama, he revealed his true nature, a feral aura of murderous intent exploding forth, transforming the kendo hall into a battleground reminiscent of a gang conflict. The once unremarkable man vanished, replaced by the unmasked head of the Inuyama family. Yet, Anger, one of the protagonists of this duel, would not succumb easily. As Inuyama, his blade and form closed in on him, the moment was electric, rendering it impossible to discern whether Inuyama, his sword was sharper or the determination etched on his face more piercing. Inuyama, his strikes were lightning fast, but Anger's responses were swifter still. The harsh sound of blades clashing rang out as Anger deflected Inuyama, his onslaught, without surprise. Inuyama, he pressed on relentlessly, wielding his katana with every strike honed through countless days of training, each movement exuding a brutal elegance unique to him. In his hands, the once ordinary katana seemed transformed into a divine weapon, unleashing a torrential assault upon Anger. Although Inuyama, his katana appeared to confer an advantage, Anger maintained his composure, displaying no signs of urgency despite the escalating ferocity of the attacks. After yet another exchange, Inuyama, he momentarily withdrew to create space, and Anger chose not to capitalize on this opportunity. Inuyama, he took a brief moment to regulate his breathing and resheathed his sword, as if they were in perfect sync. Both warriors stood still, awaiting the opportune moment. With Inuyama, his sword returned to its sheath, his aura shifted dramatically. Where he had once exuded a sharpness akin to a drawn sword, he now resembled an inconspicuous branch by the roadside, his presence subdued and unremarkable. Yet, all present understood that Inuyama, his next strike would be his most potent and final. Even Lu Mingfei, lacking knowledge of Kendo, sensed the repressed energy and imminent threat, recognizing that this forthcoming blow would be pivotal in determining the outcome. Anger, too, was no longer as relaxed as before. The slight furrow of his brow and the tension in his posture indicated his seriousness regarding this strike. The audience held their breath, fully focused on the movements of the two combatants. The silence was abruptly shattered as Inuyama, he drew his sword and launched his attack, his form vanishing from sight. This was not a secret technique, but rather a seemingly ordinary, yet deeply ingrained slash. In terms of technique, it was a standard strike, one that even a novice in Kendo could execute. However, what set this draw apart was its speed, absolute, unparalleled speed. To the spectators, Inuyama, he appeared to vanish entirely, an embodiment of sheer velocity, a ninth-tier instant. Empowered by this language spirit, his straightforward, unembellished strike was the most formidable. Anger, without a hint of arrogance, immediately entered a blood-frenzy state upon sensing the signs of Inuyama, his impending attack, simultaneously activating his language spirit, time zero. In this battle, Anger would hold nothing back, for to do otherwise would be an affront to Inuyama, and only by giving his all could he honor the duel and the man before him, who was no longer the youth he once knew. The duel between master and disciple unfolded, featuring the exalted power of Yenling Shana possessed by Anger, contrasted with the time zero Yenling Shana wielded by Inuyama Go. It seemed as though fate had predetermined their confrontation, as both initiated their Yenling, entering a realm visible solely to them. This was a spectacle exclusive to Anger and Inuyama Go. Inuyama Go launched a full frontal assault, showcasing his utmost mastery of Yenling Shana and his lifelong dedication to the art of swordsmanship before Anger. Yet, under the influence of time zero, the attack, which should have been imperceptible, reverted to a normal pace, gradually slowing down, and was ultimately disregarded by an entirely different force. As Inuyama Go sensed the sluggishness of his body and the languid passage of time, he comprehended the inevitable outcome of this duel, even foreseeing the unplayed sequence of events. He knew that Anger would effortlessly evade his all-out strike, after which the dagger would appear at his throat, sealing the fate of their confrontation. Since Anger's departure from Japan, Inuyama Go had relentlessly pursued strength, honing his swordsmanship and mastering higher tiers of Shana. However, he was not the so-called genius. He lacked the noble lineage of Yuan Jisheng and sufficient talent, having nearly exhausted his potential through relentless practice. He once believed the gap between himself and Anger was narrowing, only to awaken to the truth upon their reunion. The towering, warm yet devilish figure from his memories loomed perpetually ahead as he endeavored to advance. But that silhouette remained steadfast, never allowing him to overtake it. He could no longer recall how many years had passed since he reached this impasse, and with the ravages of age, he found himself diminished, momentarily feeling as if he had reverted to the timid Go of yore. Yet within, a sense of indignation brewed. Was this truly all he could achieve? The distance between Anger and Inuyama Go shrank, yet in that moment, Inuyama Go ceased to contemplate. Memories surged like a tidal wave, drowning out the sharp glint of the blade and the stillness of the world. The thunderous sound of horns echoed, heralding the arrival of warships entering Japan's bays. Inuyama-gu had once belonged to a prosperous family, but following Japan's defeat in World War II, his lineage withered in the chaos, leaving him as the last man of the Inuyama clan. From that moment, he harbored a burning rage, loathing and despising war. Shortly thereafter, a figure who would profoundly influence his life emerged. Zirbote, the name of anger, forever etched in his memory. Anger became his mentor. Despite the tyrannical philosophies and teachings that bred resentment within Inuyama-gu, he had never considered himself anything less than Anger's student. Years passed, and he began to grasp Anger's essence, which only deepened his discontent with his own frailty beneath the setting sun, feeling ashamed of his limitations. It seemed as if losing this battle might not be so terrible, for initially, he had never believed he could win. The Agu who had not encountered anger would surely have thought so, and an involuntary smile crossed Inuyama-gu's lips. Yet, the figure standing here was no longer the naive and timid student Agu, but the last man of the Inuyama lineage, the head of the Inuyama family. The simmering discontent within ignited an unprecedented strength in Inuyama-gu. His speed surged once more, and under the might of time, he defiantly unleashed his final roar. He understood that this was a height he had never attained before, a pinnacle that would remain singular in his lifetime. He would never again reach such a realm. Yet these thoughts were cast aside. Inuyama-gu achieved an unprecedented state, as Time Zero and Shauna were simultaneously lifted, leaving only anger and himself aware of what had just transpired. It happened too swiftly. One moment, Inuyama-gu stood in place, gathering strength, and the next, he appeared behind anger, leaving onlookers unable to discern who had emerged victorious. Despite the audience's focused attention on the duel, only Shang Xiaoyu and Xiaomi managed to grasp a semblance of the ensuing battle, while even Shang Xiaoyu could only catch a vague glimpse. This was the power of time and the limits of speed, as master and disciple unveiled everything without reservation, fully unleashing Time Zero and the once-in-a-lifetime 10th level Shauna. Inuyama-gu turned, bowing respectfully once more. The shattered katana not only proclaimed the victor of the duel, but also signified the demise of a timid child. Chapter 54. Group Reinforcement. The confrontation between Anger and Inuyama-gu was remarkably brief, concluding in less than half an hour. In fact, had it not been for the desire to provide an opportunity for Lu Mingfei and others to learn, they had deliberately slowed the pace of battle. The resolution between Anger, with his Time Zero, and Inuyama-gu, wielding Shauna, was merely a fleeting moment. Shortly after their duel concluded, Anger received a call from Flammel. During the conversation, Flammel informed Anger that the Dragonbone Cross of the White King had been successfully extracted and that they could proceed with the Nibelungen project at any time. Not long ago, after receiving news of the White King's fall, Flammel had rushed to Japan, fully aware that this might significantly undermine the efficacy of the Yenling regulations within Castle Academy. Yet, aside from the likes of Caesar and Chu Zihong, whom Anger regarded as geniuses and Flammel considered madmen, which ordinary student would dare employ lethal Yenling within the academy? Moreover, before departing, Flammel had reinforced the alchemical matrix of the clock tower. While it could not match his presence, it would suffice for most situations. With the fall of 2 Dragon Kings and a Supreme, Castle Academy's influence and authority in the world of hybrids were increasingly pronounced. Anyone foolish enough to harbor designs against Castle Academy would be met with dire consequences. The extraction of the White King's Dragonbone Cross was no trivial task. Even Flammel, celebrated as the greatest alchemist of the century, had invested considerable time and effort, finally completing the extraction. Anger and Flammel swiftly finalized the usage plan for the White King's Dragonbone Cross over the phone. After ending the call, Anger addressed the still-present Lu Mingfei and others, instructing, "You young ones prepare yourselves, including Yuan Jisheng and Yuan Jinu, and gather with me tomorrow morning. Boss, the Snake Key 8 families are about to sweep through our territory. We have less than 3 venues left. Damn it. Have those lunatics from the Snake Key 8 families lost their minds? They suddenly launched an all-out assault on us, intent on exterminating us. What utter nonsense." In a remote and inconspicuous part of Kabukicho, a notorious gang of motorcycle delinquents gathered, openly hurling insults at the Snake Key 8 families. Nearby, the Kabukicho owner, overhearing the raucous tirade, wished fervently for the Snake Key 8 families to appear at that moment and teach them a lesson. "Where the hell is the alcohol? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Bring me the drinks." The Kabukicho owner, returning from the storeroom with the drinks, immediately recognized the panicked voice of one of his few remaining employees, Masao. He hastily set down the heavy bottle of wine in his arms and rushed forward to investigate the commotion. The noise emanated from the vicinity of the raucous gang he had just encountered. Upon arrival, the proprietor quickly realized that his employee, Asu Makoto, was being harassed by this group. He approached them with an apologetic demeanor, hoping they would spare Makoto. Damn, old man, do you want to die today? Hand over the booze and get lost, or else you won't leave here alive. Hearing this, the proprietor trembled and took a few steps back. The gang, noticing his fear, erupted in raucous laughter before redirecting their focus on Makoto, their eyes filled with malicious intent, as if they were poised to pounce upon him. Makoto gripped a blunt hairpin tightly, attempting to ward off the advancing thugs. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air. The gang turned to see one of their own, bloodied and collapsed on the ground, while the proprietor stood frozen, clutching a broken vase with a look of horror. The gang surged forward, delivering blows to the proprietor, blood pooling at Makoto's feet. Overwhelmed with fear, he forced himself to suppress his terror and, with what little strength he had, plunged the hairpin into the back of one of the assailants. The wounded thug retaliated with a punch, knocking Makoto to the ground, before brandishing a sharp blade, slowly advancing towards him. Just as the glint of the blade threatened to extinguish a young girl's life, a pair of strong hands appeared. Seizing the weapon mid-swing, the thug, bewildered by the sudden intervention, bellowed, "Who the hell are you?" The newcomer, with an icy tone, replied, "Are you not aware that striking a defenseless woman is strictly forbidden in the underworld?" Before the thug could respond, the stranger unleashed a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. With the gang's attention diverted, the newcomer stood before the remaining thugs. Addressing them with a calm demeanor, "I am Seki Ruji, here to collect the dead." Later, bloodied and battered, Seki Ruji was approached by Makoto, who, hesitant yet determined, asked, "May I have your contact information?" Taken aback, Ruji felt a flush of embarrassment at the unexpected request. The following day, the group gathered early at the rendezvous point designated by Ange, who then led them to the site where the remains of the White King were stored. This area, once an open space, had rapidly transformed into a fortress after the arrival of the remains. Although it required a substantial financial investment, it posed no concern for Ange. He merely needed to send the bill to the Board of Trustees. Curiosity filled the air as the attendees pondered Ange's intentions for bringing them there. Except for the trio of Lu Mingfei and others who had already undergone the Nibelungen plan enhancement. As they entered the fortress, Ange elaborated on the purpose of their visit and provided a brief overview of the Nibelungen plan. Upon reaching the innermost chamber, they encountered Flammel alongside a woman of similar age, leaving even Ange momentarily taken aback. Ange asked the group to wait, then stepped aside with Flammel, jesting, "I didn't realize you had such an old flame. I was completely unaware." Flammel quickly retorted, "Shut it, we haven't been in touch for ages," and stroked his chin, feigning enlightenment. "Ah, I see," yet his amusement was evident. Flammel continued, "Stop overthinking it. I need to find an assistant to help me extract the Dragonbone Cross. If you hadn't rushed me, I could have handled it alone." Ange replied with exasperation, "There's no option. The White King's body is too massive. Rather than waste time processing the remains for transport, it's more efficient to bring you here. Moreover, I'm concerned about potential complications. Many eyes are keenly watching this matter, including pressure from the Board of Trustees. Are you afraid of that?" Flammel's remark elicited laughter from both men. After concluding their light-hearted exchange, Flammel and Ange returned to the group. Flammel announced, "You may commence the Nibelungen plan when you are ready." Yenli appeared abruptly, but the group, accustomed to her sudden appearances, remained unfazed. Ange explained, "Since many of you are undergoing the Nibelungen plan enhancement for the first time, and given that this Dragonbone Cross is associated with the White King, the High Priest of the Dragon Clan, I brought Yin Li for assurance to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the process." The group nodded in agreement, and Flammel began to provide an in-depth introduction to the Nibelungen plan. After his explanation, Lu Mingfei raised his hand, inquiring, "Vice Principal, last time the Dragonbone Cross of the Ocean and Water King enhanced only 3 of us. Will the White King's Dragonbone Cross be able to enhance so many this time?" The others shared his curiosity, turning their gazes toward Flammel. "This is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. Do you remember the core principle of the Nibelungen plan I previously mentioned?" Flammel countered, to which Nono replied, "To enhance bloodlines and physical strength for a final capacity to rival that of a Dragon King." "Correct. To elaborate, the original Nibelungen plan aimed to concentrate the Dragonbone Cross entirely on one individual to achieve peak enhancement. However, the results from the last undertaking with the Ocean and Water King's Dragonbone Cross led me to abandon that idea, as the experimental data indicated it was unfeasible." Flammel paused to gather his thoughts before continuing. "Our initial assumption was that utilizing a Dragon King's Dragonbone Cross would lead to an alternative form of kingship. However, After closely analyzing the data from the last Nibelungen plan and the subsequent tests on Lu Mingfei and the others, I discovered that the enhancement from a single Dragon King's Dragonbone Cross has its limits for hybrids. To be precise, our hybrid bodies have a threshold when absorbing the Dragonbone Cross of a single Dragon King. It is impossible for hybrids to fully absorb the Dragonbone Cross of one Dragon King. After reaching a certain point, that particular Dragonbone Cross becomes ineffective. Once you absorb the Dragonbone Cross of the Ocean and Water King, you will derive no benefit from another complete Dragonbone Cross from the same king. However, should you absorb a Dragonbone Cross from a Dragon King of a different attribute, you can achieve further enhancement. I am currently uncertain of the underlying principles, but I believe I will be able to form some conclusions once this Nibelungen plan with the White King's Dragonbone Cross concludes. Thus, the last time the Dragonbone Cross of the Ocean and Water King could actually enhance more individuals, limiting it to just the three of you has wasted a significant opportunity. According to my speculation, the Dragonbone Cross of the four great Dragon Kings could optimally empower up to 7 individuals. As for the Baiwang, being the supreme entity that surpasses the 4 great Dragon Kings, enhancing 9 of you poses no challenge. With no further inquiries from the group, Flammel arranged accommodations for everyone to proceed with the Nibelungen project. The boys were placed in one room, while the girls occupied a separate room alongside Flammel's female assistant. Yin Li, of course, had no interest in observing the girls and was not particularly inclined to watch the boys bare-chested. Instead, he remained in place, meditating. With his current prowess, he could effortlessly sense any potential danger to the group through their life energy at any time. Thanks to Flammel's meticulous research, the entire experimental process encountered no significant issues. Although the enhancement was not without its challenges, everyone was able to endure it. The process was not swift, as it entailed a transformation akin to rebirth. As time elapsed, one by one, everyone completed the enhancement of the Dragonbone Cross and awakened. An unprecedented surge of vitality was the unmistakable sensation shared by all who underwent this enhancement. The evident increase in strength left many in disbelief. Take Yuan Jisheng, for instance. Although he was already a relatively perfect monarch, he still paled in comparison to Shang Shangyue, who descended from the naturally inherited lineage of the Shekiate families. This disparity was partly due to Yuan Jisheng's youth, which prevented him from having his bloodline refined over time like Shang Shangyue. However, more significantly, Yuan Jisheng's bloodline simply did not surpass that of Shang Shangyue. Yet, after experiencing the enhancement from the Nibelungen project, it is no exaggeration to state that Shang Shangyue is no longer a match for Yuan Jisheng. Even those who had previously undergone the Nibelungen project, like Lu Mingfei, Chu Zihong, and Kaiser, experienced substantial improvements, not to mention those who had not yet undergone the enhancement. Even Xiaomi benefited considerably. Although not fully infused with the complete Dragonbone Cross, the baptism of Baiwang's dragon blood was immensely advantageous for Xiaomi. If he fully manifested his dragon form now, he would likely rival Fenrir in physical prowess. The Nibelungen project proved to be immensely beneficial for everyone involved, especially for Yuan Jisheng and Yuan Jinu, who had unequivocally become stronger than Shang Shangyue. The bloodlines of Lu Mingfei, Chu Zihong, and Kaiser, who had already undergone the Nibelungen project once, elevated directly to the true S-rank level of Yuan Jisheng after this second enhancement. Furthermore, due to their second experience with the Nibelungen project, their tolerance for violent bloodshed had significantly increased. Chu Zihong and Kaiser could now likely reach the third threshold of bloodshed without fearing the risk of becoming a dead pool, while Lu Mingfei, due to his unique circumstances, could easily access the fourth threshold. The true battle power of the three now stood on par with Yuan Jisheng. What astonished Yin Li the most was Su Xiaochang. Originally possessing a stable A-rank bloodline, after merely one enhancement through the Nibelungen project, he reached a level rivaling anger. Coupled with the powerful Yanzling of Mirror Eye, his strength received considerable enhancement under the Dragonbone Cross of Baiwang, resulting in a remarkable leap in ability. According to Yin Li's perception, aside from Xiaomi, the humanoid Dragon King, the rest of the group had already attained the strength to contend with the next generation of beings. Huili did not participate in this round of the Nibelungen project enhancement. She was currently in Yin Li's room engrossed in the latest video game. After the Dragonbone Cross of Baiwang was extracted for the 9 participants, a portion of the remnants remained. It would not have been an issue to extract the entirety for Huili's enhancement. However, after Baiwang awakened in the battle, Yin Li spent 150,000 points in the system shop to purchase a non-side effect enhancement item for Huili, perfecting her bloodline, thus transforming her into a true embodiment of the little Baiwang. This enhancement item did not provide a significant immediate boost to Hui Li's combat prowess. Its primary function was to render her bloodline utterly flawless. This enhancement was more akin to a gradual process. The enhancement Hui Li received from the Dragonbone Cross was now negligible, as she had genuinely embarked on the path to divinity, with success merely a matter of time. Given time, Hui Li could become a new king rivaling Bai Wang. Presently, her combat strength was nearly on par with Xiaomi, who had absorbed part of the Dragonbone Cross of Bai Wang. Emerging from his thoughts, Yan Li departed once everyone had completed the enhancement from the Nibelungen project. As they reveled in the exhilarating surge of power within, Flammel, the orchestrator of the experiment, was the first to express his excitement. In fact, compared to the empowered individuals, Flammel appeared even more exuberant. He could hardly contain his eagerness to conduct further tests to validate his hypotheses and theories. Consequently, Flammel urged everyone who had undergone the enhancement to swiftly return to Castle Academy, as he had come to the Japan branch specifically to refine the Dragonbone Cross of Bai Wang. Now that the remnants of Bai Wang had diminished significantly due to the extraction of the Dragonbone Cross, transporting the remaining remnants back to the Academy would be a simple task. Flammel was keen to conduct a series of tests concerning power and bloodlines on everyone to confirm his theories. As the Japan branch lacked the sophisticated apparatus available at the Castle Academy headquarters, making many experiments and tests challenging to execute. Anger had no objections to this plan. After consulting the Group's opinions, he finalized the itinerary to return to Castle Academy the following day. However, Yuan Jixing's remarks slightly delayed the Group's schedule. Ultimately, the outcome was that Vice Principal Flammel would take a flight back to Castle Academy with the Dragonbone Cross of Bai Wang, while the others remained temporarily to witness Yuan Jixing's wedding. Chapter 55. Yuan Jixing's wedding in a luxurious banquet hall in Tokyo, Japan. Elegantly dressed men and women awaited the commencement of a wedding. In the front row of the guest seating, Lu Mingfei anxiously surveyed his surroundings, repeatedly asking Kaiser about his appearance and whether anything seemed amiss. Kaiser, noting Lu Mingfei's nervousness, had already answered this question multiple times since their arrival. Yet he patiently reviewed Lu Mingfei's impeccably arranged attire once more before reassuring him. Lu Mingfei, even if you doubt your looks, you must trust my taste. This suit was personally selected by me. Stop worrying about trivial matters. Besides, you're not even the best man. So why are you so anxious? Upon hearing Kaiser's words, Lu Mingfei felt a slight sense of relief, yet his nerves persisted. Although it was not his wedding, attending a wedding for the first time in his life felt momentous and solemn, inevitably causing him to feel anxious. Chu Zihong, seated to Lu Mingfei's left, tightened his already snug tie and said, "Don't worry, you look quite dashing." Lu Mingfei was so touched that he nearly embraced Chu Zihong, exclaiming, "Thank you for the encouragement, senior brother." However, in a gesture of avoidance, Chu Zihong pushed him away, not wanting Xiaomi to witness another instance of him being overly affectionate. Su Xiaochang remarked to Nua, seated beside him, "I never expected Mr. Yuan Jixing would get married so soon. I thought he and Ms. Ing would take longer." Nua also replied, expressing her surprise at how quickly the two had progressed. To her left, Caesar remarked, "If you are willing, I could propose to you right now." "No, get lost," she retorted. Caesar chuckled as he observed a faint blush creeping onto Nua's face, while Su Xiaoqiang lamented his role as the third wheel. This wedding was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a premeditated affair, just as Caesar had stated. If one was willing, the time could be now. After the Battle of the White King, Yuan Jixing had come to realize his true feelings. He no longer wished to wait for the right moment. Tomorrow was like a gift, and today was to be seized. Following his successful confession to Ing, Yuan Jixing promptly proposed, leading them to the present wedding. The guests were seated in 2 rows, with the left side occupied by students from Castle Academy, including Lu Mingfei. Feng Gu, seated at the far left, had donned a suit for the occasion, his demeanor markedly more serious than usual as he awaited the ceremony's commencement. The right side was led by Anger and Yusuji Yuriyuki, the older generation. Although Yusuji appeared calm, Anger had already discerned the excitement brewing within him, for he was witnessing his child's wedding. Unlike the solitary wait for death he had previously endured, he now had children and was filled with joy, his health improving. Anger remarked, with no exaggeration, that Yusuji could likely live to be 150 years old if this continued. Presiding over the ceremony was Siki Ruji, a subordinate of Yuan Jixing. When invited to officiate, he was incredulous, having never experienced such an occasion and considering himself rather unrefined. To prepare, Siki had spent several sleepless nights studying every aspect of Japanese weddings. striving to provide Yuan Jixing and Ying with a perfect ceremony. As the wedding commenced, Siki managed the proceedings with poise, rivaling seasoned hosts. As the moment for the couple to exchange rings approached, Siki took a deep breath and delivered a heartfelt speech about his encounters with Yuan Jixing and Ying, evoking tears from many in attendance. Yuan Jixing embraced Siki, his most trusted subordinate and dear friend, with immense gratitude. With cheerful music playing, Yin Li, acting as a groomsman, presented the ring to Yuan Jixing, while Yusuji Eri wore a dress as the bridesmaid, delivering Ying's ring. As Yuan Jixing gazed at Yin Li, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, yet words failed him, and silence enveloped their exchange. Mr. Yuan Jixing, do you take this woman? I do. Ms. Yabuki Ying, do you take this man? I do. After receiving the rings from their attendants, Yuan Jixing and Ying exchanged their rings without hesitation, kissing amidst the resounding applause and joyous atmosphere, thus uniting as one. During the subsequent wedding banquet, Yuan Jixing and Ying surveyed their guests, happiness radiating from their hearts. In a moment of shared understanding, they turned to each other, recalling something shy, causing Ying to blush and avert her gaze, leaving Yuan Jixing puzzled about the sudden shift. Hosting a wedding for one's child should be a joyous occasion, and initially, Yusuji Yoriyuki felt elated. However, 3 days post-wedding, his mood had shifted. The seat once occupied by Yuan Jixing was now filled by Inuyama Katsu, who had re-emerged after a long absence from the Seiki Hachiya Power Center, assisting the new acting head with the accumulation of affairs. Yusuji, now seated in Yuan Jixing's former position, observed Inuyama and Crow tirelessly delivering mountains of paperwork, reaching an exasperation that was palpable. Who among the centenarians still faced such labor? Suppressing the urge to obliterate the obstructive documents with his powers, Yusuji resigned himself to the burden, all for the sake of his children. A day after the wedding, Lu Mingfei and others prepared to board their flight back to Carcel Academy, accompanied by Yin Li and Eri. Yuan Jixing, Ying, and Yuan Jinu bid farewell to their friends. Despite their brief acquaintance, the friendship forged in life-and-death situations and shared battles would not diminish with time. Nevertheless, Yuan Jixing exhibited a rare sorrow. Uncertain when they would meet again, he took extra moments to converse with Eri, encouraging her to live well and to share any troubles with her family. Feeling her brother's genuine emotion, Eri was nearly moved to tears. The last time they had met was a long time ago, when Eri and Yin Li returned to Japan after their first runaway episode, bringing with them the potion prepared by Yin Li. After their departure, Yuan Jixing had felt great worry about Eri's well-being and whether she would struggle to adjust. Yet, seeing Eri again, he understood that the girl he had watched grow up had matured and found her true place in the world. She would be happy, walking hand in hand with the one she loved, just as he and Ying would. Observing Yuan Jixing, who remained unfazed amidst the chaos, Yin Li, with her eyes slightly reddened by the sorrow of parting, suggested, "Why not visit Carcel Academy? Consider it your honeymoon's first destination." Yuan Jixing's thoughts were disrupted by Yin Li's unexpected proposal. Honeymoon. It seemed customary for newlyweds to enjoy such a getaway, and he had longed to see Carcel Academy. However, after a brief contemplation, he declined, explaining that the Seiki Hachiya was still emerging from its shadows, and many matters required his attention. As he spoke, a sense of helplessness permeated his words. He genuinely wished to visit Carcel Academy and yearned for carefree moments with Ying. Yet his role as the head of the Seiki Hachiya was both a responsibility and a constraint. It marked him as the family's hope while imprisoning his aspirations of sunbathing on the beaches of Monterival in France. Yin Li continued, "To be precise, the Seiki Hachiya cannot do without a head, rather than you specifically." Yuan Jixing appeared puzzled, sensing he grasped something but not fully understanding her words. There is a saying in our country, a family with an elder is like having a treasure. As if clouds had parted, Yuan Jixing's thoughts became clear. Yet he remained hesitant. However, the consecutive encouragement from Yin Li and anger shattered his doubts. As the head of Carcel Academy, it was only natural to invite the head of the Japan division to visit the main campus for learning. And Flammel's tests and experiments required both him and Yuan Jinu's participation. The world is vast. Do you not wish to see it? Ange's words have provided Yuan Jixing with an excuse, or rather, a justification. Observing the presence of Sakura and Yuan Jinu by his side, Yuan Jixing no longer hesitated. His gaze was resolute, as if he had made a significant decision, and he strode toward Kasayar College without looking back. Consequently, aboard the plane to Kasayar College, 3 familiar faces joined him. Unsurprisingly, Yuan Jinu was unable to resist this barrage of persuasion, and the trio expressed their desire to explore the vast world. Meanwhile, Lu Mingfei and the others were left bewildered. Had they not just witnessed a heart-wrenching separation? Just moments ago, The sibling bond between Yuan Jisheng and Hui Li had nearly drawn tears from the audience, yet suddenly, it had turned into a familial reunion. Did Principal Ange and senior brother Yinli not learn anything from pyramid schemes? In just a few short exchanges, they had convinced the head of the Japanese Shekiba family to relocate to the Kasai College headquarters. I could not comprehend it, yet I was left utterly astonished. The trio of Yuan Jisheng boarded the plane to Kasai College with elation, leaving Yu Suji Koho, a centenarian, to assume the role of the proxy head of the Shekiba family. Who truly understands, my friends? In a single day, not only had he resumed his duties, but he had also transformed into a solitary elder remaining in Japan. I am truly at a loss, aminos. Chapter 56. Shadows beneath the ice cellar within Kasai College. Vice Principal Flammel had returned to the bell tower with the remains of the White King. 90% of the mixed-blood students gazed in shock at the formidable dragon carcass being unloaded from the plane. A being that had cast a significant shadow over them even in death, and their trust in Yin Li intensified fervently. Even in the absence of Feng the chief of the news department, his underlings had absorbed his essence, producing captivating headlines incessantly. Since the conflict involving the Ocean and Water King and the White Emperor's city, the forum had been reignited. Shocking. A global spectacle, he has once again inscribed a chapter in the annals of mixed-blood history that will endure forever. Invincible. Anticipated by all. The audacious individual who single-handedly defeated the three great dragon kings. The undefeated legend of Kasai College persists. I am Yin Li's devoted admirer. Had these headlines appeared in the past, the students of Kasai College would have dismissed them as mere sensationalism. But with Yin Li's emergence, they felt it was still insufficient. The grand documentary The Legend of Yin Li was continuously being screened at the college. On the plane, Lu Mingfei, who had a penchant for surfing the forums, quickly noticed the unusual activity. After a brief glance, he was once again astounded by the fervor displayed by the students of Kasai College, and he promptly exclaimed, "Everyone, look at the forum, it's exploded." Upon hearing this, the others curiously took out their phones to check the forum. Apart from Ange and Feng the rest were predictably blown away by the frenzied discussions, especially since many present had fought alongside Yin Li. They realized that there was indeed no flaw in those headlines. Lu Mingfei, Kaisa, and Xu Zihong had spent the longest time at the college aside from Feng not to mention that the unrestrained news department chief shared their dormitory. Thus, they were particularly astonished that one day, the news department no longer needed to resort to exaggeration to capture attention. Merely recounting the events sufficed to generate overwhelming interest. What a dream I am living. The trio of Yuan Jisheng were also intrigued by the forum's content. Yet due to the complex relationship between the Kasai College headquarters and the Japanese branch, they hesitated to inquire. However, Ange, noticing their curiosity, arranged for Noma to provide them with an account. Ange was keenly aware that the dynamics had shifted now that Yuan Jisheng was in charge. The relationship between the Japanese branch and the Kasai College headquarters would only strengthen. Furthermore, with Yin Li and Hui Li's connections, could the headquarters still maintain an aloof demeanor towards the Japanese branch? Not even Ange, nor the members of the board of trustees, would entertain such notions. In truth, Lu Mingfei was not the first to notice the forum's explosion. As the head of the news department, Feng had been the first to grasp the situation when Yin Li's topic completely dominated the forum. Observing the headlines crafted by his subordinates, Feng felt a sense of pride. The children had grown, though they still fell short of his standards as the news department chief. After quickly skimming through the forum's content, Feng began drafting his own article for publication. Soon, a post authored by Feng sent the forum into another frenzy. Titled question, "What should one do if they are on the same plane as Yin Li? Urgent, urgent, urgent." Accompanied by a photo, the students in the news department regarded it as a paragon, intending to archive this piece in the department's annals. While the news department underlings remained on the first tier, Feng had already ascended to the stratosphere. "Feng, I command you to yield your position to me. Do not compel me to plead. You know, Feng, I have been a fan of Yin Li for 10 years. Yin Li's profile is so handsome. I am in awe. Upstairs, do not rave about my husband here. It disrupts my crafting." Various eccentric comments flooded in, and fortunately, Yin Li himself was not particularly attentive to the forum. Thankfully, beyond the bizarre remarks, there were numerous fervent praises for Yin Li. However, the most amusing aspect was the rhythm driven by Lu Mingfei's inquiry. Same question 1. Accompanied by a photo, Xu Zihong, with his sharp tongue, quickly followed suit. Same question 1. Accompanied by a photo. Then came Nono, Xiaya, and Kaisa, until even a user unfamiliar to the students chimed in. Xiang Gui, same question 1. Accompanied by a photo. In an instant, this post, capturing everyone's attention, surged in popularity again, as Lu Mingfei and his companions each contributed a picture of Yin Li. The varying angles of their shots filled the post with an abundance of Yin Li's images. Ultimately, the account named Jinxiao Zhidiao, which belonged to Ange, posted a comment that gradually quelled the revelry. I understand the sentiments of my fellow students, yet please be mindful of your remarks. The authority of Principal Ange was still palpable, and following his comment, the post's activity noticeably stabilized. However, Ange was not one to adhere strictly to rules. By the way, I, too, am curious about what to do if I am on the same plane as Yin Li. Seeking advice, Ange's rare, youthful spirit reignited the post, and comments surged like a tidal wave. Before finishing a single thread, a dozen new ones emerged. Gazing at the messages below the post, Ange found himself nostalgically reminiscing about his youth. Lu Mingfei rapidly typed responses to inquiries. What is it like to undertake missions alongside the legendary Yin Li? Let me ponder. It's a rather challenging question. Hui Li was engaging in a civilized debate with the forum users who were fervently treating Yin Li as their husband, as the true embodiment of the strongest mixed blood was presently asserting her dominance online. At this moment, everyone aboard the plane was engrossed in the forum. Meanwhile, in the bell tower, the safest place in Kasayur College aside from the ice cellar, Flamel was sleeping. Unusually disengaged from the forum and not perched with a glass of red wine watching the old television. Since being summoned by Ange to Japan to retrieve the Dragon Bone Cross, and only recently disembarking from the plane, Flamel had remained in a state of extreme exhilaration. After all, no alchemist could resist the challenge and opportunity presented by extracting the Dragon King's Bone Cross, especially not the greatest alchemist of the present day, Flamel. Certainly, extracting the Dragon King's Dragonbone Cross is undoubtedly a formidable task. Extracting the White King's Dragonbone Cross within a remarkably short time frame proved to be exceedingly challenging for Fulamer. Despite the assistance he meticulously sought, this monumental endeavor drained nearly all of his energy. In order to thwart any nefarious intentions toward the White King's remains, Fulamer had not slept for several days. Only when the remains were securely placed in the ice cellar did he finally allow himself to relax. Were it not for the safety of the White King's remains, Fulamer might still be asleep on the plane. During the time Fulamer slumbered in the bell tower, a shadow silently emerged within the ice cellar, observing the safely stored remains of the Ocean and Water King, as well as the White King. This shadow slowly approached and stealthily extracted a minuscule portion from both sets of remains before vanishing without a trace. Neither the intricate prohibitions set by Fulamer in the ice cellar nor the stringent security of the Academy could impede the shadow's advance. The portion of the remains taken from the two kings may remain undiscovered for an indeterminate period. In Chapter 57, The Truth Hidden in the Mist, while Lu Mingfei and others surfed the online forum of Kasayur Academy, Yin Li, the person at the center of events, was engrossed in the myriad offerings of the System Mall, oblivious to the happenings outside. As she withdrew her attention from the System Mall, a weary sigh escaped her lips. Despite now possessing 200,000 mall points, which represented a significant improvement from her previous scarcity, nothing available seemed of any practical use to her current circumstances. After perusing the selections, she concluded that utilizing the mall points to enhance the compatibility of the second template, Lu Dao Naruto, would be the most prudent course of action. However, Yin Li refrained from immediately applying her mall points to elevate the compatibility of the Lu Dao Naruto template. Firstly, enhancing compatibility yielded better results when done at higher levels, given that the colorful template's fixed cost of 50,000 mall points only increased by 1%, remaining unaffected by compatibility enhancements. Secondly, retaining mall points served as a safeguard for unforeseen circumstances. Upon returning to reality, Yin Li became aware of the discussions on the forum, eliciting a mixture of amusement and exasperation. The sensation of being surrounded by people each time she disembarked from the plane, while perhaps tolerable initially, inevitably grew tiresome. As anticipated, when the plane landed smoothly at Kasayur Academy, the extraordinary perception of her celestial body allowed her to sense the situation outside. Almost the entire academy had gathered, creating a veritable sea of humanity. Observing this, Yin Li decisively activated Flying Thunder God alongside Hui Li to make their escape, leaving the situation for Anger to manage. In the following days, as Fulamer required additional time to recuperate, Lu Mingfei and his companions did not immediately proceed with the tests and experiments related to the Nibelungen plan. Yuan Jisheng and Yuan Jinu settled into Lu Mingfei's dormitory, while Sakura shared a room with Nono and others. Fortuitously, Yuan Jisheng and Yuan Jinu experienced a brief respite after 2 days of assimilation with Fingel and Lu Mingfei, managing to avoid being led astray completely. Convened in the testing area, the group that had undergone the Nibelungen plan gathered as Fulimer briefed them on the forthcoming testing protocols. The testing consumed little time, and soon they returned to their dormitories. The next day, Yuan Jixing and his companions were set to depart once more. In the dormitory, Caesar inquired of Yuan Jixing, "Where do you plan to go?" "France, along with various intriguing destinations around the globe. I certainly won't be returning to Japan anytime soon." During their days at Kasaya Academy, Yuan Jixing had fully embraced his freedom. From the moment he boarded the plane to leave Japan, he had resolved to let go of his worries regarding the Sheki Hachiman family, which was now well organized with Yusuji's assistance. All he desired was to unwind and embark on a honeymoon journey with Sakura, traversing the world together. The destination mattered little, as long as they were together, free from the burdens of being the head of the Sheki Hachiman family. "Jinu, have you made your decision?" Yuan Jixing posed this question to his younger brother, who had expressed his desire to explore beyond Japan. However, he felt it inappropriate to intrude on his brother's honeymoon. Yuan Jinu nodded in response, and Yuan Jixing refrained from further questioning. This signified that the following day, Yuan Jixing and Sakura would temporarily part ways with Yuan Jinu. In truth, Yuan Jinu had contemplated remaining at Kasaya Academy alongside Lu Mingfei and the others, as he genuinely enjoyed the atmosphere and the people. Yet, he harbored a certain intuition, perhaps an unexplainable feeling, that during this journey meant solely for him, he might encounter someone significant. The next day, two planes quietly rested on the tarmac, where Yuan Jixing and his companions bid farewell to Hui Li and others. Caesar embraced Yuan Jixing, the two proud men sharing a moment of silence. Subsequently, Yuan Jixing and Sakura departed in a direction different from that of Yuan Jinu. This time of parting was devoid of sorrow, for they understood that each was progressing toward their envisioned lives, no longer facing the cruel trials of fate. At this moment, they walked a path paved with happiness. In the bell tower, Fulimer was intently reviewing a stack of experimental data in his laboratory. A full day and night had elapsed since he acquired this data, during which he tirelessly analyzed it to ascertain the deficiencies and potential improvements of the Nibelungen plan. Most critically, he sought to uncover the genuine reason why the Dragon King's Dragonbone Cross could not be fully absorbed by a hybrid. He sensed that this information was pivotal, not only for the Nibelungen plan, but for the entirety of the dragon lineage and hybrids. Regrettably, the absence of relevant historical documents and supporting materials rendered it exceedingly difficult for one individual to deduce the truth from these experiments. It was almost an impossible endeavor. Fulimer set aside the experimental data and gently unfurled his tightly furrowed brow. He felt akin to a blind man groping for an elephant, searching for the concealed truth amid the fog. Until new clues emerged, he could not advance closer to the truth. Thus, he resolved to cease his fruitless contemplation, as fixating on a singular issue would only deplete his energy. A thought crossed Fulimer's mind. Should he restart the IC project to complete the remnants of the IC scrolls? Given Yen Li's capabilities, this task would likely pose little challenge. He swiftly contacted Anger to convey his idea. After a moment of silence, Anger hung up the phone. "What? Restart the IC project?" In the executive department, Minister Schneider confirmed the information's authenticity in a hoarse voice. Following Anger's precise words over the phone, Schneider's thoughts drifted back to the Greenland IC incident, where only 1.5 people had survived. The chilling sensation resurfaced within him, bringing forth shadows of those buried beneath the ice, prompting him to reflect on whether he had ever truly departed from the IC that entombed so many of his students. Schneider slowly spoke. "I will make arrangements. If it is you, it must be possible, Yenli." In the dormitory, Lu Mingfei inquired of Caesar, "Caesar, do you know what Principal Anger announced in the command room regarding the restart of the IC project?" "This morning," and summoned all students of grade A and above to the operations room. Since the incident at Baidi City, Lu Mingfei had not returned there. But now the operations room was being activated once more to announce the restart of the IC plan. Curiosity stirred within Lu Mingfei. Could this IC plan also pertain to the Dragon King? After all, apart from Odin, the king of the sky and wind, the only remaining Dragon King was the Black King, Nidhogg. Was it possible that the IC plan was aimed at Nidhogg? A multitude of questions flooded Lu Mingfei's mind. Yet the ever-knowledgeable finger was absent from the dormitory, leaving him with no choice but to consult Caesar. Chu Zihong also appeared quite intrigued by the revival of the IC plan, directing his gaze towards Caesar, awaiting further details. Caesar set down the documents in his hands and turned to Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong, pausing for a moment before he slowly began to speak. The Greenland IC incident is an event the Academy is reluctant to acknowledge, one of its most disastrous failures. As Caesar recounted the tragedy that unfolded in the Greenland IC, the somber tale unfolded gradually. On the rooftop of a tall building at Castle Academy, Finger gazed blankly at the students bustling below. A faint sound of footsteps broke the silence, and without needing to turn around, Finger recognized the approach of Yanli. Yanli stepped forward and stood beside Finger, who, in a rare moment of seriousness, remarked, "Has Ange entrusted the IC plan entirely to you?" "Yes, we depart tomorrow." "Is it so soon?" After uttering this, Finger fell silent once more. He understood that the revived IC plan was solely entrusted to Yanli, and that she would execute it flawlessly, without any casualties. Indeed, what could possibly restrain someone capable of shattering the White King with bare hands? Who could survive for a decade beneath the IC? Who could endure the bone-chilling agony that penetrated to the marrow for 10 long years? The shadows buried beneath the IC might have merely survived for seconds in that frigid abyss. Yet Finger had endured 10 years in the IC he had created for himself. At times, Finger could not help but ponder how different it would be if Yanli had appeared sooner. How fortunate it would have been had they met before the tragedy of a decade ago. Yanli would surely have saved them all, rather than leaving behind this version of Finger von Flynn's, which was scarcely different from a corpse. He knew this was an unrealistic thought, so he would instead consider, if only I could be as powerful as Yanli, or even possess the strength to reclaim those comrades lost beneath the IC. That would suffice. Why was Finger so helplessly weak a decade ago? If Schneider remained ensnared in the shadows of lost students, when would Finger von Flynn's ever escape the grasp of that IC? He bore no hatred for the Academy, nor had he ever claimed Schneider's command was flawed. He merely lamented his own frailty and resented his own impotence. "Take care," Finger choked out, and even without the need for 6 eyes to observe, Yanli understood that the man beside her was on the verge of tears. As she looked at this friend, the first true companion she had encountered since her arrival, Yanli gently patted his shoulder. Perhaps they would have another chance to return. In the next moment, Yanli departed, leaving Finger to turn and gaze vacantly at the now empty space. A simple phrase, devoid of comfort or encouragement, spoken by Yanli, completely overwhelmed him, causing tears to stream down his face. Yet this time he was no longer submerged in the frigid depths. Upon returning to the dormitory, Finger was unexpectedly embraced by Lu Mingfei, who cried out, "Finger, I had no idea you had endured such suffering. I always stole your food. I am truly despicable." Had it been in the past, Finger might have succumbed to sadness upon hearing Lu Mingfei's words. However, now he replied, "Really? I am genuinely touched. So, will you treat me to some KFC? You know I've always had a fondness for it." Lu Mingfei paused, loosening his grip slightly to check if he had indeed embraced the right person. Observing Finger's usual carefree demeanor, he initially smiled before promptly responding, "Of course. Eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, I'll borrow from Caesar." The two exchanged a glance, sharing a moment of silent laughter. Lu Mingfei had always sensed that this seemingly carefree senior harbored deep sorrow within, akin to an ice block that could not melt under the sun's rays. Yet at this moment, Lu Mingfei understood that Finger's smile was genuine. Chapter 58. A letter from Lu Mingfei's parents. The revived IC operation proceeded as scheduled, with Ange dispatching only one individual to undertake this perilous task. Unsurprisingly, on the same day, Yanli successfully retrieved the remaining fragments of the IC scroll from the site of the IC operation. After meticulously reproducing a copy of the scroll for the Academy's dragonology professors, the fragments were sent to Flammel's laboratory for further study and experimentation. Unfortunately, the newly recovered fragments contained little of significance. They merely detailed the historical development of the dragon race. While invaluable to scholars of dragon culture, the information was of little use to Flammel. He had anticipated that the remaining fragments would contain some documents related to the path of deification or other pertinent material. Yet regrettably, they bore no such records. Flammel could only resign himself to temporarily abandon the subsequent research of the Nibelungen plan. As per usual, Lu Mingfei visited the Academy's mailroom to collect a reply from Chun Wenwen. After retrieving the letter, he intended to leave for his dormitory, but the staff handed him another envelope addressed to him. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the antique and ornate envelope, a ripple of emotion coursed through Lu Mingfei. Rather than returning to his dormitory, he found a seat and opened the mysterious envelope. As he read, tears began to well uncontrollably in his eyes. That day, an emergency operational meeting was convened once again, with Yan Li, Lu Mingfei, Chu Zihong, and others present, and solemnly addressed the assembly, stating, "Now that everyone is here, I will introduce the details of this mission, which concerns Lu Mingfei's parents." Lu Mingfei's parents? Questions arose among the attendees, as they suddenly realized that Lu Mingfei had never voluntarily mentioned anything regarding his parents. Apart from Ange, none knew who Lu Mingfei's parents were or how they were relevant to this mission. Ange began by presenting information about Lu Mingfei's parents, taking a letter from Lu Mingfei's hands. Moments later, Chu Zihong inquired, "So, who are Lu Mingfei's parents? Did they truly send this letter? And where does this coordinate point lead?" Just then, the letter from Lu Mingfei's parents was displayed on the screen. The contents revealed that they were nearing the completion of a secret mission, along with a coordinate intended for Lu Mingfei. However, Lu Mingfei was no longer the naive and simple-minded boy he once was. He had been informed of his parents' identities by Ange upon his enrollment. At that time, he struggled to articulate his feelings. Was he saddened? However, the memories of his parents had become quite hazy for him. Yet the sorrow that surged from his heart was indisputable. Lu Mingfei felt an overwhelming sadness, yet he was at a loss as to why he felt this way. At that moment, he received a message from his parents in a genuine sense, even though such letters could easily be forged. Lu Mingfei knew in his heart that this was indeed a letter penned by his parents, but why? He had not allowed the message that arrived after many years to cloud his judgment. He was no longer the naive and hapless child he once was. If indeed they were nearing the conclusion of a secret mission, why did they require Lu Mingfei to go to them? They could have simply returned to Castle Academy after the mission concluded and reunited with him. Furthermore, why was this letter sent directly to Castle Academy rather than to Ange? It was well known that Ange was very close to Lu Mingfei's parents, so why go through the unnecessary effort of sending a letter to the Academy? Would it not be faster and more convenient for Ange to deliver it directly? Ange's expression was grave. He clearly recognized this as a trap. The moment Lu Mingfei approached him with the envelope, he immediately contacted Lu Mingfei's parents, yet there was no response. He did not suspect that this was a prank or that Lu Mingfei's parents were simply unavailable to respond. After Lu Linqing and Xiao Weini embarked on the secret mission, the number of people who were aware of their whereabouts dwindled. Throughout the mission, Lu Linqing and Xiao Weini had maintained contact with Ange. Moreover, the coordinates on the envelope pinpointed the exact location of their mission, which Ange knew all too well. The inability to reach them, coupled with the arrival of this letter, signaled an extremely ominous message. More bluntly, it was a threat. It indicated that Lu Mingfei's parents had encountered some perilous situation, one serious enough to involve Lu Mingfei. The image of the little devil flickered in Ange's mind. Could something have gone awry with him? Ange's heart was shrouded in uncertainty, but with Lu Linqing and Xiao Weini out of reach, no further information could be obtained. Aside from some pleasantries and the coordinates, there was nothing else in the envelope. Ange could not fathom the situation. In such circumstances, adopting a steady approach amidst chaos was the wisest choice. It was evident that the threat was directed at Lu Mingfei, no, at the entire Castle Academy. However, concerning Lu Mingfei's parents, Ange could not remain idle, yet before taking action, he turned to Yen Li for his counsel. Since an invitation had already been extended, there was no reason for us to decline, was there? I shall make the journey. Yen Li's decision did not surprise Ange. Knowing Yen Li well, he understood that Yen Li would never disregard such matters. With Yen Li venturing to the northernmost regions, Ange felt a sense of reassurance. However, soon a troubling situation arose as Lu Mingfei eagerly volunteered to join the mission alongside Yen Li. Knowing Lu Mingfei well, Ange was confident in his ability to accompany them. But the fact that Lu Mingfei had taken the initiative to propose it stirred quite a commotion. As expected, everyone raised their hands to indicate their desire to participate in this mission. Lu Mingfei looked at Yen Li, Chu Zihong, Caesar, and others, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Thank you all." To be frank, sending just Yen Li and Lu Mingfei on this mission would have sufficed. Ange thought it unwise to allow everyone to join, fearing they might encounter danger, yet after Yen Li offered him a reassuring glance, Ange ceased his objections and permitted them to go. Yen Li understood that from a rational standpoint, the best course of action would be for either himself alone or just him and Lu Mingfei to proceed. However, having spent considerable time with the group, he realized it was impossible to exclude them. This was the genuine bond of friendship that Yen Li had come to truly appreciate since arriving in this world. That night, Lu Mingfei lay in bed, staring at the envelope, contemplating the coordinates he would explore the following day to uncover the truth of the situation. Gently tracing his fingers over the final line that read, "I love you, Mom Xiao Weini and Dad Lu Linqing," Lu Mingfei felt tears well up from this simple phrase. "Please be safe, wait for me." In Chapter 59, Departure to the Northernmost Regions, 2 years had passed since the F-22 Raptor was officially discontinued. This aircraft model was widely regarded as the most advanced fighter jet of its time, yet its exorbitant manufacturing costs sealed its fate. However, no one could dispute the aircraft's superiority and dominance during its operational period. In truth, the F-22 F-22 Raptor was not the most advanced aircraft available, as is well known. What the United States presents to the public is never the latest model. Nonetheless, the aircraft we are currently aboard is genuinely the most advanced and expensive, the F-26, which I prefer to call the Flying Squirrel. On board this F-26, referred to as the Flying Squirrel by Caesar, we soared through the skies at the fringes of the Arctic Ocean. The group gathered, listening to Caesar enthusiastically discuss the aircraft, despite no one having requested him to do so. Fingal reclined with his hands behind his head, comfortably remarking, "Who names an aircraft like that? It sounds just like that Brazilian pizzeria at the academy. Have those scientists fallen so far behind in taste?" Lu Mingfei curiously inquired, "What is wrong with the Brazilian pizzeria?" "I think it's quite delicious. I've ordered from there numerous times." Fingal raised an eyebrow. "Are you not aware that mainstream historical opinion holds that pizza originated in Italy?" Lu Mingfei felt the sting of disdain from his senior. The dandy from Italy made a startling declaration. "Originally, this aircraft was named the Eagle, but since it belongs to me, I have taken the liberty of renaming it the Flying Squirrel to suit my taste." Once again, the group was awed by the capitalist's flair for the dramatic. After this minor interlude, silence enveloped the cabin once more. Caesar's unique sense of humor had done little to alleviate the tension. Yan Li patted Lu Mingfei's shoulder, signaling him not to worry. To be honest, Yan Li himself was not particularly certain about the situation. In his previous life, the story involving Lu Mingfei's parents would only unfold in detail in the fourth installment, and Yan Li's knowledge of it was limited to mere snippets gleaned from short videos and various sources. He could not ascertain what had happened to Lu Linqing and Xiao Weini. Had it not been for Yan Li's lack of experience with the Antarctic, he would have already used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport there. Even so, Yan Li reassured Lu Mingfei. In this context, he could not utter words of doom and gloom. In his previous life, he had only witnessed the third installment before losing interest. Who could blame him for being put off by its grim conclusion? Moreover, the fourth installment was still undergoing revisions, leaving Yan Li completely in the dark regarding its narrative. Additionally, in this tangible world, there had been no established storyline since Yan Li's arrival. Regardless, Yan Li held confidence in his abilities, believing he could stand firm even against the resurrection of the Black Emperor Nidhogg. Nevertheless, it was prudent to remind Lu Mingfei and the others that despite Yan Li's formidable presence and the significant enhancement of their abilities following the Nibelungen project, the northernmost regions, particularly Black Swan Port, was far from a vacation destination. Even the most innocuous of foes exert their full strength against a lion when it hunts a rabbit. Thus, it was wise for Lu Mingfei and his companions to remain vigilant. To suffer injury due to carelessness was simply unacceptable, and on such matters, Yan Li would never hesitate to voice his concerns. The airplane swiftly arrived at its destination. Upon landing and opening the cabin door, what greeted the eyes was an expanse of pristine white snow blanketing the entire area. Prior to landing, Yan Li had already distributed the urgently crafted cold weather combat gear prepared by the Academy for this mission to everyone. It was winter, and due to stable high-pressure systems and other environmental factors, the North Polar Ocean was at its coldest. Nevertheless, the current temperature was unusually low, approaching -20 degrees Celsius. It is noteworthy that, owing to the temperature's influence, the aircraft could not reach the coordinates deep within the frigid northern realm of Heitian-Gang. Thus, the group found themselves still on the periphery of the Arctic, where the temperature had already plummeted to such frigid levels. While it appeared to be a normal drop in temperature, Yan Li keenly sensed an artificial trace within it. To be cautious, she had left a trace of power on each individual before their departure, enabling her to track them through this limited power. After completing this task, Yan Li wasted no time and immediately led the group towards the coordinates indicating Heitian-Gang. Before the mission commenced, Anger had already informed everyone that they could not directly reach Heitian-Gang by plane. Consequently, the landing site was on the Arctic's outskirts, still a considerable distance from Heitian-Gang, with no other means of transportation available. Although specially trained sled dogs adept at cold environments were present, their speed was inferior to that of the group, prompting them to choose to trek on foot towards their destination. As time passed, they drew closer to Heitian-Gang, which meant they were nearing the extreme northern territory, accompanied by an even colder temperature and biting winds. Yan Li glanced at Chu Zihong, who understood her cue and produced a portable temperature measuring device supplied by the Academy. At that moment, the temperature had already dropped to -30 degrees. In such extreme conditions, it was likely that 90% of ordinary individuals would be buried beneath the vast white snow, quietly sleeping under the accumulation of several centimeters of snow. Even so, the group, apart from Yan Li, had to slow their pace as the snow had accumulated to a considerable depth affecting their speed. Fortunately, everyone had undergone enhancements from the Nibelungen project, with their boiling blood sufficient to counteract the effects of the low temperatures, and they were not far from their destination, Heitian Gang. After advancing a short distance further, a small black dot appeared before them, and inevitably, it was the so-called Heitian Gang indicated by the coordinates. As they approached the dot, its outline grew larger and clearer until its full form was revealed, a massive black structure surrounded by numerous temperature monitoring devices and infrared recording instruments. Utilizing the Limitless technique, Yanli ascended to the airspace above Heitian Gang, attempting to employ her extraordinary perception through the 6 eyes and immortal body to investigate the situation within. However, she could not discern the materials used in the construction of Heitian Gang, which effectively blocked her perception. After failing to gather any information, she returned to the waiting group, shaking her head slightly. Chu Zihong unsheathed Muramasa, with the 7 deadly sins resting behind him. Although the 7 deadly sins was more powerful and resilient, he found Muramasa more manageable to wield. Drawing Muramasa, Chu Zihong declared with a fierce aura, "It is evident that we have but one approach now." Unbeknownst to them, after several missions and the trials of life and death, Chu Zihong had matured into a cold-blooded killer. The group had no better options, so they drew their weapons. Before even entering Heitian Gang, Luo Mingfei and the others had already activated their bloodlust, demonstrating their attentiveness to Yan Li's words and their utmost caution regarding this mission. However, before they could force their way through the seemingly impenetrable gates of Heitian Gang, a man's voice emerged from within, interrupting their actions. It was likely transmitted through the facilities inside, booming and clear, akin to someone speaking into a megaphone right by their ears. "Welcome, everyone. I am Lu Linqing, the head of the Heitian Gang project. It has been a long time, Mingfei." As Lu Linqing spoke, the gates of Heitian Gang opened automatically, inviting them in. The group exchanged glances, surprised by the unexpected turn of events, and finally focused their attention on Yanli. Without hesitation, she took the lead and guided everyone into the so-called Heitian Gang. As they stepped through the gates, Lu Linqing's figure came into view. He had slightly graying hair, thick glasses, and visible wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, yet he retained an air of elegance. Despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, there was an underlying aura of authority, and he appeared slightly gaunt. Although Luo Mingfei's recollection of Lu Linqing's appearance had become somewhat hazy, he recognized him instantly as his father, without a doubt. The others, having seen the photos of Lu Linqing and Xiao Weini provided by Anger before the mission, also identified him, despite the image being taken many years ago. Although time had left Lu Linqing's hair gray, his fundamental features remained largely unchanged. Lu Linqing stepped forward and embraced Luo Mingfei. "My child, it has indeed been a long time. You have grown and become an exceptional young man." The sudden embrace bewildered Luo Mingfei, his arms hovering in the air before finally resting on Lu Linqing's back in return. For reasons unknown, he overlooked the oddities of the moment and embraced Lu Linqing, then inquired, "I miss you all too. Where's Mom?" "She's deep within the base. We've had some minor disagreements lately. Your mother's temper is quite fierce. Although we are nearing the completion of our mission and will soon return to normal life, and to your side, Xiao Weini remains quite anxious." The group behind Luo Mingfei, except for Yanli, furrowed their brows upon hearing this, their eyes flashing with wariness. Yet, Lu Linqing's subsequent words left them perplexed. "Come, let me show you around Heitian Gang, and let my Mingfei meet Xiao Weini." Yanli remained silent, quietly trailing behind the group. The moment she stepped into Heitian Gang, she sensed the repugnant odor, Odin, the one who had twice escaped from her grasp. Although the residual spatial fluctuations left by Odin were faint, imperceptible even to Xiaomi, a fellow Dragon King, they were all too apparent to Yanli. As long as there was even the slightest trace, she could detect it. The mark left by Odin had grown particularly weak, indicating that he had vacated Heitian Gang long before their arrival, even prior to receiving their letter. This left Yanli utterly perplexed. What was Odin's intention in luring them here? Initially, she thought he intended to employ external assistance, similar to Norton during the Baidi City incident, perhaps by setting up a lethal alchemical matrix or ancient alchemy to ambush them. However, if he had indeed laid a perilous trap in an attempt to eliminate them, it was nonsensical for Odin's true self to be absent. Furthermore, Yanli noted that apart from a few death servants, there was nothing else within Heitian Gang. Odin would certainly not be foolish enough to allow inferior death servants to threaten them. After much contemplation, Yanli remained perplexed by Odin's intentions. In consideration of everyone's safety, she resolved to exercise utmost caution. Chapter 60. the onslaught of Odin following the footsteps of Lu Linqing. The group gradually ventured deeper into the military base known as Haitiani Gang. Contrary to their expectations, this place bore little resemblance to a military installation. Instead, it appeared to be a clandestine site dedicated to experimentation. Throughout their journey, apart from Lu Linqing, they encountered no other individuals. Various machines came into view, operating autonomously like an assembly line, sustaining the stability of Haitiani Gang, suggesting that the power supply for the base was derived from these very machines. As they traversed the area, they passed numerous rooms, all of which were securely locked, as if to prevent anything within from escaping. The doors were ensnared with layers of unknown material chains. Yanli attempted to investigate the situation inside these sealed rooms, but, much like her earlier efforts to survey the conditions of Haitiani Gang, she was met with obstacles. It appeared that the materials used to construct the base were of the same enigmatic nature. The entire Haitiani Gang seemed to be crafted from this mysterious substance, possessing properties that could thwart any probing. It was evident that this location had once been a significant stronghold for Odin, apart from the Dragon King. No one in the world could orchestrate such a grand endeavor. The silence emanating from these rooms was unsettling, as if they were devoid of life. The encircling chains rendered these chambers less like rooms and more akin to cages confining animals in a zoo. Whether passing by these rooms or recalling previous anomalies, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of vigilance. Although the specifics of the situation remained unclear, it was undeniable that Haitiani Gang was facing grave issues. Meanwhile, Lu Linqing, who was leading the group, was under heightened scrutiny. However, Lu Mingfei seemed oblivious to this, trailing closely behind Lu Linqing and engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, an alluring woman appeared before them, approaching Lu Linqing and casually placing her hand on his waist. Though she was swiftly rebuffed, the scene did not escape the notice of the group, leaving Lu Mingfei momentarily speechless. Despite his hazy memories of his parents, he was certain that the woman before him was not his mother, Xiao Wei and I. The thought that his father, Lu Linqing, might be unfaithful struck Lu Mingfei like a thunderclap. Who is this person? Oh, I forgot to introduce her. This is my personal secretary, Natasha. Personal secretary? Is that legitimate? Not only did Lu Mingfei harbor doubts, but the rest of the group wore expressions of confusion. Given the times, it was not uncommon for secretaries to be involved in such affairs, as wealthy individuals often took mistresses under the guise of personal assistants. Nevertheless, Lu Linqing's reputation remained intact in Lu Mingfei's mind, as throughout the remainder of their journey, Lu Linqing did not engage with Natasha, appearing as cold and robotic as he led them deeper into the base. As they continued onward, the surroundings grew increasingly cramped, contrasting sharply with the initial spaciousness they had encountered. The area that once comfortably accommodated them now required them to split into two lines to proceed. They passed through a doorway adorned with ancient patterns, and Yanli came to a halt outside the room, followed closely by Hui Li, while the others continued forward, seemingly unaware of their pause. Placing her hand on the peculiar door that elicited a strange sensation, Yanli suddenly witnessed massive stone walls descending from above, swiftly separating her and Hui Li from the crowd ahead. The thunderous sound of the stone walls captured everyone's attention. The speed at which the walls fell was astonishing. Leaving no time for anyone to react, Chu Zihong rushed to the stone wall, banging on it and calling out to Yanli, but his voice failed to carry through. Yanli, intent on shattering the stone barrier and deploying her limitless technique to protect Hui Li from the debris, hesitated as an unusual energy emanated from the intriguing door. She turned in surprise, feeling the pull of that force, and in an instant, was drawn into a peculiar independent space. On the other side, Chu Zihong, receiving no response from Yanli, made a decisive move, activating his blood power to breach the stone wall. The intense flames of his power left scorching marks on the stone, yet it was insufficient to penetrate the barrier. Observing him, Xiaomi merely shook her head, leaving Chu Zihong puzzled. He sensed that the wall obstructing them was not impervious. If Xiaomi intervened, she could undoubtedly break through. Suddenly, it dawned on Chu Zihong that if Xiaomi could shatter the wall, it could not possibly hinder Yanli. She must have encountered some predicament that prevented her from advancing. However, he harbored no concerns for Yanli's safety. As the strongest among them, if she were in peril, it would be beyond their capacity to assist. Rushing in would only distract her, much like during the battle with the White King. Yanli's combat did not require their worry. Their best support was merely to look after themselves. In this tumultuous moment, Chu Zihong found it difficult to maintain his calm, while Xiaomi remained rational. Although he did not vocalize his admiration for her composure, he was impressed by her ability to remain unflustered, in stark contrast to his own disrupted judgment. Meanwhile, Lu Mingfei, Witnessing Chu Zihong's futile attempts to inflict damage upon the stone wall, was suddenly alerted by a rustling sound behind him. Without thought, his battle instincts ignited, and he activated his blood power. The scales that emerged from his body absorbed the blow from behind, as he grasped the blade aimed at him. In the next moment, a searing wound opened on his hand, revealing that the blade was not ordinary. It was a high-grade alchemical weapon. Yet, what truly wounded Lu Mingfei was not the weapon itself, but its wielder, Lu Linqing. Confusion and sorrow surged within Lu Mingfei as he faced his attacking father. Even with prior knowledge of the turmoil surrounding Lu Linqing, the sight of their blades drawn against one another tightened his chest, and tears welled in his eyes. The sudden upheaval drew the attention of the group, and as they beheld the confrontation between Lu Mingfei and Lu Linqing, they swiftly armed themselves, readying for battle. Lu Linqing, opting to cease his assault on Lu Mingfei, swiftly retreated, only for Dickwide and Muramasa to appear in his former position, their weapons striking empty air and leaving deep marks on the ground. Before Lu Mingfei and his companions could launch another attack, more rustling sounds emerged from behind Lu Linqing. The so-called secretary, Natasha, had vanished without a trace, and as the source of the sounds revealed itself, a wave of shock coursed through the group. A group of Deadpools, clad in nearly identical attire and donning Odin masks, emerged, leaving the crowd to realize that the original staff at Haitiani Gang had likely all been transformed into Deadpools. Lu Mingfei's heart was heavy with concern for his mother's predicament, but the unfolding situation demanded his immediate focus. In the midst of the Deadpools stood Lu Linqing, who, with a wave of his hand, issued commands that sent the Deadpools surging forward, filling the air with a palpable sense of bloodlust and menace. As the two sides clashed in fierce combat, it became evident that the Deadpools, despite the enhancements from the Odin masks, were not as formidable as those created by Herzog in Japan. Most of the enhancements had been bestowed upon high bloodline hybrids captured by Odin, and thus the average strength of the Deadpools was inferior. The sheer numbers of the Deadpools did not afford Lu Linqing any advantage. Many were sent flying from the fray. Unmoved by the chaos around him, Lu Linqing remained expressionless, continuously rallying more Deadpools to attack the group. As the swarm of Deadpools increased, Lu Mingfei and his companions began to feel overwhelmed. The masks obscured the identities of the Deadpools, inciting fear that they might inadvertently strike down Giovanni, who had yet to be seen. Under the guise of the Odin masks, it was impossible to discern the true identities of the Deadpools, and no one wanted to risk harming someone they had never met. Despite the uncertainty surrounding Lu Linqing's motives and what had transpired between him and Giovanni, the group could not contemplate harming either of them, as they were Lu Mingfei's parents. They believed that the praise heaped upon Lu Linqing and Giovanni by anger was justified. It was Odin who lurked as the true puppeteer behind the scenes. Xiaomi perceived the group's hesitation. As the Dragon King, she could discern that the bloodlines of the Deadpools were not particularly high. Although she could not identify the Deadpools, Giovanni's S-class lineage was undoubtedly a guiding beacon. After swiftly dispatching a dozen Deadpools with her weapon, Greed, she shouted, "Do not hold back. None of these Deadpools are connected to Giovanni." Her words acted as a key, unlocking the self-imposed shackles of restraint. The first to respond was a fierce eruption of flame, harvesting the lives of the Deadpools with ruthless efficiency. In the confined space of close-quarters battle, the most formidable threat was undoubtedly Jun Yan's large-scale destructive lexicon. The others retreated behind Chu Zihong and Su Xiaodang to avoid friendly fire from the unleashed power of their lexicons. Under the onslaught of Chu Zihong's Jun Yan and Su Xiaodang's mirrored Jun Yan, the Deadpools were incinerated as if they had entered a hellish inferno, leaving only a handful struggling for survival. Without the need for words, the group had developed an unspoken understanding through countless missions. Following the release of Chu Zihong and Su Xiaodang's lexicons, Lu Mingfei, Caesar, and Feng Er wielded their scythes, mercilessly reaping the lives of the remaining Deadpools. In mere seconds, the once ferocious Deadpools were utterly vanquished, the battlefield a scene of devastation, with even their blood evaporated by the searing heat, leaving only a layer of ash in its wake. As the Deadpool horde dissipated, Xiaomi addressed the space behind Lu Linqing, saying, "Come out. There's no need for pointless hiding." From the shadows, Natasha stepped forward, curiously inquiring, "I wonder, how did you discover me?" Xiaomi lightly shook her blade to dislodge the remnants of blood before replying, "You cannot possibly think you were hiding well. The stench of the fallen Deadpool emanating from you is profoundly nauseating." At this, Natasha's venomous grin faltered, replaced by a deranged expression as she exclaimed, "This is divine favor. The Supreme Lord Odin has granted me this great evolution. You dare oppose him, you foolish insects. Allow me to clear your path for Lord Odin." Caesar interjected, Forgive me for being disrespectful, but I never intended to respect you. What makes you think you can contend with us? Is it your ample bosom and lack of wit? Natasha, unfazed by Caesar's taunts, smirked with delight. Ah, I indeed cannot, but he can. The group turned to follow Natasha's pointing finger. Lu Linqing. Previously, Lu Linqing had only engaged briefly with Lu Mingfei, inflicting a minor injury, but had since remained inactive, leading the group to pay less attention to him. Now, with Natasha's gesture, they grasped her intent. Lu Linqing had been controlled by some means, forced into conflict against them. Xiaomi's gaze fell upon Lu Linqing, whose vacant expression hinted at her suspicions. It must be Odin's mental intrusion that allows you to manipulate him so, she surmised. Natasha did not dispute her assertion. Instead, she produced a syringe and lunged toward the now puppet-like Lu Linqing. An immediate sense of urgency enveloped the group as they rushed to intervene, but they were too late. Natasha's sudden action caught them off guard, and they watched helplessly as the strange serum neared Lu Linqing's body. In a critical moment, time around them seemed to warp under some unseen force, slowing Natasha's movements to a near standstill. A figure, ghost-like, swiftly materialized between Natasha and Lu Linqing. With a swift motion, the power of Time Zero was invoked, halting Natasha's advance. Her arm, clutching the syringe, was severed, the serum tumbling to the ground alongside her dismembered limb. Natasha, still reeling from the shock of her injury, gasped, "Who the hell are you?" Grasping her severed arm to stem the bleeding, she turned to face the unfamiliar man before her. Though he faced away from Lu Mingfei and the others, Chu Zihong recognized the silhouette immediately, his voice trembling as he uttered, "Father." Having been engaged in a covert mission, Chu Tianjiao had maintained a level of secrecy akin to Lu Linqing, which meant that only Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei, who had previously encountered him, were not surprised. Chu Tianjiao had been the one to unleash Time Zero and sever Natasha's arm. After bidding farewell to Chu Zihong in their homeland, he had embarked on a solitary quest to trace the whereabouts of Odin, the one who had seized the Black King's egg. Before Yan Li and the others received their letter, Chu Tianjiao had already uncovered leads on Haitiani gang. However, in contrast to Yan Li and her group, he had exercised greater caution, having infiltrated Haitiani gang several days prior to gather intelligence, and had only revealed himself today in an attempt to rescue Lu Linqing. Natasha's grotesque visage resembled that of a malevolent specter, fixated on the crowd, particularly on Chu Tianjiao, who had unexpectedly severed one of her arms. This not only resulted in her physical loss, but also disrupted her meticulously laid plans. Would you believe this was the end? Natasha withdrew a bizarrely crafted mask from her bosom, distinctly more hideous and formidable than other Odin masks. As she prepared to don the mask, a voice, intimately familiar to her, echoed from behind, momentarily halting her actions, akin to facing the Grim Reaper. "Do you truly believe you still have a chance?" As the words reached Natasha's ears, a beautifully crafted dagger pierced her heart, brutally shattering it. Natasha cast a glance at the dagger that had impaled her heart, her eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness as she collapsed to the ground. Lu Mingfei gazed at the woman before him, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Before he could react, a figure rushed towards him and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Mama," Lu Mingfei choked out, his tears cascading like a waterfall. The assailant who had shattered Natasha's heart from behind was none other than Xiao Wei and I. Initially imprisoned in a secret chamber by Lu Linqing, Xiao Wei and I had been rescued by Chu Tianjiao. Recognizing her child instantly, she longed to reconnect with Lu Mingfei, yet this was not the moment for reminiscence. Turning to face Lu Linqing, who stood alongside Chu Tianjiao, her heart ached, and she impulsively struck him across the face. "How could you allow yourself to be controlled like this? And bring Mingfei here. Have you lost your senses? Speak." No matter how fervently Xiao Wei and I called out, Lu Linqing remained oblivious, standing there like a soulless automaton. Lu Mingfei turned his gaze towards Xiaomi, who understood his silent plea and approached Lu Linqing. She gently placed her delicate hand upon his forehead, emanating a faint glow. After a brief moment, she turned back, expressing her regret. "I'm sorry. My current abilities are no match for Odin's powers. It has directly invaded Uncle Lu's mind. Forcing a release would not only likely fail, but could also jeopardize Uncle Lu's safety in the wake of Odin's assault." As the group grappled with how to liberate Lu Linqing from Odin's thrall, unnoticed in a corner, Natasha summoned her remaining strength to bring the Odin mask closer to her face with trembling hands. A formidable surge of energy erupted, and before anyone could react, a powerful shockwave hurled them away. Thanks to their robust physiques, they suffered no injuries. Turning to the source of the energy, they beheld Natasha, now adorned with the Odin mask. Chapter 61. The tempest approaches while Yen Li and the others engaged in a confrontation with Odin at the Black Swan Harbor. In an antique shop in Suong, Constantine and Old Tang were immersed in a game with Finra across the online interface. Initially, Old Tang capitalized on years of gaming experience, gaining the upper hand, but as Finra and Constantine became increasingly adept, Old Tang's advantage swiftly dissipated. After all, the disparity between an unremarkable half-blood and a dragon king was apparent. Nevertheless, Old Tang remained unperturbed, for gaming was meant to be enjoyable. If he were to complain every time he encountered someone stronger, he would have never forged a friendship with Lu Mingfei. As Old Tang and Constantine battled in the virtual realm, Norton toiled in the real world. Utilizing the wealth he had amassed, Norton swiftly established a thriving business locally. After interacting with his sister Yemengade, he initially considered establishing connections with the authorities, much like Xiaomi. However, he realized that his sudden reappearance as a presumed dead Dragon King would not bode well amidst the ongoing collaboration between Castle Academy and the officials for the White Emperor City project. Consequently, Norton dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on consolidating his standing in contemporary society. Now, he wielded considerable influence as a human in Suong. Despite his newfound status, Norton had no desire to partake in human gatherings. Aside from occasional business dealings, he preferred to surf the web. Unlike when he first acquired the shop, where the only valuable item was Old Tang's antiquated laptop, he, Constantine, and Old Tang now possessed high-end desktop computers. Having achieved financial independence, he no longer needed to sell off old trinkets for income. The shop's operation was now a matter of personal interest. "Hey, I'm here," Old Tang remarked. Under Norton's formidable financial prowess, Old Tang, who had initially resented Norton for occupying his body, chose to embrace the situation. In the face of avarice, Old Tang humbly bowed before Norton, a broad smile on his face. "Honor? Do you expect a man who once turned to the dark web for bounty hunting in America to possess any semblance of dignity in the face of monetary gain?" Although Old Tang's tasks often appeared low risk, the nature of dark web missions was inherently perilous. Each venture into the dark web felt like a gamble with his life. Ultimately, the earnings were meager, and as an unemployed individual in America, he had to scrimp and save from his bounty hunting endeavors. Now in Suong, Norton had swiftly granted him financial freedom. The sum in Old Tang's account was beyond what he had ever dared to dream. In the presence of such a benefactor, discussing dignity was a futile endeavor. Though he presently acted as Norton's lackey, Old Tang enjoyed the role. Despite Norton's brusque demeanor, he was indeed capable of delivering on promises. As Old Tang poured tea for Norton, the once bright afternoon suddenly darkened, thick clouds rolling in, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Local residents, witnessing the abrupt change in weather, expressed mild annoyance, lamenting, "What kind of weather is this? I just hung out my laundry. Now I have to rush home to gather it." Norton furrowed his brow, peering out at the ominous sky, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Constantine, who had been gaming with Finra, also removed his headphones, noting a disconnection, possibly due to the deteriorating weather. Similar dark clouds loomed over the capital, where Finra found himself staring blankly at a disconnected game interface within Nibelungen, accessible only through an abandoned mystical subway station. As the clouds thickened, enveloping the entire sky, Norton's expression turned grave. Suddenly, he forcefully shoved Old Tang a considerable distance away, and before Old Tang could comprehend the situation, a bolt of lightning struck where they had just stood. Due to Old Tang's intervention, Norton could not evade the attack, forcing him to absorb the blow while activating his powers for protection. Fortunately, the strike was not severe, and under the shield of his abilities, Norton emerged relatively unscathed. However, he remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the dark clouds, where a shadowy figure began to materialize. Having just extricated himself from an intense gaming session, Finra felt an inexplicable wave of fear wash over him as a lightning bolt descended from the heavens, unveiling the entrance to Nibelungen. In the shadows, a figure reminiscent of what Norton had seen appeared before Finra, causing it to swallow hard. A visitor had simultaneously descended upon two vastly distant places, Suong and the capital. Yet this arrival bore ill intent. Amidst the lightning and thunder, a torrential rain was imminent. Chapter 62, The Supreme Being in the Illusion. Even without donning the mask specially bestowed by Odin, Natasha had already undergone the evolutionary gift from Odin, transforming her seemingly normal human body into that of a Deadpool. This transformation endowed her with such formidable vitality that even when her heart was shattered, she could still persist for a brief period. Giovanni was taken aback by the grotesque vitality Natasha exhibited post-transformation, allowing her a fleeting moment of respite. Once she adorned the special Odin mask, Natasha's aura surged. embodying the ferocity and madness akin to a dragon. Under the relentless onslaught of this immense power, her human rationality began to erode, yet she seemed oblivious to this decline, pridefully exclaiming, "Behold, this is the might of Lord Odin. The power surges and swells from within me. How exquisite it is." Xiaomi furrowed her brow, coldly observing Natasha's delusional ramblings, fully aware that this foolish individual, who revered Odin as a deity, had already been sentenced to death by him, merely a tool for Odin's transient descent. As a Dragon King herself, Xiaomi understood that no one could broker any so-called deal or alliance with Odin. No one could extract any benefit from him. For all perceived gifts were marked with a price unbeknownst to the giver. The so-called kinship meant nothing more than mere instruments to Odin. Among the four great Dragon Kings, Odin, the king of sky and wind, was the most ruthless and unyielding. As Natasha's power intensified, she sensed an anomaly. Her body became immobile, beyond her control. What was happening? In her mind, Odin suddenly manifested, and Natasha naively believed he had come to assist her. Yet, Odin callously crushed her consciousness. With Natasha's awareness fading, her body was now entirely under Odin's dominion, and as he completely seized control, her form began to morph under his might, adorned with ancient golden armor. Even though Odin had not truly descended in his own form, but merely borrowed another's body, the full power and pressure of a Dragon King were palpable, overwhelming those present. Xiaomi felt the elements in the air begin to oscillate uncontrollably. She realized the true master of this event had arrived. Not only Xiaomi, but everyone else in attendance sensed the peril. Chu Zihong acted first, unleashing his bloodlust thrice. His Muramasa, having been replaced by one of the 7 deadly sins, wrath, was now wielded with acute awareness that facing an adversary of Odin's caliber rendered Muramasa ineffective. Only the 7 deadly sins concocted by Norton could inflict meaningful harm. Chu Zihong, gripping wrath, instantaneously appeared behind Odin. The others, witnessing his movement, quickly fell into rhythm. Caesar, wielding greed, and Chu Zihong, advancing in tandem, aimed for Odin's heart, while Su Xiaoqiang, from a distance, invoked the authority of word spirit to constrain Odin's movements. Attempting to suppress him, Lu Mingfei descended from above, wielding pride to strike down upon Odin with the force of fourfold bloodlust. Chu Tianjiao activated Zero Time, transporting the unconscious Lu Linxing away, for his prior position was perilously close to Odin, and if left there, he would surely be caught in the fray. Giovanni employed the decree of word spirit, ensuring that all but Odin remained unaffected. As for an authentic S-class, the development and application of word spirit posed no challenge, limiting the decree's effect solely to Odin. The onslaught converging from all sides would likely overwhelm any twinborn, yet for Odin, the complete Dragon King, it was far from sufficient. The close-quarter combat initiated by Lu Mingfei and the others was thwarted by Odin's divine power, and so too were the incantations of Su Xiaoqiang and his companions. As Lu Mingfei and his allies were repelled, Odin seized this opportunity to fully manifest. Behind the mask, Odin's golden singular eye surveyed the assembly, until suddenly, his heart was pierced from behind. Xiaomi, wielding pride, had successfully breached Odin's heart. However, her expression shifted dramatically as she kicked greed, which lingered within Odin's body. Propelling herself backward while urgently calling out to prevent Lu Mingfei and his companions from advancing for a finishing blow. Stay back. Odin's form erupted with an intangible mental wave. Despite Xiaomi's early detection and swift retreat, she could not escape the influence of this power. Lu Mingfei and the others were similarly ensnared, rendered immobile by the overwhelming mental force, helplessly observing Odin without the ability to act. Rather than targeting the immobilized individuals, Odin directed his gaze toward the other side of the stone wall, where Yanli resided, gradually approaching the barrier. As Odin drew closer, anxiety gripped the hearts of the onlookers for Yanli and Hui Li on the other side. Unbeknownst to the assembled, time fell into a brief suspension, and before Lu Mingfei stood the familiar silhouette of the little devil, Lu Mingze. Yet this time, the little devil was neither confident nor graceful. Fatigue was evident on his face, and Lu Mingfei immediately discerned that he had sustained significant injuries. How did you get hurt? Who did this to you? Oh dear, brother. Are you concerned for me? How touching. The little devil maintained his nonchalant demeanor, but the vitality that once radiated from him was now absent. Lu Mingfei remained silent, genuinely worried for the little devil, despite the latter's habitual demands for a quarter of his life. The little devil continued, I had a scuffle with your monstrous senior brother, and I won. Impressive, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingfei's mind raced with confusion. He could not fathom why the little devil would engage in conflict with Yanli. Despite the little devil's dubious nature, an inexplicable feeling assured Lu Mingfei that he meant no harm. More pressing was the concern for Yin Li and the little devil's injuries. Seemingly attuned to Lu Mingfei's thoughts, the little devil uttered words that filled him with dread. Yin Li is on the brink of death. The only ones who can stop Odin are you and me. What do you say? Shall we strike a deal? And let's throw in saving Yin Li. There was no time to ponder what transpired between the two as Lu Mingfei responded, "A quarter of my life is acceptable. Take it." "No, no, no, brother. This time I want your entire remaining life." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingfei fell into silence. Unable to comprehend why the little devil had suddenly changed the terms of their agreement, demanding his entire life in one go. The little devil's words echoed in his mind like a death knell. "All of my life. If I agree to this transaction, I would die. To perish and never see my parents again, never see Chen Wenwen again. Would my parents have another child after I'm gone? Would Chen Wenwen fall for someone else? Would that person treat her better than I did? Would she suffer in the future?" In mere moments, a multitude of thoughts raced through Lu Mingfei's mind like a roller coaster. Even without the little demon's further urging, Lu Mingfei swiftly made his decision. "Take it. My life is yours now, Lu Mingze." Thus, the transaction was sealed. "Farewell, brother, we shall never meet again." The little demon's visage bore no joy, only sorrow. Reminiscent of the endless grief and solitude that Lu Mingfei felt upon their first encounter. Confounded by the little demon's demeanor, Lu Mingfei pondered why the demon appeared despondent despite having secured his life. Should it not evoke happiness? The little demon remained silent, and suddenly, a surge of formidable power coursed through Lu Mingfei, a force emanating from the supreme, undeniably noble and potent. Before he could fully comprehend this newfound strength, the little demon had already transformed into wisps of light, dissipating before Lu Mingfei's eyes. As the little demon turned into shimmering motes, the black swan port, forged with the little demon's essence, began to tremble and collapse. Most of the light dispersed into the cosmos, yet a portion entered Lu Mingfei's body. With this infusion, Lu Mingfei finally grasped the truth of the so-called transaction. It was never his life that was traded. In this final exchange, the little demon's life had vanished entirely. As memories of the little demon flooded into Lu Mingfei, he gained deeper insights into the demon's existence and the forgotten fragments of his own past. The first vision that emerged was of the confrontation with Yin Li that the little demon had mentioned. Not long ago, Yin Li was poised to break through a stone wall to assist Lu Mingfei and others when he was drawn into another realm by the little demon, who was nailed to a crucifix behind an ancient door. In this space, Yin Li encountered the little demon for the first time. Although he had sensed the little demon's presence during the rainy night when the shadow of the Black King revived, he had not fully comprehended the demon's existence then. Upon appearing, the little demon showed no intent to engage in conflict, but instead conversed with Yin Li, dissuading him from offering help. "This should be our first true meeting. Yin Li. Indeed, a meeting of true significance. You don't seem surprised by my arrival, nor curious as to why I brought you here, or about my identity. On the day the shadow of the Black King revived, I sensed your presence beside Lu Mingfei." Hearing this, the little demon chuckled resignedly. "A true anomaly. Even then you had not reached your current extraordinary state, and yet managed such feats? But that is as it should be. Only a true monster can shatter this cruel fate. Then why do you impede me? Worry not, those beings cannot harm them. The crux of the matter lies solely between you and me." Yin Li was perplexed, unable to discern the significance of their exchange. What the little demon uttered next was astonishing, leaving even Lu Mingfei, who glimpsed this moment through memories, in disbelief. "Kill me, Yin Li, and then claim the supreme power and authority. Only then can you acquire strength rivaling that of the Black King before Odin resurrects him." Who exactly was the little demon? Why would he urge Yin Li to slay him? The little demon claimed that Yin Li would gain unparalleled power by ending his life. Odin was to resurrect the Black King? An overwhelming tide of questions surged in Lu Mingfei's mind, nearly suffocating him, yet the little demon's memories continued unabated. What does Odin's resurrection of the Black King entail? How can you be certain he will do so? Before your arrival, he had come here once. For you? No. For you all, to eliminate you, and most crucially, to eradicate you. Yin Li, the greatest variable. The little demon continued, and while their time in this realm was limited, it was ample enough. When Odin returns, he will possess the powers of a noble king, the White King. Upon hearing this, Yin Li furrowed his brow, recognizing that the little demon had no motive to deceive him regarding such matters. Thus, the crucial powers missing from the White King's remains were taken by Odin. Although Odin trapped me here, due to rank and other reasons, he never managed to kill me. However, after acquiring the White King's powers, I weakened from confinement. can no longer contend with Odin. Through the White King's powers, Odin has accomplished tasks previously beyond his reach. The little demon paused, shifting the topic. From the moment you entered this realm, you understood, didn't you? The so-called Black Swan port is merely a grand Nibelungen forged from my essence. I comprehend that the materials here can only arise within the Nibelungen. Then the next part becomes simpler. To put it plainly, Odin has transformed the Nibelungen into a person, and I am the bomb tethered to that person. If you do not kill me, this place will be utterly annihilated by my detonation, and all will be consumed by the chaotic currents stemming from the Nibelungen's collapse. With that, the little demon looked at Yen Li with a hint of jest, saying, "So you see, only by killing me can you save everyone." Yen Li remained silent, prompting the little demon to smirk and wave dismissively. "All right, I know that with your strength, protecting everyone and ensuring their escape is not a daunting task. However, without my power to bolster you, should Odin prematurely resurrect the Black King, you would face considerable peril. In that case, why not slay Odin and render the Black King's resurrection moot? The resurrection of the Black King is inevitable. What we, including you, must do is not to prevent the Black King's return, but to slay him thoroughly after he resurrects." During the exchange between Yen Li and the little demon, Yen Li remained contemplative, finally breaking his silence. "Then what is your identity? How do you know Odin's intentions to resurrect the Black King?" Although I lost in a mental duel with Odin after he acquired the White King's powers, I gleaned fragments of his plans and thoughts. The little demon intentionally skirted the issue of identity. What does Odin require to revive the Black King? What are his subsequent plans? Odin is but 4 king's blood and flesh away from resurrecting the Black King. Startled, Yen Li immediately sought to exit this realm to confront Norton and Fenrir. Alas, the little demon did not grant him access to the exit. "I have stated, the crux lies between you and me. Norton, Constantine, and Yemoenga, along with her foolish brother, will not perish. However, if you do not obtain my power, the fully resurrected Black Emperor Nidhogg will be unstoppable, and the wings of the end will obliterate everything." Observing Yen Li's inaction, the little demon pressed on. "Even if you do not kill me, I will ensure Lu Mingfei completes the unfinished transaction and inherits my strength. Yet I hope you understand which scenario, dispersing power to Lu Mingfei or concentrating it upon yourself, would prove more advantageous." Yen Li struck a fist against the little demon's heart, and unbeknownst to the little demon, an indistinct sun emblem glimmered in the palm of his hand. The little devil had mistakenly believed that Yen Li had finally come to an understanding, as he slowly closed his eyes and opened his arms to face death with composure. Moments later, he realized that Yen Li had merely shattered the means that Odin had imposed upon him. "I do not require such tools to prevail in this millennia-long conflict." Just as he comprehended this and opened his eyes to search for Yen Li's figure, Yen Li had already forcefully torn apart the illusionary space constructed by the little devil and departed. Only a few words remained, leaving the little devil in a daze within the void. However, Yen Li's words did not waver the little devil's determination, since his optimal choice had vanished. He resolved to proceed with the transaction with Lu Mingfei. Before the resurrection of Nidhogg, an additional measure of strength would enhance his chances of success. At this juncture, Lu Mingfei understood the little devil's true intentions, and tears streamed down his face. He could not fathom why this unfamiliar little devil looked upon him with such favor and continually extended assistance. Moreover, he was bewildered as to why tears flowed when he witnessed the little devil disappear. Memories then cascaded before Lu Mingfei, recalling all that had transpired at the Black Swan port with Ling. When he saw the little devil pierced through the heart by Lu Linqing's Gungnir, a pang of sorrow struck his heart. This was followed by recollections of his birth and the journey leading to the present Nibelungen. Chapter 63, Do Not Wish to Lose You. The glimmer of light completely dissipated, and Lu Mingfei extricated himself from the little devil's memories, his vision returning to Odin on the battlefield. There was no time to wipe away his tears and his sorrow. Lu Mingfei ascended to the throne that the little devil had arranged for him. Under this authority and power, even Odin could only crawl and tremble. Sensing something, Odin turned his head, and what met him was Lu Mingfei's furious strike, unleashed with all his might. Amidst the flying tears, Odin's form was engulfed by this unstoppable force, crashing through the stone wall and hurtling outward. With a single blow, Odin's temporarily possessed body was on the brink of death. On the other side of the stone wall, having escaped the space the little devil had drawn him into, Yen Li regained his focus. Observing Odin's still receding figure through the 6 eyes, Yen Li unleashed a black flash with astonishing speed, completely reducing Odin's form to ash. Although he had been pulled into that mysterious realm by the little devil, the remarkable perception afforded by the 6 eyes and his own formidable body allowed Yin Li to comprehend the events that had just transpired with Lu Mingfei immediately upon his return. After resolving the avatar of Odin that had descended upon this place, Yin Li expended 30,000 marketplace points to purchase a potion to dispel mental control, which he tossed to Lu Mingfei before employing the Flying Thunder God to depart. By the time Yin Li utilized the shadow clone technique to arrive in Suzhou and the capital, it was already too late. The torrential rain had long since dissipated, leaving a scene of devastation. Norton and Constantine had encountered an ambush and sustained considerable injuries, though thankfully none were life-threatening. Old Tang, having been thrown out by Norton in advance, remained unscathed. Upon reaching the subway station, having never been there before, Yin Li took some time to trace the elemental remnants left by Odin's assault to locate Fenrir in Nibelungen. Yin Li hurried forward to check on the side-lying Fenrir, who had also suffered significant injuries from Odin's attack. However, thanks to his robust physique, Fenrir was not in any life-threatening danger. After administering treatment, Fenrir quickly recovered, offering Yin Li a packet of potato chips with his massive dragon claw as a gesture of gratitude. To guard against Odin's potential return, Yin Li left protective items with both Norton and Fenrir. After ensuring that both Norton and Fenrir were safe, he departed. Meanwhile, upon Yin Li's departure, Lu Mingfei utilized the potion left behind by Yin Li to awaken Lu Linqing, restoring his rationality. Upon regaining consciousness, Lu Linqing glanced at the multitude of people, and just as he noticed Lu Mingfei and Xiao Weini approaching for an embrace, he was swiftly rendered into a brief, peaceful slumber by Xiao Weini's slap. Although Xiao Weini was indeed furious about Lu Linqing's actions under control, she had not lost her reason to blame everything on him. If she were in his position, she acknowledged that she too would not have been able to resist Odin's mental control. After all, he was a complete dragon king. Thus, Xiao Weini did not strike Lu Linqing too harshly. With her restraint, Lu Linqing's powerful lineage enabled him to awaken swiftly from his slumber. The family of three finally reunited in a heartfelt embrace. Seeing Lu Linqing truly return to his mother and himself, Lu Mingfei could no longer contain his overwhelming emotions and wept uncontrollably. Xiao Weini, Lu Linqing, and all present felt the depth of Lu Mingfei's sorrow, as if a profound grief had flowed from his heart, echoing through the ages. Xiao Weini continuously stroked Lu Mingfei in an attempt to console him, while Lu Linqing gently patted Lu Mingfei's back. After Lu Mingfei had released his emotions, Xiao Weini, with slightly moist eyes, softly asked, "Child, tell your mother what has happened. Do not be afraid." Through sobs, Lu Mingfei pointed to his heart and said, "Mom, that guy has left me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Weini and Lu Linqing exchanged glances, both understanding who Lu Mingfei referred to. After all, prior to Odin's control over Black Swan Port, the Black Swan Port plan had been jointly pursued by Xiao Weini and Lu Linqing. They were well aware of the situation between the little devil Lu Mingze and their child Lu Mingfei. Lu Linqing felt a tumult of emotions. It was he who had captured Lu Mingze, and even before Lu Mingfei's birth, he had harbored deep concerns about allowing Lu Mingze to coexist with his child. Little did he expect that now it appeared Lu Mingze had provided substantial assistance to his child. Perhaps recalling the moments shared with Lu Mingze, Xiao Weini and Lu Linqing found themselves at a loss for words, for Lu Mingze, in a strict sense, was also their child. After stabilizing their emotions somewhat, Lu Mingfei expressed, "Mom, Dad, I wish to see that guy." Naturally, Xiao Weini and Lu Linqing would not refuse Lu Mingfei's request. Leading everyone toward the center of Black Swan Port, the origin of the Black Swan Port plan, and the Little Devil's abode. Odin had likely entrusted control over the death servants of Black Swan Port to Natasha. Due to the previous battle, Natasha had deployed all the death servants against them. And now, aside from their group, there were no other living souls left in the entirety of Black Swan Port. They advanced steadily without encountering any death servants along the way. The Little Devil's abode was situated not far from the portal where Yin Li had previously been. After a few steps, they arrived before the ancient door. Whether it was due to the master's departure or merely an illusion, the portal no longer radiated the same brilliance. Standing before the door, Lu Mingfei pushed it open with both hands. The crucifix was devoid of the Little Devil's form. Even though he had anticipated this, Lu Mingfei could not help but harbor a glimmer of hope, only to be met with sorrow upon its realization. Just as Lu Mingfei succumbed to his despondency, a voice suddenly echoed from another part of the room. "Ah, brother, are you feeling sad for me? How touching." The familiar voice of the Little Devil resonated from within, and Lu Mingfei stared in disbelief at the source of the sound, as footsteps approached, gradually growing closer. Remarkably, not only Lu Mingfei heard it, everyone else did as well. The voice and the approaching footsteps resonating with them all. The figure finally appeared before them. marking the first sighting of the little devil by anyone other than Lu Mingfei's family. The appearance of this curious little devil surprised everyone. On the surface, he seemed merely a well-behaved boy, adorned with a pair of faint golden eyes, which lacked the stern and searing quality characteristic of Chu Zihong's golden gaze. He was clad in a black evening suit, complemented by a pristine white bow tie, and his eyes radiated clarity, with every gesture exuding an air of elegance. Caesar scrutinized the little devil with intrigue. Truth be told, the little devil's beauty was exquisite, standing out even among mixed bloods. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Caesar felt a hint of flamboyance in his every move. Yes, flamboyance. Caesar was resolute in his thoughts. Lu Mingfei hastily approached and embraced the little devil, whispering softly, "What is it?" The little devil seemed to struggle to hear. "I am deeply saddened. I was worried about you and thought I had lost you forever." Lu Mingfei raised his voice, tightening his grip around the little devil. The unexpected wave of emotion from Lu Mingfei caught the little devil off guard, causing a blush to bloom on his cheeks, one that Lu Mingfei had never witnessed before. As footsteps echoed lightly, the crowd turned to see Yanli returning. After confirming the little devil's survival, Lu Mingfei curiously inquired how he had returned. Having absorbed part of the little devil's memories, he understood that the little devil had indeed contemplated ending his own life and had made a pact. The little devil did not provide a direct answer, but instead cast his gaze towards Yin Li, leading Lu Mingfei to realize that it was Yin Li who had rescued the little devil. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." It turned out that earlier, within the illusion crafted by the little devil, Yin Li had delivered a powerful punch to the little devil's heart, not only eliminating Odin's lingering influence, but also utilizing the yet-to-be fully unlocked embryonic power of the sun to protect the little devil's heart. Unsurprisingly, after the little devil had fulfilled his pact to end his life, the power of the sun had pulled him back from the brink of death. Of course, the little devil was revived in a mortal form. The power of the sun had not yet reached the level of restoring his formidable abilities. Currently, his physique was even inferior to that of the most basic mixed bloods. However, the little devil harbored no grievances. Merely being alive was a fortuitous surprise, and he did not dare to wish for more. In response to Lu Mingfei's gratitude, Yin Li merely waved his hand, indicating it was a trivial matter. Yet, unable to resist Lu Mingfei's expressions of thanks, Lu Mingfei insisted on offering Yin Li all the treasures he had hidden under his bed. To this, Yin Li politely declined. Yin Li then turned to the little devil, his expression grave. The little devil inquired, "Has Odin taken action?" "Yes. He has acquired the flesh and blood of 2 great monarchs. Currently, aside from himself, he is only lacking the blood and flesh of the ocean and water kings." "What?" The first to exclaim was Xiaomi, not out of knowledge of Odin's plan, but in reaction to Yin Li's words. Since she was safe here, whose flesh and blood could Odin have obtained from the earth and mountain monarchs? It could only belong to her foolish brother, Fenrir. Yin Li gestured for Xiaomi to remain calm, and upon seeing this, she composed herself. Given Yin Li's demeanor, it seemed Fenrir was not in grave danger, and Xiaomi's anxious heart gradually eased. Once Xiaomi had regained her composure, the others began to inquire about what had transpired. The exchange between Yin Li and the little devil had revealed a wealth of information. Odin had collected the flesh and blood of 2 great monarchs. What could he possibly want with such power? Under what circumstances would one need the flesh and blood of not just 2, but 4 great monarchs? In an instant, the group was engulfed in confusion and fear. Yin Li understood the bewilderment that enveloped them. After all, had he not engaged in a private discussion with the little devil, he too would have struggled to grasp Odin's scheme. The influx of information was overwhelming and chaotic for them. Yin Li refrained from immediately explaining, instead suggesting, "Let us return to the academy first. Everyone has just endured a fierce battle, and this is not an appropriate place for discussion." Though curiosity lingered in their hearts, the group complied, recognizing that this was indeed not the right time or place for conversation. As they exited the Black Swan Harbor, the Nibelungen that resided there dissipated with Lu Mingfei's departure, losing its powerful essence. Amidst the chaotic currents of space, the once dark domain tainted by Odin erupted in its final flicker of flame, and in that faint glow, Black Swan Harbor was consigned to history, along with those mixed bloods transformed into death servants. After a considerable journey retracing their steps, the group arrived once more at the aircraft that had brought them here. Fortunately, Caesar's private fighter jet was spacious enough. Even with the addition of 4 more people, this marvel of modern engineering could easily accommodate them. On board the aircraft, Lu Mingfei engaged in animated conversation with his long-lost family members, Lu Linqing and Xiao Wei and I. The little devil joined in, and for Qiao Wei and I. Missing the growth of their child was a matter of great regret and irresponsibility. Thankfully, their Mingfei had not endured a sorrowful childhood. Upon hearing Lu Mingfei introduce his girlfriend, both Qiao Wei and I expressed their fondness and curiosity for the beautiful and gentle Chun Wenwen. As Lu Mingfei's relationship with Chun Wenwen deepened and stabilized, he could now proudly present her as his future wife. During the return flight, the atmosphere was filled with warmth among Lu Mingfei's family, and the others refrained from interrupting. Recognizing the rarity of this moment after nearly a decade apart, Chu Zihong conversed extensively with Chu Tianjiao, who smiled as she shared her findings regarding Odin and the circumstances that led her to Black Swan Harbor. Though most of their dialogue revolved around mission-related topics, Chu Zihong found it captivating, listening intently. Yet, occasionally, Chu Tianjiao's gaze would linger on Caesar. As time passed, the group gathered in the secret conference room of Castle Academy. Due to the sensitive nature of the events, only a handful of individuals occupied the spacious room, which could easily accommodate dozens. This included Yen Li and the others who had embarked on the rescue mission to Black Swan Harbor, as well as the successfully rescued couple, Qiao Wei and I, and the unexpectedly appeared Chu Tianjiao, alongside the resurrected Little Devil, Lu Mingze, and the principal and vice principal of Castle Academy, Anjin Flammel. Along with the head of the execution department, Schneider, Yen Li surveyed the assembled individuals and nodded at the Little Devil, prompting all eyes to focus on him as he rose to present the current situation and Odin's nefarious plot. Have any of you heard the rumor that the Black King Nidhogg will awaken in 2012 and bring about the apocalypse? Flammel was the first to respond, of course. Many professors specializing in dragon lore and those who study dragon history have proposed this theory to varying degrees. Excellent. My first point is that this is not merely a rumor but an imminent reality. The initial revelation made by the Little Devil astonished everyone present, with the exception of Yen Li. After all, the notion that the Dark King, Nidhogg, would awaken in 2012 had always been mere speculation, lacking any concrete validation. However, the words of the Little Devil unequivocally proclaimed the impending return of the Dark King. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi's expression became complicated. No one could comprehend the might of Nidhogg better than a Dragon King, even with the formidable power of Yen Li already witnessed. Xiaomi couldn't help but ponder if Yen Li could truly accomplish such a feat. The others were equally taken aback by this news, prompting Flammel to inquire, "What leads you to such a conclusion?" The Little Devil did not directly respond to Flammel's question, but instead embarked on a narrative of ancient history regarding the true tale of Nidhogg and the World Tree. In an era long past, the World Tree stood majestically at the heart of existence, nurturing all life and enriching nature. During that time, myriad sentient beings emerged like mushrooms after rain, birthing peculiar races, followed by a tyrannical sovereign, the first dragon, Nidhogg. Many beings expressed their gratitude towards the sacred, verdant world tree that bestowed life upon them, venerating it as a totem and deity. Yet the pitch-black dragon was an outlier. Under its influence, the rebels, led by Nidhogg, raised their banners against the towering world tree, igniting an inferno of conflict across the realm. Despite the world tree's desperate resistance, it could scarcely anticipate the overwhelming power of Nidhogg, a force so formidable that it could extinguish the very essence of the world tree itself. Under Nidhogg's relentless assault, the world tree's strength was usurped, and the divine entity revered by countless beings collapsed in catastrophic ruin. Thus, history turned a page, heralding a new chapter, the age of the dragon race. As the audience absorbed this account, they exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. The Little Devil continued, recounting subsequent events. Nidhogg naturally ascended as the sole monarch of the dragon race, spawning his lineage and giving rise to 4 great sovereigns, the kings of the ocean and water, the earth and mountains, the bronze and fire, and the sky and wind. Above these 4 monarchs, the White Emperor emerged quietly, though defeated in the war against Nidhogg. The world tree did not perish, for the world relied upon its roots. Nidhogg, still desiring to enjoy the dominion it had usurped, allowed the world tree to persist in a state of limbo. The world tree awaited an opportunity, and when Nidhogg divided its power among the 4 monarchs and the White King, it perceived a chance. Although the world tree had lost part of its authority, Nidhogg was rendered weaker by the presence of the 4 monarchs and the White King. With the world tree's encouragement, the White King initiated a war, only to be ruthlessly suppressed and slain by Nidhogg. Yet, the world tree did not relent. The White King's desperate assault had significantly drained the Dark King's vitality. Subsequently, the world tree identified another opportunity as the 4 monarchs, led by the King of the Sky and Wind, rebelled. In this insurrection, Nidhogg was no longer invincible. It was defeated and fell. The World Tree reclaimed its lost powers, but unforeseen events ensued, preventing its return to supremacy. In the prophecies of power, the World Tree foresaw the future, understanding that Nidhogg had not been fully vanquished. After enduring the passage of time, it would return, bringing devastation upon the world with wings of annihilation. In preparation for Nidhogg's resurgence, the World Tree made a bold decision. It severed one of its most precious branches, infusing it with a significant portion of its power to create a unique entity. This was done with the intention of countering Nidhogg's strength. If this branch could eliminate the four monarchs and consume their powers before the Dark King's revival, combined with the World Tree's own might, Nidhogg would no longer be invincible. As centuries passed, through cycles of rebirth, the branch manifested in a distinctive form, the guise of humanity. Upon reaching this juncture, the previously bewildered audience began to grasp the gravity of the revelation, casting curious glances at the little devil recounting this history. Flamel, in particular, was the most agitated, unable to restrain himself as he stood up in excitement. The fervor coursing through his trembling body, coupled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge gleaming in his eyes, resonated with everyone present. Meeting their gazes, the little devil finally uttered the words. After this branch took on human form, it became the present me. With this declaration, astonishment washed over the crowd, including Yin Li, who fell silent as they processed this astonishing revelation. Flamel realized why the little devil could assert the fact of Nidhogg's return. He was the embodiment of the World Tree, the eternal adversary of Nidhogg. Flamel harbored no doubts about the little devil's claimed identity, as Lu Mingfei, who had acquired the little devil's powers, had provided the most compelling proof. With the vibrant force of life's law coalescing in his hands, ultimately forming a diminutive World Tree. Even though Yin Li had not pursued the study of Long Si in her past life, speculations regarding Lu Ming's identity had circulated widely since the inception of Long Yi. Many conjectured connections between Lu Mingze and the World Tree, though the multitude of online theories left Yin Li uncertain. Now, upon hearing the little devil's own admission, she found herself utterly astounded. If even Yin Li could be taken aback, one could only imagine the reactions of others who knew little of the little devil. The group was momentarily rendered speechless by this shocking proclamation. As the greatest alchemist among the hybrid beings of this century, Flamel possessed profound knowledge of dragon history and longed for the World Tree, which existed solely in myth. Now, having witnessed part of the World Tree emblazoned on the crest of Castle Academy, his excitement was akin to discovering a rare treasure. The World Tree and the dragon race were inherently adversarial, and their connection to the hybrid beings was not insignificant. Otherwise, Castle Academy would not have chosen the World Tree as its emblem. While Flamel was rendered nearly speechless by his exhilaration, Angeli, although equally stirred, maintained a clearer mind. Previously, he had been acquainted with the Black Swan Harbor plan and had even contributed to its advancement, only to be blindsided by Odin, leading to the plan's utter failure and inadvertently facilitating Odin's agenda. Angeli nodded thoughtfully, concealing the tumult of thoughts swirling within him. The little devil allowed a moment for the audience to absorb this astonishing revelation before continuing. During your battle against the White King in Japan, Odin likely seized the opportunity to absorb the White King's authority amidst the chaos. Initially, Odin, as one of the four monarchs, posed no threat to me. Thus, he could only confine me within Black Swan Harbor through Gungnir. However, having acquired the White King's power, I have become too weak to contend with Odin. In our mental clash, I glimpsed Odin's machinations. In the near future, perhaps next month, tomorrow, or even now, Odin has begun the process of resurrecting the Dark King, Nidhogg. This declaration struck the audience like a thunderbolt, confirming that Odin was actively preparing for the revival of the Dark King, while they remained oblivious to Odin's whereabouts. Angrur promptly inquired, "What does Odin require for the early revival of the Black King? Surely, it cannot come without a price." "The flesh and blood of the four great sovereigns, as well as a suitable offering." After the little demon articulated this, he cast a glance at Yin Li before continuing. "The power of the White King can substitute for the flesh and blood of one sovereign, and it has already acquired the flesh and blood of the King of Earth and the King of Mountains, leaving only the King of Oceans and Waters." Upon hearing this, Anger and Flamel exchanged a quick glance, both sensing the tension reflected in each other's eyes. They hastily summoned Norma to verify the safety of the Dragonbone Cross of the King of Oceans and Waters in the Ice Vault via surveillance. Due to the Ice Vault's unique characteristics and high-level confidentiality, even with Anger's authorization, Norma required a brief moment to access the surveillance. During this fleeting wait, a palpable tension enveloped the entire conference room. As time passed, Norma swiftly retrieved the surveillance footage, revealing the dragonbone cross of the King of Oceans and Waters intact. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group when Anger instructed Norma to pull up the footage. Years of tacit understanding allowed Flammel to dart toward the ice vault without needing any words from Anger. In the ensuing time, Flammel would focus on reinforcing the defenses of the ice vault. Chapter 65. The submerged Gattuso. After confirming the safety of the dragonbone cross in the ice vault, Anger turned his attention back to the little demon, inquiring about the so-called offering for the Black King. This offering is, in truth, a hybrid capable of withstanding the Black King's blood without succumbing to death. The blood of the Black King is an absolute poison to any hybrid. Such supreme power is beyond the reach of mere mixed blood. Yet, there are always hybrids that are more extraordinary than the average ones. The process of selecting an offering is rather straightforward, as you all have likely witnessed. Upon hearing this, the group began to ponder, quickly realizing that the selection process referred to is none other than the incident involving the shadow of the Black King, which had left Chu Zihong's and Lu Mingfei's hometown in ruins. Chu Zihong remarked, "Thus, if Odin seeks to obtain the offering for the Black King, he will need to initiate another selection process on a scale comparable to that of the shadow of the Black King. Consequently, tracking Odin's whereabouts would not be overly challenging." In response to Chu Zihong's words, the little demon did not refute. As he stated, the selection of the offering necessitates a large-scale release of the Black King's blood. If approached one by one, the pace would be far too slow, making the revival of the Black King an impossibility. The selection process alone could take decades, if not longer. Yen Li pondered momentarily. "Principal, are we capable of real-time monitoring of elemental disturbances across the globe? If it is an elemental disturbance as powerful as that of the shadow of the Black King, it is entirely feasible." Just as Yen Li was about to suggest that Anger pursue Odin's trail in this manner, Chu Tianjiao, who had remained silent until now, interrupted the conversation. Chu Tianjiao bluntly stated, "There is no need for such complexity. I have already discerned Odin's identity." His startling revelation drew the attention of the others, who awaited further elaboration. He turned to Caesar. "Caesar Gattuso, your father, Pompey Gattuso, is Odin." Caesar's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across his face. Upon confirming that Odin was indeed Pompey Gattuso, the group, under Anger's leadership, hastened to the Gattuso family estate. Initially, Anger intended for Caesar to remain at the academy, but Caesar insisted on accompanying them. Time was of the essence. Anger chose not to argue further, unwilling to miss the opportunity to hunt down Odin due to hesitation. Hours earlier, under Yen Li's overwhelming power, the entire Gattuso family had undergone a cleansing. When they arrived at the Gattuso family stronghold, most members had already been transformed into grotesque abominations. Unfortunately, Odin had long since vanished, leaving them one step too late. The sudden assault by Castle Academy on the Gattuso family sent shockwaves through the hybrid world, reducing one of the most formidable forces to ruins overnight. The Gattuso family was all but extinct, although some members had managed to escape Odin's clutches, such as the individual sitting face to face with Caesar in the interrogation room. During the operation against the Gattuso family, Yen Li, at the forefront, encountered Frost Gattuso, Caesar's uncle, who was valiantly leading a small group of Gattuso members against the abominations spawned by Odin. Yen Li intervened to assist Frost in dispatching their attackers, after which Frost was brought back to the academy. Caesar sat in a daze, staring blankly at his uncle Frost. The interrogation regarding Frost had already been conducted by others, and Frost was unaware of Pompey's true identity or had committed any egregious acts. It was expected that he would be released soon. Although Caesar had intended to speak with Frost, looking at his uncle, who appeared to have aged decades, he found himself at a loss for words. Unlike Caesar's rebellious stance, Frost had always regarded the Gattuso family as a source of pride and honor. Now, upon reflection, he realized that this so-called honor was merely a plaything for the Dragon King, a revelation akin to a dagger plunged into the heart of one willing to die for his family. He stared vacantly at the aged documents on the table, which contained information about Odin and the Gattuso family's secrets that Chu Tianjiao had presented moments before. After a brief pause, Frost lifted the stack of papers, merely a few grams in weight, placing it upon his head, gazing vacantly at the poison that had obliterated the Gattuso family under the illumination of the lamp. Observing his uncle, Caesar's expression was complex. He could not articulate his feelings at that moment. He had never cherished the Gattuso family, and the family he despised had become history in a single night, with his involvement adding to the paradox. While this should have been a source of joy, witnessing Frost's state left Caesar uncertain of what to say. Just as he was about to depart, a faint, trembling voice emerged from behind. Caesar, after all these years. I am sorry, you were right. Upon hearing Frost's words, Caesar did not turn around but replied with his usual relaxed and jesting tone. Of course, Uncle Frost. I have always been a tad smarter than you. Hearing Caesar's teasing words, Frost managed a rare smile, yet after the smile faded, he returned to the demeanor of a weary, fading elder. Caesar produced an item from his pocket and handed it to Frost, saying, I hope you can be present when the time comes. He then left the interrogation room without a backward glance. Frost gazed at the envelope handed to him by Caesar. Upon opening it, he discovered an invitation. I sincerely invite you, my Uncle Frost Gattuso, to attend the wedding of myself and Miss Chinmato. The content of the invitation was brief, consisting of only a few lines. After reading the invitation from Caesar, the seemingly exhausted elder smiled genuinely from the depths of his heart. Chapter 66. The Resurrection of the Emperor, Part 1. Within the execution department of Castle Academy. A logistics officer was pouring yet another cup of coffee for Minister Schneider, who was intently fixated on the screen. The officer's action of refilling Schneider's coffee went unnoticed, as the minister remained absorbed in the screen, vigilant for any anomalies. Schneider has been enduring this for 2 days and nights. Following that meeting, the plans and identity of Odin were unveiled, prompting Schneider to closely monitor elemental disturbances across various regions. Utilizing the artificial intelligence Noma from the headquarters of Castle Academy and Kagaya from its Japanese branch, he began a global search for the whereabouts of Pompey Gattuso, also known as Odin. Regrettably, he has yet to achieve any substantial results. During this time, an executive officer, who had a good personal rapport with Minister Schneider, advised him to take a break and not to exhaust himself. But it was clear that Schneider dismissed this concern, simply responding, "This is the only thing I can do." Meanwhile, in the training grounds of Castle Academy, Arei, Ling, Lu Mingfei, Chu Zihong, Caesar, and others were undergoing rigorous training under the guidance of the Little Devil. As an incarnation of the world tree on par with Nidhogg, the Little Devil possessed an unparalleled understanding of bloodlines and dragonkind that surpassed that of mere mortals. Even the Dragon King, Xiaomi, dared not claim greater knowledge of dragons than the Little Devil, who existed long before the birth of the dragon race. With the Little Devil's training, the group aimed to rapidly enhance their abilities. Despite Lu Mingfei having inherited much of the World Tree's power, the vast knowledge in the Little Devil's mind proved invaluable. Under the Little Devil's tutelage, and with the aid of Lu Mingfei's inherited World Tree abilities, the group advanced their bloodlines to a more powerful realm in absolute safety. Although constrained by resources and the limitations of their mixed blood heritage, most were still inferior to the humanoid Dragon King, Xiaomi. However, under the Little Devil's guidance, Lu Mingfei had become increasingly adept with the World Tree's power, now surpassing Xiaomi and reaching a level just beneath that of a complete Dragon King. Given a little more time, they would soon possess the battle prowess of a complete Dragon King. Indeed, too, thanks to her formidable talent and compatibility. Arei's fusion with the bloodline of the White King progressed swiftly and smoothly. She might even achieve power comparable to the White King before Lu Mingfei. Yet, none among them dared to relax. Currently, not one of them stood a chance against the White King of Japan, let alone the supreme Black King Nidhogg. Time was of the essence, and each of them had set aside their daily lives, dedicating themselves to the grueling training provided by the Little Devil to prepare for the impending return of the Black King Nidhogg. The Little Devil observed the arduous training while leisurely eating fruit, his exquisite face betraying no emotion. While all had voluntarily sought his training, the Little Devil had tailored specific training plans primarily for Arei and Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei, having inherited most of the World Tree's power, required only time and guidance to become a formidable force in the battle against the Black King. Arei, with her unexpectedly pure and potent bloodline, was making rapid progress. The Little Devil was confident that within a week, she would reach a level on par with the White King, while Lu Mingfei might need a month or two. As for the others, the Little Devil instructed Lu Mingfei to use the World Tree's power to refine their bloodlines, enhancing their strength while also allowing Lu Mingfei to master the World Tree's abilities. However, the Little Devil believed the others would not be able to contribute significantly in the battle against Nidhogg. This was not due to a lack of faith in their capabilities, but rather the understanding that without the resource of Dragon Bone Cross, mixed blood individuals could not rival a Dragon King, let alone the supreme Nidhogg. Even Xiaomi, the king of Earth and Mountains, was unable to participate in the final battle due to the absence of excess Dragon Bone Cross for her to consume and evolve into a complete Hela. The only ones who could aid Yanli in the final confrontation were likely Arei and Lu Mingfei, while Yanli wandered in the world's most perilous locales, such as volcanoes and the deep sea, attempting to hone his strength in the most hostile environments. Both Ariai and Lu Mingfei were acutely aware of their responsibilities, training relentlessly to assist Yanli in the ultimate battle, no matter how small their contribution might be. In an Italian city steeped in unique history, Odin stood high above, his golden single eye cold and indifferent as he surveyed the bustling city below. He lightly trembled his Gungnir in the void, and a tremendous force instantly enveloped the entire city, followed by an all-consuming silence. The once vibrant city shattered like an illusion, leaving behind only a desolate landscape that retained the memory of its former life. The entirety of the city's populace was thus erased by Odin. After completing this act, he expressionlessly raised Gungnir, ancient words spilling from his lips as he began the ritual for resurrecting the Black King. As Odin recited the ancient incantation, a magnificent black golden palace slowly materialized behind him. He turned and entered the palace, where a grand throne awaited him at its center, upon which rested the Black King's egg and a naked male hybrid. If Yanli were present, he would recognize this male hybrid as the sacrifice for the Black King, taken by Odin on a night of shadows. Odin traced a massive magical circle nearby and placed both the Black King's egg and the sacrifice in the center, surrounding them with the flesh and blood of the kings of bronze and fire, earth and mountains, and ocean and water. Finally, he approached the last vacant corner of the magical circle and pierced his heart with a dragon's claw. As his heart was extracted, Odin's life was declared at an end. Just before his death, the magical circle activated, and the previously inert egg suddenly absorbed all the blood from the sacrifice with overwhelming force. The sacrifice's body visibly shriveled like a desiccated corpse, while the Black King's egg grew ever larger, pulsating in a grotesque manner. Observing the thrumming egg, Odin's golden eye remained tranquil, and Gungnir vanished from sight. The pain of his heart and the end of his life did not elicit a single word from him. At that moment, Yanli was strolling through a coastal town, his perfect appearance and increasingly ethereal aura drawing the gaze of many. Yet, he paid little mind to their attention, silently opening the system panel to review his status. Name, Yanli templates owned. Wutiao Wugo, golden, fusion degree 100. Ludao Naruto, colorful, fusion degree 95 abilities, Maul points owned. 0. While Chu Zihong and the others were busy training with the little devil, Yanli was also hard at work. During this period, he left his mark in remote and desolate locations around the world. The rewards of such arduous training were bountiful. In the face of dire circumstances and through the use of Maul points to enhance fusion degrees, Yanli's fusion degree with the Ludao Naruto template surged from 85 to 95. Initially, Yanli did not wish to expedite the enhancement of his template fusion degree so rapidly, but fighting Nidhogg with an 85 fusion degree might render him at a disadvantage. Aside from the obvious improvement in his template fusion degree, Yanli also reaped numerous other benefits. Under the intense training, Yanli has deepened his mastery of the Shinran mode. Furthermore, he has left shadow clones in various locations of the Jedi to absorb abundant natural energy in preparation for the impending ultimate battle against the Black King Nidhogg. Having just concluded his arduous training, he relishes the rare experience of the vibrant world, so distinct from the desolation of the Jedi. Unfortunately, this precious moment is fleeting, as Yanli receives a notification from Minister Schneider. In the blink of an eye, the Yanli who is surrounded by bold young women requesting photographs vanishes, startling the onlookers who begin to suspect they have encountered something extraordinary. Yanli reappears in the operations room of the execution department, where Minister Schneider awaits. Upon Yanli's arrival, Schneider points at the prominently highlighted red area on the large screen, his voice hoarse as he states, the Dragon King level Nibelungen and Elemental Turbulence. The Elemental Turbulence is not only immensely powerful and chaotic, but also conspicuous. It was detected by Norma the moment it appeared without any intention of hiding. How long has it been since this detection? 10 minutes. Currently, in the execution department, apart from some aides assisting Schneider with the observation tasks, only Yen Li and Schneider remain. Others have received notifications, but none can match Yen Li's speed in arriving via the Flying Thunder God technique. Yen Li gazes at the map on the screen, his blue pupils glowing with intensity, for it indicates the capital of Italy, Rome. Confirming Odin's location, Yen Li swiftly vanishes from the execution department, appearing in the city of Rome. During his previous global journey with Huili Yi, Yen Li had left a Flying Thunder God mark in Rome. Upon returning to the city, he discovers it has undergone a complete transformation. Through the eyes of the six eyes, the city's visage is laid bare in his mind, with most of the once ubiquitous ancient Roman architecture now engulfed in flames. Exuding thick smoke, silence envelopes the area, as if the city were utterly deserted. Yen Li senses the surrounding environment, realizing that the city is drastically different from the first time he encountered it. The pervasive smoke and shattered structures are evident, and most critically, apart from the crackling of flames consuming the debris, there is not a whisper of human presence. With the full activation of the six eyes, Yen Li comprehends the grim truth. The city of Rome is devoid of life. He tilts his head skyward, already aware of the answer in his heart. Meanwhile, in the execution department of Castle Academy, a group led by Hui Li has gathered in the operations room. Upon entering, they are met with the sight displayed on the screen, which shows the scene captured by Norma through the scant functional surveillance in Rome and real-time satellite footage during Yen Li's brief absence. Following Yen Li's gaze, Hui Li and her companions soon spot the small dot towering in the sky. As they approach the image of the dot, its true form gradually becomes apparent. The once formidable demon, now resembling an ordinary human, gazes at the blurry footage and tentatively remarks, "Is that a fortress?" "No, it is a palace." Yen Li's voice resonates clearly through the headset in the operations room. Unlike the others who cannot discern the colossal structure from afar, the six eyes allow Yen Li to behold the entire palace. Majestic ancient columns stand tall around the palace, and above it, a statue of Odin looms. This is the palace of Odin, king of the sky and the winds. Meanwhile, at the academy, under the small demon's directive, everyone is forcibly retained within the academy. "With your current strength, your presence would only hinder him," the small demon asserts. Though reluctant, the others understand the wisdom in this statement, realizing that despite their discontent, they must remain at the academy. However, one individual defies this notion. Hui Li rises and strides resolutely toward the exit, determined to find Yen Li and fight alongside him. The small demon, fixated on the screen, speaks without turning. "If you intend to jeopardize him in the upcoming battle, then go ahead. No one will stop you, nor can anyone." The small demon's words, though harsh, resonate with reason, prompting unbidden tears to fall from Hui Li's eyes. She cannot fathom why he must bear such burdens alone. She despises this wretched fate and loathes her own helplessness. Time is too short, and Odin's actions are alarmingly sudden. Even if the small demon anticipated this, concern for the worst-case scenario lingers. The anticipated allies, Lu Mingfei and Hui Li, have not fully matured, and even Hui Li, in her current state, is hardly of use in this battle. The situation has become starkly clear. If Yen Li triumphs, all will rejoice. If he falters, the world faces annihilation, leaving the small demon to offer silent prayers. "Fight on, Yen Li. You are the one who has even rejected the world tree, having changed so many tragedies thus far. If the future is to be altered, it can only be you." Chapter 67, The Resurrection of the Emperor, Part 2, at Castle Academy. Anger and the others have assembled in the execution department, their collective gaze fixated on Yen Li and the palace towering above the clouds on the screen. Under the influence of the Limitless technique, Yen Li propels himself skyward at an astonishing speed, his target being the palace. In the blink of an eye, he ascends to the same altitude as the palace, eluding detection even by Anger and the others, who wield high-precision instruments. Yen Li glides above the palace, and as his feet touch the ground, he senses a peculiar wave emanating from the palace. Without hesitation, he approaches the grand entrance, where the immense golden doors shatter effortlessly under his might. Upon opening the palace doors, Yen Li strides directly inside. The moment he enters, Lu Mingfei and the others, viewing through the miniature camera on Yen Li, are met with a sight that leaves them aghast: a massive, wildly pulsating black egg. There is no doubt that this is the precursor to the resurrection of the Black King Nidhogg. The small demon is exceedingly anxious, cold sweat beading on his brow without his awareness. Among the assembled, the one who understands Nidhogg best and fears his resurrection the most is undoubtedly the small demon. As the incarnation of the world tree, no creature comprehends the terrors of Nidhogg better than he. It is a being he utterly dreads confronting. While the others may not grasp Nidhogg's power as profoundly, they certainly comprehend the gravity of the situation. And an undercurrent of tension has quietly infiltrated the hearts of all present. Unbeknownst to anyone, a peculiar gleam flashes in the golden eyes of Chu Tianjiao at the back of the group. Sensing the ominous presence of the Black King's egg, Yen Li refrains from acting rashly. Unlike the viewers behind the camera, standing before the egg allows Yen Li to acutely perceive the overwhelming power and pressure emanating from it. All eyes are riveted upon the egg as Yen Li prepares to unleash his attack. The emergence of the 90 Fusion 6 Paths Naruto template heralded an unprecedented surge in energy output. The entirely golden virtual weapon, known as Su Shi, manifested before Yen Li with formidable might. Strangely, despite her initial intention to chant spells to further enhance Su Shizi's power, Yanli felt an instinctive awareness, refraining from expending mental energy on incantations. Suddenly, the golden Su Shizi erupted forth with a ferocity surpassing even that of a volcanic eruption. It soared directly towards the Black King's egg, and although it did not physically touch the palace, the sheer force of its residual energy left indelible marks of destruction upon it. Upon colliding with the Black King's egg, a violent explosion ensued, momentarily obscuring the scene with its aftermath, leaving Anger and the others unable to discern the situation. Yet, Yanli, with her 6 eyes, remained focused on the direction of the Black King's egg. As the dust from the explosive encounter began to settle, the onlookers regained clarity, only to find that the Black King's egg had ceased its tumultuous movements, appearing lifeless. They exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Had Nidhogg truly perished? Was he to be condemned to the underworld once more before his return? Even Lu Mingfei and his companions struggled to accept this notion, particularly Xiao Mo Gui and Yin Li, who understood all too well that Nidhogg would not succumb so easily. Indeed, the stillness of the Black King's egg was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar emanating from within, a battle cry from the primordial wilderness. It was the Emperor's command. Enormous black arms burst forth, tearing apart the Black King's egg, revealing a blinding darkness. An embodiment of ultimate despair, the end of the world. A tempest of elemental fury erupted, and even Yin Li, shielded by her limitless techniques, was swept away by this overwhelming storm of elements. From the instant the elemental tempest materialized, Anger and the others could perceive nothing further regarding the unfolding events. Under the might of the Black King Nidhogg, the chaotic elemental storm rapidly spread across Rome, causing global electronic systems to malfunction. The ramifications were colossal. Aircraft worldwide experienced disruptions, with instruments failing and directions lost being merely minor inconveniences. The closer an aircraft was to Rome, the more severe the effects. In one such aircraft near Rome, the pilot in the cockpit frantically maneuvered the controls to no avail, as the plane spiraled uncontrollably towards the ground. A global blackout ensued, plunging most of the world into darkness, save for a few specialized institutions whose facilities allowed them to maintain power. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to regress to ancient times, revealing the fragility of human technology in the presence of this emperor. Meanwhile, within the city of Rome, Nidhogg emerged from the palace, each step resonating with an overwhelming gravity. As he encountered Yin Li, who had just been cast into the air, she finally beheld the true visage of this dragon emperor, towering even above the White King, devoid of wings, and betraying no emotion or expression. His mere presence conveyed an authority that transcended mere bloodline. It was the aura of a conqueror, forged through relentless battles and slaughter. Anyone ensnared within the gaze of his golden pupils felt the latent brutality and power he embodied. His black form, exuding an essence of annihilation and absolute strength, was defined by sharply contoured muscles, showcasing the might of this dragon ruler. Yin Li gazed at Nidhogg with a grave demeanor, recalling that the Black King should have been at his weakest while encased in the cocoon. Yet, even in that state, Su Shizi had failed to inflict any impact upon him. This marked her first unsuccessful attempt to wield Su Shizi. Undoubtedly, she surmised that even 100 nuclear warheads would prove futile against this dragon emperor. Nidhogg first glanced at Yin Li, and then turned his gaze skyward, as if sensing something. His immense golden pupils contracted slightly. This was not yet the time for his awakening. Who had summoned him prematurely? He lowered his head, clenching his fist, attuning himself to his own physical state. With the flesh of the 4 great monarchs as a conduit, combined with the body of a sacrificial offering, he had transcended the confines of the underworld, free from the world's rejection. Reflecting on the formation within the palace, only Odin's corporeal form remained intact. Was this the handiwork of his 3rd child, the king of sky and wind? How peculiar. If his mind had not been clouded during his time in the underworld, it seemed that this most ambitious 3rd child had raised the first battle flag. Nidhogg soon set aside this contemplation, refocusing on Yin Li before him. I have seen you, another emperor from humanity. Yin Li, taken aback by Nidhogg's words, quickly deduced that he referred to their previous battle, where she had briefly coalesced into a projection of his blood. Do you remember that battle? Of course. It was a projection forged from my blood. Nidhogg continued, though I do not comprehend the reason for my premature resurrection, it matters not. Compared to those trivial matters, engaging in battle with you ignites my enthusiasm. With that declaration, Nidhogg unleashed a thunderous roar, a primal cry reverberating across the globe, shattering the silence in even the most desolate of places. Yen Li barely had time to comprehend the unfolding chaos, as layers of darkness enveloped her and Nidhogg. With thunder rumbling ominously above, a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Most crucially, the very weather of the world had been altered, a testament to the ancient emperor's dominion and might. Before this sovereign, all could do was bow in submission. Suddenly, a tempest of thunder and rain swept over the world, startling people across the globe. The loss of electricity followed by the bizarre weather phenomena sparked a flurry of speculation and unrest among the populace. Unlike these ordinary individuals, the hybrids worldwide sensed the growing black vortex in the sky, the pressure emanating from its depths heralding the return of the Black King. Nidhogg's resurgence ignited the dormant instincts buried deep within their bloodlines, causing many of the lesser hybrids to buckle under the weight of his aura. At Castle Academy, Lu Mingfei and his companions were fraught with impatience. Although the residual effects of Nidhogg's awakening did not completely disrupt the Academy's operations, maintaining power was a mere flicker of fortune, while surveillance equipment lay in ruins, rendering them blind to the situation. With the entire world tainted by the Black King's unparalleled authority, they could scarcely hope for satellite monitoring. Despite the burning anxiety consuming them, they could do little more than wait, awaiting the repair of damaged facilities and praying fervently for Yen Li's victory. It may seem irresponsible, but in truth, it was their only recourse. Suddenly, a phenomenon unfolded in the sky, leaving the world's inhabitants aghast as they witnessed a scene that would upend their understanding of reality. Yen Li and Nidhogg had appeared amidst the heavens. At the Castle Academy, a mixed-blood student rushed into the execution department, causing Ange to take a deep breath. Even with his cultivated demeanor, it was challenging to maintain composure in such circumstances. Before he could calm himself to address the student, the breathless individual exclaimed, "Principal, quickly look outside. Senior Yanli and the Black King are out there." Upon hearing this, Ange and the others exchanged glances before hastily making their way outside. Once they stepped out of the execution department, they discovered that all the students had gathered in the open field, gazing up at the sky, where they soon beheld a remarkable sight. The strongest among them, Hui Li, quickly perceived the truth of the sky with her formidable mental acuity. It was revealed that what they saw was not the true forms of Yanli and Nidhogg, but rather a projection, an influence powerful enough to affect the entire world, showcasing every action of Yanli and Nidhogg across the globe. Hui Li halted, staring blankly at Yanli in the heavens. There was no doubt that this was the handiwork of Nidhogg, intent on making the world witness its return while shattering humanity's hopes. In an antique shop in Suong, Norton and his companions stepped outside, awaiting the clash of titans. In an abandoned subway station in Beijing, Finra retrieved cherished toys to cheer for Yanli. On a beach in France, a man who had been promoting sunscreen packed up his stall, walking hand in hand with his wife. Every mixed blood who understood Yanli's identity realized that he was opposed by Nidhogg. The Black King had indeed returned. Most of these mixed bloods felt an overwhelming despair. Some believed in the legendary Dragon Slayer's potential for victory once more, while others deemed the Black King invincible, heralding impending doom. Even the mixed bloods were stunned by the spectacle, let alone the ordinary populace. The non-blooded individuals felt nothing but dread, wondering if the colossal figure in the sky was truly a dragon from legend and who the opposing humans might be. No one could provide answers to their questions. Such scenes unfolded globally, and as one of the protagonists, Yanli immediately grasped Nidhogg's intentions, deepening his understanding of Nidhogg's arrogance. The rationale behind Nidhogg's actions was simple. It never entertained the notion of defeat. It aimed to proclaim its resurgence to the world. Yanli did not hinder Nidhogg's actions. Rather, he felt an exhilarating thrill, for he too never considered the prospect of losing. It seemed Nidhogg sensed Yanli's fighting spirit and declared, "Indeed, from the moment we first met, I knew you were an utterly unique monster, just like me." Following this proclamation, Nidhogg erupted into a hearty laugh. This was what made it worthwhile. "You are far superior to that so-called creator of the world tree, who cannot even comprehend the essence of power." At that moment, both realized their battle would never cease until death claimed them. The victor would reign supreme, while the vanquished would become mere bones. The scene evoked memories for Yanli of ancient Roman gladiatorial arenas, where slaves fought for their fate under the watchful eyes of emperors and nobles. Now, the fate of the world hinged upon the duel between Yanli and Nidhogg, while the masses looked up, witnessing the battle that bore the weight of humanity's destiny and the Dragon Clan's fate. Chapter 68, The Final Battle, Part 1. The strongest against the strongest. Without any further words, Nidhogg took the initiative, intending to strike first. Its colossal form surged forward in an instant, its robust fist, unadorned yet brimming with unmatched might, hurtled towards Yanli. In this blow, Nidhogg wielded no linguistic powers, relying solely on its sheer, formidable physique. Yanli's pupils contracted. The speed of Nidhogg was astonishing, yet he managed to maintain his composure, swiftly responding with a punch of his own. As their fists collided, two immense forces erupted like an unceasing river from both Yanli and Nidhogg, resulting in a brief stalemate. In the blink of an eye, their positions shifted hundreds of times, clashing at speeds beyond human perception. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed as Yanli was violently propelled away, sent flying a considerable distance. Nidhogg's assault intensified, its muscles swelling to nearly double their size as it unleashed the might of its power. Caught off guard by Nidhogg's sudden escalation, Yanli struggled to regain his footing. Nidhogg's massive form did not impede its speed. In fact, it appeared beside Yanli in an instant, continuing its relentless barrage. As Nidhogg's devastating attack, akin to shattering space itself, rushed towards him, Yanli anticipated the strike and executed a peculiar stance. The virtual technique met Nidhogg's onslaught, aiming to disrupt its rhythm and grant Yanli a moment to breathe. Although the initial release of the virtual technique failed to inflict substantial harm on Nidhogg, it was sufficient to counter this particular attack. As Yanli contemplated his next combat strategy, Nidhogg's claws tore through his thoughts. Nidhogg ignored the approaching virtual technique, for it was utterly unconcerned. Its assault continued unabated, effortlessly slicing through the virtual barrier. The ease with which Nidhogg shattered the virtual technique briefly stunned Yanli, but for beings of their caliber, even a fleeting moment of distraction presented a prime opportunity to seize the advantage. Although Yanli quickly recovered and aimed to retaliate with a punch, he was still a moment too late. The forceful blow struck Yanli squarely, knocking him down and causing him to spew blood, his form plummeting rapidly to the ground. Yanli crashed into the earth, creating a massive crater nearly 10 meters deep. As it seemed Yanli was at a disadvantage, those observing the monumental battle through the celestial veil, including Hui Li, were filled with anxiety. The ordinary onlookers, oblivious to the hidden truths of dragons and mixed bloods, felt immense tension. While they did not comprehend the mysteries lurking behind the scenes, they instinctively supported Yanli, who was also one of their kind. Struggling to rise from the depths of the crater, Yanli rapidly employed reversal techniques to mend his wounds. However, before he could fully recover, Nidhogg appeared beside him, launching another ferocious strike. This time, however, it was futile. Yanli countered with a punch, moving faster than Nidhogg's assault, delivering a blow imbued with raw strength that struck Nidhogg, causing it to stagger back a few steps, interrupting its attack. Although Yanli's injuries were not yet fully healed, he could not afford to delay any longer. He had to seize this fleeting opportunity to retaliate. In an instant, Yanli closed the distance to Nidhogg, unleashing a series of powerful punches, each accompanied by a roaring wind that produced explosive sounds upon impact. As each blow connected with Nidhogg, Yanli's injuries gradually began to mend, bolstered by the extraordinary vitality of his celestial physique. Continue to launch relentless assaults until the body gradually recovers. Nidhogg, sensing Yanji's injuries healing, was determined not to grant her a moment's respite. Suddenly, Nidhogg reacted swiftly to Yanji's ferocious onslaught, stabilizing itself even under her unyielding barrage, regaining control of the rhythm and colliding once more with Yanji. Her torrential strikes were thwarted, fists locked in a stalemate, while Nidhogg's power continued to swell, unfathomable as an abyss, leaving no indication of its limits. However, this time Nidhogg miscalculated. Despite its enhanced strength, it could not secure the upper hand. A peculiar inscription materialized on Yanji's face, and in an instant, Nidhogg felt a tremendous surge of power emanating from the human before it, momentarily suppressing it. The Sage mode had been activated. The surge of strength allowed Yanji to gain the upper hand in their contest, seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to Nidhogg's abdomen, sending it flying. Even without wings to support it, Nidhogg quickly regained its composure midair, a fierce whirlwind swirling around it, not only stabilizing its stance, but also momentarily hindering Yanji's advance. The powers of the King of Sky and Wind, perhaps? Yanji was not overly surprised by the brief disruption. If Nidhogg possessed only such rudimentary abilities, it would not have ruled in ancient times. The battle had merely commenced. As Nidhogg utilized its powers to thwart Yanji's assault, she promptly retreated to create distance, using this fleeting moment to hastily mend her body. Nidhogg, recovering as well, refrained from recklessly attacking again, leading to a brief stalemate in the air. Before long, Yanji initiated her assault, teleporting behind Nidhogg to deliver a fierce strike. Nidhogg reacted immediately, yet instead of employing its powers of sky and wind for defense, it turned to confront Yanji head-on. Simultaneously, a striking azure glow emanated from its massive arm. Nidhogg's blow was swifter and stronger than before, yet Yinji, now in sage mode, managed to suppress it. Yet, she felt no elation, for she could distinctly sense that with the emergence of the azure glow, Nidhogg's speed had significantly increased. Had she not activated sage mode, she would likely have been outpaced by Nidhogg. Observing the prominent azure glow on Nidhogg's left arm gradually solidifying into a mark, Yinji felt the beast's power augmenting. Contemplating this, she did not allow her actions to falter, unleashing her strength to firmly restrain Nidhogg's movements. The overwhelming force compelled Nidhogg to uncontrollably spew forth a mouthful of black blood, the result of Yinji seizing the opportune moment to deliver a powerful blow to its face. Staggered by the strike, Nidhogg did not resort to its previous tactics of utilizing the powers of sky and wind to regain stability. Seizing the chance, Yinji moved in closer to Nidhogg, preparing to strike once more when crimson flames and crystalline blue light enveloped its form. Despite its apparent struggle in the air, Nidhogg successfully erected a defense. Yinji's swift attack surged forth, creating turbulent waves centered around their confrontation. It was unfathomable that such a tempest was merely the result of their clash. This time, Yinji found herself unable to suppress Nidhogg. In fact, she felt herself being subtly dominated. The previous collision, coupled with this unforeseen development, further clarified to Yinji what Nidhogg was undertaking. It was reclaiming the powers it had lost. Initially, the azure glow represented the powers of the King of Sky and Wind, while the crimson and azure lights signified the powers of the Kings of Bronze and Fire, as well as Ocean and Water. These powers had originally diverged from Nidhogg and were now gradually returning to its form following its resurrection. Nidhogg's initial reluctance to reclaim its powers likely stemmed from its recent emergence from the underworld, still grappling with its physical form. The battle with Yinji undoubtedly accelerated Nidhogg's mastery over its corporeal self, a fact illustrated by the 3 powers it had already regained. Even without fully restoring its powers, it matched Yinji in sage mode, compelling her to acknowledge Nidhogg's formidable prowess. What troubled Yinji even more was not merely the return of Nidhogg's powers, but its awakening in another aspect. Although Nidhogg had appeared motionless in the air, it nonetheless managed to launch an attack. This was not due to the return of the other 2 royal powers, but rather because Nidhogg was gradually rediscovering the combat instincts and perfect control over its body honed through countless battles. With another collision, Yinji's advantage dissipated entirely, once again succumbing to Nidhogg's might. The resurgence of the 3 royal powers and Nidhogg's awakening instincts were unveiling the Emperor's formidable presence to the world, exhibiting its undeniable strength. It was unimaginable how much stronger Nidhogg would become once it fully reclaimed the last of its powers. This was the first time Yinji had such thoughts in the face of multiple adversaries. Truly, Nidhogg was an exaggerated opponent. As Nidhogg perfected the 3 powers, its speed and strength escalated further, prompting it to pursue Yinji. In a mere instant, she was injured once more. Though not as grievous as the first blow that had sent her crashing to the ground, it still affected her movements. Nidhogg's speed was overwhelming, rendering Yinji unable to respond adequately. If this continued, she would be dragged into the abyss of death by Nidhogg's relentless onslaught. No longer could she afford to remain passive. Yinji suddenly unleashed her boundless technique, momentarily propelling Nidhogg away. After creating some distance, she took a deep breath. Across from her, Nidhogg's golden pupils glimmered with heightened battle intent as it seemed to perceive something intriguing. Yet, Yinji formed the gesture for Su Shizi, and a golden sphere materialized. Upon witnessing her action, Nidhogg's expression flickered with boredom. After suffering twice, had she not yet grasped the situation? It seemed she was not as formidable as she claimed. A deep yellow glow emerged as Nidhogg proactively summoned the final power of the King of Earth and Mountain. Now, it had lost much of its battle enthusiasm and deemed it time to conclude the skirmish. Before Yinji could unleash her Su Shizi, Nidhogg was upon her, and the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief at the astonishing scene. It was too fast, incredibly fast. Was it time 0? At Castle Academy, Anger was astonished by Nidhogg's speed, instinctively believing it had employed time 0 or some other speed-enhancing spell. Yet, as the party involved, Yenli understood that this was not a matter of time 0 or a fleeting moment, but rather an overwhelming velocity. After Nidhogg reclaimed 4 powers, its true strength was fully manifested. If Nidhogg was akin to a fully leveled blank character at the outset, it now resembled a grand boss adorned with the most formidable equipment. Nidhogg, with an impassive expression, directed its gaze towards the human before it, its claws resembling a reaper's scythe, lunging forth to tear into him. In Chapter 69, the final battle, Part 2, reaches its climax. Nidhogg's claws descended upon Yenli, Yet contrary to its expectations of a gruesome scene, Yinli disintegrated into wisps of white smoke, easily evading the lethal assault. Nidhogg instantly became vigilant, bracing itself against potential attacks from all directions. Unfortunately, it was already a moment too late. As Nidhogg struck Yinli's doppelganger, Yinli had already initiated his own offensive. A crackling explosion resonated, followed by a surge of black lightning infused with destructive radiance. At this juncture, Yinli cast aside all distractions, realizing that pondering Nidhogg's next move would only impede his own actions. The thrill of battle invigorated not only Nidhogg, but Yinli as well. Now, he sought to immerse himself entirely in the clash, trusting in his instincts. With a flourish, Yinli unleashed his first black flash from above Nidhogg, and in the next heartbeat, an unparalleled force propelled Nidhogg's form into the ground, retaliating in kind. As the dust settled, Nidhogg's colossal figure emerged, revealing substantial injuries. A portion of its head had been penetrated, exposing flesh and bone. Yet, rather than seething with rage, it gazed at Yinli in exhilaration. Without uttering a single word, the two adversaries seemed to share an unspoken connection, charging towards each other with renewed speed. While the previous skirmishes had allowed the likes of Li and others to glean some understanding of the conflict, now they could only perceive the spatial rifts in the air caused by their collision, the two principal figures having vanished from sight. Nidhogg suddenly surged forth, its already exaggerated speed escalating to an unprecedented height, as both the time zero and instantaneous powers materialized simultaneously. Under the deceleration effect of time zero and the acceleration from instantaneous, Yinli's movements appeared to Nidhogg as though they were played back at an exceedingly slow rate. In the realm of superspeed induced by time zero and instantaneous, Nidhogg approached Yinli silently like a specter, launching a full-force strike towards him. However, the effects of time zero were not infallible. Even Nidhogg could not achieve true temporal stasis, especially against an opponent of Yinli's caliber, rendering the impact of time zero negligible. In this accelerated domain, Yinli's eyes imperceptibly shifted. This unexpected development momentarily shocked Nidhogg, yet it was insufficient to deter its attack. Nidhogg's claws decisively pierced through the majority of Yinli's body. Despite sensing the strike within the confines of time zero, the dual influence of the two powers left Yinli with no choice but to endure the blow. As Nidhogg's claws penetrated his form, an immense surge of power erupted from Yinli, temporarily forcing Nidhogg back. Concurrently, the doppelgangers scattered across the world, which had been absorbing natural energy, dissipated. Had he not managed to channel the gathered energy back in time, this strike would likely have heralded Nidhogg's victory. As Yinli utilized the vast reserves of natural energy amassed through his doppelgangers to mend his injuries, he remained alert against Nidhogg's impending assault. The silver lining was that even Nidhogg could not casually employ time zero to slow down an equal opponent while simultaneously enhancing its own body with instantaneous. Nidhogg panted heavily, the strain of wielding these two powers indisputably weighing upon it. Nonetheless, compared to the severe wounds Yinli had sustained, its own discomfort felt trivial. It merely needed to recover from its fatigue before launching another such attack, confident that the human would be vanquished. Yet, despite its certainty, Nidhogg maintained a cautious demeanor. The damage inflicted upon its head had yet to fully heal, and in the face of such a stark lesson, it would not err again. Yinli's current predicament was dire. The sudden assault from Nidhogg had wreaked havoc, and while it gradually recovered from its exertion, Yinli's injuries had only been mended by about a third. Thus, it was time to gamble everything. A tremendous force erupted from Yinli, surpassing any previous outburst. A powerful golden aura surged forth, boundless and vibrant. Simultaneously, a golden-white feathered cloak appeared transparently behind him. In the Castle Academy's main hall, a little demon stood up abruptly, staring in awe at Yinli's newfound form. Nidhogg was taken aback. Yinli's surge was utterly unforeseen. Despite its readiness, all preparations proved futile in the face of overwhelming might. Yinli materialized behind Nidhogg, his extraordinary speed rendering the beast incapable of reacting before being caught in the onslaught. Black lightning coursed through the battlefield once more, as Yinli unleashed his second black flash with absolute force, striking Nidhogg's back before it could even release the blood surging from its mouth. The third black flash, akin to the harbinger of death, loomed ever closer. Nidhogg's left arm was utterly shattered, as it attempted to activate time zero and instantaneous to escape its predicament during the second black flash. It was futile. Time zero proved ineffective against Yinli, and the speed conferred by instantaneous paled in comparison to Yinli's current prowess. The third black flash illuminated the battlefield. Should this strike land, Nidhogg would find itself utterly powerless to recover. Sensing a lethal aura emanating from the depths of its being, Nidhogg cast aside any reservations. Unleashing all 4 powers while activating time-0 and instantaneous to swiftly evade the impending strike. Yin Li's third black flash missed its mark, leaving Nidhogg trembling before the human. Realizing that hesitation, even for a fleeting moment, could have costed its life. A flicker of dread coursed through Nidhogg, yet it quickly regained its composure. Convinced that the human's current state could not be sustained for long. Otherwise, it would not have been reserved until now to reveal it. Nidhogg's deduction was accurate. The incomplete version of the 6 paths mode that Yin Li employed could not endure for an extended period, 1 minute, 2 minutes, or perhaps merely 30 seconds. Yin Li himself could not ascertain, for this was his inaugural experience with this mode. Faced with the imminent extinguishment of the golden sparks, Yin Li recognized that he had but one course of action. With a resounding impact, Yin Li collided with Nidhogg for what felt like the umpteenth time. As Nidhogg ignited its powers and life essence, its speed matched Yin Li's, and their encounters escalated in velocity, as if there were no limits, an endless pursuit without conclusion. Both sides exerted their utmost strength, extracting every ounce of power from their bodies. Although the contest appeared evenly matched, the completeness of the authority and the unique advantages enjoyed by Nidhogg allowed it to recover with greater speed and strength. In a prolonged battle, victory was destined for it. Nidhogg seemed to have already glimpsed the conclusion. However, soon an expression of disbelief flickered in Nidhogg's eyes. Its speed had reached its limit. Yet Yin Li's velocity astonishingly surged even further. How could this individual possibly enhance their speed again? In a realm concealed from Nidhogg's sight, Yin Li's golden feathered cloak transformed from transparent to a solid form, adorned with a peculiar hook-shaped jewel. The continuously escalating speed conferred an advantage upon Yin Li, catching Nidhogg off guard with a powerful punch. The overwhelming force, imbued with a destructive black radiance, surged toward Nidhogg, penetrating its flesh. This time, it lacked the strength to defend itself. Another punch, swift to the extreme, enveloped Yin Li in golden feathers, as Nidhogg's heart endured a barrage of strikes in an instant. The ferocious onslaught forced Nidhogg into a retreat, its body collapsing uncontrollably to its knees. You have triumphed, human emperor. Nidhogg expelled great gouts of dragon blood, the severity of its injuries rendering its speech intermittent. The outcome was clear. With Nidhogg's words, the battle between the mightiest of humanity and the mightiest of dragons drew to a close, ushering in the final victor. The golden cloak adorning Yin Li gradually dissipated. The burden of the embryonic 6-path mode, unlocked at a fusion degree of 95, was undeniably immense, and even he could only maintain it for a fleeting moment. Golden light pierced through the obscuring clouds, illuminating Yin Li, harmonizing with the remnants of the not yet fully dissipated golden cloak, creating an ethereal aura reminiscent of divinity. Within the halls of Castle Academy, upon witnessing the spectacle of Yin Li's victory unfurling across the sky, many students embraced each other in excitement, unable to contain their emotions, with a considerable number bursting into tears. Anger, filled with tears of pride, gazed at Yin Li on the celestial screen. Realizing he had indeed succeeded in ending the millennia-long conflict between the dragon race and hybrids. My old friends, I can hardly fathom how elated you must be witnessing this moment. Hui Li and Su Xiaotang nestled together, tears streaming unabated. Lu Mingfei wept like a child, his sorrow evident. Had it not been for the influence of the Dark King, his phone still malfunctioning, he would surely have rushed to share the joyful tidings with Chen Wenwen. Everyone rejoiced, celebrating this hard-won victory long anticipated. Yet one individual stood apart. His expression devoid of joy, his gaze icy, he uttered words that sent shivers through the crowd. I never imagined humanity could reach such heights, far surpassing my expectations. Before anyone could discern who had spoken, a violent sound of breaking air surged forth, slicing through space toward the conspicuous dark red hair of the crowd. Hui Li's pupils contracted sharply. As the strongest among them, she acutely sensed the imminent attack, and the judgment aimed at the Dragon King sought to thwart the sudden onslaught. Lu Mingfei was the second to react, yet before he could act, an object soared past him with the sound of rupture, prompting him to shout for it to cease. The power of the world tree erupted, yet it bore no effect on the object. Hui Li's judgment descended upon the source of the sound, but it vanished as if a stone sinking into the sea, while Lu Mingfei's command proved futile. With a resounding thud, a figure collapsed. Kaiser stared blankly, the remnants of crimson and the fallen figure sending shockwaves through his nerves. Just moments ago, Nono had been frolicking and celebrating with him, now pierced through, her body uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, blood flowing profusely. It was Gungnir. The crowd finally realized the gravity of the situation, yet the ensuing scene rendered them speechless. Shudiangio's gaze had turned an unhealthy white, devoid of light. Behind him, a distinctly powerful slash mark appeared, and a violent spatial fluctuation emerged. As a non-human arm extended from a rift in space, blood pouring forth. As the portal widened, the creature behind it revealed its form, the once fallen White King. Defeated at Yin Li's hands, the crowd gasped in horror, but the White King paid them no heed. It reached out with a massive hand toward Gungnir, still embedded in Nono's body, eliciting an involuntary cry of pain from the unconscious girl. Hui Li invoked her judgment once more, but the White King, prepared, deflected her attack. Although the others unleashed their strongest assaults, even Hui Li's utmost power failed to pose a threat to the White King. It merely grasped, rendering them immobile under its immense power, before refocusing on Gungnir, which relentlessly absorbed Nono's blood, leaving no drop unclaimed, intent on draining her completely. The crowd was gripped by anxiety, particularly Kaiser, who was on the verge of unleashing his fourth-degree blood blaze, yet under the White King's oppressive authority. He could not even seize the opportunity to activate it, remaining firmly restrained, his gaze blood-red with a desire to rend the White King asunder. The creature remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to their plight. Once Gungnir had drained Nono's blood, it transformed from its original golden hue to a vivid crimson. With a wave, the blood-red Gungnir was summoned back, and the White King turned, vanishing into the rift without a trace, leaving the onlookers in silent despair. After the White King's departure, Shudiangio collapsed to the ground, the pressure upon the others lifted. Lu Mingfei rushed to Nono's side, shouting for her to hold on. The once diminished figure of Nono began to partially revive with Lu Mingfei's power, her complexion improving slightly, yet she still appeared on the brink of death. Chu Ziheng approached Shudiangio, who lay unconscious, murmuring repeatedly, "Odin, Odin, be cautious of Odin." The scene shifted back to the battlefield where Yin Li faced Nidhogg. Nidhogg gazed at the human before it, wishing to utter something as its life neared its end, but suddenly, its heart was pierced by an unexpected attack. As it beheld the familiar claws penetrating its chest, its expression turned dazed. "White King," a cold, unfeeling voice echoed from behind. "Look at you, father, how pitiful you have become." Hearing that familiar voice, Nidhogg's eyes blazed with fury. "Odin, have you been waiting for this moment all along? Of course, otherwise why do you think I resurrected you? Have you forgotten that I was the one who conspired to kill you? You cannot be alive. I witnessed your death. Father, you have lingered too long on that decaying throne, too long to keep pace with the present era. Your time should have ended long ago." As Odin spoke, he crushed Nidhogg's heart with his claws. Despite the shattering blow, Nidhogg's formidable vitality prevented an immediate demise. In that moment, Nidhogg endured a fate worse than death. Feeling the swift passage of its life force, unable to move even a step, let alone retaliate, as Odin offered no opportunity for Nidhogg to recover. Chapter 70. The Final Battle, Part 3. The New Black King. I am quite curious about how you accomplished this. Yin Li, while recuperating her body, inquired of Odin, who had usurped the body of the White King. Perhaps Odin was oblivious to Yin Li's attempts to buy time. Or perhaps it felt that as it was on the verge of ascending to the throne, Yin Li's presence was inconsequential. "How did I achieve this?" "I owe it all to you humans," it replied, its spirits high, as it began to recount secret histories, completing the final pieces of the Dragon Clan's history. After Nidhogg gnawed at the roots of the World Tree, the long-dormant World Tree sought me out in hopes of inciting a rebellion by controlling the 4 great sovereigns of the Dragon Clan to reclaim its lost powers. Even though the World Tree was at its last gasp, it was not something I could thwart at that time. It successfully dominated my thoughts, but in doing so, I obtained the most precious treasure. With the World Tree's power, I glimpsed a fragment of the future. Of course, there are no free gifts in this world. As a price amidst the mists of history and the chaos of time, I permanently lost one of my eyes. In that rebellion, my strength was drastically diminished, reduced to merely 2 or 3/10 of its former glory, and it took me millennia to mend the fractures in my body. Since then, no matter how I sought rebirth from my cocoon, I could never regain that eye. Yet it was worth it. I gained wisdom and completely severed my ties to my primal instincts, truly attaining a sense of self. The emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness took root in my soul, and at that time, I could say I had transcended the Dragon Clan, resembling a human instead. Do you remember that kid who was the avatar of the World Tree? He thought he had seen through my plans, but in truth, it was merely a falsehood I wanted him to perceive. With the power of the White King, even though he was infused with most of the World Tree's strength, he was no match for me in the realm of the mind. At Castle Academy, The little devil listened in rapt attention to Odin's words, nearly collapsing to the ground. He never anticipated that Odin's revival of Nidhogg was merely a ruse to deceive him. As Odin spoke, Nidhogg's once mighty form visibly weakened as its power was drained away. You still haven't clarified how you accomplished this. Ha ha ha. Do not be impatient. Even if you did not ask, I would share. For this insatiable desire to divulge my triumph burns within me like a raging flame. Ever since I overthrew Nidhogg's ancient reign, I have concealed my identity and began to heal my injuries while quietly seeking opportunities. At last, it emerged, a groundbreaking technology. A third great wisdom distinct from alchemy and divine powers, invented by you humans, science. Do you recall that sacrificial offering I selected when you shattered it with your overwhelming strength? Its residual blood allowed me to achieve a miracle through technology that neither alchemy nor divine powers could accomplish, cloning technology. Upon hearing this, even Yin Li's expression reflected shock. She had not anticipated such a development. Odin derived immense satisfaction from Yin Li's incredulity and continued, stating that both the Black King's sacrifice and its current embodiment of the White King were perfectly replicated through cloning technology. Of course, the cost was immense, particularly for the replication of the White King's body, which consumed all the treasures I had amassed over millennia, but fortunately, I succeeded in the end. Once I successfully replicated the body of the White King, I began orchestrating Nidhogg's feigned death and revival to secure my throne. To prevent any suspicion from Nidhogg, I completely separated the powers of sky and wind for the resurrection ritual. Do you know? The so-called dragon clan never truly existed. Yin Li did not fully grasp the meaning behind Odin's words. Remember how history records it? Nidhogg won the war, and through alchemy, differentiated the White King and the four great kings, from whom the dragon clan was born. Thus, tracing back to the source, each dragon clan member is an independent Black King, not just the White King and our four great sovereigns. But every dragon, and even every hybrid, possesses the potential to become a new Black King. This is the true path to divinity, step by step, plundering and evolving, ultimately. The victor who slays the Black King Nidhogg can consume it and ascend as the new Black King. And now, I have succeeded. I have truly traversed the path to divinity, becoming the new Black King. Odin nearly roared as he proclaimed this. Subsequently, he opened his massive jaws, exposing his sharp teeth, and bit down fiercely upon Nidhogg. Nidhogg, now powerless to resist, was torn apart, blood and flesh flying as Odin devoured its body. After consuming the last remnants of Nidhogg, Odin's form underwent a tremendous transformation. His body shifted entirely from white to black, now even larger than Nidhogg, exuding an overwhelming sense of power and primal ferocity. The powers of the four great sovereigns surged into him, combined with the powers previously seized from the White King, rendering Odin undeniably more formidable than Nidhogg had ever been. But that was not the end. Odin summoned Gungnir, the blood-red spear materializing in his grasp. The vivid crimson liquid was strikingly bright, and under Odin's control. It slowly flowed over his form, reaching where his eye had once been. Odin concealed his face, and from the hollow of his eye socket, golden blood began to flow. He laughed maniacally, removing the hand that had veiled his visage, revealing a new eye to fill the void. Now, I lack for nothing. The heavens darkened, and the world became enveloped in a tempest of thunder and night. At Castle Academy, Wei Li and her companions watched Yin Li in profound concern. The little devil, still shocked by the recent events, sat on the ground. The prophecy of the world tree had come to fruition. The wings of the end had descended upon the world, heralding the emergence of Odin, the new Black King. Chapter 71. The conclusion of history having completely consumed Nidhogg and claimed the powers of the four great kings, Odin, along with the newly acquired Black King's eye from Nono, now stood invincible and complete. As he reveled in the overwhelming power surging through him, capable of effortlessly annihilating the world, he became intoxicated by the magnificence this strength brought. Gazing at Yin Li, the Black King felt a strange, subtle dissonance, yet he quickly dismissed it. To express my gratitude and respect for you, allow me to unleash this ultimate power to bring about your destruction. With that, the Black King unleashed all his powers. The four elements of wind, fire, earth, and water manifested before him, as he enchanted Gungnir with mental prowess, conjuring an attack capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Yin Li rose to her feet, her injuries fully healed, and regarded the Black King with an expression devoid of emotion, calm and composed. Golden feathers adorned her once more, and an energy wave coalesced before her. The Black King observed Yin Li's gesture, a flicker of disdain crossing his mind. Do you intend to unleash an attack upon me? One that was futile against Nidhogg? It seems you have entirely abandoned your resistance. Allow me to accompany you on your final journey. This strike is a retribution for your arrogance against me in Nibelungen. As he spoke, the Hei Wang hurled the Gungnir in his grasp. Under his deliberate control, the spear did not rush forth with blinding speed, but rather advanced slowly, imbued with cataclysmic power, towards Yen Li. Its intent was to instill in Yen Li the terror of being ensnared by the spear of fate, dragged into the abyss of death. However, the Hei Wang found himself disheartened. There was not a flicker of emotion in Yen Li's eyes, as though the apocalyptic assault was inconsequential to him. After casting Gungnir, the Hei Wang gazed at the human before him and suddenly comprehended the source of his earlier sense of incongruity. Why was he unafraid? Why did I not perceive any trepidation in his gaze? You struggled against Nidhogg, yet before one even more formidable than he. Why does your countenance betray no hint of fear? The Hei Wang was bewildered. Did you truly believe you could withstand this strike? Did you think you could emerge victorious? Such thoughts surged in the Hei Wang's mind, and he was momentarily incredulous. How could this be? No one can withstand this strike. Not Nidhogg, and certainly not even you at your peak. He raged inwardly, suppressing the anxiety that lurked beneath. No longer was it that eerie purple, nor the sharp gold. The passion that surged during battle, coupled with the enhancements gained from his confrontation with Nidhogg, had finally culminated in Yen Li's Six Paths Naruto template reaching its zenith in the final moments. Upon achieving a 100 fusion rate, the Six Paths mode was fully unsealed, alongside the most potent weapon, the Chiodao. Empowered by the Chiodao, the virtual Shitzi transformed into an absolute blackness. As Yen Li responded to the Hei Wang's assault in his own manner, uttering words that flowed from his lips like a chant, casting incantations. 9 principles, polar light, darkness and manifestation, between the inner and outer, yin and yang, duality, all-encompassing, 6 paths reincarnation. The virtual Shitzi, augmented by the Chiodao, surged with unparalleled might towards Gungnir and the Hei Wang Odin behind it. Odin's mind was rendered incapable of thought. Everything transpired far too swiftly. What he initially deemed an inconsequential attack obliterated Gungnir and approached him with relentless force. Odin raised his hands, power surging as he attempted to construct a defense. But the moment the virtual Shitzi collided with his body, he ceased all actions. For in that instant, when his form felt the impact of the virtual Shitzi, he comprehended that he could do nothing. The immense force rendered him dazed. He no longer possessed any will to resist, allowing this overwhelming power, beyond his comprehension, to dismantle him. In the very end, he smiled with desolation, for in the face of such might, everything appeared utterly absurd. The fusion of the Chiodao and virtual Shitzi completely annihilated the body and soul of the Hei Wang Odin. His throne was reduced to nothingness. And the legacy of the dragon tribe met its true end with the demise of the last king, named Odin. Chapter 72. An Invitation to Happiness. On a renowned celestial beach in France, outside a newly established shop specializing in sunscreen and other essential beach products, a voice rang out. "Boss, there's a letter for you." A handsome man was engrossed online, perusing the latest sunscreen offerings to introduce to his little shop. Just as he was lost in thought, a woman, embodying the quintessential housewife, tapped him on the head and announced, "Zhisheng, we have received letters." As she spoke, Ing handed over 3 unopened envelopes to Yuan Zhisheng. "Really? Let me see." As he opened the first envelope, the two nestled close together, beginning to read it. It was a letter from Yuan Zhinu, detailing her recent experiences. "Brother, do you remember the girl I mentioned meeting during my travels? By some coincidence, or perhaps fate, we crossed paths again. She gives me a feeling unlike any other girl I've encountered before, carefree, cheerful, and quick to recover from unhappiness. She always wears a joyful smile. I think I might return to Japan with her, or continue traveling together." Just from the words on the envelope, Yuan Zhisheng could feel his brother's genuine happiness. He penned a reply, encouraging Yuan Zhinu to bravely forge her own path. After finishing the letter, he proceeded to open the next envelope, which was from the head of the Japan branch, now known as Minister Seki Ryuji. Upon being relieved of his duties by Yuan Zhisheng, Yusuji Ko finally succumbed to the urge and purchased a ticket to France. The responsibility of acting head should have fallen to Inuyama Ka, but he had recently retired to go fishing in Siberia with anger, thus the position eventually landed with Seki Ryuji. In the letter, Seki Ryuji did not mention matters concerning Japan, but only noted that the former head of the Yusuji family was on a flight to France. Upon reading this, Yuan Zhisheng could almost envision Yusuji Ko's furious expression, making him shudder at the mere thought. Beside him, Ing remarked, "Speaking of which, it seems that Yuruha hasn't had a wedding yet." Yuan Zhisheng replied, "Yes, Neither of them seems adept at handling weddings. They exchanged a smile before Yuan Zhisheng took out the final envelope, an unusual sensation flickering in his heart as he began to slowly open it. Upon unveiling the contents, he discovered an exquisite invitation adorned with a delicate cherry blossom motif and fireworks patterns. Opening the invitation, the words within astonished both him and Ying, followed by heartfelt joy and blessings. Outside the celestial beach, numerous tourists approached Yuan Zhisheng's little shop, only to find the proprietor, who had never left since their arrival, had closed the shop, displaying several bottles of sunscreen outside. A small sign beside it bore a phrase in ancient script that Yuan Zhisheng had recently learned. Those with love in this world shall eventually unite. Simultaneously, identical invitations were dispatched across the globe. In a coastal city nearby, not far from Sherlon High School, a budget internet cafe thrived, renowned for its owner's exceptional gaming skills, drawing numerous students after school to observe and learn. Within the cafe, Lu Mingfei sat at his computer, having just finished a 5-player League of Legends match with Constantine, Lao Tang, Fenlier, and Feng Er. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang, and upon seeing wife on the caller ID, he couldn't help but smile broadly. After a brief conversation, he closed the cafe, hung the closed sign on the door, and headed towards the library not far away. At Sherlon High School, a stern-faced physical education teacher was administering fitness tests to the students. Despite the rigorous training, his resolute and handsome visage endeared him to the students. After the final physical education class, a striking figure, seemingly having planned this moment, approached him with a bottle of water. The surrounding students, having witnessed this scene countless times, still couldn't help but cheer, and it was only during these moments that the teacher's icy demeanor would show the slightest hint of blush. In a coastal region of Australia, 2 conspicuous surfboards sliced through the waves, performing various high-difficulty maneuvers, as Caesar and Nono relished their unique honeymoon journey. At Chicago Union Station, the platform for train CC-1000 awaited. Once, this place served as the primary pathway for numerous students heading towards Kaiser Academy. However, the legendary CC-1000 train has now been replaced by a KFC restaurant, owned by a humorous man donning a KFC hat, while his wife exudes gentleness and intellect. Many longtime patrons remain unaware of how this couple came together, only learning through snippets of conversation that they were once university classmates who had parted ways for an extended period after an unforeseen event. Yet fate has allowed them to reunite. In the land of the dragon, a grand hall buzzes with excitement, filled to capacity, where every guest is impeccably dressed, eagerly awaiting the day's protagonists. Chen Wenwen sits beside Lu Mingfei, softly exclaiming, "This place is stunning." He replies, "Indeed, but in my heart, it cannot compare to the day of our wedding." His response elicits a delightful laugh from Chen Wenwen. "When did you become so adept at charming girls?" Nuan and Caesar are engaged in hushed whispers, deliberating on their post-wedding destination, caught between the allure of whale watching and the thrill of skydiving. Chu Zihong and Xiaomi sit together in tranquil silence, their hands intertwined as they await the commencement of the ceremony. Feng Gu is conversing with a girl strikingly similar to Norma, both adorned with matching rings. Ong He and Shang Shan are seated together, with Shang Shan casting a resentful gaze at Yuan Zhisheng, vowing to reconnect with this old friend after the wedding concludes. Suddenly, a hush falls over the crowd, drawing everyone's attention toward the entrance, regardless of what they were previously engaged in. As romantic melodies fill the air, a boy with azure eyes and a girl with crimson hair walk in, linking arms. In the presence of all, Yan Li and Hui Li exchange rings. Thunderous applause erupts, as everyone offers their most heartfelt blessings to the newlyweds. Together, we have arrived at this most beautiful of weddings.